Her spectral form continued, "To you, the one who shares my will, I want to give everything." The offer hung in the air as a complex purple sphere of light and metal formed in my hands. The power to grant magic to anyone. The ability to connect with magical tools. How you use them is entirely up to you. I turned my gaze from the fading hologram to the silent girl standing beside me. "Automata," I murmured, processing the weight of her words. "Duty." She offered a faint, almost sad smile, her purpose fulfilled. "I am an automata created to perform this duty." With her final words spoken, her body gave out, collapsing onto the cold floor in a heap of fabric and failing machinery. My inheritance had come at the cost of her last reserves of power. To understand how I got here, you have to know that my life was already over. My name was Nidu-jin, and I was working on a control panel in a sterile, industrial hallway when it happened. My grip slipped. With a gasp of alarm, I felt the cool, heavy weight of the electric screwdriver tumble from my fingers. Instinct took over. I lunged desperately for the falling tool, my body overextending, my balance lost. My feet left the graded walkway, and I pitched forward over the railing into the empty air below. As I fell, the world fractured into a kaleidoscope of light. A girl's face, her eyes filled with starlight, flashed before me. "Found you," a voice whispered, not in my ears but in my soul. A groan escaped my lips as consciousness slowly returned. I was lying on my back, staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling. Sitting up, I took in the cavernous room, its high ceiling supported by stone pillars. This was no hospital. This was something else entirely. A sudden draft made me look down. I was completely naked, clutching a thin sheet to myself in a panic. "Why?" A soft voice cut through my confusion. "Are you awake, master?" I whipped my head around to see a girl with long, dark hair standing by the bed. "Well, wait a minute," I stammered, startled by her sudden appearance. Clutching the sheet around myself like a makeshift toga, I demanded, "Who are you?" She simply bowed. "My mother will explain everything more clearly. Please follow me." She led me from the bedroom into a vast chamber where a strange, arcane device pulsed with a soft light. "I am Automata," she stated, her hand to her chest. "This is my mother's research room." I stared, incredulous. "Automata, an automatic doll? You've got to be kidding me." So I had inherited it all, but my predecessor had been gone for 1,000 years. It was my turn now. I looked down at the simple toga I wore, my old injuries from the fall completely gone, a magic meister, the power to create objects from nothing. A small, determined smile touched my lips. "Let's give it a try, then." My gaze fell upon the girl, slumped against the wall, her energy depleted. She had saved me. For that, I had to be thankful. With a surge of resolve, I decided to test my new abilities. I placed my hand on the simple cloth wrapped around me. If I'm not mistaken, magic transfusion, right? The cloth erupted in a vortex of shimmering threads, swirling around me with impossible energy. I watched, awestruck, as the fabric completely unraveled. Plucking a single, glowing strand from the air, I finally understood. I can create anything with my imagination. A moment later, I stood fully clothed in a smart vest and shirt, admiring the seamless construction. No need for a needle or a sewing machine, I marveled, pinching the sleeve. Now properly dressed, I turned my attention to the dormant automata. "I'd better get a firm grip on this power," I murmured, extending a hand toward her. "Next is you." I gently parted her dress, revealing the cracked and disintegrating synthetic skin beneath. "The skin and clothes are no good. I'll have to create everything from scratch." The damage was worse than I imagined. Her muscle fibers were severed, the connections damaged, and the bones were no longer usable. As I laid her skeletal frame upon a workbench, a thought chilled me. To think this really lasted for 1,000 years. I examined a complex piece of her arm, wondering what kind of impossible materials my predecessor had used. Relying on the faint echoes of my predecessor's memory, I decided to search the facility. The main research room was vast and imposing. Following a series of glowing wall panels, I found a heavy door slid into the wall. A storage room. The storage room was a treasure trove of forgotten marvels. "All of this was created by my predecessor?" I whispered in awe. My eyes scanned shelves laden with strange devices until they landed on a large spool of silvery thread. It was incredibly strong, yet light as a feather. These threads, they could be used to make muscle. Following the thread to its source behind a stack of crates, I froze. A large, multi-eyed creature, like some kind of subterranean spider, was producing it. My mind went blank with panic. What should I do? The creature scuttled forward and I bolted, a yell catching in my throat. "What is that thing?" In my haste, my feet tangled, and I crashed to the floor with a painful grunt. Scrambling backward, I watched the creature scuttle toward me, just when I was saved. I threw my arms up to shield my face, squeezing my eyes shut. Now I'm going to die again. I felt a gentle bump against my leg. Peeking through my fingers, I saw the creature had stopped, its head resting against my shin. It wasn't attacking, it was nuzzling me, its multiple legs gently patting my trousers. With my new, surprisingly docile companion in my arms, I explored the rest of the storage room, eventually discovering a massive pile of shimmering minerals. A nervous sweat beaded on my forehead as I patted the creature's head. How nice, I guess I can't be killed twice in a row. With all the materials gathered, I returned to the workshop, a confident grin on my face. Let's do it. I focused my will, channeling magic into my hands. Turn light metal into bones, I commanded as raw materials began to reshape. Make these threads into equal portions, then use a muscle-strengthening spell. With the body's foundation laid, I picked up the core component, a sphere covered in glowing runes. I even have to set up a control mechanism. What is this? Looks like a program. Though the logic flowed clearly in my mind, transcribing it into these strange characters with magic was an agonizingly slow process. Then I realized my mistake. Shoot, I wrote it in Japanese. I groaned, dreading the thought of rewriting it all. But then the sphere began to glow violently. The automata's new body convulsed as the core drew a massive amount of my magic. It was working, even with the wrong language. A ribbon of light flowed from the core, displaying the code. I could see it all: hiragana, katakana, and kanji. Everything was usable. Holding one of the newly crafted arms, I realized that while the number of words was the same, the speed and capacity of each script were completely different. A new understanding dawned on me. Wait, I can process everything much faster now, so that's how it works. With this newfound efficiency, I could create something far better than the original. Okay, let's get into it. I began a complete overhaul, increasing the magic efficiency of the metabolism and the generator's capacity. I reinforced the bones for greater absorption and endurance, wove the magic threads into powerful muscles, and designed the skin to permanently and passively absorb magic. Finally, I stepped back, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow. Haha, I got a bit into it there. I gazed at the perfected control core resting on the workbench. This power could create anything I wanted, and its use was surprisingly intuitive. I closed my eyes, committing the process to memory. The work was done. She lay on the table, her new body perfectly formed and seamless. I looked over my creation. The last thing is clothes, I noted. Fabric is out of the question. My mind immediately went to the spider-like creature, and I sighed, unenthused by the prospect of using its raw silk. Then again, I mused while examining a strand of the material. Silk is originally from a silkworm. It was the perfect fiber. My eyes landed on a large, complex machine in the corner of the storage room. A loom. Of course there was one. Sitting at the ancient device, I thought of Adriana Balibor's TZI and her final wish. I think I know what you want me to do, I whispered, my hands beginning to move with purpose across the loom, weaving the magical threads into cloth. With the guidance of my predecessor's knowledge and my own name, Jin, I vowed to do this right. I carefully dressed the automata in her new clothes, from her stockings and shoes to her dress and the ribbon in her hair. Everything had to be perfect. She lay on the table, fully restored and dressed, a masterpiece of magic and engineering. I took a deep breath. Let's see, I said to the silent room, time to test my theory. I reached out, pressing my finger against the glowing gem on her chest. Activate. Nothing happened. Her expression remained placid, her body still. My confident smile vanished, replaced by a look of utter confusion. Something wrong? I muttered, leaning in closer. I ran a quick diagnostic with my mind. The magic circuit was good, metabolism was good, the generator was good, everything was functioning perfectly. I slumped with my arms crossed, letting out a long, frustrated groan. I don't get it. Suddenly, a loud growl from my stomach cut through my thoughts. I'd spent so much time in the workshop, I was starving. Better go and find something. I searched the library, nothing. I checked the storage room, where even my spider friend had no snacks to offer. Nothing. Every corner of the vast facility was empty. Nothing. A horrifying thought struck me, my face paling. This place has been deserted for 1,000 years. Even if there was food, it's no longer edible now. Just as despair set in, I remembered something. I turned and looked upon a massive, ornate archway set into the wall, the teleport gate. This should be connected to many towns. Without a second thought, I stepped onto the circular platform at its center. Let's use it for now. I reached out, infusing the device with my magic. Activate. The air crackled with unstable energy. Alarms I couldn't hear screamed in my mind as my newly made clothes began to tear at the seams. What? The runes on the gate flared erratically. This is weird. Could it be? The world dissolved into a blinding flash of light as a single realization hit me: overload. In a quiet forest clearing, a young woman gathering flowers in a wicker basket looked up as a sphere of raw magic detonated among the trees, blasting leaves and dirt into the air. She stared bewildered as a figure stumbled out of the fading light, trailing sparks, before collapsing face first onto the forest floor right at her feet. A low groan escaped his lips as consciousness slowly returned. He lay still, eyes barely slitted open, the world a disorienting blur. Pushing himself up, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He pressed a hand to his temple, his voice a rough whisper, "Where am I?" His question was met by a sharp gasp. A young girl stood frozen in the doorway, a stack of folded linens in her arms, her eyes wide with alarm. With a startled cry she fled, her footsteps pounding down the hallway. He watched her go, utterly bewildered. What just happened? He slid off the bed and moved to the window, peering out at a dense tree line and a rustic wooden building. A sinking feeling settled in his gut. This is definitely not my research room. A gentle voice broke the silence. "Oh, so you're awake." An older woman with kind eyes stood where the girl had been moments before. "My name is Masa, and the little one who ran off is my granddaughter Hannah," she explained. "She was the one who found you, lying unconscious at the edge of the forest." Jin processed this, the pieces slowly clicking into place. "The forest?" He managed a small, grateful smile. "You can call me Jin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hannah," he said, directing his words to the small girl now peeking out from behind her grandmother's leg. Leaning down to her level, Jin offered a warm, genuine smile. "Thank you for saving me." The gesture was too much for the shy girl. With a tiny squeak, she buried her face completely in her grandmother's apron, clinging tightly. As Masa chuckled at her granddaughter's shyness, a loud, insistent growl echoed through the quiet room, originating from Jin's midsection. He froze, a blush creeping up his neck. "Don't mind her," Masa said kindly, patting Hannah's head. Her expression turned more serious. "By the way, how did you end up collapsed in a place like that?" "It's not what you think," Jin stammered, but Masa just laughed heartily. "I knew it. Feeling hungry, are you?" She waved a hand dismissively. "As they say, it's no use preaching to a hungry man. Wait here, I'll make you something to eat." Overwhelmed by her kindness, all Jin could do was offer his sincere thanks as she bustled away. After explaining his situation over a simple meal, Jin was met with a puzzled look from Masa. "A teleport gate?" She mused, arms crossed. "I've never heard of such a thing. It sounds like a dark artifact or perhaps a relic from the ancient times." Jin's curiosity was piqued. "Ancient relics, you say?" "They are magical artifacts forged before the Great Demon War," Masa stated, gesturing toward a dusty shelf of books. Jin's confusion deepened. "Demon War?" Masa's eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me you don't know about it." Seeing his genuine ignorance, she sighed. "Well, I suppose it can't be helped. Please tell me about it," Jin requested earnestly. Masa recounted a grim history. A long time ago, about 300 years from now, a terrible battle between humans and a species from another planet decimated 2/3 of the world's population. Then the demons fought back, and their assault killed half of the magic wielders on this planet. This cataclysm sent our civilization back thousands of years, and all of the advanced technology disappeared. Jin sipped his drink, the timeline clicking into place with a dreadful finality. 300 years ago, that was right after Balabur's death. It's been a long time. Masa's expression softened with concern. "So you can't go back without a teleport gate? Then we have to find it, and quickly." "But in the meantime," she continued, "you can stay here." Jin looked up from his mug, startled by her generosity. "Eh? But I have nothing to repay your kindness," Jin protested, setting his mug down. "You saved me, you gave me food." Masa shook her head firmly. "Hey, I didn't save you because I wanted something in return." Masa's voice lowered. Ever since her parents passed away, she's been so withdrawn and gloomy. "To be honest," Masa confessed, a wistful look in her eyes, seeing a shy girl like her take the initiative to help someone. "It made me really happy." Hearing the girl's story, Jin felt a sense of purpose. "Well, if you'll agree," he offered, "I would like to be her friend." "That's a wonderful offer," Masa's voice replied, filled with relief. "I would be so grateful if you could keep her company." Jin smiled. "It's my pleasure." Masa called her granddaughter over. "Hannah, can you show Jin around the village for me? Oh, and fetch some water on the way too." After a moment's hesitation, Hannah agreed. As they set off, Jin leaned toward her slightly. "So, can you take me around this village?" With a quiet "Oh, okay," she led the way. As they walked along the dirt path between weathered wooden buildings, Jin took in his surroundings. The state of the structures, some with splintered wood and sagging roofs, spoke of a long, hard struggle. The housing condition was poor, a far cry from the world he knew. It's not even close to the research room, he thought grimly. It seems that war had a terrible influence on the technological development here. A cheerful voice pulled him from his thoughts. It's the kid Hannah brought back. So you're awake, huh? Feel better now? A muscular man with a friendly grin stood before them. Startled by the sudden appearance, Jin stammered, yeah, so you're one of the villagers, right? The man pointed a thumb at his chest. Yep, I'm Ashiku, and you are? I'm Jin, nice to meet you, Ashiku-san, he replied. A young woman stepped forward. I'm Babara, and this is my grandpa, Kaibku. He's the village chief. The old man's gaze was sharp. So do you have any plan, kid? Jin answered respectfully, well, I'm currently staying at Hannah-chan's house. The chief stroked his chin, his eyes appraising Jin. My name is Kaibku. Your Jin, is that correct? I see, Kaibku said, his tone leaving no room for argument. I can accept it, as long as you don't bring any trouble to the village. Got it. As the villagers moved on, Jin gazed out at the distant, peaceful mountains. It was a good place, calm and serene. Jin Nielsen, Hannah's small voice called out, pulling him back to the present. She looked up at him with concern. Are you okay? He gave her a reassuring smile. Oh, yeah. A look of determination settled on his face. Guess I have no other choice. He stood a little straighter, his hands on his hips. I'll just have to manage on my own. So where does everyone get their water? Jin asked. Hannah pointed toward a simple stone structure, at that well over there. As Hannah struggled with the heavy rope and bucket, Jin observed the primitive setup. So you guys are using buckets, huh? Seeing her strain, he stepped forward and took the thick rope from her small hands. Here we go. Carrying the heavy bucket with ease, Jin walked beside Hannah. Do you always have to do this heavy work? He asked. She looked at him, surprised by the question. Heavy? No, it's just a daily chore. He glanced down at the sloshing water in the bucket, an idea beginning to form in his mind. The ability to connect with a magic tool, the power to grant a magic favor to anyone. His eyes glinted with newfound resolve. Let's do it. Back at the house, he approached Masa with a question. Is there a blacksmith in the village? Seeing her confusion, he elaborated, yes, someone who can identify materials like copper and iron. Ah, Masa said, understanding dawning, then you can check the former workshop of this house. There are quite a lot of things left. She led him and Hannah into a large, dusty room with a stone forge against one wall. The previous owner of this house used to be a blacksmith before he died, she explained. I don't know what you want to do, but you can take whatever you like, Masa offered. Thank you so much, Jin replied, already moving to a pile of scrap. He picked up a rough chunk of ore, his fingers tracing its surface. Let's see. First, to classify, bronze or maybe tin. I guess it's an alloy of copper and tin. These are familiar materials, so this should be quick, he murmured. Placing his hands on either side of the metallic lump, he focused his energy. Transfusion. A brilliant light erupted from the metal, and with a cry of shock, Hannah jumped back as the ore began to twist and reshape itself under a magical aura. Her initial shock gave way to wide-eyed wonder. What was that? That's so cool, she exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. Are you a wizard, Nielsen? Holding the newly formed object, Jin gave a wry smile. A wizard, eh? Well, it's close enough. Hannah peered curiously at the strange metal contraption he had created. So what is this? She asked. It's called a water pump, he explained. He patted the side of the main cylinder. It's pretty heavy, so we might need a trolley. After assembling a simple wheeled cart, they loaded the various components of the pump onto it. There we go, Jin said, pleased with their progress. You can stand in front and push the handle, he instructed. You mean like this? Hannah asked, taking her position. With a determined grunt, Hannah got the cart moving. It works, she cried happily. Got it, Jin smiled. Now bring this to the well, okay? Meanwhile, Babara voiced her concerns to Masa. Is it really okay to let Hannah go with that kid? Masa watched them from afar, her expression calm. It's fine. He doesn't look like a bad person. Babara was about to reply when she spotted them in the distance. Wait, is that Hannah and Jin over there? They hurried over to find Jin kneeling beside the well, fitting the strange device over the opening. What are you putting on the well? Babara demanded, confused. Why are you covering it up like that? Jin looked up calmly. Wait a minute, Jin, just wait till I'm finished. I'm not covering it, Jin explained patiently. This is called a water pump. It will help you get water easier. Babara stared, dumbfounded. Water, pump, he then turned to Hannah. Hannah-chan, please pull that lever up and down. Eager to help, she grabbed the handle. You mean like this? After a few rhythmic clanks, a gurgling sound came from deep within the well. and then a steady stream of clear, fresh water gushed from the spout. "Whoa, the water is pouring out," Hannah yelled in amazement, barely holding onto the handle. Masa stared at the device, her mind struggling to comprehend. How can it do that? Is this some kind of magic artifact? "No, it's just a normal object," Jin said with a smile. "When you pull the lever up and down, the water will be sucked up thanks to the cylinder." Masa touched her chin, the pieces falling into place. "So that's why you needed the copper, right?" Jin nodded. "Yeah." Hannah tugged excitedly on his sleeve to get his attention. "Jin Nielsen." Her face was beaming, her pigtails bouncing with joy. "It's all thanks to you. From now on, it will be much quicker to get the water." Jin's smile was warm and genuine as he looked down at the happy girl. "You're welcome," he said, his gaze falling on the simple machine that had brought so much joy. A few weeks passed. Jin stood back, hands on his hips, admiring his handiwork on a newly repaired wooden wall. "That should do it." A familiar voice called out, "Hey, Jin." It was Ashiku pushing a sturdy new trolley. "This trolley is very good, thanks a lot," Jin smiled. "Oh, hi Ashiku-san, I'm glad you like it." From a nearby stable, the chief watched with a pleased expression. "The chief is very happy since you fixed his stable," Ashiku mentioned. "He's even saying that kid can stay in the village for a while." He watched as the villagers went about their day, their lives made a little easier by his creations. A quiet smile touched his lips. "Adriana Balaber, I think I'm starting to understand the mission of a magic meister." His gaze swept over the happy scene, children playing by the pump, men working with new tools, Hannah waving to him. "Is to make everyone happy." A voice called out, "Sensei." His gaze drifted toward the jagged peaks in the distance, where a strange, thin plume snaked its way into the sky. "Smoke," he murmured, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. A small voice broke his concentration. "Huh, why do you keep looking at Death Mountain?" Hannah asked, her expression a mixture of concern and confusion. He turned to her, his brow furrowed. "Why is it called Death Mountain?" She didn't hesitate. "It's because birds that come near that area die immediately." Hannah explained with an unnerving cheerfulness. "It's due to the miasma that comes out from the mountain." He echoed the unfamiliar word miasma. His mind raced, connecting the pieces, the smoke, the dead birds, the miasma. He stroked his chin, a theory forming. Maybe it's volcanic gas. If it's a volcano, then maybe. Hannah tugged on her small walker, her patience wearing thin. "Why are you just standing there? Let's go home." Snapped out of his thoughts, he stammered, "Ah, yeah." Though he'd grown accustomed to the rustic life, some inconveniences grated on him. Hannah proudly presented a bucket of water. "Come and clean yourself, Nielsen," she chirped. But as he dabbed at his skin with a damp cloth, he grimaced. It was a laborious and unsatisfying way to wash away the day's grime. "Cuh, I don't feel any relaxed at all," he muttered, the effort of adapting weighing on him. Seated on a stool, he sighed, contemplating the tedious process of heating water with a kettle and stove just for a proper bath. His thoughts drifted back to the mountain. A hot spring, huh? The idea, once a distant possibility, now seemed like a vital necessity. He stood, a new resolve hardening his features. The lack of proper tools was a frustrating obstacle, but he had an alternative. If using magic can solve that problem, it would be incredible. Kneeling, he placed his palm flat against the earth. "Let's try it." Geological measurement. A brilliant, intricate magic circle erupted from his hand, spreading across the ground as a low hum vibrated through the soil. As the magical energy flowed into the earth, his senses expanded. While finding mineral deposits was a higher priority, the allure of a hot spring was too strong to ignore. "If I can pinpoint its exact location, all I have to do is dig it up." He mused before a more practical concern surfaced, "But I'll probably need permission for this." He made his way to the village headman's residence, a simple but sturdy wooden structure raised on stilts. The old man leaned on his cane, his expression skeptical. "A hot spring, you say?" he rasped. "No one has ever found hot water from any of the wells around here." Barbara, the headman's granddaughter, clasped her hands together. "Then it would be great, Grandpa. A hot spring is very good for your health." The headman considered this, then gave a slow nod. "If it's for the benefit of the villagers, I have no objection. Take whatever you want." As Jin expressed his thanks, the headman added, "By the way, a group of merchants will be coming to the village soon. They visit every 2 months, bringing salt, sugar, food, and clothes." As they left, Jin turned to Barbara. "I've never seen the villagers using any kind of currency." She smiled. "That's because in this village, people tend to exchange products with each other." The headman's parting words echoed in his mind, a gentle weight of expectation. "For the sake of the villagers, I hope you try your best, young man." Leaving the headman's house, Jin began the trek back, pulling a handcart piled high with firewood. The path was quiet, leaving him to his thoughts. No currency exchanges. This is rather inconvenient, he sighed, but there's nothing I can do to change this. He closed his eyes for a moment, a wave of frustration washing over him. I wish I could help them more. A sudden rustling from the cart behind him made him startle. Eh? He spun around to find Hannah and the other children popping up from within the firewood, their faces beaming. What the? A small hand tugged at his sleeve. What are you doing? Hannah asked. He stared at them, bewildered. When did you all hide in there? Shaking his head, he gestured to the barren, rocky clearing around them. I'm planning to build a hot spring here. His announcement was met with a barrage of questions. What's a hot spring? Why do you have to build it? I don't understand. He held up a hand, silencing the chorus of confusion. Keep quiet and follow me. Leading the children to a suitable spot, he declared, first I'll have to make a bathing area. He raised his hand, fingers poised as magical energy began to swirl around them. The first step is to use earth magic. With a sharp gesture, the ground before them cracked and shifted, sinking to form a perfect rectangular basin. The children gasped in amazement. Incredible, you dug those holes in the blink of an eye. Is this the hot spring? He shook his head with a small smile. Not yet, this is just the beginning. Placing his hands on the ground again, he focused his power. Next is, penetrate. A brilliant light shot from his palms deep into the earth. With a tremendous roar, a geyser of water erupted from the ground, filling the basin he had created. "Wah!" The children screamed with delight. This is awesome. As the torrent subsided, he knelt by the edge to inspect his work. It's all finished. Let me see. He dipped his hand into the newly formed pool, only to snatch it back with a hiss. Steam rose from his fingertips. It's so hot. The children, already stripping off their outer clothes, began to rush forward. He quickly jumped up, holding them back. Now hold on a minute. The water is still very hot. An idea struck him. Why don't you help me build a roof and fences? The children, eager to contribute, immediately raised their hands and makeshift tools. Of course, he grinned, their enthusiasm infectious. Then I'll count on you. As he worked alongside Hannah, setting a post into the ground, a flicker of memory surfaced. This reminds me of the orphanage. The memory was vivid, the place where he was abandoned, but also the place where he was raised, surrounded by other children and the kind woman who cared for them. A pang of melancholy hit him. I hope they're doing great. I wonder if everyone is okay. Hannah's strained voice pulled him back to the present. Ah, hurry up and help me. He blinked, shaking off the memory. Oops, sorry, I spaced out a bit. With a final push, the work was done. He stepped back, announcing, "We're all done, kids." Before them stood a magnificent open-air bath, complete with a sturdy wooden fence and a simple roof, steam rising gently from the clear water. The children cheered, their faces alight with pride and excitement. He scratched his cheek, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. At first I planned to build it simple, but maybe I was a little too excited. Hannah peered into the smallest, shallowest pool by the edge. This looks shallow. It's like a pool to wash your feet. He smiled, pointing a finger to the sky. That's exactly what it is. And since you all helped me build this spring, I'll let you be my first guests as a reward. Have fun. Before he could finish, a wave of warm water splashed across his face as the children cannonballed into the main pool, laughing and shouting, "Jin-san, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and join us." Sinking into the soothing heat, Jin let out a long, contented sigh. The tension melted from his shoulders as he finally allowed himself to relax. He closed his eyes, feeling utterly revived, so relaxed. A voice called out from beside him, "Jin Nielsen." He opened his eyes to see Hannah, her hands cupped together. "I found this at the bottom," she said, revealing a small, glistening stone. "Is this a gemstone?" He took the small object from her, holding it up to his eye for a closer look. Let me see." One of the boys chimed in, "You can find those at the river bank, too. Sometimes I find them in other places." Jin turned the stone over in his palm. It could just be a common stone, but something felt different. Hold on. Focusing his intent, he activated his skill. A faint light enveloped the stone as information flooded his mind. Analyze. His eyes widened in surprise. Magic stone from a volcano. I don't see any of these at the lab. A magical rock, huh? He closed his fist around the stone, a slow smile spreading across his face. Let's keep it for now. I have a feeling it can be of great use in the future. A few days later, the familiar rumble of wagons announced the arrival of the traveling merchants. A young merchant stood atop his cart, his voice ringing through the village square. "People, please come and take a look. This is our fresh pack of products. We have salt, sugar, and many other goods." Jin watched from a distance as a crowd quickly formed around the merchant's wagon. "There are so many people here," he observed. "I'd like to take a look, but with this crowd." A voice called his name, cutting through the market chatter. Hey Jin-kun, he turned to see Barbara hurrying toward him. She pointed back toward the center of the village. My grandpa wants you to come to the well. The village chief, Jin wondered what it could be about. When he arrived, the chief was waiting for him, accompanied by a tall man in traveler's clothes. Ah, you've arrived, Jin-kun, the chief greeted him. The stranger stepped forward, offering a confident smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Roland. I'm a merchant. His eyes held a sharp, appraising glint. I apologize for making you come all the way here, but there's something I want to ask. Jin gave a slight bow. I'm Nidajin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Roland gestured expansively at the village around them. This village has changed significantly since I was last here 2 months ago. The houses and fences are all repaired, and those trolleys are quite interesting. He then patted the metal contraption beside him. But the most special thing is this water pump, a tool to suck water up from the well. This is amazing. Jin gave a weak laugh, thinking to himself, I'm not the one who invented this, you know. Jin's expression remained flat. Can you speak straight to the point? I'm not here for flattery. Roland's demeanor sharpened, his eyes locking onto Jin's. And I'm not flattering you, you are truly talented. This water pump is extremely valuable. The merchant turned to the village chief. The chief said you're the one who made this. Jin met his gaze directly. That's true, I made it. Roland's face lit up with determination, his hands clasped together in a gesture of appeal. Please, sell it to me. Jin's response was immediate and blunt. Not a chance. The merchant and the chief stared, stunned by the flat refusal. Not one to be deterred, Roland grabbed Jin by the arm, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Wait a second, we can discuss this. Money's not a problem, you can have whatever you want. The village chief looked at Jin, his brow wrinkled with confusion. Jin-kun, why do you refuse? Selling this won't do you any harm. Jin looked at the old man, his expression unreadable. Grandpa, if you think so, then please follow me. He led them to the stone-walled building that served as his workshop. Inside, he gestured for them to enter. A workshop? Roland asked, looking around at the various tools and materials. Just come here and take a look, Jin replied. He gestured to his nearly empty shelves and workbench. To make that water pump the trolleys and to repair everything in the village, I've used up all the materials I have. Roland immediately countered, if it's because of the materials, then we can nope. Jin cut him off. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Jin stated plainly, to be frank, I don't want to build it anymore. I made it because I thought it would be convenient for me, but now, I'm not in the mood. He pointed to a collection of intricate parts and half-finished mechanisms on his table. Now I'm in the process of making some new stuff, so technically, I'm completely busy. He added as if it were an afterthought, and even if I agree to mass-produce it, it can't be as good as the first one. Yep, that's it. Roland pinched the bridge of his nose, letting out a frustrated sigh. Is that so, then, if that's the case? The merchant looked up, his eyes gleaming with a new strategy. Can you teach me how to build those things? The question hung in the air. Teach you? Jin murmured, and then a memory flashed in his mind, the words of the goddess who sent him here, the power I give you, the power to grant magic favors to anyone. A slow grin spread across his face. Oh, I totally forgot. He turned to the stunned merchant. I can sell you the method of making it. From outside the workshop, a voice boomed, what? The door creaked open and a new figure stepped inside. Sorry to keep you waiting. The young man, clad in a mage's cloak, offered a polite bow. My name is Eric, pleasure to meet you. Eric's eyes were wide with admiration as he looked from the pump to Jin. I took a look at the machine. Jin-san is such a powerful wizard. Jin blinked, caught off guard. What do you mean, wizard? Eric laughed, waving a hand dismissively. Don't worry, I'm not jealous about you using magic or anything like that. I couldn't even make such a complex object myself. Roland clapped Eric on the shoulder. This kid used to study at Cecilio Magic Academy. He should understand this aspect more than me. Seizing the opportunity, Jin slammed a chunk of bronze ore onto the table. Here's the bronze ore. Eric leaned forward, listening intently as Jin began his explanation. The mechanism of a water pump is that when you pull the lever, air pressure is applied to the piston, sucking water up the cylinder. Every part is made from this material right here. Jin smiled, picking up the ore. First, you'll need to make a cylinder. Before Eric could respond, Jin's hands glowed. The bronze ore melted and reformed in an instant, stretching into a perfectly smooth, gleaming cylinder that he set on the table. Done. Eric could only stare, his mouth agape. Ha! The young mage finally found his voice, sputtering, What the hell did you just do? Jin looked at him, genuinely confused by the question. Huh, did what? I just transformed it. Ignoring Eric's horrified expression, Jin continued the demonstration. This is the exterior shell. Another piece of bronze morphed and wrapped itself around the cylinder. Now I will connect it with the cylinder. Eric exploded, slamming his fist on the table. How the hell would I be able to do this? Jin stared back, a sudden, profound realization dawning on him. You're not. For the first time, he truly understood the gulf between his abilities and those of a normal person. He clenched his fist, a strange feeling bubbling up inside him. So this is what it's actually like to be an unordinary human. The idea of a hot spring suddenly seemed like a wonderful way to change the subject. Seeing Eric's flustered state, Jin offered a friendly smile. How about I take you to the hot spring to relax, then it's up to you to practice during your time staying here. He placed a hand on his chest, reflecting on the nature of his power. To transfer everything I have is impossible, but this power is quite amazing. A sense of purpose settled over him. He adjusted his collar, his gaze firm and clear. Even just a part of it, I will spread these abilities out. I'm the one who can help them. He held up his hand, looking at the fingers that could shape metal as if it were clay. He would use this gift to create masterpieces for this world. He was about to make a grand declaration when Roland and Eric suddenly rushed him, their eyes wide with a new, frantic obsession. You actually built that hot spring. Please teach us how to do it. They bowed deeply, their voices united in a desperate plea. I beg you, please show me. Jin sighed, his moment of heroic resolve completely shattered. Jin-san, look at this. Eric eagerly presented his creation, a metallic device gleaming in the light. How is this water pump I just made? Jin took it, his eyes scanning the craftsmanship with a critical eye before a small smile touched his lips. Looks good. The parts are firmly processed. This is perfect. A wave of relief washed over Eric, who let out a heavy sigh as Jin added, so you've finally done it, huh? Eric's gaze then fell upon Jin's workbench, where an unfamiliar device sat among scattered tools and materials. But Jin-san, what are you doing? He asked, gesturing towards the strange metal box. Jin picked up a small component. Oh, you mean this? The object on the table was a compact metallic stove. This is a gas stove, Jin explained, which is used to light up a fire. Eric could only stare, bewildered. Gas stove, huh? As they walked along a forest path later, Eric was still marveling at the invention. A gas stove, such an incredible magic tool. Jin, meanwhile, felt a quiet satisfaction. Everything's going well, he thought. I am relieved. He held a small, dark gem up to the light, pinching it between his fingers. It was thanks to the magic stone that I picked up in the river. It seemed to me that Kaina village didn't have any kind of resources, but I was wrong. With a confident smile, Jin wagged a finger. And about that thermal yield and magic control method, there are still improvements that need to be made. I'll show you later. Eric waved a hand, completely overwhelmed. Those things might be too complex for me. I couldn't have wished for anything more than learning to create that water pump. A thought suddenly struck Eric, and he looked at Jin with a new curiosity. By the way, you from another country, right, Jin-san? Jin simply confirmed, yeah. As they walked, Eric glanced back towards a distant wagon. Even though I am happy with such an achievement, there are still more things to learn, like that trolley from earlier. Jin looked over, intrigued. Is that so? Then you will have to pay taxes, Eric stated plainly. The word hit Jin with an unexpected weight, his expression turning serious. Taxes, huh? Eric scratched the back of his head, trying to recall the details. I think the tax collector will arrive in autumn. Jin's mind raced with the practicalities. Taxes, do I pay that with cash? Wading through a field of tall grass, Eric shook his head. No, I heard this from another person, but it seems Kaina village isn't the only one. In many other rural areas, currency circulation is also very difficult. Jin accepted this with a quiet, I guess that's true. Every year the tax collector will come and stay at Toka village, Eric explained. Jin's brow furrowed in concentration. Where is that? Eric used a stick to trace a crude map in the dirt, pointing to a spot some distance away. It's the nearby village. It takes about 3 days on horse. Jin stared at the simple drawing, his concern growing. That's not near at all. Eric, a man's voice called from the direction of the wagon. Eric turned, smiling. By that time the tax collector will have arrived here. Jin's mind was already spinning, his hand stroking his chin in thought. I see. Then during that time I will have to think of a way to build a car. Eric turned to leave, raising a hand in farewell. We have to go. I have to go, Jin-san. We'll meet again in the future. Jin waved back as the small party prepared to depart. Okay. As the wagon began to pull away, Jin's thoughts returned to the impending deadline. So the tax collector will stay here for a short while, if that's the case. With the problem of transportation now firmly lodged in his mind, Jin decided to clear his head with a walk through the forest, the distant mountains standing sentinel against the sky. He soon came across a familiar face crouching by the path. "Ah, morning Ne-chan," Hana said, looking up from her basket. "Morning, Hana." She held up her collection proudly. "I am here to pick up tea leaves. Oh, and I can also collect tree sap by letting it pour into a cup." A spark of an idea ignited in Jin's mind. "Thanks a lot, Hana." Hana watched curiously as he examined a bowl of the thick, milky liquid she had gathered. "What's that for?" she asked. Jin's expression was serious. "To produce rubber." "I know that there are some incredible resources near this village," he mused, looking at the line of trees tapped for their resin. "And tree resin is one of them." Rubber, Hana's voice echoed in the quiet clearing. "Yeah," Jin confirmed, his mind already working through the possibilities. As he walked back towards his workshop, he chided himself for the oversight. I haven't even considered collecting sap from trees before. Back in his workshop, he placed a newly forged part on the table with a solid thud. "I wonder if this can help with the improvement of the trolleys," he thought, picking up a precisely crafted ball bearing, just in time. With all the metal components laid out before him, rings, bearings, and hubs, he felt a surge of excitement. "Now I can finally mix the tires with rubber. It should be done soon. First I will match them into pairs." He levitated the small metal spheres, a faint glow of magic enveloping his hands. "Adjusting their weight is a piece of cake. This should be fun." For the wheels and hubs, I'll use transforming magic. The metal warped and reformed under his touch, the task demanding immense focus. This job needs extremely skillful craftsmanship. He looked from the finished metalwork to the bowl of raw latex. "The problem here is rubber." He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Maybe I should add some sulfur into the rubber to sulfurize it, which makes it more elastic." Since natural rubber is very hard, adding sulfur is necessary. Luckily, sulfur can be found near the mineral hot springs. With a focused whisper, he commanded fusion, and a bright light flared as the two substances combined. He produced 2 small blocks of the new material to test them. "Now let us try out the elastic feature." He pressed down on each in turn. "This one is soft, this is hard." Satisfied with the texture of the softer sample, he held it up with a slight, pleased smile. "This should do it." Kneeling on the floor, he began fitting the new, dark tire onto a large spoked wheel. "It's a little unfortunate that I don't have enough materials for coloring, but its appearance is not that bad. I'll use soot instead." He stood back to admire the finished wheel mounted on the trolley. "If this one works out, I'll continue making the others." His gaze then fell to the leftover material on his workbench. "Now what do I do with the extra rubber?" He picked up a piece, an idea forming. "Ah yes, that will do." The next morning he was roused by an urgent voice. Oni-chan, come here, look." A sleepy Jin followed Hana outside to find her and the other children straining to move the heavy cart. "Huh, what are you doing?" With a determined cry, Hana gave a mighty heave. "Watch this." The wheels creaked but barely turned. "You see, it's so fun," she exclaimed, flexing a tiny bicep with a proud grin. "Look how strong I am." From the side, Jin gave her an encouraging smile. "Good." He gave her a thumbs up, his smile widening into a knowing grin. "It's working perfectly." The children in the cart exchanged confused glances, and Hana's triumphant expression faltered. Hana's face fell, her cheeks puffing out in a pout. "Such a waste of my efforts," she grumbled. "You were so mean, you made me think that I was really strong." Jin chuckled. "It's all right, that's just an improved version of the trolley. Here, take this as an apology gift." He held out a white, round object. "Look closely." Hana eyed it suspiciously. "What's this white, round object?" With a flick of his wrist, Jin bounced the object. It shot high into the air with a soft whoosh. "Whoa!" Hana gasped, her pout forgotten as her eyes widened in wonder. "This is amazing." Jin caught it neatly. "That's a rubber ball." She took it from him, her small hands testing its strange, yielding texture. Rubber ball. A look of dawning comprehension crossed her face as she squeezed the ball. "Ah, this one is made from the resin of those trees earlier." "Bingo," Jin confirmed, pointing a finger for emphasis. "The wheels of the trolley you pulled are also made of the same material." Hana let out a small still squeezing the fascinating new toy. "Since this ball can float on water," Jin added, gesturing towards the nearby spring, "you can bring it to play with." Hana's face lit up. "Okay." True to his word, the ball became the center of a joyous, splashing game. Jin watched the children from the edge of the water with a fond smile. "Hey Jin-kun," a familiar voice called out. He turned to see Barbara approaching with a friendly wave. Hi, Babara-san. So you Ray looking after the kids? Thank you for spending time with them. Her expression then turned troubled. I heard that from now on, entering the hot spring will be charged. Jin paused, taking in the news. Barbara's attention was drawn to Hana, who was bobbing comfortably in the water inside an inflated ring. Jin-kun, what is that? Jin pointed. That, oh, it's a float. A float, she repeated, unfamiliar with the term. You made it, didn't you? I have never heard of such a thing, Barbara said, amazed. Jin simply nodded. Yeah. That thing, it can be used by adults, right? Barbara wondered aloud. And so, while the villagers of Kaina village began to enjoy all the new objects, the seasons quietly turned. The weather had begun its shift and leaves drifted down from the trees around them. Leaves are falling. Hana observed cheerfully as she walked beside Jin. That's the sign of autumn. He watched a leaf spiral to the ground, a pang of nostalgia hitting him. Autumn, huh? It seemed this world had seasons, too. Leaves are falling, Hana chirped, her collection basket bouncing on her back. That's the sign of autumn. Jin walked beside her, a pensive look on his face. Autumn, huh? The familiar cycle of seasons sent his thoughts drifting back to Japan. So this world is the same in that way, he mused. His reflection was shattered by a sudden hey. He turned to find a horse's head nearly in his face. Excuse me, the animal seemed to say. Jin recoiled, stammering, pardon, a horse. No, you're looking at the wrong place, a new voice corrected, coming from below, over here. Jin's bewilderment deepened as he saw a pair of armored legs tangled in the harness, an upside-down girl peering at him. What kind of reality is this? He muttered as the girl pleaded, can you guys help me out? With a soft thud, her boots hit the ground. Phew. Thanks for helping, she sighed, brushing herself off. I'm on my way to Kaina village. I accidentally spaced out and lost my balance. Jin, still processing the bizarre introduction, found his voice. This might be a little rude, but what's your business there? Oh, about that? The girl rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. Kaina village is my next work destination, to collect tax. Realizing the weight of her title, she stood straighter, holding her helmet before her like a shield. Yes, from now on I will be in charge of Kaina village. I am Lithia Falhite, a tax collector. So you're Kaina's villagers? Lithia exclaimed. Jin offered a polite nod. I apologize for my rudeness. I am Jin, who is currently living at Kaina village. Beside him, Hana added, my name is Hana. A look of relief washed over Lithia's face. Well, could you guys show me the way there? She asked, fidgeting with her gauntlets. Of course, Jin replied without hesitation. As the familiar wooden buildings of the village came into view, Lithia's voice was filled with sincere gratitude. You guys have helped me a lot. I'm truly grateful. This is my first task from the king, she admitted, looking a bit overwhelmed. I've just recently become a noble, so I guess I don't look like one. She clutched her helmet, her expression turning serious. To put it simply, I'm a commoner granted the title of a knight due to my father's achievements on the battlefield. And if I can do this task right, I can be a knight too. So becoming a knight is your purpose, right? Jin surmised. Lithia's gaze drifted towards the horizon. Yes, I keep reminding myself that I have to become useful for the society. She gave a small, flustered laugh. If I could somehow manage to achieve that, it would be nice. Sorry for bragging about things like this. It's fine, Jin reassured her gently. Jin gestured towards a sturdy-looking building with a thatched roof. This is the village chief's house. I think he's home right now, Lithia-san. As they approached, Lithia stopped, her eyes fixed on the well. Sorry, there's something I want to ask. So your village also has a water pump, huh? This thing has just been released at the palace recently, Lithia explained. The first one who introduced it at Raglan Fair is Mr. Roland. Hana puffed out her chest, indignant. Hey sis, Oni-chan was the one who made this. Lithia's eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be, don't tease me like that, she offered a placating smile. Okay, I'll speak with the village chief about this later. As Lithia led her horse away, Hana tugged on Jin's sleeve. Why didn't you say anything? That water pump is your creation. Jin touched his chin, considering. About that. Eric must have made some of them in other villages as well. Really so? Hana began, still looking unconvinced. Jin simply smiled. It's fine by me as long as people can live a more comfortable life. I guess that's your personality, Oni-chan, Hana sighed. Jin's reasoning was more pragmatic. It's better for me to not get involved with government officials. I only care about making items that are useful to our daily lives. The village chief took a sip of his tea. So is there any problem with this year's taxes? No thing, it's all good, Lithia confirmed. Then when are you going to move to Toka village? He inquired. She raised her cup. I guess I'll set off tomorrow. The chief began to reminisce the previous tax collectors usually, but Lithia cut him off, her eyes flashing with resolve. I'm not them. Changing the subject, Lithia leaned forward with a new line of inquiry. By the way, I want to ask you a question. Purchasing that water pump must be really expensive, isn't it? The chief looked puzzled. Huh, oh, we didn't buy that. Someone made that for us. Was it that Jin guy from earlier? Lithia pressed. The chief nodded slowly. The items Roland possesses were provided and instructed by him. Lithia clutched her helmet, her mind reeling. So, it's really true, then that girl Hana was telling the truth, he looks so common. The chief sighed, rubbing his temple, I can't even believe it myself. But he has made so much new stuff recently, the chief continued, like gas stoves, rubber wheels, and the like. Huh, he also made other things, Lithia gasped. Leaning forward eagerly, Lithia asked, can you show me those objects? The chief chuckled, not a problem. Barbara, a young woman entering with a tea tray, jumped. Me. Barbara led a wide-eyed Lithia on a tour of Jin's creations, starting with the strange, bouncy rubber made from tree sap. Next, she demonstrated the smooth rolling cart, its wheels clad in the same resilient material. Finally, inside a kitchen, a portable stove hissed to life with a controlled flame, a marvel that left Lithia speechless before they headed to the next wonder. To cap off the tour, they soaked their weary muscles in the steaming waters of the hot spring. So this is an onsen, eh? Lithia murmured, her body relaxing completely. These are such amazing inventions. This is so relaxing. She looked over at Barbara. Is it? This is made by Jin-kun, too. After seeing his work, I've finally understood, Lithia said, a thoughtful look on her face, what it's like to really deserve the title of a knight. Despite having such a purpose, I don't even know what I have or need to do. Barbara smiled gently. If you're here anyway, then let's discuss this problem of yours together. Lithia blinked in surprise. Sure. Later, Barbara led a freshly clothed Lithia to Jin's workshop. Jin-kun, there's a big problem. When he emerged, Lithia stepped forward, bowing her head. Excuse me, I want to apologize. I'm terribly sorry for my rude behavior from before. I thought Hana was teasing me. Jin waved a hand dismissively. It's nothing. Jin-san, she began, her voice filled with awe, the water pump, gas stove, trolley, rubber ball, and even an onsen. They're all so useful for our daily lives. I don't even know. She clutched her helmet to her chest, her voice dropping to a near whisper. Whether my dream to become a knight is right or not, does it really help for others? Jin shook his head. I'm not that great of a man. It's true that magic is amazing, but I just received it from someone else. He held up a hand as if grasping something unseen. The making of those objects. I cannot make those things on my own. His gaze sharpened with conviction. Personally, I don't consider those as magic but as a favor, and I want to continue passing this on. He offered a warm, encouraging smile. I do it because that is what I am capable of doing. Lithia-san can also do it. All you have to do is get started. Even I can do it, she whispered, hope dawning in her eyes. Yeah, Jin confirmed. Lithia looked down at her helmet, a slow smile spreading across her face. That's right, I've been searching for this answer for a long time. Her entire demeanor changed, now bright and full of purpose. As a tax collector, I would like to ask for a favor, she declared, pumping her fists. Can you please lend me some trolleys to carry my luggage? I have to move tomorrow. Jin, who had been turning to go inside, froze. Tomorrow. Lantern in hand, Jin surveyed his stock of carts in the warehouse. 1, 2, 3, he counted, the light glinting off 12 metal frames. I could have made a few more adjustments, but this will have to do. He sighed, a headache forming. There's still some checking and fixing available. I need to do that now. As he knelt to inspect a wheel, another project surfaced in his mind. Oh, I almost forgot about that robot doll I repaired at the lab. I wonder if she works or not. He glanced out at the moon hanging over the dark hills. Maybe I'd need to properly check her once I go back. Miles away in the sterile quiet of his laboratory, the doll sat motionless on a workbench, a silent, waiting figure. And then a faint light shimmered within the gemstone on her collar. Her eyes, once vacant, now held a focused, indifferent gaze, as if processing 1,000 silent calculations for what she should do next. The hulking, dragon-like beast roared, its maw wide enough to swallow her whole. The android girl, dwarfed by its sheer mass, simply stared back with an unnervingly placid expression. You're in the way, she stated, her voice devoid of fear. She raised a hand, palm open, and a torrent of raw power answered her call. Thunderstrike, she commanded. A blinding fork of lightning tore through the sky, striking the beast and engulfing it in an incandescent cage of pure energy, its roar turning into a shriek of agony before being silenced forever. She stood over the smoldering, blackened corpse, the air thick with the scent of ozone and cooked flesh. Wisps of smoke curled up from the charred ground, it seems. This sector is clear, she concluded, her gaze sweeping over the twitching, dismembered remains of other, lesser monsters that had met a similar fate. With the immediate threats neutralized, she completed her primary task. The pyramidal frame of the teleportation gate shimmered into full activation before her. Teleportation gate installation completed. Commencing transport back to the lab, she announced to the silent forest as a brilliant column of light erupted from the gate, piercing the clouds. The disorienting flash faded, leaving her not in the sterile confines of the laboratory but standing before a crumbling stone edifice, transported to the wrong location. Again, she sighed, a flicker of frustration crossing her features. I wish the transporting radius could be a little wider. It would be better if it could keep up with the magic vibrations. She examined the device in her hands, a frown touching her lips. The teleportation gate is out of control. This is troublesome. A moment of doubt flickered but was just as quickly extinguished by a core directive. No, I can't give up now. A cascade of fragmented memories surfaced. She had once believed everything would be fine so long as she didn't lose track of father, but then after she finished rebooting he was simply gone. A cold certainty settled in her processors. After her mission is accomplished, the corruption process, her own decay, will begin. Mother has already gone. She recalled the thought a hollow echo. Her gaze fell upon her own hands. Then what about father? Is this body his work? The realization sparked a new imperative. I have to thank him for this. Her search began in the vast, silent archives, the towering shelves of data cores stretching into the gloom. Where is father? She called into the emptiness. Next, she moved to the laboratory, peering cautiously around the doorframe into the familiar space of machinery and half-finished projects. Father, are you there? She whispered. There was no reply. She stood alone in the center of the sterile room, the silence a heavy, suffocating weight. The truth struck her with the force of a physical blow, her eyes widening in horrified understanding. Father is gone. A desperate hope flickered as she turned toward the lab's main exit. Maybe he went outside. She reasoned, though a deeper analysis suggested a flaw in that logic. To be precise, since I no longer have a long-distance magic vibration radar, I can't sense his aura. Her search led her to a sealed chamber and her sensors picked up a faint hum. Inside, a massive, ornate teleportation gate stood, glowing with latent energy. Could it be the teleportation gate? She drew closer, her diagnostic eye confirming the residual energy signatures. It was activated. She murmured, the implications dawning on her. Did father leave through this thing? Peering into the shimmering, unstable portal, she found only chaotic energy patterns instead of clear coordinates. I wonder where this leads to. I can't locate the exact destination anymore. A flicker of panic entered her voice. Is it an error? Unknown destination or not, her course was set. With newfound purpose, she strode down the corridor. I need to get ready. She located the gate's installation guide in a storage locker and began methodically gathering supplies. I don't have much food for the trip, but I guess I can exchange some on the way. I only have mother's clothes, but it fits me so that's fine. She packed bandages and medicine, running a quick threat assessment. I'll be in trouble if I get injured. Then I can just use magic stones to make some when these things run out. With a soft grunt, she hoisted the comically oversized pack onto her small frame, the weight causing her to stagger for a moment. This should be enough. Standing before the swirling vortex of the portal, she took a steadying breath she didn't need. I'm ready, she declared, her voice ringing with determination. Let's go and find father. Her journey was a chaotic blur of alien landscapes and hostile creatures. She crossed barren plains littered with the corpses of strange beasts she had slain, navigated treacherous mountain passes, and on more than one occasion found herself unceremoniously deposited face first into an unforgiving environment. Through bustling towns and desolate wilds she walked, the heavy pack a constant companion, her singular goal the only thing driving her forward. A dozen teleportations became 100, then 1,000. The years bled into centuries. Her internal chronometer logged 1014 years. She had traversed 1601 worlds under the light of 27 alien suns and 8 unfamiliar moons. Even so, there was still no sign of father. But even after a millennium of searching, her resolve was unbreakable. I cannot stop. Her objective remained unfulfilled. Without hesitation, she activated the gate once more. Next is. She materialized with a soft thump, finding herself buried up to her waist in a deep, soft drift of snow. A snowy mountain, she assessed, struggling against the powder. Gate installation here seems quite impossible. I have to find another area. Her diagnostics were interrupted by a violent tremor as something immense erupted from the snow nearby. I can't move. It was a horrifying giant, a vaguely humanoid torso rippling with muscle from which sprouted a multitude of powerful, writhing arms. The creature loomed over her, its many-eyed gaze fixing on her as easy prey. Designation: Hecatoncheires. The 100-arms giant she identified calmly. Was it attracted by the transporting's magic aura, or did it just consider me as its prey? Anyway, that was way too close. With a guttural roar, the giant swung a dozen fists at once. A concussive blast of air and snow erupted where she stood, but she had already deployed a defensive barrier, absorbing the blow. Her shield held, but the Hecatoncheires was already changing tactics, its powerful hands tearing a massive boulder from the frozen earth. "This is tough," she noted, weighing her options. "What should I? Maybe I should toss my belongings out and fight properly." As the giant hurled the colossal rock, she met it not with evasion but with overwhelming force. She thrust a single, small fist forward. The moment her knuckles connected with the boulder, a spiderweb of cracks erupted across its surface, and it exploded into 1,000 pieces. The impact sent a jarring shock up her arm, but she stood her ground amidst the falling debris. Her expression hardened. "I guess there's no other choice." Her internal systems flared to life as she began to float, energy crackling around her. Ether converter, increasing operating speed. Mana drive, increasing overall capacity. She drew an elemental matter from the air itself. Initiate the elemental material collecting sequence to form a magic weapon. Initiate movement enhancing mechanism. Activate the outer radiation of magic fibers. Her voice dropped, taking on an ominous tone, commencing the ultimate offensive technique. A sphere of pure, incandescent energy materialized before her, swirling with unimaginable power. She unleashed it in a devastating torrent. Mana explosion. The beam of raw magic struck the Hecatoncheires head-on, engulfing it in a blinding flash of light. As the glare subsided, revealing nothing but a crater in the scorched snow, she calmly stated, "Assault completed." She stood for a moment, marveling at the power she wielded. Father's enhancements are so incredible. Then something else registered on her short-range sensors, a faint, familiar flicker in the distance. This magic aura. It was weak, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. Although it's frail, I can still sense that it belongs to Father. A genuine, hopeful smile touched her lips for the first time in centuries. "I have to quickly find him. Father, please wait for me. I will find you soon." With her pack shouldered once more, she set off at a run, a silent plea echoing in her mind. "Please be okay." Miles away, on a winding canyon path, a line of men strained against heavy, wheeled carts, hauling goods under the afternoon sun. A young man named Jin paused to take a long gulp from his waterskin, letting out a weary sigh. "Do you need some rest, Jin?" a burly, headband-wearing man named Rock asked, approaching him. Jin shook his head. "Don't worry about me, Rock-san, I can still continue." Rock gestured ahead toward the towering cliffs. "Just hold on for a while longer. Past those cliffs and we'll arrive at Toka village. With this pace, we can make it before the sun sets." "Thanks to your trolleys, we are able to do it incredibly fast in just one trip," Rock said gratefully. "Without you, we would have to repeat this kind of job countless times." Jin looked back at the line of carts. "It's still going to be tough. I think it can take about 2-3 days to finish everything." Jin looked down, abashed. "So if there's anything I can do to help." Rock cut him off with a hearty laugh, clapping him on the shoulder. "Stop with that indebted face of yours. You can leave the laboring to me." Rock gestured for him to conserve his strength. "There's other important work for you to take care of. If these things break, you are the only one who can fix them, you know, so you can just save your energy for now." Jin looked ahead at the path. "I guess you're right." His words were cut short by a deafening crash from the front of the column, followed by a panicked shout. Jin and Rock spun around in alarm, their eyes wide. "Hey, what happened?" a female knight traveling with them demanded, her hand flying to her sword. Their gazes followed the sound, dropping to the source of the commotion. One of the carts had been smashed to splinters under a colossal iron foot. Jin stared in disbelief as he looked up and up at the towering figures that had appeared from nowhere. 2 immense iron golems stood over the wreckage, their single optic sensors glowing ominously. "What are those guys?" he stammered. A hulking automaton of dark metal and violet light loomed out of the forest gloom, its sheer size dwarfing everything around it. "What is this thing?" Jin breathed, frozen in place. "A golem," Lithia stated, her hand already resting on the hilt of her sword. Jin could only echo the unfamiliar word. "A golem? What's a golem?" With a sharp command, Lithia ordered a strategic retreat. "Everyone fall back. First, we must have a plan of action." But her order was lost on one of the farmers who, enraged at the sight of his ruined fields, charged forward with a pitchfork. "Take this. How dare you destroy my crops?" The golem responded with silent, brutal efficiency, its massive metal fist blurring as it swung towards the reckless farmer. Not on my watch. Jin thrust his hand forward, a pulse of magic rippling from his palm. Excavation. The ground itself erupted in a wall of earth and stone, intercepting the blow just moments before impact. While the others pulled the stunned farmer to safety, Lithia's eyes blazed with fury as she surveyed the trampled fields. "I won't allow this thing to do any more damage," she vowed, breaking into a sprint. "Lithia, rushing in like that won't work," Jin cried out, but his warning was lost to the wind. With a fierce battle cry, she closed the distance, her sword arcing in a silver flash towards the golem's armored leg. Instead of biting into metal, her blade shattered on impact, the sharp crack echoing in the sudden silence. She could only stare at the broken hilt in her hand, her attack utterly negated. Jin watched in horror as the golem raised its fist again. Undeterred by her broken weapon, Lithia squared her stance, her voice ringing with defiance. "If that's the case, then I will." The automaton swatted her aside with a contemptuous backhand, sending her tumbling through the air. "Lithia," the others screamed, their voices filled with terror. Pushing herself up from the dirt, her helmet askew, she held the fractured sword like a dagger. "I refuse to back down," she growled through gritted teeth. "Even if I'm just a rookie knight, I still have the pride of one." Her fist tightened, her gaze fixed on the wreckage of the farmer's livelihood. "If I can't even protect the people's properties, then what use am I as a noble? A knight is born to protect." Tears of frustration welled in her eyes, tracing paths through the grime on her face. "If this is all that I can do now, then I will do it." Ignoring Jin's desperate shouts, she charged once more. As if her defiance had awakened it, the second golem began to stir, its heavy form rising from the earth. Jin's mind raced. Damn it, is there nothing I can do? His excavation spell could only stall them, not harm them. He was powerless. His frantic gaze fell upon the water jug at his hip. A desperate, brilliant idea sparked in his mind. "Water," he whispered, his eyes widening. "Maybe this will be useful." As Jin's hands became a blur, weaving a complex magical formula around the water jug, Lithia fell to her knees. She looked up just in time to see the golem's colossal fist descending to crush her. "Magi formula final completion," Jin roared, bracing himself and aiming the nozzle of the transformed bottle. Water jet. A hyper-pressurized stream of water, thin as a needle, shot across the battlefield and slammed into the golem's chest, punching clean through its thick armor plating. The descending fist froze just inches above Lithia's head, its momentum arrested as the impossibly powerful jet of water severed its internal mechanisms. A deep groan of tortured metal echoed as cracks spiderwebbed across the golem's torso from the point of impact. With a final, shuddering tremor, the metal giant began to topple. Lithia could only stare, wide-eyed, as her would-be executioner collapsed into a heap of scrap. Her shock was broken by a sharp clank as a stray piece of armor bounced harmlessly off her helmet, leaving her more confused than hurt. There was no time to celebrate. Spotting the second golem lumbering forward, Jin pivoted instantly, his aim steady. "There's still another one." Without hesitation, he unleashed the water jet again, sweeping it in a clean arc that sliced the second automaton in two. With the immediate threat neutralized, Jin rushed to the knight's side. "Lithia-san, are you all right?" he asked, his voice tight with concern. She rubbed her head, dazed. "Ah, yeah, I'm fine, but that was..." He held up the faintly glowing bottle. "I used a bit of my crafting magic," he explained sheepishly, "because I'm not fit for stuff like offensive magic. Still, I'm glad I managed it in time." Their relief was short-lived as they turned to survey the aftermath. Beside the fallen golems lay the splintered remains of a cart, its wheat spilled across the dusty ground. Rock walked through the debris, his shoulders slumped in defeat. "The whole place is a mess." "It's already a miracle that we're all alive," Rock said, trying to comfort the young knight. "There's no casualties, so you've done a great job," but Lithia clutched her helmet, her gaze downcast. "If only I was stronger, I would have stopped that thing." Besides, those creatures were nasty, the farmer who had charged in earlier added, rubbing his shoulder. "I only took a single hit, but my arm still hurts like hell." Lithia immediately looked over. "Let me take a look." As her hands glowed with a gentle, holy light, Jin watched in astonishment. With a soft cry of heal, the deep bruises on the man's arm vanished completely, leaving him flexing his limb in disbelief. The other villagers erupted in cheers, crowding around the flustered knight. "Falhate-sama, you're amazing." Rock clapped a hand on his own shoulder, his gratitude sincere. We really appreciate your help, Falhate-sama. She waved a dismissive hand, a bashful smile on her face. No problem. This is my job too, you know. Her confidence restored, she stood tall and addressed the small crowd. If there's anyone wounded, please go ahead and tell me. Once everyone was tended to, Rock turned to Jin, gesturing at the ruined carts. Hey Jin, what about this trolley? It seems this thing is completely broken, but there's still quite some wheat left. Jin surveyed the scene, his brow furrowed in thought. If only there's a way for us to leave here quickly and still manage to bring all of these wheat. His gaze fell upon the deactivated golem. An idea, as audacious as it was brilliant, began to take shape. Golem. These things must be controlled by someone else to come all this way here, he mused before a slow grin spread across his face. Let's try using these. He immediately set to work prying open a panel on the golem's chassis. Maybe I can do a quick check on these things. Rock watched anxiously. This may not be the right time to say this, but we don't have much time, so please make it quick. Okay? Jin didn't look up. Got it. I'll still make use of anything I find. At the village gates, a pair of guards enjoyed the quiet afternoon. Their peace was shattered when one of them spotted a massive shape cresting the hill, moving towards them with unnerving speed. Panic seized the guards as the figure resolved into a golem carrying 2 fully laden carts. What is that thing? One yelled, fumbling with his spear. Could it be? Our village is under attack. Just as they braced for impact, a horse galloped between them and the golem. Hold your horses, Lithia commanded, reining her mount to a sharp halt. She turned to the stunned guards, gesturing back towards the automaton. This golem is our ally. Within the village walls, Jin gave his new subordinate a simple command. Hey Gon, go ahead and put those wheat in that corner. Rock watched, arms crossed in amazement, as the towering metal figure, easily 3 times the size of a man, obediently began to unload the cargo. It's not that I don't trust your ability, but is this really okay? Rock asked, still eyeing the golem warily. Jin nodded confidently. Even though we can't identify the mastermind, if you overwrite the core I told you about, I guess it'll be fine. The golem Gon seemed to nod in agreement, its head tilting with a soft mechanical whir. Later, in the quiet of a storehouse, Lithia sat alone, staring forlornly at the 2 pieces of her shattered sword. In the fractured reflection of the blade, she saw her own disappointed face staring back. Jin found her there. We've finally got some time to rest, he said gently. If it's about guarding the storage, just leave it to Gon. She offered a weak smile. Don't worry, I'm fine, I still have my mission. It'll be fine, trust me, he reassured her. She sighed, her gaze returning to the broken steel. You're right. But this, she murmured, her voice heavy with self-reproach, I only forgot to reforge it once, and now it's broken. He chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. Well, of course it would. Humans are the same way. If we skimp on training, we'll get rusty. She managed a genuine smile at that. I really thought that I would die. Her expression turned wistful again. And look at this sword. I should have had it fixed. But I totally forgot when we went past that blacksmith from earlier. I guess I'll keep on using it. Jin's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a focused intensity. I do this for a living. He met her surprised gaze, his voice calm and certain. So let me fix it for you. Before she could object, he took the pieces from her. A whirlwind of magical energy enveloped the blade as he chanted words of power, heat processing, carburizing, forming, fusion, hardening. The sword reformed in his hands, the steel gleaming and flawless. Here you go, done, he said, presenting it to her. Stunned, Lithia accepted the perfectly restored weapon. I haven't had a chance to thank you for all your help. Do you have a wish? She asked earnestly. Jin just smiled. I don't need anything. Her eyes lit up with an idea. That's right, the whole thing with those golems too. How about I introduce you to the king as a magi craft master? Jin physically recoiled. That'll be a bit troublesome, he stammered. All I want is to do research, then go home. Lithia tapped her chin, a new problem occurring to her. But to be honest, I really don't know how to report about those golems now. Jin stared at her. This is a part of work too. Panicked, Jin clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Then, for now, can you please not write anything I've done in your report? This isn't the right time to let people know about it. She sighed, rubbing her temples. Well, I don't know about this, but I guess I'll do my best. But I think everyone will know about you sooner or later. Jin straightened up, resigned. We'll deal with it when it happens. Lithia finally gave him a reassuring smile. I understand. I'll do everything I can to help, but I think that's more than enough to show my appreciation, right? If you somehow have the chance to visit the Citadel, will you stop by at my house? She asked, a hint of a blush on her cheeks. Jin's grin was wide and genuine. Sure, I'll definitely come, but for now I just want to wrap things up and return to the village. Do you really want me to use the new sword on you? Journey back to Kaina village was a stark contrast to the one before. After the golem attack, our numbers had swelled with escorts, a moving throng of cautious villagers. The presence of Gon, my hulking creation, seemed to have quelled their immediate fears. Still, my mind was a tempest. I couldn't retrieve any useful information from the other golem, and the mystery of our attackers remained unsolved. With a mountain of other tasks looming, I walked onward, the weight of the future heavy on my shoulders. As we passed the familiar stone and timber of the village buildings, a sense of relief washed over me, though it was short-lived. Hana must have sensed my unease. She watched with knitted brows as I stood, arms crossed, lost in a vortex of worry. "Oni-chan, are you okay?" she asked, her small voice cutting through my thoughts. "Are you worried about something?" I sighed, gesturing vaguely towards my metallic companion. "It's just, I can't gather enough of the right materials to properly fix Gon." From my pouch I produced a shimmering, crystalline sphere, its surface swirling with contained energy. To get him back into working order, I had to cannibalize parts from the other golem, but it's not a permanent solution. Anna's eyes widened, captivated by the orb. "This is so pretty," she took it gently, examining the light within. "It's a magi crystal," I explained. "Golems and dolls need them for full functionality." She tilted her head, then pointed to a nearby stove. "Can't we use it on this?" I couldn't help but smile. A magi crystal has a much higher purity than a normal magic stone. It would be an incredible waste to use it for something so mundane. Her words sparked an idea. My predecessor's creations were all exceedingly rare and of the highest quality. "I think I'll go gather some more materials," I mused aloud. "Want to come with me, Hannah?" Before I could finish, she beamed. "Hooray, leave it to me." I turned to my golem. "Gon, why don't you come along as well?" But Hannah was already in motion, scrambling up the golem's massive leg with surprising agility. In moments she was perched triumphantly on Gon's shoulder, cheering him on. I stared, dumbfounded. I vividly remembered how terrified she was when I first brought him back from that trip. A monster, a demon, she'd thought. Now she treated him like a personal steed. We journeyed toward the stark peaks of Death Mountain, the air growing cooler as we ascended. "Let's try to stay quiet for now," I whispered, though Hannah's excitement was palpable. Following a narrow path, we entered a deep ravine carved into the mountainside, the stone walls rising high above us. I ran my hand along the rough-hewn rock face. "The stone here is similar to granite," I observed. "Let's take a closer look around." While Gon held a curious Hannah safely in his arms, I extended my hand, magic flowing from my fingertips. "Ground search," I commanded, sending a pulse of energy into the earth beneath us. My eyes snapped open, a flicker of certainty on my face. "There's definitely something here." I pointed to a section of the ravine wall. "Gon, start digging." With a mighty heave, the golem slammed its fist into the rock, shattering it with a deafening crack. "Gon is so amazing," Hannah cried out, her voice echoing in the chasm. Kneeling amidst the rubble, I sifted through the debris. The find was better than I could have hoped. There's magnetite ore mixed with white mica, and chalcopyrite too. My fingers closed around a particularly potent specimen. "Ooh, an earth element magi crystal." Hana's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Have you found what you were looking for?" I grinned, holding up the crystal. "Yep, I've found lots of useful stuff." Back at the workshop, I set my two golems before me. First, they need to be completely fixed, and then I'll proceed to upgrading them. My mind raced with possibilities. With the white mica, I could make windows that would reflect sunlight into every home. I now had another golem, which I decided to call Jen, but I was already running low on materials again and needed to return to the mountain. On top of that, I still had to design and build trolleys for the villagers. The sheer volume of work made my head spin. A hand clamped down on my shoulder, startling me from my thoughts. "Oi, Jin," it was Rock. Blinking, I looked around, disoriented. "Huh, was I sleeping?" I mumbled, realizing I had dozed off right there in the valley. "That was so careless of you," Rock chided gently. I tried to cover, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "That's right, I decided to go into the valley to get more materials." Rock's gaze was unconvinced. "You seem really busy recently. Did you even get enough sleep?" My forced smile was a poor lie. "Well, of course I did." He sighed, his expression serious. "You need to stay alert. What will happen if we get attacked? I understand your situation, but try not to exert yourself too much." I looked down at my hands, clenching them in my lap. "I understand that you're worrying about me," I admitted quietly, "but I can't stand the feeling of being unable to do anything." We stood in silence for a moment, Gon waiting patiently nearby. "Just a little more," the golem rumbled, "then we will head back to the village." I shook my head. I don't think it would be the same if something like that happened again. The memory flashed through my mind, sharp and terrifying, the glint of metal, the roar of the enemy golem. If I hadn't suddenly thought of the water jet and created such a strong object, I would have witnessed Lithia-san getting killed in front of my very eyes. Rock's voice was soft but firm. Well, if something happened to that girl, I would be very sad too. I looked up, surprised by his sincerity. He was right. In that moment, as the memory of Lithia's desperate stand surfaced, I knew the truth. At that time, you and Falhite-sama were the only ones who could stand and fight. Rock met my gaze, his own eyes filled with a grim understanding. Honestly, if I had been in your position, I would have died for sure. I thought of the faces of the villagers of Maria and Kami. They have their own reasons to survive, too. No one wants to die, you know. Rock clapped my shoulder again. For some reason, you always manage to find a solution for everything. You should be proud of yourself, kid. You can achieve things that us normal people will never be able to do. His words were cut short when he noticed my golem. By the way, why has one of Gon's hands stopped working? As if on cue, Gon turned its head. Master. It raised its arm, and with a sickening grinding sound, the metal fingers crumbled, falling to the ground in a heap of broken parts. My hand is broken. I rushed forward, staring in disbelief at the ruined appendage. I guess it's because you're always the one who does the heavy work, huh? I fretted, my mind racing. Where can I even find something with similar durability? Rock squinted, looking past me at a strange gleam in the rock face. Huh, maybe I'm just hallucinating, but I think I saw an adamantine ore over there. He pointed to a massive, dark boulder embedded in the cliffside. It's the strongest metal in the world, he explained, his voice filled with awe. Even in places like the capital, it's extremely rare, and even if you can find it, the processing stage can still be tough work. To think I'd just casually run into such a rare material on Death Mountain. When it comes to digging something this durable, you can leave it to me, I declared, stepping forward. Focusing my magic, I unleashed a high-pressure blast. Water jet. The stream sliced through the legendary metal as if it were clay, leaving Rock utterly speechless. The effort, however, was the last straw. The world tilted and my strength gave out. I collapsed only to be caught by Rock's strong arms. You're exhausted, he said, his voice firm. You need to take a rest for now. As he helped me along the path back, his words echoed in my ears. As I said, don't push yourself too hard. You have to worry about your health first. He must have carried me the rest of the way, because the next thing I knew, I was tucked into my own bed, the exhaustion a leaden weight upon me. My slumber was shattered by a cheerful shout and a small body landing squarely on top of me. I jolted awake to see Hana grinning down at me. Pushing myself up, I slid open the window, letting the morning sun stream into the room, chasing away the last vestiges of sleep. Downstairs, a warm breakfast was waiting. The simple act of sharing a meal felt like a balm to my weary spirit. Rested and well-fed, I stood in my workshop, a renewed sense of purpose coursing through me. My desk was littered with schematics and raw materials. All right, I declared to the empty room, placing my hands on my hips. Let's get back to work. I studied my designs for the village transport. The trolley just can't do the trick, I muttered, tracing the lines of a four-legged creature. I need something more basic. My eyes fell upon the gleaming adamantine. An ambitious plan began to form. I'll use blue copper to make the outer frame, but I want to make the whole bone structure out of adamantine. I set to work meticulously crafting each component. It will be a huge pain if the inner structure becomes distorted, I reasoned, carefully assembling the delicate machinery. I'll add a control core, a mana driver and ether converter, and then I'll use natural rubber to tie it all together. As I worked, I marveled at the knowledge my predecessor had left behind. She could simulate the body structure and movements of four-legged creatures, and she achieved all of this without the help of the internet. A surge of determination filled me. I extended a hand, feeling the hum of magic in the air. I need to use this power more frequently, I vowed, so that I can help everybody. Unbeknownst to me, a small figure had crept up to the stone archway of my workshop. Hana peeked around the corner, a mischievous grin on her face as she watched me work. Sparks flew as I fused the main chassis of the mechanical steed, its curved form taking shape on the workbench. With a final click, I attached a fully articulated leg joint, the complex mechanism gleaming under the workshop lights. With a triumphant grin, I held up the finished head, its metallic ears perked and ready. Finally done, I announced. Hana's eyes sparkled, her face a perfect picture of awe. I presented the finished creation, a golem horse sleek and new, a new toy horse San. Hana gasped in delight. I smiled, patting its flank. I think it should be working perfectly now. Before I could even offer, she had clambered onto its back. I've already mounted, what's the matter? She asked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I chuckled, well, I plan on giving this to you after I've finished testing it, so don't worry. Her face fell instantly. Am I not allowed to? Then how about tomorrow? Her earnest plea was too much to resist. She threw her arms around the horse's neck. Thank you so much, I promise to use it carefully. I leaned in. Have you thought of a name for it yet? She pondered for a moment. Its color is mixed between green and blue, so I'll call it Minto. As she spoke the name, the horse's optical sensor flashed. A soft, mechanical voice intoned. Identity acquired, Minto. The newly christened Minto dipped its head in a clear nod of acknowledgement to its new master. Hana gasped, whoa, is this thing a doll? I nodded. Yeah, it's somewhat similar to the golems, and it can move on its own. I pointed to the handlebar. That handle on the right, it's an accelerator. If you twist it, it will move you forward. And if you want to turn left or right, simply turn the handles towards the direction you want. Leaning over her shoulder, I indicated a small lever. When you want it to stop, release the handle and squeeze this bar over here. It might be a little confusing at first, but you'll get used to it. An hour later, the sound of rhythmic clopping echoed through the village. Hana zipped past me on Minto, handling the controls with a shocking level of skill. I could only stare in amazement at how quickly she'd mastered it. With a wave, she called out, I'll go and show it to everyone. As she sped away, I smiled, shaking my head. Be careful, I called after her, though I suspected she was already out of earshot. Watching her disappear, I let out a weary sigh. I finally did it, I said to myself. Then a daunting thought occurred to me. Now if I want to give one to everyone, how many do I need to build? Meanwhile, deep in the forests that bordered the village, other activities were afoot. Rock and another hunter stood over a freshly caught deer. So you're out hunting for deer again, huh? His companion asked. Rock nodded. Well, there's so many of them around here, and Jen also gave me a hand. Suddenly a small figure on a strange mount burst through the trees. Uncle Maria, Hana called out. Rock turned, surprised. Oi Hana, what are you doing running all the way out here? His eyes fell on her mechanical steed. And what are you riding on? He asked, bewildered. Hana puffed out her chest with pride. It's my golem horse, Minto. Rock stared, putting the pieces together. Ooh, golem, he murmured, then looked at his golem companion, Jin, so I guess that kid created another weird thing, huh? The other hunter grinned, pointing at their prize. I almost forgot, we have some deer meat over here. Why don't we have a feast? Rock turned his attention back to Hana. Hana, what's Jin doing right now? Minto helpfully answered for her. I think he's creating more of horse sand. Rock nodded thoughtfully. Then let's not disturb him for now. Stay here and wait a bit. After we come back, we'll prepare the food together. As dusk settled over the valley, the light in my workshop continued to burn. I slumped over the frame of another golem horse, wiping sweat from my brow. All done. I activated it, the familiar hum filling the room. A sudden pang of hunger reminded me how long I'd been working. Gaia, I'm so hungry. It's already nighttime. Just then a tantalizing aroma drifted in from outside, savory and rich. Something smells delicious. What is it? My stomach rumbled in anticipation. Stepping out of my workshop, I was met with an incredible sight. The entire village square was alive with light and laughter, a massive feast laid out around a crackling bonfire. Rock spotted me and raised his mug. Oi, here comes our guy, his friend shouted with a grin. You're late, we've already started, you know. Before I could respond, the village grandmother approached, handing me a warm bowl of stew. Everyone all gathered here to thank you for all you've done for this village, she said with a kind smile. Suddenly a very cheerful Barbara threw her arms around my shoulders, sloshing her drink. You heard her, what do you think? Feeling quite good, aren't you? As I struggled to keep my balance, the village chief stepped forward, his eyes twinkling. As someone who always tries their best, you deserve some appreciation, don't you think? The grandmother gently pushed the bowl into my hands. Go ahead and eat all you want today. You can take a moment to relax, you know. I looked around at the smiling faces, Rock, the chief, the children, all of them gathered around me. In that moment, I wasn't an outsider or just an inventor. I was one of them. Hana beamed, reaching her hand out to me. Oni-chan, let's go, she urged, pulling me deeper into the warmth of the celebration. Overwhelmed, I could only look down, a warmth spreading through my chest that had nothing to do with the bonfire. A single, grateful tear traced a path down my cheek. Under the vast star-dusted sky, surrounded by my newfound family, I finally allowed myself to rest. A tide of panicked deer flooded the plains, their antlers a forest of bone and their hooves a thunderous drumbeat against the earth. Astride strange, horse-like constructs, the village hunters raced to contain the stampede. "We have to make them turn," one yelled, his voice nearly lost in the chaos. "Go around, don't let them run towards the village." Leaning into a sharp turn, Rock barked at a younger hunter, "Yan, don't get too excited. My commands are absolute, this is not the hunt." As Jin effortlessly guided his own mount alongside the herd, he remarked on the design. "It's great that you guys are pros at driving," he said to Rock, "but you make them really easy to handle. I guess I'll get used to it, right?" As the chaos subsided, Rock gestured toward the distant, snow-capped peaks. "Recently, when I went hunting mountain deer, I noticed something," he began, his voice grim. "A lot of the deer herds have run away from the mountain." Jin's brow furrowed in thought. There must be something driving them out. Rock nodded, his expression serious. Maybe they can no longer find food in the forest, or maybe they were attacked by a wild bear or a rock wolf. The implication hung heavy in the air as they rode through the woods. "If that's what really happened, then they'll head towards our village, huh?" Jin mused aloud. "If bears and wolves also approach the village, it will become a real pain for us." Yan, the younger hunter, waved a dismissive hand. "Even though they rarely come down to the village. I heard from my uncle that it's only happened one time. It's not something we need to worry about." Back within the wooden walls of the village, the day's work was assigned. "Yan, you'll stay up and guard. Let us know if anything unusual happens." A loud protest immediately followed. Why me? It's exhausting." Inside, as Hannah nibbled on a piece of bread, Jin turned to the elderly woman. "Do you know anything about them, ma'am?" "The rock wolves." The woman's expression soured. "If it's a rock wolf, they can be really troublesome. I've seen them only once." Shadow passed over the woman's face as she recalled the memory. A vision of snarling, monstrous wolves filled her mind. "I was only a child, scared to death. My dad told me there were at least 50 wolves in that pack." Jin listened intently. "So it's extremely rare but not impossible." The woman nodded. "Because of our watchfulness, wild animals rarely get inside the village." Later that night, tucked into his bed, Jin decided to postpone any further preparations. "I'll just leave it for tomorrow," he murmured, drifting into a peaceful sleep. A sudden, violent tremor shattered the night's tranquility. Hannah and her grandmother were jolted awake, their faces etched with fear and confusion. Jin shot up in bed, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple as the deep, resonant boom echoed from outside. Across the village, Rock and the other men scrambled from their homes, their expressions a mixture of alarm and disbelief. Jin burst into the main room, his eyes immediately finding Hannah. "Hannah, ma'am, are you okay?" The grandmother pulled the terrified child close, her voice a soothing balm. "Hannah, it's nothing." Hannah, her face buried in her grandmother's apron, let out a wail. "Oni-chan." The old woman just held her tighter, relieved. "It's so good that everyone is fine." Cradling the still trembling Hannah, Jin's mind raced, analyzing the event. However, what just happened? An earthquake? Number of volcano eruption? He looked out towards the darkness, searching for an answer. The entire village had gathered outside, their collective gaze fixed on the horizon. From behind the northern mountain, a colossal dome of white light erupted into the night sky, pulsing with unimaginable energy and casting the world in an ethereal, terrifying glow. The villagers could only stare, mouths agape. "The mountain is shining," someone whispered in awe. Jin held Hannah close, his own senses reeling from the sheer magnitude of the force emanating from the peak. "What the heck is this power?" Hannah looked up at him, her eyes wide with fear. "Oni-chan, what will we?" Jin turned, his expression hardening with resolve. He placed a gentle hand on her head. "Hannah, go back and stay inside." With a silent command, two hulking figures of metal and magic materialized behind him. "Gone. Jen, follow me." He turned his back to the village and faced the light. Hannah watched him go, her small hands clasped together. "Jin, wait up," she pleaded softly, her voice filled with worry. Rock stepped forward, his face grim. "Seems like there's nothing good about this incident. I don't know what you're gonna do, but—" Jin met his gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. "Roxanne, no matter what happens, you know us, right?" With a determined roar, Rock turned to the crowd, his voice ringing with conviction. "We'll help you." Just as the heroic moment crested, a young woman with her hair in buns stepped forward, an unimpressed look on her face. Tapping Jin on the shoulder, she deadpanned, "By the way, are you going while wearing nothing but pajamas? At least dress up properly, boy." Jin flinched, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Girl, don't tease me like that, please," he stammered, clutching the collar of his sleepwear. "If you say so, I got it." Shaking off the embarrassment, Jin's focus returned, sharp and clear. He turned to the assembled villagers, his voice steady and confident. "Please help me out. Everyone, let's make a shelter just in case." Rock gave a firm nod, a grin spreading across his face. "Okay," the girl next to him shouted, pumping a fist, "leave it to us." Hannah, her earlier fear replaced by determination, clenched her own tiny fists. "I'll help too." Jin smiled warmly at her, "Thank you." With the plan set, Jin began issuing orders that echoed through the village square. "All of you kiddos should be going to sleep now. Men in the village, half will go with me while the others stay and rest, and we'll need a late-night meal. Make us a bento, please." The work began immediately. Jin placed a hand against a rock face and circuits of pure magic flared to life, reshaping the stone itself. Alongside the tireless efforts of the golems, Rock and the other men put their backs into the construction, sweat beading on their brows as they carved out the new shelter. In the village kitchens, the women worked with equal fervor, preparing food to fuel the workers through the long night. Tucked into her bed, Hannah peeked over her blanket, her eyes wide with a mixture of worry and awe for the brother who was protecting them all. The first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Amidst the construction, Rock wiped his brow with a towel. "If we keep going like this, we can finish its foundation and a part of it by dawn," he said, then looked at Jin. "You should take a break soon." Rock stretched his tired muscles. "I really want to rest now. Our shift is over." He glanced at one of the golems effortlessly lifting a massive boulder. "At a time like this, it's so good to have a golem. They just work without getting tired." Jin shook his head, pointing toward the automaton's massive hand. "That's not really true. Look at that, their hands are starting to wear down. It's natural for everyone. Eventually, we all need to rest and work with a schedule." With a small smile, Jin clarified, "So instead of feeling tired, their magic power is depleting. Everything needs some way of maintenance, right?" The comparison made Jin pause, a thoughtful, almost melancholic expression crossing his face as he murmured the word to himself. "Child." After a quick meal, Jin finally collapsed into bed, yawning as he decided to sleep until noon. But his rest was not peaceful. In the darkness of his mind, a pair of terrifying, luminous eyes snapped open, boring into his very soul. Jin bolted upright with a strangled cry, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Yua!" Hannah rushed into the room, her hands clasped worriedly. "Oni-chan, how are you?" He stared into space, panting. "What was that just?" He finally focused on Hannah, still trying to catch his breath. "How long was I asleep?" She held out a towel for him. "It's already past noon." She sat on the edge of his bed, her expression turning serious. "Hey, Oni-chan, can you not leave here?" Jin sat up, confused. "The shelter is not done yet, I still have work to do." Hannah shook her head, her gaze fixed on her lap. "That's not what I mean." Her voice was barely a whisper, thick with unshed tears. "Last night, when that ray sparkled, when I looked at your eyes, I felt like it would take you away forever." A tear finally escaped, tracing a path down her cheek. Jin's expression softened, and he pulled her into a gentle embrace, stroking her hair. "Everything is fine, Hannah, I won't go anywhere." He broke the hug and began to playfully, vigorously ruffle her hair, a wide grin on his face. "Kanai village is like another home to me, so if I want to go home, this is the place I must return to, right?" Hannah giggled, swatting at his hands. "You're not lying?" she asked, peeking at him with one eye. He stopped, his smile genuine. "Yes, I'm not lying." Back in the cavernous, half-finished shelter, the work continued. Villagers pushed wheelbarrows while the towering golems hauled massive stones into place. Jin and Rock surveyed the progress. "Looks good already," Rock commented, impressed. Jin nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. "It seems way too big even after everyone gets in here." A look of grim determination settled on Jin's face. "Then I won't have to worry anymore if it really is." Suddenly his two golems Gon and Jen froze in place, their optical sensors glowed. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Jin asked. One of them turned, its voice a monotone alert. Emerging." Before the golem could finish, Yan sprinted into view, his face pale with terror. Rock wolves are." Rock grabbed him by the shoulders. "What? Are they heading to the village?" Yan shook his head frantically. "Don't tell me." Jin began, his blood running cold. Yan finally gasped out the truth. "The whole wolves pack is done for." He pointed back the way he came, where the mangled corpse of a rock wolf lay in a pool of its own blood. They stared in horror at the scene of the massacre. "They look horrible." Jin breathed, covering his mouth. "What could make a wolf pack like this?" Yan was trembling. "Everything was too fast. I think it did all this alone. It had two horns and glowing eyes." Rock's eyes widened in recognition. Did you just describe hecaton chairs? But before anyone could answer, a low growl echoed from the nearby bushes. 3 surviving rock wolves emerged, their fur matted with blood, their eyes burning with feral desperation. They must be the survivors of the pack, Rock realized. Just a few left. Jin assessed the situation in an instant. Gone, Jen, handle them. His golems acknowledged the command and blurred into action, their metallic fists meeting flesh and bone with sickening crunches. As the golems made short work of 2 of the beasts, the third, quicker than the rest, slipped past their guard. It got away, Rock yelled, watching it charge straight for Jin. The wolf lunged, its fangs bared. Ka, water jet, Jin began to chant, but before the spell could form, a black and white blur shot past him, intercepting the beast with a devastating kick. The impact sent the rock wolf flying, tumbling end over end through the air before crashing into the dirt with a final, lifeless thud. What just happened? Rock stammered. From the dust of the impact, a figure rose. It was exactly as Yan had described, a creature with 2 horns and eyes that glowed with an eerie light. It stared directly at Jin, its voice a soft, chilling whisper. Found you. The ominous glow faded, the horns retracted, and the menacing figure transformed in a blink. Standing in its place was a young girl with long, dark hair and rabbit-like ears, dressed in a pristine maid outfit. Her face broke into a radiant smile as she beamed at Jin. Adu-sama. With another joyful cry of Adu-sama, she launched herself at him. The force of her hug sent them both tumbling backward, kicking up a cloud of dust as they collided with a rock. Master, a golem cried out. The girl sat up, looking sheepish. I'm sorry, I used too much force. Jin, rubbing the back of his head, smiled warmly at her. Thank you for saving me. By the way, you went this far out to greet me. She beamed back at him. Of course, I'd do it any time. He gently patted her head. I'm happy that you've rebooted properly. She gave him a wink. I'm sorry for being late. Their reunion was cut short by Rock clearing his throat. Ah, I know interrupting your sweet, sweet moment is bad, but... Sitting on the ground, Jin looked up as Rock pointed a trembling finger at the girl. What's the deal? Because that thing, you called him Adu-sama. The word echoed through the stunned silence, and the villagers' collective shock exploded in a single, disbelieving cry. Dad. With a knowing, almost smug look, Jin glanced down at the silent automaton beside him. So Jin is your father, you. A burly villager slammed his armored fist against his arm, his face contorted in disbelief. I never heard you had a wife, that's not the point. The automaton's gaze remained flat and unimpressed as she deftly changed the subject. More importantly, with the rock wolves and the dangerous being at the northern mountain, your hands are already full. Jin turned, pointing a finger towards the distant, jagged peaks. About that. Over on the northern mountain, there's something that possesses massive magic power. It lit up the whole mountain last night. A flash of memory, violent and brilliant. The automaton stood amidst a vortex of power, a monstrous creature disintegrating before her. I used explosion to kill a monster that looked like a hecaton cares. The villager's expression hardened with resolve. For the time being, let's go to the village chief's house. It would be best to talk about all of it, the shelter from the rock wolves and your daughter. A young man with a bow slung over his back scratched his head in utter confusion. I don't understand what you guys have been talking about since the beginning. Jin, his head bowed, muttered in agreement, same here. As they walked along the dusty path, Jin sighed, resigned. I guess so, let's do that then. Gathered on a mat inside the chief's house, Jin gestured to the automaton. She's an automata I created. The villagers murmured in understanding, one of the elders noting the hecaton cares was brought down thanks to her, right? And she also hunted a lot of mountain deer too. What a mighty automata. A young, blonde girl leaned in, her expression full of sympathy as she patted the automaton's large, rabbit-like ears. Searching for your father, it must have been hard for you. What's your name? The automaton stared back blankly. I don't have one. Her reply was flat, not really. The girl Hannah whirled on Jin, her voice sharp with indignation. Jin-kun, how dare you not give your cute little daughter a name? Jin flinched, stammering, no, it's because, but the automaton simply clutched her hands to her chest. I'm fine with it. When I was broken, father showed great care when he was fixing me. I think I will cherish any name he gives me. Outside, 2 hulking golems stood like sentinels. Their synthesized voices echoed in unison, a simple, firm command, name her properly. Jin scratched the back of his head, a troubled sweat drop forming on his temple. Having said that, he averted his gaze, his face pinched with anxiety. A name, I'm really bad at naming. From beside him, a small voice inquired, Father. The automaton turned to him, her expression as serious as ever. I should have told you about this thing a while ago. Jin jumped, startled. What is it? Leaning forward, Jin pointed at the object she was revealing from her pack. This here is, that is. She lifted a complex device from a woven basket, a case with a swirling black orb set in its center. The device for the simple teleportation gate. Please use it to return to the research lab. Jin's eyes widened in amazement as he took the device. Ooh, we have this kind of thing too. He tapped a finger to his chin, lost in thought. First we need to decide where to install it. The automaton looked up at him. Shall we leave soon? A spark of inspiration lit up Jin's face and he snapped his fingers. That's it. The shelter is the perfect place. In the worst-case scenario, the villagers can use it to escape. As they approached the stone entrance to the shelter, a villager waved them in. It's almost done. Inside, a trio of smaller, identical automatons were already hard at work, digging with shovels at incredible speed. So we need a little space in the back of the shelter, Jin explained. Within the newly excavated space, the teleportation device was set up on the floor. Jin stood with his hands on his hips, surveying their work with a thoughtful expression. The automaton clarified the device's function. Can the villagers use it too? If Father or I are there to activate it, then it's possible. Jin knelt to get a closer look, so they can't use it by themselves. She elaborated, only people who possess magic power on the same wavelength as Father can use it. The two large golems, Gon and Jin, loomed behind them. Magic power on the same wavelength. Like Gon and Jin? Jin mused. The automaton nodded. It's fine if it's powered by either Father's magic power or mine. With the device secured, the automaton looked up at Jin, a hint of expectation in her voice. Aren't we going home now? Jin smiled warmly, a gentle light in his eyes. Well, I made a bit of a promise, to not go anywhere. He gazed out at the rolling hills beyond the village. If I need any ingredients or tools, I will go and pick them up. But that place has nothing to eat. To stay there for good really scares me. The simple wooden house stood nestled at the edge of the forest, a plume of smoke rising from its chimney. Hana burst from the doorway, her arms thrown wide in a joyful greeting. Oni-chan, welcome back. Jin smiled, his voice full of warmth. I'm home, Hana. Her greeting died on her lips as her eyes fell upon the strange girl standing beside Jin. Her smile vanished, replaced by a silent, questioning stare. Hana's eyes darted between Jin and the newcomer. This kid, who is she? The automaton answered with mechanical precision. I'm Father's automata. She then added with a slight tilt of her head, or to be more direct, I'm Father's daughter. Jin threw his hands up in a panic. No, she'll misunderstand. Hana's expression hardened, her small hands balling into fists. Oni-chan isn't going anywhere, he promised me. The automaton met her glare without flinching. I've come here to bring him home, he will go home. The argument erupted. Jin tried to placate them, but Hana fiercely defended her home. This village is a good village. We have a beautiful river, nice tea, and a hot spring too. The automaton was unmoved. As the inheritor of my mother's power, I'm saying that my father needs a much better environment than this. Hana's face flushed with anger. I get it. You just want to keep Oni-chan to yourself, don't you? With a cry of frustration, Hana leaped onto her horse like golem. That's enough. Mint, let's go. As Jin reached out for her, she spurred the golem forward, glancing back with tears welling in her eyes. You liar. Jin ran a hand through his hair in exasperation as the automaton observed coolly such bad manners. He sighed, his gaze distant. Well, you could say so. But that child was the one who first found me. Thanks to her, I didn't die somewhere out there. The automaton tilted her head. That's give and take, isn't it? Jin shook his head, turning to face her fully. That was just in the beginning. I was told that her grandma is the only one whom she talks to. I want to be considerate and help her in my own way. A montage of smiling villagers flashed through his mind. But it's different now. That kid and everyone in the village, they accepted me. I became a member of their family. He clenched his fist, his voice tight with emotion. Don't you get it? When suddenly one of your family members is no longer there. The sadness, the fear. A distorted, static-laced memory flickered through his mind. A woman's sorrowful face lost to time. His voice grew quiet as he confessed, because I also lost my parents. When my friends were adopted, I felt lonely. I didn't want to accept my teachers as my new parents, and not having new parents made me become rebellious. I grew timid. He placed a hand over his heart, a faint, sad smile on his lips. To this day, I still remember that moment, when my teachers gave me a name. Jin, become a kind person with a loving heart. He reached out his hand, hovering gently over the automaton's head. That's right, part of your name will be Rei, just like the meaning of my name from the 5 Confucian virtues. So, Rieko. Rieko's eyes widened, a blush dusting her cheeks as she processed his words. Rieko, my name has the same origin as yours, Jin smiled softly. Rieko, your name means to be well-mannered and respectful of other people, to live with a pure mind. Beneath a sky painted with the soft hues of twilight, Jin made a decision. For now, we should go. How about meeting her grandma? The forest deepened into a wall of impenetrable shadow as night began to fall. Hannah's grandmother wrung her hands with worry. Usually she would run off and then return home right away. Jin bowed his head, shame and guilt warring on his face. I'm sorry, it's because of me. Mint has a lot of restrictions, so it can't be used to go out that far. Panic set in as the villagers spread out into the darkening woods, their calls for Hannah echoing amongst the trees. As the chief gave the order to search, Rieko turned to a distraught Jin. Father, I have something that needs to be fixed. Jin stared at her, exasperated. Now is not the right time to do that. Rieko's gaze was insistent. Please fix me, my detecting function. When I altered my functions to trace father, it seems I damaged it. She looked away, a hint of frustration in her monotone voice. My detecting function was damaged. If I had known where you were, it wouldn't have taken that much time for me to find you. Jin's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. Well then we can use the detecting function to find the horse. Rieko opened her pack, revealing a cache of gleaming magic crystals. I did bring some magic crystals with me in case I needed to exchange them for traveling expenses. Jin beamed, his hope restored. You are the best, Rieko. A proud smile touched Rieko's lips. Of course I am. I am Rieko, the automata that was created by two great magic craftmeisters. His expression turned serious as he prepared for the delicate work. Let's start right now. I will replace some of your parts, so I need you to turn yourself off for a little while. Rieko closed her eyes in silent assent. Certainly. A sphere of crackling energy formed between Jin's hands as he chanted, his focus absolute. Construct Magi formula, install magic detecting function, synchronize magic driver to maximum power. When a villager approached, he cut her off without looking up. Please don't ask me any questions right now. I'm focusing. The villager backed away, whispering, his eyes are just like my husband's when he drives nails into a board. The grandmother watched with quiet confidence. Everything is fine. I'm sure he's trying his best to help us. With a final surge of energy, Jin completed the delicate operation. Yash, finished. With the modifications complete, Jin's voice rang out with authority. Rieko, start. Her eyes snapped open, glowing with renewed power. Rieko stood, a serene smile on her face as she ran a silent diagnostic. Magic driver is stable, magic converter is functioning properly. Sequence of spells start. Jin watched, pleased, good. Her eyes narrowed in concentration. Starting detection of magic power in the area. A visible ring of energy pulsed out from her, sweeping over the vast, dark forest. She turned to Jin, her report swift and precise. I found them. I'm receiving a response signal similar to father's magic power and a response signal from a kid, and I'm detecting a wood bear nearby. The news sent a jolt of fear through the group. Rieko, show us the way. No, just take the lead. Jin commanded. Understood, she replied, and with a sharp I'm going, she launched herself forward, kicking up a cloud of dirt and rock. She soared through the treetops, homing in on the clearing where a terrified Hannah huddled on her golem, facing down a massive, snarling wood bear. In a blur of motion, Rieko descended, her leg arcing through the air to connect with the bear's skull in a devastatingly powerful kick. She landed softly, her back to the now unconscious beast, her expression cold and severe as she faced the stunned little girl. Standing over the kneeling, shaken Hannah, Rieko's voice was sharp. Seriously, if I had been a little late, you would have been done for. If I were late, what do you think would have happened? Hannah looked up, tears in her eyes. Why, did you come? Rieko's expression softened slightly. Why else but to save you? I came here just to show you what my father is like. Not only did you call him a liar, you also caused him a lot of trouble. Hannah's face crumpled and she began to sob. Yes, Wonichon is amazing. You are powerful and you have your father and mother, and you have a lot of things that I don't have. Her voice was barely a whisper. I don't have a father or a mother. Rieko's stern facade finally broke. My father won't be going anywhere, she said gently. He will only come home to pick up stuff he needs. Basically, he will be staying in this village, to keep the promise he made with you. Rieko picked up Hannah's discarded toy horse. My father said all of you are his family, and to be honest, I was jealous of you. The moment I woke up, my father was gone. The time I've spent with my father is way less than the time you've spent with him. She smiled, extending a hand to the smaller girl. So let's return to the village and you can tell me about father, Hannah-san. Looking up at the star-dusted canopy, Hannah took her hand and nodded. Upon their return, Hannah was met with a tearful scolding from her grandmother. "You stupid grandchild." Hannah bowed deeply, first to her grandmother and then to the assembled villagers. I'm sorry everyone, thank you for finding me." The village chief smiled in relief. "Well, at least you are safe. And by the way, the one who saved you was Ryaiko-chan, right?" Hannah looked at her rescuer. "Is One-chan's name Ryaiko?" Ryaiko placed a hand on her chest and smiled brightly. "Ryaiko, I am Jin Nid's automata." Hannah tilted her head. "Isn't her name Automata?" A villager chuckled, explaining with a wave of his hand, "No, automata means automatic doll. In short, she's like Gon and Jen." The two giant golems stomped forward, their mechanical voices booming. "One-chan." "Liko." Ryaiko corrected them patiently. "I'm Ryaiko." Hannah stared aghast. Oni-chan, you should have told me earlier." Jin sighed. "You were long gone before I had a chance to say anything, remember." Later, soaking in the village's hot spring, Jin let out a long, contented sigh. Finally everything has returned to normal. In the women's bath, Hannah splashed playfully while Ryaiko watched, a small smile on her face. It seemed the two were already on their way to becoming fast friends. Suddenly, the door to the men's bath crashed open and Lithia stormed in, still in full armor. "It's not good," Jin yelped in shock. "Lithia-san, this is the men's side. This is no time to be soaking in the hot springs." Her voice was grim and urgent. "Jin-san, someone has accused you of the golem's attack from last time." Miles away, a nobleman with pale hair and a cruel smirk watched his armored soldiers assemble. "Well, lads, let's move out." He stroked his chin, his eyes glinting. "This Earl Walter will protect this country's peace." With her armored form bent in a deep, remorseful bow, Lithia cried out, "I am really sorry. It seems one of the soldiers from Toka village spread rumors." Jin, however, offered a placating gesture, a gentle smile on his face. "No, it isn't Lithia-san's fault. I also forgot to change Gon's outward appearance." The burly man with the headband frowned, his expression grim. "But it's a bit bad that Earl Walter, the feudal lord, is heading over here." Beside him, another villager shrugged with an air of resignation. "Seems like he doesn't listen to what other people say either." Through the dense forest, a column of steel and grim purpose marched, Earl Walter's troops. "Since there's still some time before they arrive, it might be best if you escape or hide somewhere," the man advised. Jin's resolve, however, was unshakable. "I won't do that." Jin placed a hand over his chest, his gaze steady as he met Lithia's worried eyes. "If I run, it would only make me seem suspicious. It would lead to a life of being chased." Her shoulders slumped in reluctant agreement. Right. "I want to continue living in this village," Jin declared, his voice filled with conviction. "Besides, I have a promise I need to keep." Lithia nodded, understanding. "Let's try and convince Earl Walter. Though just in case," she added, clenching a gauntleted fist, "we should hide the golems." The villagers rallied behind him, their faces set with determination. "It's okay, Shin, we all know you're not the culprit. This time we'll protect you." Ryaiko's face darkened, an ominous aura gathering around her as she clenched a small fist. "If they dare to harm father, I'll destroy this entire country." The group stared, aghast at her morbid declaration as Lithia stammered, "That's not good. Girls shouldn't say such things." The rhythmic tramp of armored feet grew louder, echoing through the trees as the Earl's forces closed in on the village borders. A gauntleted hand rose in the air. "Troops, halt." The armored column ground to a stop, their path blocked by the silent, unyielding line of Toka's villagers with Jin and his friends at the forefront. The village elder Jipek stepped forward to address the nobleman on horseback. "If it isn't Earl Walter, what business do you have with us today?" The Earl peered down from his mount, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "You are, the head chief Jipek, is it?" The Earl's voice was cold and clear, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on Jin. "I heard the culprit behind the recent golem attacks on the kingdom was here in this village. Apparently, his name is Shin Nido." Chief Jipek met the Earl's accusation with a serene smile. "Indeed, there is a Shin Nido in our village, but you probably have the wrong person. The Shin I know is a kind young man." A condescending smirk played on Earl Walter's lips, dismissing the elder's words entirely. "Oh, is that so? Then I'm fine with him. Bring him over." The elder stood his ground, his voice firm. "Like I said, you have the wrong person." The Earl's face twisted into a snarl of impatience. "You're being annoying." In a flash of steel, his sword was free of its scabbard, the point leveled at the old man's throat. A collective gasp of horror rippled through the crowd. "Chief! Grandpa!" Cries of disbelief and terror erupted from the villagers as they watched the blade press against their elder's neck. With her hand thrust forward in a warding gesture, Lithia stepped between them. "Please wait, Earl Walter. The head chief is speaking the truth. Shin-san defeated the golems and remodeled them just like I said." The Earl sneered, unimpressed. "Well, if it isn't Farhight's daughter, only the culprit could perform such a feat." "It really doesn't matter whether he's good or bad," the Earl declared, his voice ringing with zealous authority. "The king and the laws are absolute. I was ordered to bring him in." He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with madness over the edge of his blade. "In other words, my orders are absolute." "Is that what a noble should be saying?" Lithia challenged, her voice tight with fury. "Is it right to direct your sword at a civilian?" Her hand dropped to the hilt of her own sword, knuckles white with rage. "Such a thing." Jin quickly moved to intercept her, placing a restraining hand on her shoulder. "Lithia-san, if you unsheathe that, this will get out of control. I know he isn't someone we can reason with." Stepping past her and into the open, Jin raised a hand to the nobleman, his expression calm and resolute. "Earl Walter, I'm Shin. Please put your sword away." A triumphant, ugly grin spread across Earl Walter's face. "Oh, how gallant, though I find this a bit too easy." From her hiding place among the trees, Rieko watched with cold, calculating eyes as the Earl barked his command to the soldiers below. "Capture him." Immediately, 2 soldiers moved in, crossing their polearms to bar Jin's path before binding his hands in heavy manacles. The villagers erupted in protest. "Hold on, like we've been saying, Shin isn't the culprit," another shouted, pointing an accusing finger. "He saved us." "The one who made this village flourish was none other than Shin," an older woman pleaded, her voice trembling with emotion. "Isn't this cruel?" A small girl, her face a mask of fury, tried to push past the guards. "Let go of Big Brother. Why you guys move?" The villagers behind her stood their ground, forming a human wall. "We won't." The child planted herself before the soldiers, arms spread wide as if to shield Jin herself. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed with all her might, "Never, we won't let you take him." From his high perch, Earl Walter glared down at the defiant child, his face a mask of pure contempt. "How unpleasant," he muttered, and with a subtle nod, a soldier raised his spear to strike her down. The blow never landed. With a sound like shattering stone, Jin intercepted the spear shaft, the manacles on his wrists broken and discarded. His face was a storm of cold fury as he stared at the Earl. "You crossed it, the line you shouldn't have crossed." The image of the terrified child, her life threatened for a moment of defiance, burned in his mind. All thoughts of peaceful surrender vanished, replaced by a chilling resolve that mirrored the battle-ready automaton at his side. The soldiers stared in disbelief at their shattered weapons. "The spears?" Jin's voice was low and dangerous. "I thought I'd turn myself in without resisting, so this wouldn't bother the people of this village." His head snapped up and his voice boomed across the clearing. "Rieko," from the saddle of the Earl's own horse, which she had mounted in an instant, she replied, "Understood." With a contemptuous flick of her wrist, Rieko snapped the remains of a spear in her fist. She pointed a finger directly at the stunned Earl, her voice devoid of all emotion save for a promise of absolute annihilation. "I'll crush you." With a sickening crunch of steel, the automaton Rieko drove her fist into a knight's helmet, the force of the blow sending him flying. Her movements were a blur of black and white, a whirlwind of precise, devastating strikes against the heavily armored soldiers. From his saddle, the Count could only stare in horror. "What is this? How?" In the quiet aftermath, she stood alone in the forest clearing. Around her, a battlefield of twisted metal and unconscious forms lay still, a testament to her impossible, overwhelming victory. Her gaze, cool and unwavering, settled on the last man standing. "Now you're the only one left." The Count, drenched in a cold sweat, could only stammer, "What are you saying?" His desperate cry echoed over the field of his fallen men. "Hey, someone, anyone who can fight." His only answer was the silence of their motionless forms. His wild, panicked eyes found a new target in the crowd of onlookers. "Farheight," he bellowed, his voice cracking. "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you an apprentice knight on duty? Fulfill your duty quickly." Lithia met his gaze, her own resolve hardening like steel. "My duty? Yes, you're right. Though an apprentice, I am a knight, and though weak, I am still a noble." She took a step forward, her voice ringing with conviction. "And that's precisely why I refuse. You who point your blade at anyone who goes against your will. That isn't the kind of noble I'm aiming to become." A calm voice cut through the tension. "Well, that's how it is," Jin stated simply. "Now you should be leaving. I don't like being treated like a criminal." The Count scoffed. "Don't mess with me. You think I'd let you escape so?" His threat was cut short as the very earth beneath his steed erupted with a deafening crack, swallowing him and his horse whole. They peered over the edge of the freshly dug chasm. Far below, dazed and disarmed, the count sat amidst the dirt and rubble, his authority buried with him. Yaiko looked at Jin with admiration. As expected a father, since I got used to digging for ore. From the pit the count's muffled screams began. Let me out of here." Jin meanwhile turned to Ryuko. "Are the soldiers okay?" "Yes, I only knocked them out," she confirmed, much to Lithia's relief. The count's rage then turned to threats. "Farhite, do you understand? I'll be reporting this to the capital. Your family and this village should prepare yourselves." A fire ignited in Lithia's eyes. "I understand," she declared, her voice unwavering, "which is why I'll go there with you." The village chief stepped forward, flanked by the others. The Kaina village and Raglan Confederation will also provide testimonies, will prove Jin-san's innocence. Jin turned to Lithia, a gentle smile on his face. "Lithia-san, thank you." Tears welled in her eyes, her voice thick with emotion. "This time, definitely." She looked away, ashamed. "It's all because I couldn't arrive at a decision sooner, that it ended up this way." Jin's expression softened. "Please don't worry about it. I should be the one apologizing," he admitted, offering a small, trusting smile. "I'll leave the rest to you." Wiping away her tears, a wave of relief and determination washed over her as she looked up, her face bright. "Yes." A small figure burst through the crowd. "Big brother," Hana cried, throwing her arms around him. "Are you leaving? I don't want you to." Jin hugged her back gently. "I'm sorry, Hana. It seems this country won't accept me." Her face, buried in his shirt, was resolute. "Then I'll just go with you." He pulled back, giving her a strained but reassuring smile. "But don't worry, I'll be fine." His gaze swept over the faces of the villagers, a family he had found in this strange land. "Because I received a lot here," he said, his voice carrying to everyone. "I'll be fine." He looked toward the workshop, a monument to his time here. "When the day comes where I can return to this country, I'll come meet you all again." He turned, his expression firm. "Definitely." Inside the hidden workshop, the air hummed around the large transport device. "Was it best to send Gon away first?" Ryuko inquired. Jin nodded grimly. "Well, we ended up having to escape anyway." Jin stared up at the stone entryway, his face set in shadow. "Ryuko, destroy this room's entrance. To hide the evidence?" she asked. "That too, but—" He began to tick off the reasons on his fingers. "Hana has very keen intuition. If she finds this room, she'll probably enter with Mint. Speaking of Roland-san, I wonder if it went well between Eric and Barbara-san. He would probably ask me to sell it to him. More importantly, Eric probably won't be able to take care of the maintenance for the golem horses." He paused, rubbing the back of his neck, the weight of the decision settling on him. Should I really collapse the tunnel? The doubt lingered, twisting his features into a mask of frustration. Finally, his voice cut through his own indecision, sharp and final. "Do it." From the shadows, her calm reply came instantly. "Understood." She hefted the heavy demolition tool, its metallic head gleaming in the dim light. As she took her stance before the stone wall, Jin turned his back, unable to watch. A thunderous crash echoed through the chamber. He squeezed his eyes shut, a single thought echoing the sound of the destruction: "My family." And with a flash of light, they were gone. In the grand capital of the Klein Kingdom, the king's voice thundered across the polished floors of the throne room, directed at the kneeling Earl Walter. "You fool." "Your Majesty," Walter began, but the king cut him off. "Walter, what in the world have you done? Who told you to treat them like criminals? I merely asked you to bring them before me, and you do something unasked for. A misunderstanding, you say?" He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Fortunately, it seems the soldiers weren't harmed, but with this. Now I can no longer ask this Jin to serve the kingdom." The word "serve" escaped Walter's lips in a strangled gasp, while Lithia looked on in disbelief. The king continued, unfazed. "That shouldn't be surprising, since you also witnessed his exceptional power." The king's gaze shifted to the young knight. "Lord Farhite, you seem close to Jin Nido. Could you somehow bring him to me?" "I apologize," Lithia said, bowing her head. "He hasn't told me or anyone at Kaina village his whereabouts. I have no idea where he is currently." The king considered this. "I see. Well, fine, if you ever meet him again, tell him I'd like him to serve the kingdom. Also tell him I would grant him the position of royal magic craftsman if he agrees." Lithia's eyes widened. "Royal. In other words, he would become a noble." Smile touched the king's lips. "Yes, I'm counting on you. Please leave it to me," he said, dismissing her. "All right, you may leave. Hurry back and tell the people of Kaina village. I'll disregard the chief's revolt and complaints. Though I understand you were prevented from telling me this time, I'd like it if you'd report to me right away when you find an exceptionally talented person next time." Once the throne room doors closed behind her, the king's amiable expression vanished. He turned to the still kneeling Earl. "Now then, Walter, why did you make such a mistake? Did you rush the matter?" Walter kept his eyes fixed on the floor. "The randomly appearing golems are showing their power even in this country. I thought we should gain some control over it. It's true I rushed without any proof, a mistake born from my arrogance. Though this doesn't mean the suspicions on him have cleared, he continued, a dark look in his eyes. The girl with him. No, the something that looked like a girl will probably be a bigger threat than normal golems. Along with the Jin Nido who she obeys, he is also probably something that can't be called human. The king stroked his beard, a calculating glint in his eye. Is he a criminal or perhaps a fool? It doesn't even matter. Walter looked up confused. Wah, the king elaborated the pump and stove. From a general perspective, it's nothing. Our kingdom's daily life could improve with his technology, but that is a secondary concern. He made a fist, his voice low and intense. What I want is his power. If I can gain it by merely handing over a noble's title, then it's a cheap deal. The problem is whether he'd take it or not. Back in Kaina village, the news was met with cheers. Great, that means suspicions towards Jin have been cleared, right? The chief exclaimed. Yes, Lithia confirmed, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she looked toward the empty workshop. But really, where has Jin-san, the person in question, gone? How is Hana-chan doing? Someone asked. A woman replied with a sad smile. It seems she's been in the workshop since. Lithia hurried to the workshop, her armor clanking in the quiet space. Hana-chan, are you okay? The girl stirred from where she'd fallen asleep, rubbing her eyes. Chen Naya, oh, Lithia-sama. I'm okay, I was only sleeping. Hana mumbled, gesturing to the shelves of tools and parts. I was looking at a lot of things. Lithia knelt beside her, her expression full of sympathy. I see, so you're worried about Jin-san. To her surprise, Hana shook her head firmly. Not at all. It's surprising that you're not worried, even I feel restless. Lithia confessed. Hana stood up, a confident smile on her face. He'll definitely come home, because there's a ton of things Onii-chan hasn't finished here. There's some partially made tools and a bunch of unused materials. Plus, I can't take care of Mint's maintenance by myself. Besides, he told me, she declared, her smile radiant as she reached out to the empty space before her, to the memory of his promise. We would meet again. A heavy sigh escaped Jin's lips. He'd been brought back to the laboratory, a place that should have felt like a homecoming, but as he gazed upon the imposing, silent structure, a sense of unease settled in. There was nothing, just an unnerving emptiness. From a high balcony, they surveyed the sprawling, untamed wilderness below, a dense sea of green that met a distant, churning ocean. Ryaiko's voice was steady, a stark contrast to the shock on Jin's face. On this island, only this laboratory has been maintained over these 1,000 years. He stammered, I had no idea it was on an island. As they walked through the sterile corridors, Jin's unease grew. Aren't there any people on this island? He asked. There isn't anyone besides father, Ryaiko replied. The thought of returning to Kaina village surfaced, but Ryaiko seemed to sense it. We can't go back yet, she stated firmly. Please don't read my expression, he muttered. Her attention shifted. Leaving humans aside, we have many golems. The word sparked a memory for Jin, the heaps of broken automatons. That reminds me. Weren't there a lot of broken ones around before? Let's go check them out. The warehouse was thick with the scent of stale air and neglect. Somehow it seems dustier than the last time I was here, Jin observed, running a finger over a crate. Since I've been looking for father these past few months, Ryaiko explained, the lab has been left alone. They stood before a graveyard of automatons, their metal limbs twisted and broken. With a lab this big, there had to have been more people, Jin mused, but Ryaiko shook her head. No, there wasn't anyone who used this facility besides mother. Jin picked up the detached head of a golem, turning it over in his hands. Master by herself? Wasn't that inconvenient? I don't know the reason, Ryaiko admitted, but mother was indeed living by herself. He stared into the golem's lifeless eyes, murmuring the name aloud. Adriana Barbara Jeji. I wonder what she had in mind when she built this facility to live in alone. A slow smile spread across Jin's face, chasing away the uncertainty. Regardless, I can't just leave the lab like this, right? He looked to his companion. Ryaiko, her eyes lit up, her response immediate and full of energy. Yes. Leaning over a table strewn with blueprints, surrounded by his loyal automatons, Jin laid out his vision. And thus the curtains rose on our hidden lab development plan. It's a plan to improve and maintain the facility and its surroundings, out of respect for the master who left it behind. The first order of business was practical. Since our food from Kaina village also seemed to be running out, this was also a plan to secure the surroundings. It would be best if we could become self-sufficient. His hands moved with practiced ease over the scattered golem parts on the workbench. So in order to secure enough manpower for this plan, he explained, I decided to repair the golems as a start. Ryaiko, however, had a different priority. She began giving each of the newly repaired automatons a name, much to their delight. I'm ruby, I'm amethyst, I'm topaz, I'm peridot, I'm aqua. And so the 5 set maids were born. Their introduction immediately sparked a debate among the larger combat golems. I think it's Ruby-chan, one declared. What? I'm on Topaz-chan's side, another retorted while Reiko quietly championed amethyst and aqua. Jin watched the scene with a weary expression. They're maids, not idols, he sighed. Well, it's fine if you're having fun. Her curiosity piqued by his new project, Reiko leaned over his shoulder. By the way, father, what's that? Spread across the table were the components of a sleek winged automaton. I thought I'd create a golem that could survey the island from the sky, he explained. Reiko stared at the pieces. From the sky, will it fly? He ran a hand over the gleaming fuselage. I used light silver to build the exterior and interior mechanism. If we survey from above, we can grasp the general geographical terrain. We'll also need a map if we're going to maintain the island. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. I'll program an autopilot and image recording transcription into the Magi crystal. Besides that, I can directly transfer the recorded images later. A curious thought struck him as he looked at Reiko. I wonder if it'll work with Reiko's strength. On a cliff overlooking the sea, Reiko took her stance. With a powerful cry of fly, she hurled the glider golem into the air with a surge of magical energy. The craft caught the wind, its silver body cutting cleanly through the air as it began its ascent over the island. They watched it soar. Wow, it's really flying in the sky, Reiko breathed. Jin smiled, relieved. I've made model planes several times before, but I'm glad it was able to fly. As it glided back, Reiko caught it effortlessly. Holding the craft, he gave it a designation. Right now it can only glide, so I guess it's a glider golem. I'll try making propellers sometime too. Just then a voice interrupted them. Master Reiko-sama. It was Amez, one of the new maids. What is it, Amez? Reiko asked. The golem bowed slightly. I am sorry for interrupting. It's regarding Master's food source. Was there any food that looked edible? Jin inquired. We found things resembling fruits and nuts, but Amez trailed off, gesturing to a large cloth bundle that, when opened, revealed a bounty of colorful, familiar-looking fruits. You don't know if they're edible. Jin's face lit up with relief. No matter how you look at it, these are oranges, peaches, and apples, he declared, picking up one of each. Then these are probably safe. He held one out. This is an orange and peach, right? But Reiko just stared blankly. Huh, I don't know, I've never seen oranges and peaches before. A cold dread washed over Jin. The fruit in his hand suddenly felt alien, menacing. I've started to forget, but this is still another world, he thought, his confidence shattering. Even if the appearance is the same, it doesn't mean it's the same food. Another maid stepped forward, confirming his fear. All us golems, including Reiko, don't need to consume food, so even if we ate those, we wouldn't know if it was poisonous because it doesn't affect us. Jin's gaze hardened with resolve. He broke one of the fruits in half, its flesh glistening. The odds are 50-50, I'll have to try one. Before anyone could stop him, he placed a segment in his mouth. Father, Reiko cried out in alarm. A moment of tense silence passed, then Jin's eyes opened, a look of genuine pleasure on his face. Delicious, it's an orange, he announced. It tastes fine. Reiko still looked terrified. Is it really okay? He grinned sheepishly. The problem is whether there are any effects in the next few hours. Reiko's expression hardened into a scolding pout. Please don't experiment with your own body. Just then another maid arrived, holding up a thick, leather-bound tome. After cleaning up the archive, I found something resembling a plant dictionary. Jin let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. For now, it seems like we solved the problem of food. With the immediate crisis averted, the rest of the plan proceeded smoothly. Golems set to work, stripping away the thick ivy that had covered the laboratory's walls for ages. Underneath the foliage, the building's true architecture was revealed, and the lab finally started to look cleaner. Meanwhile, inside the workshop, Jin continued to mass-produce golems. As the ranks of his creations swelled, the lab began to regain its original, bustling appearance. Walking the halls with his ever-growing entourage, Jin found himself pondering the former master. The number of golems grew day by day. I wonder what she was thinking, living on this island all alone. The sheer scale of the place was baffling. Oddly spacious buildings, floor plans that made living alone seem impossible, not to mention the large amount of supplies and knowledge left behind. They found themselves back on the balcony. Father, Reiko began, but Jin spoke first. At first, I thought it'd be a good idea to start a facility on this uninhabited island and continue researching alone, to prevent the power of a Magi craftmeister from being exploited. He gazed out at the endless horizon. Now, I wonder if I actually wanted to meet more people, to learn with many other people here, to make many things with many other people here. Why is that? Rieko asked, her head tilted. Jin leaned against the railing, a soft smile on his face, because it's beautiful. You can really see a lot here, he continued, his voice filled with awe. The sea, the mountain, the sky, and the stars. He turned to Rieko, his theory solidifying. If it was me, I would have built this facility at a more convenient location. So this must have been built for someone who would one day come here who shares the same perspective as me. Someone completely untainted, surrounded by beautiful things who could match my ideals. Rieko looked at him, a realization dawning. But master isn't that. Jin scoffed at the idea, shaking his head. Too unlikely, almost like Horai Island, the island where the immortals lived. Yeah, right. Rieko, however, didn't see the issue. Immortals, I think that's fine. Magi craftmeisters are also considered as sages by others, she reasoned. Mother and father are godlike existences to me anyway, so it's quite accurate. This is like Horai Island, and I'm sure this wasn't for someone else, she declared, her smile radiant with absolute certainty. It's for father. Before he could process her words, she spun around. Well then, I'll go tell everyone what the island's name is now. Ah, why? Jin stammered, reaching out to stop her, but she was already gone. He dropped his hand, sighing in defeat as he watched her go. Master and I are just humans, though, really, he mumbled to the empty air. For breakfast there was fruit, for lunch more fruit, for dinner yet again fruit. Finally Jin snapped. He slammed his fork down on the table, his face a mask of frustration. I'm sick of it. Rieko flinched. FFF father, SS sick of it. What? He glared at his plate. Eating fruits every day like this. I'm bored of only tasting sweetness and sourness. A wistful, homesick look crossed his face as he remembered the meals from Kaina village. I want to eat Martha San's homemade stew. One with roasted deer, he sighed, more than that. Grain, I want to eat rice. If you want to try something new, how about trying the ground spider? Rieko suggested. Jin recoiled. Even if it's edible, rejected. What do they even eat? Air. A maid appeared, reading from a book. Ground spiders eat ether. So in a way, they do live by eating air. Another golem chimed in. I managed to plow a field, but I'm missing the vital seeds. Jin looked at the empty plate and the salt shaker. Since there's an ocean, we can get fish and salt, but I'd like some other things too. I guess we can go buy the things we need. Aqua consulted one of the ancient guidebooks. Then going to Blueland would be best. It says here the city is a spot for trade. Jin raised an eyebrow. Aqua, that's information from 1,000 years ago, but Rieko confirmed it. If it's Blueland, I've been there before searching for father. Even now it's lively with many street stalls. A smile touched Jin's lips. Then let's head there. With that decided, let's go, Rieko, he announced. She beamed. Yes. He then turned to the assembled maids and golems. Everyone else continued developing Horai Island. They responded in unison, understood. They stood before the shimmering teleportation gate. Excluding Kaina village and its surroundings, this is our first expedition, Jin remarked, a thrill of anticipation in his voice. I'm looking forward to it. Rieko clutched the strap of her bag, her eyes sparkling. If it's with father, I'd have fun going anywhere. He smiled, placing his hand on the smooth, cool surface of the control sphere. Then let's go. Runes flared to life around the orb, teleportation gate activate, with a blinding flash of light they were gone. They materialized in a cacophony of sound and color. Nearby, a young woman with fiery hair frantically tried to set up her market stall. Having a bad day, huh, miss? An old shopkeeper chuckled. Shut up, she snapped, finally getting her wares arranged. All right, the products seem fine. A determined grin spread across her face. I'll definitely sell out today. Gotta start earning some money. She threw her arms wide, her voice ringing out over the market din. Come have a look. Here is Blueland's best Magi craftsman, my Bina's creations. Her eyes landed on Jin and Rieko. Hey you there, how about it? Why not buy one? I recommend this for your little sister. She picked up a delicate silver band. What's that? Jin asked. It's a bracelet with a magic lamp, she announced proudly. A top-grade item, even when it's dark you can shine it like this. Jin took the offered bracelet, observing the faint glow it emitted. Isn't the light too small? Rieko peered at it. Yes, it doesn't seem too bright. Bina's confident facade crumbled. No, adding such a function to this small object is difficult, you know. Jin turned the bracelet over in his fingers with a critical eye. It's kinda shabby, he commented nonchalantly. With a faint crunch, the delicate metalwork crumpled in his grip. The stall owner stared, her jaw agape and her eyes wide with disbelief. Huh. What did you just say? The girl's voice was a low growl, her eyes narrowed into slits of pure fury. Jin stammered, holding up a small, intricate device as if it were a shield. I didn't mean that, it's just that. Jin's hands flew up in a gesture of frantic apology, but the girl wasn't listening. It's just what? That was your intention, right? She accused. From the side, Ryuko's monotone voice cut through the tension. Don't get so angry. If you look closely, it's very cute. Ryuko's words hung in the air. It's a good result for an amateur. The word amateur detonated in the small space. The girl's face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Amateur. Amateur me, she sputtered, disbelief warring with indignation. I who trained under that famous Professor Glutia Hampton. Beside her, Ryuko's curiosity was piqued. Who's that? Before Ryuko could press the issue, Jin lunged, clamping a hand over her mouth. Don't say anything unnecessary, he hissed, his eyes wide with panic. The red-haired girl's glare intensified. I won't forgive you. For calling me an amateur, she seethed, her hands tightening around a large metallic rod she'd snatched from her stall. I will never forgive you. She swung the weapon menacingly. Apologize or else. As the girl thrust the rod forward, Ryuko's hand shot out, intercepting it with impossible speed. There was a sharp crack, and the head of the device shattered in her grip, magical energy dissipating into the air. The girl stared, her mouth agape at the remnants of her weapon crumbling in Ryuko's hand, the paralyzed rod. Wah. The girl could only stammer, ooh, as Ryuko's face, now cast in shadow, loomed over the broken pieces. Or else, Ryuko repeated the girl's earlier threat, her voice dangerously low. Ryuko's eyes, cold and piercing, locked onto the terrified girl. With this rod, what were you going to do to who? The question was an accusation, and the girl could only let out a choked shriek. The fight drained out of her in an instant. The girl crumpled to the ground amidst the debris of her stall, a soft ow escaping her lips. Sorry, Jin offered, seeing the danger had passed, but the girl wasn't listening. She was lost in her own despair, tears streaming down her face. Mother, father, I'm sorry, I finally became a magi craftsman. You overworked yourselves to pay my tuition, became ill and passed away. Her voice cracked with grief. But I'm here being made fun of by some strangers. Her public breakdown began to draw attention. A crowd started to form, their whispers filling the air. Is that girl crying? What has that guy done? Some products got destroyed. A burly merchant pushed through the onlookers, his face a thundercloud. Oi, if you guys are going to make a fuss, do it elsewhere. Jin flinched, scratching the back of his head. Sorry. Leaning down toward the sobbing girl, Jin spoke softly. Hey you, I'll apologize for earlier, so let's talk somewhere else. I'll compensate you. Her head snapped up, eyes wide. They found a quiet alley away from the prying eyes of the market. Yes, she said, her voice still thick with emotion. Compensate me for the items, including the paralyzed rod. With her arms crossed, she added, I'm really sorry about earlier. You should be. And I also apologize for pointing something dangerous at you. She blurted out, glancing nervously at Ryuko, who still looked menacing. Jin nodded. Yeah, so about the compensation for the rod. That was pretty valuable, she stated, arms crossed again. Jin looked troubled. I don't have any money, so is it okay if I fix it? What? She scoffed. It's not something that can be fixed easily. Even I had to buy it since I couldn't make it. In a flash of movement, Jin produced the rod, now whole again but subtly altered. Since the material was wood, I couldn't make it into the same exact shape, he explained, but I raised the electric conduction efficiency, so the use of MP should be reduced. And I fixed your magic formula. Well then, we'll excuse ourselves, Jin said, turning to depart. Why, wait a second, she yelled, her previous anger replaced by sheer astonishment. Her eyes darted from the improved rod back to Jin. You're a magi craftsman too, she exclaimed. Yeah, more or less, he admitted. A look of understanding dawned on her face. I see. That's why you said my work was shabby. I guess it's obvious you judge me like that if you have that much skill. A spark ignited in her eyes. Are you willing to make a killing with me? She proposed with a wink. No thanks, Jin replied flatly. Don't say that and help me out, she pleaded, grabbing onto him. I'll introduce you to good stores and I'll split the profit equally. No matter what, I have to raise money, as a magi craftsman. Why? Jin asked, bewildered by her sudden intensity. For that I will even discard any shame or reputation. I'll even bow my head. Her gaze was unwavering. It's for my family. And then in the next breath she threw her fists in the air and roared, for my pride, life, luxury, and fame. Ryuko stared blankly. That's awful. Jin sighed. There's only greed. Well, I guess I can give you some advice if you show me a good store, Jin relented. The girl's face lit up and she pointed at him with a grin. The deal is made. I'm Vina, she said, her good mood restored. Jin gestured between himself and his companion. I'm Jin and this is Ryuko. Best regards. Vina led them through the city's backstreets to a modest brick and timber building. "This is the workshop?" Jin asked, taking in the sparse interior. Vina beamed. "Yup, isn't it good quality even though I don't have money?" "Since there are tools, it's better than kinda village," Ryaiko observed bluntly. Jin quickly put his hands together in a pleading gesture. "Don't say things like that." "Did you say something?" Vina asked, turning toward them. "No, nothing," Jin deflected quickly. Jin's gaze fell upon a glass-paned lantern sitting on a workbench. "Well, how are you planning to make a profit?" "Look here," Vina said excitedly. "If Jin gives me some advice, I can improve the things I have now and the shop will make a ton of profit." Jin picked up the lantern, his expression serious. "I saw your products earlier, but they're all half-baked. The structure is poor because you focused on a fancy exterior, so the lamps don't emit enough light." He activated the device and a faint shimmer appeared around it. "This tool creates a barrier, but it failed to draw the necessary power from the magic stone." He tapped it with a small hammer, and the barrier flickered violently. "I can put a larger magic stone, but customers wouldn't buy it due to the high price," Vina argued. "That's not the problem," Jin countered, producing a glowing tablet that displayed the item's magical script. "You're losing 50% of conduction efficiency because of how you're writing the Magi formula. This is what's causing the low output. Half. But the biggest problem exists elsewhere," Jin continued, as Vina scrambled for a notepad and pen. "The clarification of use. You need to create specificity. For example, a lamp. Is it for indoor or outdoor use? Is it meant to illuminate the surroundings or only the front? Depending on that, the quantity of light and the dimension will change. The control of MP will also be affected." Vina scribbled furiously, muttering, "Quantity of light, dimension?" Jin pressed on. "You have to define the purpose of making it, whom you're making it for, and what is expected to be necessary." He held up a small component from the table. "We, Magi craftsmen, aren't supposed to be complacent." Vina looked up from her notes, a dazed expression on her face. "Probably." After a moment of stunned silence, Vina looked up from her notes. "Sorry, I don't get it." The statement was so blunt that Jin and Ryaiko physically recoiled. Because Professor Hampton didn't teach me that stuff," she exclaimed, flustered. Ryaiko, ever curious, piped up again. "So who is that person?" Jin just sighed, rubbing his temples. It's okay." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jin decided to start from the beginning. "Fine, I'll explain everything in order. Also, dimension, and how to organize the Magi formula." Hours seemed to pass as Jin lectured. Vina's hand flew across the page, her face a mask of concentration and panic. "Oh God, there's too much to memorize." "And what I'm saying is just the beginning," Jin said calmly. "From now on, you'll need to practice and repeat." Stop," she cried, holding up her hands as if to ward off the flood of information. "It's getting dark, so can I feed my brother and sister first?" she asked, a sudden shift in her demeanor. "Brother and sister?" Jin inquired. "Really," she confirmed. "Well, I don't mind." "Well then, do you want to eat with us, Jin?" she offered, "although I can't prepare anything great." An image of the mountain of fruit Ryaiko had brought flashed through Jin's mind, and a wave of nausea hit him. As they arrived at a small, worn-down house, Vina pushed the door open and called out, "I'm back." "I'd be glad to," Jin replied, his decision made. Two small children rushed to greet her. "Welcome back, One-chan." "Ran Nana, I'm back," she said, stroking their hair. "One-chan, who are those people?" the boy asked. Vina gestured to her new companions. "Jin and Ryaiko are friends. They will be going to work together with me." As Jin looked closer at the children, he noticed something unsettling. "Something's wrong," he murmured to himself, spotting faint red spots on their arms and the unhealthy pallor of their gums. Bleeding gums. "Scurvy," Jin thought aloud. Vina's head whipped around. "What, you know something about their disease?" Her panic subsided into a look of deep sorrow. "That's true," she admitted, clutching the fabric of her shirt. "I honestly want to take them to the healer, but I don't have the money to." No, sorry," Jin said quickly, trying to backtrack. "They just look like the symptoms of a disease I know, but it's not my field, so I can't really say. At least I want to feed them something with high nutrition." Vina said, her resolve hardening. "But it's okay, I'll raise money and have the healer cure them. Well then, I'll prepare dinner." As she moved to the kitchen, Jin turned to Ryaiko. "Ryaiko, yes." "How many fruits did you bring?" Jin asked quietly. "There's enough for father for a few days," Ryaiko replied. "Could you go get some more?" Jin requested. "After all, I'm glad you seem to like them." Ryaiko began, but Jin cut her off. "Well, I'm not the one who's going to eat them." Ryaiko's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Understood." "I'll bring a lot," she promised, before blurring into motion and vanishing out the door. "Please do," Jin called after her. A short while later, as Vina was setting the table, she noticed the absence. "Where's Rieko? I was thinking of serving dinner soon." "I asked her for a little favor," Jin explained vaguely. Vina's eyes widened in alarm. "It's already becoming dark. No matter how strong she is, it's dangerous for a child to go out alone." "It's fine," Jin said calmly, gesturing toward the darkened window. "Rieko is an automaton." Vina stared, utterly dumbfounded. "What?" After a beat, she sighed. "Oh, then that's a relief." Seated at the table, Jin took a spoonful of the simple soup and smiled. "That was delicious. It's been a while since I last ate warm food." Vina looked away, embarrassed. "You're exaggerating over a vegetable soup." Jin glanced at a crate of vegetables in the corner. "Is this what you always eat?" "Do you eat vegetables raw?" "Impossible," Vina replied. "The quality is bad and I can't eat them if I don't boil them." "I see," Jin thought, his theory solidifying. "As I expected. It's difficult to obtain vitamin C from vegetables in the soup. It'll be better if they obtain nutrition from fruits." Just then a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. "I just returned," Rieko announced. "Oh, welcome back," Jin said with a relieved smile. Rieko hefted a massive basket forward and appended it, sending a cascade of colorful, perfect-looking fruit tumbling across the dinner table. Vina and the children could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief. What is this?" Vina stammered. "Well, it's fruits," Jin said simply. "Isn't this too much?" Rieko stated flatly. "I brought them. I don't think we can finish them." "That's not what I meant," Vina gasped, pointing a trembling finger at a large, fuzzy orb. Isn't this Pelsica?" "Ooh, was that what it's called?" Jin asked. "Yes," Rieko confirmed. "If you don't have money, sell this," the little girl urged. The boy chimed in, his eyes wide. "It's called a royal fruit and it's a high-grade import. Even the nobles can't eat this many." "Then please eat them with everyone," Jin insisted. But Vina protested. Rieko, ignoring the debate, had already produced a knife and begun methodically slicing the fruit. "Even if we sell them, it's not enough to see the healer, right?" she reasoned. "Well, thanks, then." The children tentatively took the offered slices. Their eyes lit up. "It's sweet, it's delicious." Even Vina, taking a bite, closed her eyes in pure bliss, a tear of joy escaping. "If you look closely, there's also shimon and apple," Vina exclaimed, discovering more varieties in the pile. "Let's eat, you too." The children cheered as they tasted the different kinds. Jin picked up a slice for himself. "Nevertheless, I'll take a slice," Vina declared with newfound determination. "I won't give it back even if you say so." With intense concentration, Vina focused her mana, attempting to coax the raw material before her into a new shape. A dark substance began to rise, tendrils of magic weaving it together as it started to form. But her control wavered for a moment and the delicate structure collapsed, melting into a useless, sagging lump on the table. "Focus, Bina, focus," Jin urged from beside her. "It won't sell if your work isn't precise." With a groan, she threw her hands up in the air. "I get it, but this is exhausting." Slumped at her workbench, Bina sighed in defeat. Jin gently prompted her, "So, what is it you're trying to craft anyway?" "I am not really sure what everyone wants or needs," she admitted, "though I can think of what I want pretty quickly." Jin smiled. "Well, isn't it fine to just craft things that you want?" Her eyes fell upon a bowl of fresh Pelsica apples on the table, and a spark of inspiration struck her. "Like a wallet that gives me infinite money," she declared with a greedy glint in her eye, "or a staff that can cure any sickness." Jin deadpanned. "Go ahead and make it if you can." Bina's shoulders slumped slightly. "I know, it was just a joke," she mumbled while Jin considered their next move. "For starters, how about?" Picking up one of the apples, she presented a more practical problem. "These will rot in 3 days and become inedible." Jin nodded, intrigued. "Preservation of food, that's quite a good idea." "The problem is how to do it," Bina mused, her mind picturing traditional methods. "We could preserve them if we dry or pickle them. Smoking is also an option." "So you mean to cool it?" she asked, the idea clicking into place. "Yes," Jin confirmed. She tapped a finger to her lip, considering the consequences. "But I am not sure about drying a Pelsica. The taste will surely change." Jin glanced over his shoulder with a knowing look. "If this were a snow country, we could just bury them in the snow." A shard of crystalline ice materialized in Bina's palm. "But if we use ice magic repeatedly, the mana consumption will be too much. This region is warm, so the ice will melt right away. A small magic stone won't be enough." With his arms crossed, Jin laid out the scientific principle. "It's not like we have to freeze the food directly, and as long as we keep it sheltered, the ice won't melt right away. Cold air will sink, so if the case is designed well, it should work." Is that so? Bina's eyes lit up as she began sketching in a notebook. So, if we put water in the case and just freeze it occasionally. Her pencil flew across the page as she worked out the details. The outer case could be wood, but the inside needs to be magically conductive, so it should be copper, and then the magic formula would be. With a final surge of magic, the device materialized before them, a tall, insulated box. Bina stood with her hands on her hips, beaming with pride, while Jin looked on, impressed. I did it, I made it, Bina cheered, pumping her fists. I am so awesome. Jin chuckled, clapping lightly. A refrigerato, huh? To think you'd actually be able to make one. Her celebration paused as she held up the large magic stone powering the device. Well, I did have to borrow this from you, Jin. He waved it off with a smile. It's okay. You can just pay me back when you sell this. A quiet voice from the doorway made Bina jump. By the way, it was Reincarnation, sitting with her usual stoicism. I am sorry to disturb your celebration, Reincarnation continued, but for how much will you sell that magic tool? Bina puffed out her chest. Of course, I'll sell it at an affordable price. Suddenly the color drained from Bina's face. Ah, she shrieked, a horrifying realization dawning on her. I can sell it. Jin looked at her, confused. What's wrong, Bina? The price of the magic stone I borrowed from Jin is, she stammered. Reincarnation elaborated, holding her fingers a tiny distance apart. I checked the stalls yesterday. It seems even a magic stone this small is 1,000 tor. Jin's mind raced, recalling the information he'd gotten from Roland. If 1 tor is about 10 yen, that means 1,000 tor is equal to 10,000 yen, and a single loaf of bread is 10 tor. He looked from the massive stone to Bina's despairing face. Yeah, I guess we can sell this. She slammed her head on the table. Gosh, even though I already crafted it. Jin stared at the enormous, priceless magic stone, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. As the children gazed at the new invention in awe, Jin offered a solution. Well, I guess you'll have to use it yourself for the time being. We can just search for a buyer at a later time. Over a simple lunch, he looked at the stew in his bowl. But instead of that, we have to come up with new ideas. He took a spoonful, chewing thoughtfully. We have to think of a product that's more suitable for the masses, something cheap and fast to create. His eyes narrowed at the contents of his spoon. Is this even corn? Bina scratched her head sheepishly. Ah, it's hard, isn't it? I just bought the cheapest kind there was at the market today. But this texture, Jin murmured, an idea forming. He looked up from his bowl. Hey, is there still any of this corn left? Without waiting for a full answer, he stood, grabbed a large sack of kernels, and declared, I am borrowing the pot for a while. As he set the pot on the stove, Bina rushed over. Really, just what are you doing? Ignoring her, he called out Reincarnation, the electric magic stone. Bina clutched her head in panic. Pot, my pot is. If it's a pot, I can make you as many as you want later. 4, 5, he offered dismissively. 2 is enough, she replied weakly. He poured the kernels into the pot. Just watch. So what's this? Bina and the children huddled together, peering nervously at the strange contraption as she whispered, my pot. Jin placed his hand on the side of the device, channeling his energy into it. Start, he commanded. A sudden, sharp popping sound erupted from within the pot, startling everyone. Wah, Bina yelped, instinctively pulling the children behind her as a barrage of small explosions began. What is happening? The chaotic popping subsided, revealing a pot overflowing with fluffy white puffs. Jin threw his arms out wide. All right, it's a success. Bina stared at the mess, aghast. What part of this is a success? He scooped the white morsels into a bowl and offered it to her. Well, just go ahead and try it. She looked at the strange food, bewildered. We're eating it. Popcorn is a common food in my hometown, Jin explained, casually tossing a piece into his mouth. Delish, Bina recoiled, waving her hands frantically. Nope, big nope. You two shouldn't eat. Bina started to warn the children, but they had already grabbed handfuls. Delicious, one exclaimed. Savory, said the other. She watched, stunned. They were totally eating it. The ingredient is the same corn, so it's not harmful, Jin reassured her. Hesitantly, she picked up a single, delicate piece. Okay. She cautiously placed it in her mouth. Her eyes widened in surprise as she quickly stuffed her cheeks with more. Her fists clenched with renewed determination. This will definitely sell, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Jin nodded in agreement. I am thinking the same thing. She recalled her trip to the market where a vendor had explained the key. The corn won't pop if the skin isn't hard enough, he told her when she asked about using a better quality corn. No, I don't recommend that. Looking over their supplies, Jin listed them off. Corn, salt, and oil, and also panoki leaves for wrapping. I guess that's all we need for popcorn. What's left is to think of other things to sell, Jin mused. Bina's finger shot into the air. If that's the case, I have an idea. We have to create a fire every time we want to warm something up, she explained, gesturing towards their hearth. But it's kind of a hassle, so what about a tool to create fire? Jin's eyes widened. A nice idea. Her enthusiasm quickly faded as she considered the logistics. But I'll need lots of fire magic stones. I'll have to buy a lot of them as a first investment. Without a word, Jin reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, simple pouch. He held the pouch out to her. Bina, it's only a few, but use these. She stared at the offering, stunned. Is it really okay? He just smiled. Yeah. She grabbed his hand with both of hers, her voice thick with emotion. I'll definitely return this debt. He looked at her, his expression soft. I am looking forward to it. I'll make a prototype right away, she declared, dashing off towards the workshop. As she left, Ryoko turned to Jin. Father, those magic stones are. Yeah, those are from Kaina village, he confirmed, looking at the pouch of leftover stones. I've used them in making stoves anyway, so I think it's okay. Ryoko pressed, is it really okay to give her all of them? If her tool goes on sale, then all of them will be gone. Jin grew pensive. It's true that it's kind of like a souvenir. But he and Ryoko stood at the window, looking out over the town. I believe that. A memory of one of the villagers surfaced in his mind. She would say I am more suited to be like this. A row of newly crafted devices sat on the counter, each bearing a flame insignia. Lighter was it? Jin asked, picking one up. It's a good name. Bina clasped her hands together, her eyes shut tight in a silent prayer. Please sell. Jin stood beside her, a calm and reassuring presence. Don't worry, they will surely sell. Their stall was ready, the popcorn machine gleaming next to the neat row of lighters. Well then, Jin said, let us start. The sudden, rhythmic popping from their stall cut through the market chatter, turning heads. A crowd began to gather, their curiosity piqued by the strange, explosive sounds. Bina raised her voice, projecting over the noise to the curious onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, how about some popcorn? A man in the crowd muttered, Pop-corn. She gestured to the overflowing bowl. It has a great crispy texture while having the savory scent of corn. The kids will surely like it, and it's also easy to eat. As a demonstration, Bina nudged Ryoko forward, who began to eat a cone of popcorn with a perfectly deadpan expression. Yai, it's so delish, she stated flatly. The enticing aroma wafted through the crowd. It sure has a good scent, one person commented. Is it really delicious? Another wondered aloud. A young man stepped forward, intrigued. 5 tor, okay, give me one. Bina beamed as she handed him a cone wrapped in a panoki leaf. Thanks for the purchase. The crowd watched in silence as the first customer took a tentative bite. His eyes widened in surprise, and then he began to devour the popcorn with gusto. A cheer went up from the first customer. Give me another one, no, make it 2. That broke the dam, and suddenly shouts came from all over. I am buying it too, give me one too. Soon a happy crowd surrounded the stall, everyone munching away. Delicious, what is this? One person exclaimed. It's too delicious. An old man wept with joy. One of the customers pointed to the other items on the counter. Hey mister, what do these lighters do? Jin picked one up. You see, if you push this button. With a click, a small, steady flame appeared at the top of the device. It will create a small flame you can use to start a fire. The customer's eyes lit up. That's good, I am buying one, 50 tor each. The lighters sold out just as quickly as the popcorn. With their stall completely empty, Bina slumped into a chair and stretched luxuriously. HNNGGH, I am tired, it's the first time I've ever sold this much. Jin smiled. Didn't I tell you it would sell? It's true that I am happy they sold, she admitted, looking at the memory of her smiling customers. But seeing their faces also made me happy. Somehow, I kinda get what you were saying, Jin. She turned to him, her face breaking into a radiant, genuine smile. Jin, thank you. Say your gratitude after you've healed Nana and Rand, he replied gently. This is where it gets hard. Rejuvenated by their success, Bina jumped to her feet. Okay, let us buy a heap of delicious things to eat today. As they walked off, Jin added, I want to eat rice. Patting the last of the plush futons into a neat stack, Jin let out a sigh of satisfaction. Well, I guess that's all of them. Are these made with grand caterpillar's string? Ryoko inquired, her gaze fixed on the bedding. Yeah, Jin confirmed. Using grand spider's string would have been overkill. "Father, why are you making futons?" she asked, tilting her head. A gentle smile touched Jin's lips. "Ah, these are for Nana and Raoul." "Since there was leftover string, I went ahead and made 10 extras," he explained, gesturing to the impressive pile. "I suppose we can use them for guests." As the maids began carting the futons away, Jin pointed after them with a sudden, uncertain thought. "That's if we ever have any guests, though." His gaze drifted towards the heavy laboratory doors. "Besides, there are many things I want to keep secret in this laboratory. If it's possible, I'd like to build a proper home. Like the underground resource mine," he continued, his voice lowering. "We can't let the market know about it." He looked off into the distance, a serious expression hardening his features. "Even if I bring someone here, I'll have to carefully divide what is fine to be known from what isn't. And of course, my own inventions are out of the question for outsiders." Jin turned to her, his expression softening into a hopeful smile. "I'm counting on you." Rieko gave a firm nod. "I get it. I'll build it soon." "Well then," Jin said, turning towards his room, "we're going to see Bina tomorrow, so please wake up early and get the futons ready." As the door clicked shut, Rieko sighed to herself, a wistful look on her face. "A relaxing bath. I want to go to Kaina's onsen." Her wistfulness vanished, replaced by a surge of determination. Clenching her fists, she declared to the empty hallway, "Leave it to me, father. I'll surely be of service." The next day at Bina's workshop, the young inventor burst forward, thrusting a metallic contraption towards Jin with unbridled enthusiasm. "Look at this, Jin, my new invention. I named it the water boiler. I made it because I thought it'd be nice to have warm water for wiping your body or washing things," she explained, a little flustered. Jin peered over her shoulder at the device. "Yeah, I think it's good enough." "Now you look like a real Magi craftsman," Bina, Jin praised. Her head snapped up, indignant. "I don't look like one, I am one." Bina's attention shifted to the plush bundle Rieko was carrying. "And what is Rieko carrying? A futon, was it?" she asked, intrigued. "We had some spare materials, so I made them for Nana and Raoul," Jin explained. As Bina touched the soft fabric, her eyes widened. "It looks so warm, I might want one too." Jin smiled. "I made extras, so you can have one." To think that Jin could make something like this too. Bina mused aloud. "Frankly, I thought you only made strange things. Somehow I feel relieved." Jin blinked. "Relieved?" "Strange," Jin thought to himself. "In this world, people eat monsters anyway. If we just think of the great caterpillar as a normal silkworm, then the ingredients they produce shouldn't count as strange. Right?" "Yeah, I'm normal," Jin insisted, trying to wave it off. "Just a normal Magi craftsman, Jin Nido." Bina wasn't having it. "No, there's no way you're normal. The moment you had these ingredients at your home, you were already abnormal, not to mention the Pelsica and apple too." "And look at Rieko," she continued, her argument gaining steam. "There isn't any Magi craftsman who can create an automaton. You somehow feel fundamentally different from us." Seeing Jin's troubled expression, Bina quickly held up a hand. "Ah, sorry, I went too far. You don't have to look so depressed. You have some secret you can't say, don't you?" She smiled, her tone softening. "It's not like I want to force you to talk about it." Jin looked at her, touched by her consideration. "Thanks, okay, I think it's time to tell you." Rieko observed with her usual deadpan delivery, "So even someone like Bina-san can be considerate." Bina whirled on her, flustered. "What do you mean by that?" After Jin's explanation, Bina's mind reeled. "WWA, a warp gate, isn't that an artifact? And what's with being an orphan living on an isolated island? I don't get it at all." As they sat around the table, Jin picked up one of the exotic fruits. "And these are growing on the isolated island where I live." Bina, now calmer, rested her chin on her hand. "So that's why it was hard for you to say. If a warp gate were to be misused, it would be a disaster." She looked Jin straight in the eye, her expression firm. "I get it. I'll definitely keep this a secret." "I might not look like it, but I'm tight-lipped," Bina declared proudly. Jin observed, "Well, you're stubborn after all." Rieko added, "You look like an obstinate person." "Ha, what do you guys see me as?" Bina fumed before shaking it off and pumping a fist. "Well then, let's open for business today too." With the stall open, Rieko began serving cups of freshly made popcorn to the gathering customers. The crowd swelled around their stall, a chaotic but welcome sight. While Bina demonstrated the water boiler and managed the customers, Jin hurried to keep their displays stocked. "It's crowded today," Bina cheered over the noise. "Well, I'm glad to hear that," Jin replied with a smile, just as a heavy, mud-caked boot stomped into view before them. A group of thugs, their faces twisted into sneers, loomed over the counter. "Is it you guys?" one growled. The The lately so successful rumored shop, then can't you give us some, huh? Bina stammered, her eyes wide with fear. G give you some? Beside her, Jin just looked tired. Yuwa, so cliché. Unfazed, Ryuko held out a bag of popcorn to the largest of the thugs. Here, some sample food, it's popcorn. You said you wanted some, so here, Ryuko stated plainly. The thug's face contorted with rage. Are you making fun of us? We're talking about money, he roared, swinging a massive fist straight at her head as Bina screamed her name in terror. The punch never landed. With a flick of her wrist, Ryuko not only stopped the blow but sent the giant brute flying over the counter, where he crashed in a heap. Aniki, one of the remaining thugs, screamed in disbelief before his shock turned to fury. I'll kill this brat. He lunged, swinging his sword down, only for Ryuko to catch the flat of the blade between her fingers. To ask for money in exchange for violence. You guys sure have bad taste. With a simple twist, she bent the sword into a useless piece of metal. I was thinking of making you guys buy some popcorn and magic tools, but it seems you would prefer some violence instead. Enraged, the remaining bandits charged. Let go, you brat. She moved like a phantom, a blur of motion. A swift kick sent one bandit flying, a precise chop disabled another. She leaped into the air, spinning to deliver a final, devastating kick that sent the last of them crashing to the ground. She landed gracefully amidst the groaning pile of defeated thugs, holding out the bag of popcorn once more. Thank you for sampling, she said to the unconscious men. Was it delicious? Ryuko Jin managed, staring at the scene of total annihilation. Bina looked horrified. For real? Ryuko glanced back, her expression unchanged. At least I didn't kill them. A few moments later, the bandits were trussed up in a tight bundle of rope. So Jin began, looking at the pathetic pile. For now we've tied them up, but what should we do with these guys? I think it's better to hand them in to the guards near the citadel, Bina suggested. Can you carry them? Jin asked Ryuko. A smooth voice cut in from the crowd. You don't have to. A well-dressed nobleman stepped forward, clapping his hands softly. I'll turn them in your place. I just witnessed something spectacular after all. He beamed. Pardon me, it's just that it was so brilliant I couldn't help but feel excited. Bina gasped, Earl Kuzuma-sama. Bina stared, completely thunderstruck. Why would a noble come to a place like this? The Earl chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. I'm curious about the rumored popcorn, so I've come to eat it. My aide, Sebens, offered to buy it for me, but I heard freshly cooked is better. Here, Ryuko said, holding out a bag. The Earl smiled warmly. Thanks, strong young miss. How much is it? It's 5 tor. After his aide paid, the Earl brought a single kernel to his lips, inhaling its aroma before tasting it. I get it now, he murmured with a satisfied smile. Now I know why people like this. Sebens, you should try it too, he offered. The old butler bowed his head. No, I'm good. The Earl turned back to the stall. And I'd like to buy 2, no, make it 3 more, and wrap it for takeaway. As they prepared his order, the Earl inquired, if it's okay, may I ask your names? Bina answered nervously, I'm Bina. Ryuko added, it's Ryuko. The nobleman's gaze fell on Jin. And you? Placing a hand on his chest, he replied, Jin, I'm Jin Naito. With a final charming smile, the Earl waved. Well then, Sebens, please carry the thugs. We'll meet later, Bina-san, and you too. Once the Earl was gone, Bina let out a huge sigh, her shoulders slumping. I was so nervous. Jin chuckled beside her. Well, we were up against an Earl after all. But to think that he came here himself just to buy popcorn, Bina mused. He's a good noble. Jin smiled. Is that so? It is. From the shadows of a nearby alley, a figure watched them, listening intently. Well, probably, a voice whispered to the empty air. Back at the workshop later that evening, Bina collapsed onto a chair. Somehow I feel so tired today. Jin reflected on the day's chaos. Thugs and a noble. I guess it's a common thing around here. I don't know about the noble, Bina sighed, but the thugs sure are. Is the public order of Blue Land not good? Jin asked. Bina explained, well, there are a lot of people, so of course the crime rate is high. Nobles who want to live peacefully live inside the citadel, she continued. To go inside, you'd need a pass and something that can prove your identity. She waved a hand dismissively. Well, for us commoners, it's something that has nothing to do with us. Jin took a sip from his cup. I don't think that's quite true. The fact that he came to your stall means he has some interest in your product. Lighters and popcorn, and also the boiler. I believe those will spread even further. And it means your name will become famous enough for the nobility to hear it too, he added, a knowing look in his eyes. Bina's breath hitched. That means that Bina's skill as a magi craftsman is being recognized by everyone. A slow, happy blush spread across Bina's face as the weight of his words sank in. For real? She whispered. At least I think so, Jin replied, but his expression turned serious. But be careful, by being famous you'll face some risk too. Bina's smile faded. Risk. Of course there are people that will acknowledge you and offer a helping hand, he said, his thoughts drifting back to Kina village. But there are also people that only think of their own profit. He took another sip from his glass. It's a good thing that people acknowledge your skill, but you should be careful not to be caught up in something bad or be swept away by someone. Jin looked over at her, noticing her far-off, dreamy expression. Are you even listening? Bina snapped back to reality. Yes, I'm listening. And I believe Jin is the one who should be careful, Bina declared, pointing an accusatory finger. You're being too kind to everyone. Ryaiko nodded in agreement. I have to agree on that point. Father sure likes to get involved in other people's affairs. Jin looked flustered. Is that so? Then I guess I'll have to stop teaching, Bina, Jin threatened playfully, and that's how you end up being used by others. Bina shot up. Wait, I take that back, so please help me. Another successful day at the market was drawing to a close. HNNGGHH, we're doing great today too, Bina cheered, as expected of me. Jin leaned over to Ryaiko, whispering, am I praising her too much? Ryaiko's gaze was flat. She's clearly getting cocky. Excuse me, a voice said. Bina turned with a professional smile. Welcome. A handsome, well-dressed man stood before the stall. Pardon me, but you're the Magi craftsman, Bina-san, aren't you? Bina stammered, flustered by his appearance. Yes, that's right, I'm Bina. He gave a slight, elegant bow. Nice to meet you. I'm Earl Garana-sama's butler. My name is Claude. One of our servants bought some of the popcorn for our young master, Claude explained, and it seems he wants to eat more of it. If you're not bothered by it, can you teach us how to make it? How to make it, that's a little, Bina exclaimed, taken aback by the bold request. Claude pressed his hands together, bowing his head. We'll prepare a handsome reward, so please. Bina shot a panicked, questioning look over at Jin, who remained silent, his expression unreadable. After a moment's consideration, Jin gave a slow, deliberate nod. Seeing his approval, Bina turned back to the butler. I get it, I'll teach you. Claude beamed. Really? His face lit up with a brilliant smile. Thank you, then, I'll guide you to our mansion right away. Inside the mansion, a portly man with shrewd, calculating eyes watched their approach, a smug smile playing on his lips. Gazing at the metal contraption on the counter, Bina voiced her uncertainty. Jin, are you sure about this? Selling the recipe for popcorn, his reply was a simple, confident affirmation. They'll figure it out eventually anyway, Jin reasoned, his expression calm. It's better we profit from it now than let them discover it for free. Bina touched her chin thoughtfully. That does make sense. A mischievous glint entered Bina's eyes, her fingers tapping her chin. And they did mention a heap of a reward. This could be our chance to ask for something substantial. Jin shot her a weary look. Don't let your greed get the better of you. That's asking for trouble. Bina waved a hand dismissively, a wide grin spreading across her face. Just kidding, my motto is for the commoners, after all. She then turned to him, her expression softening. I'm sorry to ask, but please take care of Nana and Raoul while I'm gone. Jin nodded. Leave it to me. With a crack of the reins, the noble's carriage thundered away, kicking up dust as it carried Bina toward the count's estate. Jin stood in the street, watching the dark carriage recede into the distance until it was just a silhouette against the foggy town square. A faint line of worry creased Jin's brow. I just hope she doesn't mess this up, he murmured, more to himself than to Ryaiko beside him. While Bina was away, Jin and Ryaiko kept the children occupied, showing them the various trinkets and wares they had for sale. The day bled into evening. After a simple meal of fresh bread Ryaiko had prepared, the small family settled in, the quiet of the night deepening around their small home. Standing by the counter, Jin crossed his arms, his gaze distant. Isn't Bina a bit too late? Ryaiko looked up at him, sharing his concern. I'm quite worried. Jin's eyes drifted to the items on their counter, the lighter and the popcorn. They're unusual, certainly, but I can't imagine a noble being that interested in them. They make more sense for commoners, people with limited food and resources. He turned to Ryaiko, a thoughtful frown on his face. If I had to guess, their real goal is to assess her skills and technology. Ryaiko nodded slowly. That's a good observation. A new voice cut in, smooth and measured. If it were me, I'd also want to take a look at her character. Jin turned, surprised, to see Earl Kuzuma standing there. You weren't at your usual stall, so I came all the way here, the Earl explained, gesturing to his elderly aide. But it seems Lady Bina is not present. Jin explained her whereabouts. She's gone to Earl Garana's estate. Kuzuma's fingers went to his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Earl Garana, of all people, so I was a little late. The Earl's gaze met his. In that case, might I have a business talk with you instead? Jin blinked, taken aback. A business talk. As they settled in, the Earl and his aide looked around the modest shop. It's quite cramped, the aide noted. The Earl chuckled in agreement. It is indeed. Jin frowned. Please don't say that in front of Bina. Ryaiko entered carrying a plate of sliced apples. I've brought some snacks. Sebens immediately stepped forward, taking a fork. Apples, then please allow me to conduct a poison test. As Sebens began to munch enthusiastically on the apple slices, the Earl sighed. I'm sorry, Sebens is a little too paranoid. Jin offered a small smile. Please don't mind him, I've had similar experiences. The Earl laughed. From time to time his caution does go a bit too far. Jin's smile widened. I get it, but we should be thankful for people like him. The sound of vigorous chewing filled the room. The Earl glanced over at his aide, who was now systematically clearing the plate. Sebens, aren't you overdoing the poison test? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Sebens. The aide, lost in culinary bliss, licked the last of the juice from his finger with a loud exclamation of delight. Scbans, the Earl barked, his composure finally cracking. Sebens started finally noticing his master's glare. Pardon me, my lord, this apple, it's chilled. The flavor is magnificent. The Earl's irritation faded, replaced by curiosity. Is it that delicious? The Earl reached for the plate, picking up a crisp, white slice with his fork. A chilled apple, he mused. I've never had anything like that before. He took a bite and his eyes widened in surprise. The crisp, cold sweetness was a revelation. This is magnificent, he breathed, his gaze shifting to the large, plain box in the corner of the room. And this is, the Earl asked, approaching the device. It's called a refrigerator, Jin explained. A magic tool that can chill anything you put inside. The Earl ran a hand over its cool surface. Lady Bina made this. Yes, one of the children piped up, holding a piece of fruit. With this, you can preserve food in its fresh condition. The other added, if we could preserve food, it might solve the lack of food and malnutrition. Jin rubbed the back of his neck, his expression turning sheepish. But the problem is, because of the high price of the resources, it can't be sold at the market. The Earl nodded, his expression thoughtful. I figured as much. We're planning on reconstructing it, Jin continued, finding a way to cut down the price. The Earl looked from Jin to Ryaiko, so the masses can buy it. Jin gestured to the other inventions on the counter. There are many forms of happiness. Instead of hogging it all, it's better to share it with everyone. We believe there should be a way to make everyone happy. Earl Kuzuma closed his eyes, absorbing the weight of those words. A long moment of silence passed. Is that so? He murmured. A brilliant smile broke across the Earl's face, his eyes shining with genuine admiration. That way of thinking is wonderful, he declared. Okay, please let me buy your products. Sebens leaned in. Earl-sama, what about the water boiler? The Earl didn't hesitate. Of course, we're buying it too. Jin stammered, thank you for the purchase. Local Magi craftsmen doing their best to make everyone happy. I feel moved, the Earl said, his gaze sincere. Please continue your work in the future. Jin nodded, a grateful smile on his face. The Earl scratched the back of his head, a wry expression on his face. Someone hogging all the happiness. Somehow it feels like you saw right through me. Jin looked at him, confused. Huh. The Earl's demeanor turned serious. The truth is, I came here to offer you the chance to be my exclusive Magi craftsman. But he added, his eyes meeting Jin's, I've changed my mind. I can't ask people like you to create something as impure as a tool for conflict, the Earl stated grimly. Jin's breath hitched. Conflict. Unfurling a scroll, the Earl's voice dropped to a low, serious tone. It seems that for the past half-year, someone has been sending golems and magical beasts against our Agoria kingdom. He pointed to a region on the map. After our research, it seems the attacks originate from the Celoria region. An image of a relentless, armored legion flashed through Jin's mind. That's why all the nobles are racing to get excellent Magi craftsmen, the Earl explained. We can't say for sure, but it's most likely an act of invasion. It's all for increasing our power against the golems, the magical beasts, and even the Celorian army. Jin could only stare, horrified. Wah. The Earl's expression soured. If it were only for fighting the invaders, that would be one thing. But recently, Magi craftsmen are even being used in the nobles' internal power struggles. The pieces clicked into place for Jin. So that's the reason you and Earl Garana approached us, he demanded. The Earl met his furious gaze without flinching. I won't deny it. It's our job to protect the kingdom by preparing the manpower. Well, that might be true, Jin conceded, but then his eyes widened in dawning horror. Wait a second. That means Earl Garana's objective was. The Earl confirmed his fear. Yes, it's probably the same as my original objective was. Panic seized Jin. Ryuko, can you locate Bina? As she prepared to act, the Earl raised a hand. Stop it. You'll need to follow proper procedure to enter the citadel, the Earl stated, crossing his arms. I believe that with Lady Ryuko's power you could bypass the guards, but I won't allow it. Jin started to protest, but I'll go instead, the Earl declared, his expression resolute. Just let a noble take care of the problem caused by another noble. He glanced towards the doorway where the children were huddled, their small faces pale with worry. I'll be sure to bring Lady Bina home quickly. For those children, too. Jin looked the nobleman in the eye, his voice tight with desperation. Earl Kuzuma, can I really count on you? The Earl's response was firm. Yeah, just leave it to me. As his carriage prepared to race into the night, the Earl added with a faint smile, it's also so I can eat a chilled apple at home. With a final nod, he was gone. The moment the Earl's carriage was out of sight, Ryuko's head snapped up, her eyes wide with alarm. Father, please get away from here quickly. Jin was bewildered. What's going on? A few people are coming over here, she warned just as the massive, armored form of a golem loomed before them. And also, the golem was not alone. It advanced, flanked by several figures cloaked in shadow and black hoods, their intent radiating pure menace. Golem, Jin gasped, stumbling back. A golem is coming this way. Ryuko's confirmation was grim and immediate. Facing the silent, armored giant, Jin's mind raced. What's their objective in coming here? Miles away, blissfully unaware of the danger descending upon her home, Bina sank deeper into the steaming water of a luxurious bath. This feels good. She sighed in contentment. Rejuvenated, she rose from the water with a splash, a look of determination on her face. All right, I have to work even harder. Stepping into the hallway wrapped in a soft robe, she was met by the butler, Claude. Bina-san, he greeted with a smile. Did you have a good time? Yes, the temperature was perfect, she replied, still glowing from the warmth. Claude placed a hand on his chest. I'm glad to hear that, and I'm grateful for your help with the popcorn too. It seems the children of Earl Garana are having a great time with it, he continued, leading her towards a sitting room. And on that note, I'd like to talk about the popcorn machine. If you're okay with it, we want to buy it for 10,000 tor. Bina's jaw dropped. What, 10,000 tor? Her mind reeled. That's about a month's worth of our sales profits, but Jin was the one who made it. Her thoughts were interrupted by a stern voice from the doorway. Claude, what are you doing? Earl Garana strode into the hall, his face a mask of disapproval. To think you are having such a hard time buying a single magic tool. Claude bowed his head. Earl Garana, please forgive me. The Earl waved him off dismissively. Geez, you only need to talk with a single magi craftsman. His gaze then fell upon Bina, a slow, unpleasant smile spreading across his face. You're not half bad. Before she could react, he lunged forward and seized her wrist in a bruising grip. Come over here, he commanded. Wah, what are you doing? She cried out, trying to pull away. Please wait, I have to go back already, she yelled, her eyes pleading with the butler. Claude-san, but Claude simply stood with his back to her, his face impassive. Well then, please take your time, Earl-sama, the butler said, effectively sealing her fate as he walked away. Hey, what are you doing? Bina struggled against his grip. My sister and brother are waiting. The Earl's face contorted with rage. Shut up, he snarled, his grip tightening. He leaned in close, his voice a venomous whisper as he grabbed her face. Do you want something to happen to that sister and brother of yours? He then shoved her violently. I dislike noisy women, so can you just shut your mouth? She cried out as she was thrown across the room. Bina landed in a heap on a large bed, her robe falling open. The Earl advanced on her, adjusting his collar with a lecherous grin. Don't be scared like that, he purred. I'll be sure to adore you. Outside, the moon cast long shadows through the window. The night is still young, his voice echoed in the room. Let's have a plenty of fun. Her hand shot out, a desperate, trembling shield against the encroaching darkness. And no, get away from me. Earl Garana's leering face filled her vision, his chuckle a low, predatory sound. Fufu, be mine and you'll have a great life. Bina squeezed her eyes shut, a silent scream for someone trapped in her throat. The chamber door flew open with a deafening crash, revealing a frantic figure. Earl Garana-sama, the Earl spun around, his face a mask of pure shock. see Claude. The butler Claude flinched under the Earl's furious glare, stammering an apology as his master's voice boomed through the room. Can't you at least knock? Garana's face was a thundercloud of irritation. What is it? He growled. The butler, sweating profusely, delivered the unwelcome news. Earl Kuzuma is saying to bring Bina-san out. A new figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, his expression a placid, almost mocking apology. I'm sorry for intruding this late at night, Earl Kuzuma said smoothly, but I heard that Lady Bina had been called here. Stepping into the hall, Kuzuma continued his explanation, his voice calm and measured. I went to the stall, but there was no one there. Since I had urgent business, I decided to come here. Kuzuma's eyes narrowed, pinning Garana with an unyielding gaze. I already heard from the guards that Bina hasn't left the citadel, he stated, his voice dropping. You wouldn't claim to have left a commoner by herself in the citadel, would you? Garana forced a jovial, dismissive laugh. She's been enjoying our magnificent bath. I believe she will come out soon. Kuzuma's smile didn't reach his eyes. Is that so? As if summoned, Bina appeared in the corridor, clutching a small bag, her clothes and hair in disarray. Lady Bina, Kuzuma called, his voice a beacon in the tense silence. He extended a hand toward her, his expression warm and reassuring. Let's go home. Your siblings are waiting. Bina's eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief and dawning hope chasing the terror from her face. The dam of her composure finally broke, and tears of pure, unadulterated relief streamed down her cheeks. Her small hand found his, gripping it like a lifeline as she whispered through her sobs, yes. As they departed, Earl Garana's rage erupted. With a snarl, he swept a vase from its pedestal, sending it crashing to the floor in a shower of ceramic and water. Damn it, that upstart from an old noble family, just because he's dabbled in politics. His fury cooled into a venomous resolve. Well, Bina will be mine soon, he muttered, a cruel smile twisting his lips. As long as I have her siblings in my hands, there'll be no problems. She's mine. He turned to his butler, his eyes glinting with malice. Claude, it is going well, isn't it? The butler bowed his head, concealing his expression, all according to plan. The carriage rattled through the night, its occupants unaware of the whispered threat that followed. It's too late for them. It will all be done by the time they arrive. Inside, the gentle rocking of the carriage was a stark contrast to the turmoil of the evening. You've been through a lot, Kuzuma said softly. Bina could only manage a quiet yes. Actually, I went looking for you today, Kuzuma admitted, catching her by surprise. I was planning to recruit you as my personal Magi craftsman, but I changed my mind after speaking with Jindono. A memory surfaced in his words, Bina, surrounded by smiling villagers, handing out her wondrous creations. He said you don't make your tools to make one person happy, but to make everyone happy. A small, proud smile touched Bina's lips. Yes. It's a great tool, Kuzuma continued, his gaze sincere. I'm planning on buying your refrigerator. He clenched a fist, a hint of agitation in his voice. I don't think it's right to monopolize such a great talent. I admit, I panicked when I heard you went to Earl Garana's estate. I'd like you to stay on your path, he finished gently, of making something for everyone. Bina clutched the bag of coins, her brow furrowed with guilt. But even though it was by force, I ended up selling a tool that Jin made. Kuzuma offered a reassuring smile. It's okay, I'm sure he will understand if you tell him properly. Her expression softened with deep affection as she gazed out at the passing city walls. He's like family to me, we should hurry back. Meanwhile, back at the workshop, the air was thick with anticipation. Are they after the magical tools? Ryaiko wondered aloud. Jin's voice was grim, most probably. As Jin worked on a device, Ryaiko stood guard. In the worst case, please escape by yourself, father. He didn't look up. We don't know for sure if they are enemies. I'd prefer to avoid conflict, though I suspect that's impossible. He finally met her gaze, a confident smile on his face. If there's an enemy you can't win against, running is meaningless. If we have to fight, I'll just believe in you. Ryaiko's expression softened. Yes, father, just as their pact was sealed, shadows detached themselves from the rooftops, converging on the small house below. A sliding door creaked open, and a cloaked figure slipped silently into the darkened home. The intruder's gaze fell upon two small shapes huddled under a blanket in the corner of a room. He stepped forward, his voice a menacing whisper as he extended a hand. Found you, now come along quietly. The children, trembling but resolute, gripped a metallic device between them, pouring their fear and will into it. A wave of shimmering energy erupted from the artifact, forming a protective barrier that slammed into the intruder with a sharp crackle of force. Wah! Rieko appeared in the doorway, her eyes taking in the scene in an instant. So that's it. You're not thieves, you're kidnappers. Unforgivable. In a blur, she sent the first man flying through the wall with a thunderous crash, then glanced at the hole. Ah, the wall, this house really is fragile. The impact drew more assailants. What was that noise? One shouted just as Rieko descended upon them in a whirlwind of precise, powerful strikes. Two more intruders drew their daggers, their eyes darting into the shadows. Who's there? From the darkness, Jin's calm voice drifted out. This is a good opportunity. Let's just rebuild the house. It's dangerous over there, you know, Jin warned. As he spoke, the floorboards beneath an attacker's feet erupted with earthen spikes. Dig. The surprised mercenary tumbled into a freshly opened pitfall. Jin scratched his head with a wry smile. I have the feeling I've only been using trap holes lately. With Jin providing support, Rieko pressed her attack, her fist connecting solidly with another mercenary's jaw. As expected of father, she thought with a satisfied smile. Is this the kid from the report? One of the men growled, realizing who they were up against. The one-eyed leader gave a sharp command. Then go, Golem. A hulking suit of armor lurched forward, swinging a massive poleaxe in a deadly arc. Rieko planted her feet, her expression hardening as she prepared to meet the charge. She ducked under the clumsy swing and drove her fist into the golem's chest with the force of a battering ram, the impact echoing like a hammer on an anvil. The metal automaton crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and splinters. With a groan of stressed metal, the golem began to push itself back to its feet, its movements stiff and damaged. Rieko's eyes gleamed. She snatched a fallen sword from the floor, her movements fluid and certain. In a single, impossibly fast motion, she brought the blade down, cleaving the golem's helmet clean in two. The remaining mercenaries stared in disbelief. No way, the golem is. The one-eyed man gripped a bottle, his face grim. There's no other choice. His companion raised his sword, the blade beginning to glow with an ominous crimson light. Even if I have to burn this whole area down with her. Oh, great flame, burn everything to ash. He thrust his sword forward, unleashing a torrent of fire that coalesced into a raging inferno. Flame storm. At that exact moment, Bina and Earl Kuzuma burst through the door. What's that? Bina cried. Damn, are we too late? The Earl cursed. Across the room, the children huddled behind their barrier, calling out for their sister as the mercenary laughed maniacally. Burned to nothingness. Unflinching, Rieko walked directly into the heart of the fiery vortex, the flames parting around her like water. Jin watched her go, his faith absolute. My Rieko won't melt from such a meager amount of heat. From the street, Bina watched in horror as flames consumed her home. My house. Inside the inferno, a fist connected with a jaw. The fire mage stumbled back, spitting blood. Damn you, monster. Desperate, he turned towards Bina. Damn it, I'll just take a hostage. Bina, Jin shouted, thrusting his staff forward. A current of energy arced from its tip. Induction. The mercenary's sword was violently wrenched from his grasp and sent flying through the air. The heavy staff landed perfectly in Bina's outstretched hands, its weight familiar and empowering. Her eyes burned with righteous fury as she hefted the weapon. You've destroyed so much, Jin yelled, you'll pay for it, she snarled back. With a powerful two-handed swing, she brought the electrified head of the staff down on the mercenary, who could only scream as the blow connected. The fight over, Bina dropped the staff and threw her arms around her younger siblings. Nana, rowled, they clung to her, crying her name, One-chan. Jin approached, a relieved smile on his face. Bina, I'm glad you're okay. She looked up, tears still in her eyes. Jin. Are you all right? He asked, his gaze sweeping over her and the children. She nodded, pulling her siblings closer. Yes, I'm okay, thanks to Earl Kuzuma. But her face fell as she confessed, I'm sorry. I was forced to sell the popcorn machine to them. I'm so sorry. Don't feel bad about that, Jin said gently. As if to punctuate his point, Rieko raised a hand towards the still burning wreckage. Water rain. A downpour extinguished the last of the flames. Besides, Rieko destroyed your wall. You two are the ones who destroyed it, Bina retorted, exasperated. Rieko looked at the gaping hole impassively. It's because your wall was so thin and fragile. Jin just sighed. You should build a better house. Jin's eyes lit up with an idea. I know, let's also make it fireproof. Bina threw her hands up. And where do you think I can get materials that expensive? Earl Kuzuma, who had been watching quietly, burst into laughter. Phew, haha, you're talking about crafting in a situation like this. Jin grinned. Well, we are Magi craftsmen. Making things is our specialty, right, Bina? Her frustration melted away, replaced by a brilliant, determined smile. Yes. Standing amidst the soggy, ruined remains of their house, Bina and Jin bumped fists. The tension finally broke, and the whole group, Kuzuma, Ryuko, and the children included, shared a warm, hopeful laugh. Welcome back, Jin said. Bina looked at her family, her true home. I'm home. Even so? This sure is awful, Bina murmured, the small orb of light in her palm doing little to soften the jagged edges of their ruined home. It's a miracle the workshop is okay. Jin stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the gaping hole. We can rebuild the house, but what should we do for today? Then how about coming to my place? Earl Kuzuma offered, his tone steady. There's still a chance they haven't given up. You can make a new workshop in my territory. There are guards, so it will be much safer. At least let me protect you until the uproar has calmed down. The problem is, how will Earl Garana play dumb about this? Kuzuma mused, his eyes distant. I believe he will say that this incident was caused by the invasion of golems and magical beasts that has been happening. Jin looked skeptical. The one from Celoria? Kuzuma nodded grimly. Well, a noble trying to abduct their citizens is not a thing that can be overlooked. He went as far as sending a golem, a voice from the recent past echoed, a chilling reminder of the stakes. If the abduction were to succeed, I believe he would use those two to force Lady Bina to do his bidding. But Bina's voice cracked with outrage. Kuzuma met her fury with a somber look. Yeah, it's an awful thing to do, moreover since he's a noble, but that's how dire the situation is, Kuzuma continued, his words hanging heavy in the air. Even people like him are still needed for this country, and even though it most probably is his doing, we don't have any evidence yet, he gestured vaguely. Sebens is trying to interrogate the captured men now, but it seems they have their own reasons. They won't talk at all. There are some that even tried to commit suicide. Jin clenched his fists, since the golem is melting. How about making those people spit it out? But are you telling Bina to just bear it? Jin's voice rose, sharp with disbelief. Yes, Kuzuma replied calmly, at least for now. At least for now, you say? Jin snarled, his patience snapping. I can wait. I'll go to Earl Garana's place right away. Kuzuma's eyes widened in alarm. Ryuko, stop it. Kuzuma's voice was grave, a stark contrast to Jin's fury. I truly understand that what he did is not fitting for a noble, and I believe it would be easy for Lady Ryuko to destroy Earl Garana and his subordinates, but if the trust of nobles in this kingdom is destroyed, please also think about what impact it will have on the Agoria kingdom, on Blue Land. He stepped forward, his expression resolute. Moreover, please think about how it will affect the citizens and Lady Bina. That's why I can let you go. Jin's anger simmered, but Ryuko's voice cut through it, cool and precise. Returning hatred using that power is easy, but please, can you give me time? I believe he will taste his own medicine in the future. A sharp pocken echoed in the tense silence as Bina brought her staff down squarely on Jin's head. Jin, she chided, startling him. Whoa. She offered a small, determined smile. If it's about me, I am okay. I have everyone's help after all. But don't make such a scary face, Jin pleaded, still reeling from her sudden action. And after all, I still love this city and this kingdom, Bina said softly, her gaze meeting his. Wasn't it you who said it, Jin? We have to think about who we want to create something for. Her expression hardened with resolve, and she hefted her staff like a banner. For starters, Iv decided, I'll make something for the people of this city. Her noble declaration immediately gave way to a mischievous grin. After all, I still need to make much more money. Next, how about a machine to dry laundry instantly, or a tool to keep water clean? Jin chuckled, a warm smile spreading across his face. You sure are amazing, Bina. She puffed out her chest, jabbing a thumb at herself. Well, of course, who do you think I am? The best Magi craftsman in Blue Land. Watching her boundless energy, Jin felt the tension leave his shoulders. You're really already over it, huh? He thought with a quiet sense of relief. Turning to the Earl, Jin bowed his head slightly. Earl Kuzuma, I am really sorry for being upset. Please take care of Bina. Kuzuma gave a simple, reassuring nod. Yeah, count on me. Then what about you, Jin Dono? Kuzuma asked. Since you're Lady Bina's assistant, I think it's best for you to come too. You can also make your workshop in the annex. Jin started to politely decline, I think I'll pass, but was cut off by a low, mechanical muttering from Ryuko. Hit by staff, annex, he called Father Bina-san's assistant. Before Jin could react, Ryuko lunged, seizing him in an iron grip. Woo-wah, he yelped, suddenly airborne. What's this? Bina cried out, reaching for them. Ryuko. With a grunt of effort, Ryuko hoisted Jin onto her shoulders with practiced ease. Hey, Ryuko, he protested, his voice muffled. She ignored him completely. we Ray going back. Hey, this is kinda embarrassing, Jin's voice echoed as Ryuko began to stride away. One of the children pointed, but we can go home faster like this. Kuzuma just sighed, well, you Ray right, but… Isn't this a little too forceful, Ryuko? Jin managed to say just before she launched forward with a sonic boom that kicked up a cloud of dust. Looking back over his shoulder, he called out goodbye, Bina. Staring at the rapidly shrinking figures, Bina sighed, a hand on her cheek. Geez, what are they even doing? A sudden cold thought washed over her as she watched them disappear. That might be the last time I see him. Back in the safety of her new workshop, a wave of regret hit her, even though I haven't returned anything to him. The door opened and Earl Kuzuma stepped inside. Lady Bina, how's your new workshop? She turned, a bright smile on her face. It's great, I am glad to hear that, he replied warmly. Please say if you need anything. Her eyes lit up with a playful cat-like glint. Then a hammer made of pure gold, a circuit made from a pure magi crystal, and also some jewelry. The Earl flinched, stammering, okay, I'll prepare it. Seeing his genuine panic, Bina quickly backtracked. I am sorry, it's just a joke. Joke, a joke, haha, he laughed, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. As they strolled through the estate's tranquil garden, Bina glanced at her host. Earl-sama is too kind, he simply smiled. Is that so? It sure is. To think that you treat a measly magi craftsman as good as this. She mused aloud, holding up 2 fingers. In my whole life I've only ever met 2 of them. I guess it's already much for meeting 2. Kuzuma chuckled, well, I knew you when you were already famous after all, so I think I am different from him, but… His expression grew more thoughtful. Since I was little my father told me to become strong while my mother told me to become kind. That's why even if I am strong I always want to keep being kind. Bina listened, captivated. Kuzuma-sama's family is… My mother passed away when I was still little, and my father died in a conflict with Celoria. Bina gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. I am sorry to hear that. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's okay, he said softly, Earl-sama. A rustling in the bushes drew their attention. One of the children peeked out, broom in hand. Right now, I have you guys as my family after all. The other children and Sebans joined him, their faces bright. Kuzuma's smile was genuine and warm, so I am not lonely at all. Inspired by the moment, Bina pumped a fist. All right then, I'll make today's dinner. She struck a pose, one finger raised expertly. Bina's special Kuzuno leaf soup. It doesn't have any nutrition, but it tastes quite good. The Earl looked hesitant. If it's food then the chef's will. But Bina pressed on, her eyes shining. It's true their cooking is really good, but since you're calling us family then I'd like you to try some. Her voice took on a serious tone. And if you want to be a good noble, you need to try what commoner food tastes like. It's the only way to truly understand your people. Meanwhile, in a lavish but tense office, Earl Garana clutched his head, a vein throbbing in his temple. He slammed a fist on his desk. To think I would lose my private soldiers and golem just because of a girl, and that damned Kuzuma. He grabbed a fistful of the tablecloth, his knuckles white. Even though he knows the truth, why didn't he publicize it? His subordinate Cloud remained calm. So you're saying Earl Kuzuma is holding our weakness, but there should be no evidence. You idiot, Garana snapped. The soldiers didn't die, so it's just a matter of time until they open their mouths. But the case is already closed with the conclusion that it was an invasion by Celoria using a golem, wasn't it? Cloud pointed out. Well, that's what it said on the news. Garana jabbed a finger at the map. But I believe all the nobles will feel something is off about it, especially the nobles in Blue Land. They know that there's no Celoria spy around this area. Because it would be a great disaster if there was one, Garana lamented, squeezing his eyes shut. Cloud stated the cold reality. A noble that's targeting the citizens or an opposing country targeting the citizens. They know which one is better for the citizens to know. But it's not like this false information will work forever. It's just a matter of time until they know it, Garana fretted, pacing. Before that I have to accomplish something. If not then I'll surely be hanged. He collapsed onto a sofa, the picture of defeat, and for now I have to become a puppet for the other nobles. Why do I have to suffer this? Just because of a single magi craftsman? Cloud interjected, speaking of that magi craftsman, I heard that she already reopened her shop. With renewed vigor, Bina stood before her stall, arms spread wide to the gathering crowd. Come over here and take a look. The shop of Magi Craftsman Bina is open. A familiar shopkeeper grinned at her. "Hey young lady, so you've come back," she beamed. "Well yeah, this is my place after all." "Are those two not here today?" the man asked, looking around. The young man and the girl with frills and the big ribbon, her smile tightened just a fraction. "Well, it seems so." He raised an eyebrow. "It seems so. Do you not know what they are doing now?" Bina puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms. "I don't care about people who just take vacations by themselves, but well." Her expression softened into a fond smile as she looked at a small device in her hand. "At least I know what he is doing. He can only do one thing after all." Far away, Jin stood back from his work, wiping his brow. "Done, it's finished," Rieko announced with equal satisfaction. "Finished." Jin said, turning to her. "What is it?" Rieko asked, her head tilted. "I could ask the same thing of father." "Actually, I have been making your personal golems in secret," Jin explained. "I would like to link them to you before activating them." Rieko's eyes widened. "Personal, please." She wasted no time, her expression becoming intensely focused as she faced the two new figures. "Linkage, start." A brilliant light flared, connecting the three of them. The two new golems, mirrors of Rieko herself, opened their eyes, their forms crackling with nascent energy. "Their height is the same as me," Rieko exclaimed, looking from one to the other. "Isn't it?" Jin smiled. "As expected, I thought it would be easier for you if I made them like that. It would be more convenient too if you wanted to bring them around. Then can you give them a name?" Her head snapped towards him. "Me? I couldn't ask for more," she breathed. "They Ray Rieko's personal golems after all," Jin confirmed, "so you can try to name them yourself." She nodded, a serious look on her face. "Oh okay, I get it." She stared intently at the two golems, her mind racing. Kin and Jin, gold, silver, and ag, no, head ribbon and ear ribbon. Jin chuckled at her struggle. "I'll think about them," she muttered, frustrated. "All right, sure," he said gently. "You can take your time." She looked up. "So what were you talking about just now?" "Yes." Rieko led him outside, gesturing across a wide, freshly tilled expanse. "Since we stocked up on some seeds from Blue Land, this island has become more abundant. Other than the fields, we also have a fruit garden." He unfolded a map of their island, pointing to various markings. "And since we have marked the mineral and resources that we can get from this island, I guess we can create things more efficiently. The things we can make are limited based on the resources available, so there's still a chance that we will have to go outside again." He gazed out at the horizon, his expression contemplative. "I guess I have to learn from Bina. In the near future I have to decide, for whom am I making things for?" "Well then," Rieko said, turning to him. He smiled back. "Well, I guess for starters it's for myself." A sly smile touched Rieko's lips. "If you look over there you can see what we have made for father." Jin's eyes widened. "For me? Over there, eh? What?" She pointed towards a large, elegant structure nestled amongst the trees. "It's father's house." As he walked towards it, his steps hesitant with awe, the other golems and automata came out to greet him, their creator. He stared, dumbfounded, at the architecture. "It's Japanese style." Rieko looked up at him. "Do you like it?" A massive grin broke across his face, tears welling in his eyes. "It's the best, thank you very much." The new house stood proudly, its tiled roofs and wooden verandas a perfect blend of two different worlds. Inside, Jean ran his hand over the floor, the distinct, dry texture of woven reeds scratching lightly against his fingertips. "Tatami, it's really tatami," he breathed, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. From across the room, Rieko approached. "Is it to your liking?" she asked. "Yeah," he murmured, not taking his eyes off the floor. "It sure is." "It's really surprising that you were able to make a tatami," he said, finally looking up at her. Rieko shook her head. "But I didn't make a tatami at all. It's all thanks to the knowledge that father copied into me. I recreated this with magic while maintaining the image," she clarified, holding her cup. "It might not be the same, but it should be close to the real thing." Jean took a slow sip from his own cup, the warmth spreading through him. "Magic is really convenient," he mused aloud before adding, "No, it might be like that only for me." He rested his chin in his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. "After looking at Bina I realized it. I really skipped through all the required knowledge to use magic. The skill and magic required to become a magi craftsman. I received it all from master after all." Rieko watched him, sensing his mood. "Are you discontent about it?" "It's not that I don't like it. It's just that the gap in skill of the current era is too big compared to master's era," he lamented. "I was thinking that I learned from Kaina Village's incident and tried to keep a low profile at Blue Land. But it seems I've gone and done it once again." Rieko's expression was earnest. "Father is a great man after all. And I think not being bound by common sense is father's good point." she declared with passionate conviction. He could only stare back, dumbfounded, probably. Probably, he repeated, the word sparking an idea. His eyes lit up. That's it. I just have to think the other way around. He gestured toward the workshop building outside. Actually, I've been trying to create an engine for a while, but it doesn't seem to be going well. Visions of modern vehicles, cars, yachts, even a private jet flashed through his mind. I was thinking that it would be great if we had a transportation method other than the warp gate, something to make a long journey comfortable. Reiko simply patted her golem horse. Then don't we have coma already? In the workshop surrounded by prototypes and components, he explained the core issue. I've made the case for now. But in this world there's no gasoline or batteries, so I have to use magic as its fuel, and that's the main problem. He pushed a stack of papers toward her. I want to check something, so can you use blow? Reiko nodded confidently. I got it. With a sharp exhale, she unleashed a focused gust of wind, whipping the sheets into a chaotic vortex. As the papers fluttered down, a look of profound understanding crossed Jean's face. As expected, he whispered. Reiko looked at him, puzzled. Is there something? I've been using forming and dig magic like it was nothing, he thought to himself, visualizing the unseen forces. But it seems like every magic also activates an effect to cancel the recoil of that magic. A self-satisfied grin spread across his face. That means the process that I thought was simple was actually being formed through a complicated setting. Reiko tilted her head, but what's the connection with the engine? If it has recoil, he announced, picking up a metal sphere, then that means I can take advantage of it instead. Well, I'll show you. Leaning over a hollow cylinder on the workbench, he made a few adjustments. For the test, I'll be using wind magic. Normally, an engine mainly uses the power from explosion and combustion, or it can also use the power that is unleashed by electricity, he explained, sketching a quick diagram. Moreover, if it's an engine for a rocket, it uses the fuel just for propulsion. Simply put, the process is the same as changing the required energy to a dynamic force. But with magic, we can keep the dynamic force and turn it into a propulsion engine as is, he concluded, presenting the final, sleek component. So we should be able to make something more efficient. He stood back, hands on his hips, next to the fully assembled device. It stood as tall as Reiko. All right, it's complete. I call this the Magi Jet engine, he declared with a flourish. Reiko eyed it skeptically. A pipe, he chuckled. We will test it right away, so please take it to the field. Before Reiko could move, her two small golem assistants appeared at her side. One Sama, we will bring it, one announced. We will, the other affirmed. With a coordinated heave, the two of them lifted the heavy engine off the table. No, Reiko said, stepping forward with a determined expression. I'll bring it after all. In a wide clearing, Reiko braced the engine, its nozzle pointed away from them. Okay then, Reiko, get ready around there, Jean instructed. Quite a strong wind should come out, so be careful. He placed his hand over the activation panel. Start. A violent torrent of air erupted from the engine, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Reiko dug her heels into the earth, her body straining against the immense force. All right, the recoil is working, Jean yelled triumphantly. With this we can keep the force. Reiko, keep the current. The engine trembled violently in her arms. Her assistants watched with concern. Are you okay? How about if you ask for their help? Reiko gritted her teeth. It's okay, I alone am more than. Her foot slid on the loose soil, her stance breaking for a fatal instant. The engine tore itself from her grasp, tumbling wildly as the uncontrolled blast ripped trenches in the ground. Stop! Jean screamed, his face a mask of horror. He rushed to her side as the roar died down. Reiko, are you okay? She pushed herself up, shaken but unhurt. Ah yes, I am. Her gaze then fell upon the twisted, broken engine lying nearby. Ah. I'm sorry, she cried out, her voice thick with shame. I destroyed it. Jean immediately held up his hands to placate her. It's okay, I can just make it again. But it's ruined because of me, she insisted, unable to meet his eyes. No, he countered, his expression serious. It's my fault for not having realized it. I was too focused on the result. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. The nature of research and creating stuff should not change, even though I'm using magic. That's why it's not Reiko's fault, so don't feel bad about it. For now, he said gently, looking toward the house, just go take a bath and clean your body. Submerged to her shoulders in the steaming outdoor bath, Reiko stared into the water, replaying her failure over and over in her mind. She lifted her hands from the water, studying them as if they were foreign objects. Why did I at that time say it was okay? Because I hesitated in borrowing their help. I have caused trouble for father. A soft splash broke her reverie. Her two assistants were wading into the water. "One Sama, has your body been cleaned?" "Father told us to clean our bodies too," one of them explained. "He said that it's not fun to clean it using magic." "And then father said this too," the other added softly. "Please support Ryaiko." Ryaiko looked up, startled. "Support?" "Just as one Sama wants to be relied on by father, we also want to be relied on by one Sama," they said in unison. Ryaiko's shoulders slumped. "But I still haven't even given you two names. I also don't have confidence that I can give a good name like father did." "Even so, we too want to help," one said, taking her sister's hand. "We were made like that. We want to be of use to father together." Ryaiko looked at them, her heart aching. "You too?" A slow, genuine smile spread across her face. "That's right, we're all the same, beings that were made by father." The two assistants beamed in response. "Yes." One of them pointed to the horizon where the sun was sinking in a blaze of color. "Sunset. Soon the moon will appear." An idea sparked in Ryaiko's mind as she looked from the fading sun to the darkening sky. Sun and moon. Later, under a brilliant full moon, Ryaiko faced them. "From the silver moon, your name will be Luna," she announced to one. Then, turning to the other, she continued, "From the golden sun, your name will be Solil." She watched their faces, her own expression a mixture of hope and anxiety. "How is it?" Luna and Solil exchanged a glance, their eyes shining, before turning back to Ryaiko with radiant smiles. Their joyous affirmation seemed to ring out across the moonlit landscape. "Yes." When Ryaiko returned to the main building, she found Jean waiting. "Oh, Ryaiko, you're back." She took in the vast, renovated chamber. "This place is." "I renovated a big unused research room as an experiment room," he explained. "We might be making a real rocket in the future after all." They both looked up at the cavernous ceiling. "If it's here, then I think we can test it with ease," Jean said with satisfaction. "It's great," Ryaiko marveled, "and here is." He gestured to a central platform where a new, reinforced engine sat gleaming under the lights. The improved Magi jet engine. "What's left is to put it on a crane arm and test it," he began, but Ryaiko cut him off. Can you leave it to me to do the test again?" She stepped forward, flanked by her two sisters, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. "Please, leave it to me and Luna and Solil." Jean looked from Ryaiko's determined face to the equally resolute expressions of Luna and Solil. A proud smile touched his lips. "I see. All right, let's do it." A steady hand gripped the engine's handle, ready to begin. Inside the testing chamber, the three of them stood together, holding the engine firm. From the observation booth, Jean gave them a final, encouraging wave. He leaned into the microphone, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. A blindingly bright torrent of energy erupted from the engine, its roar contained by the reinforced walls. The three girls held their ground, a single, unmovable unit. Luna and Solil's eyes were wide with concentration, their small bodies braced against the incredible force. Side by side, they absorbed the immense recoil, their teamwork flawless. Ryaiko's eyes blazed with focus, her grip like iron. The blast of energy ceased, plunging the room into sudden silence. "The magic has stopped," Ryaiko reported, her voice steady. Jean's triumphant cheer crackled over the intercom. "All right, it's a success. Good job, you three." Relief and joy washed over them as they broke into a cheer, embracing each other around the warm engine. Later, her excitement was palpable. "So you can make a transport with this?" Jean tempered her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. "No, not yet. The power is still too weak for an airplane, so we still have to adjust the speed output," he explained. "I guess at least we can use this one for a water propulsion machine." He wagged a finger, grinning broadly. "Well, it's still a long way before we can use it practically, but yeah. I guess I'll have to take a look at the real thing before continuing the experiment." He mused, "But I guess there's no plane in this world, so it will be a ship first, so we will be going to a place near the sea." The scent of the sea air, thick and briny, filled Jin's lungs. He mused, gazing out at the endless expanse of water. "This feels different from Aorai Island." Beside him, Ryaiko nodded in quiet agreement. Gazing down the curve of the white sand beach, Jin plotted their course. "If we follow the coastline, we should reach a town called Patrak. We can look for an inn along the way." He then added a quiet instruction, "And please, in public, just treat me as a brother." Ryaiko's simple "I understand" sealed their cover. They left the sands behind, stepping into the narrow streets of Patrak. The architecture was a charmingly rustic collection of timber and plaster, with palm trees rising between the buildings like silent, leafy sentinels. The town bustled with life. They wandered through a marketplace vibrant with the calls of vendors, one offering steaming skewers of some local delicacy, another displaying the day's catch on a bed of ice. They bought a pair of the skewers, the savory aroma a welcome change from the salty air. Their search for lodging led them to a modest inn where a cheerful woman greeted them from behind a simple wooden counter. Inside their room, two simple beds sat against a plain wall. "I suppose this is a fair room, considering it's only 300 tor a night for the both of us," Jin remarked, surveying their new quarters. Leaning out the open window, Jin smiled faintly. "This is exactly how I'd imagine an inn on a tropical island would look," he chuckled to himself. "Then again, I've never been to one, so I wouldn't really know." Ryaiko, observing the view, noted the buildings here seem more open than the ones in Blue Land. Jin crossed his arms, nodding. "That explains the heat. We're in the Elias Kingdom, which is south of the Agoria Kingdom where Blue Land is located." Looking out at the town's structure, Jin continued his analysis. "From what I've seen of Kaina Village, Blue Land, and now Patrak, I'd say the civilization here is at a level comparable to Earth's medieval times." Ryaiko's expression soured slightly. "I don't know anything about a medieval civilization, but it has certainly regressed compared to Mother's era." Jin's gaze softened with understanding. "Well, in the Master's era, it seems everyone used teleportation gates for daily travel. It's only natural you'd see this as a step backward." Her point made, Ryaiko's mood brightened. "I've put away all the luggage. Shall we go take a look at the ships?" Jin's curiosity was piqued. "You know, that doesn't mean I'm not interested in the ships of this era. Let's go." The harbor was a network of weathered wooden docks, where small, simple boats bobbed gently on the tide. Crouching at the edge of a pier, Jin examined a small vessel. "It's constructed mainly from wood with metal used only for reinforcement," he observed. "And there are only small ships here. Has the era of large ships not yet arrived?" Just then, Ryaiko pointed insistently out over the water. "Father, look at that." Following her gesture, Jin's eyes widened. A small boat was cutting through the water, propelled not by sail or conventional oar but by a gleaming humanoid figure. "Is that a golem?" As the strange vessel passed, Jin analyzed its design aloud. "I see. Its hands are being used as oars, a clever, if primitive, replacement for an engine since golems don't fatigue." He narrowed his eyes as the boat wobbled precariously. "But its legs are too weak. A design like that could easily be thrown off balance, losing all power." His gaze then fell upon a different craft tied to the dock, one with two hulls joined together. "It would be far better to affix the golem to a stable ship like that. A catamaran." A voice from the boat spoke, questioning his term, "Catamaran." Jin, lost in his own thoughts, continued his explanation with a spark of excitement. "It's a ship that can travel at high speed while maintaining its stability. Its only real disadvantage is difficulty in turning, and it's a nightmare to right if it capsizes." The shipwright in the boat turned to face them, a wry smile on her face. "I've been listening to you. You certainly are well informed both about golems and ships." Hopping onto the dock, the young woman with sun-bleached hair strode towards them. "Could it be that you're a shipwright too?" she asked, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Ah, sorry for the interruption, but I'm the one who made the ship, so I was intrigued." Jin corrected her assumption. "I'm a magic craftsman." Her eyes widened in understanding. "That makes sense. You're so knowledgeable about golems because you're a magic craftsman." She leaned in close, her energy almost overwhelming. "Where do you belong? Are you a member of a guild? Are you serving someone exclusively? Are you free right now?" Throwing her arms up in triumph, she declared, "All right, this must be a blessing of the sea, the guidance of the ship." Jin watched, bemused by her explosive enthusiasm. Ryaiko, however, whispered a warning. "Father, I believe she's the type of person we're better off avoiding." Ignoring the caution, the shipwright beamed at them. "Hey, I would like to ask you a favor." She led them away from the docks to a small, welcoming cafe. Waving to the proprietor, she called out, "This place is great and cheap. Master, please prepare some food for 3 people." As they were swept along by her whirlwind of energy, Jin sighed, utterly exhausted. "We ended up following her." Ryaiko commented drily, "Father sure is weak against a beauty." Jin could only manage a weary reply, "That's how a man is." Once seated at a table on the cafe's veranda, the introductions were properly made. "My name is Marcia," the shipwright said. "I'm from the neighboring town." Jin gestured between himself and Ryaiko. "I'm Jin and this is Ryaiko. It's nice to meet you." Getting straight to the point, Jin asked, "So, what did you want to talk about?" Marcia simply pointed out towards the ocean. "About that." Her finger was aimed at another vessel being powered by a golem, its pilot shouting for more speed. "The ship with a golem?" Jin questioned. "That's right," Marcia confirmed. "It's usually called a golem ship." Jin deadpanned golem ship. Isn't that a bit too literal? Seeing Marcia's confusion, he quickly added, we're not from this country, so we're unfamiliar with the local terms. Marcia's gaze fell on Rieko's formal attire. Ah, that explains why you're wearing clothes that look so stuffy. As a platter of grilled fish and a basket of bread were placed on their table, Marcia began to explain. This country, the Elias Kingdom, is surrounded by the sea. We're rich in marine resources, and our nautical technology is far more advanced than other nations. She took an enthusiastic bite of fish before continuing, and so, we hold many ship-related competitions here periodically. Jin sampled the food, impressed. Ooh, this is good, he murmured before adding, and that sounds interesting. Marcia slammed her fork down, a determined fire in her eyes. Okay then, let's participate in it together. Come on, let's go register right now. Jin sputtered, taken aback by her abruptness. Too fast. You're deciding things way too fast, Marcia-san. You haven't even filled me in on the details. With a sheepish grin, Marcia apologized. Ah, sorry, I'm used to doing things quickly for my work. There's a ship race 5 days from now. She grew more serious. The rules for this competition require the use of a golem for power and a person to control it. That's why I'm on edge. She leaned forward, her voice pleading. That's why I need you. Won't you please make a golem to move my ship? I'll handle the controlling and I'll do my best to prepare the money for you. We can even split the prize if we win. Her hands rested on the table, a silent testament to her desperation. I'm well aware that I'm asking for something nearly impossible, but I don't have any more time. Jin countered with cold logic. If you're a shipwright, then you should know what happens when you create something in a rush. Moreover, if you want to use it in a competition, there's no way you would win. Marcia's voice was tight, I know. She turned her gaze towards the sea, her expression distant. This is a personal problem, but I have something that I have to take back. Clenching her fist, her voice filled with fierce determination. The shop that was taken away because my damned father gambled away all our money, and the pride of a shipwright, this is the best chance for me to regain both of those. No matter how small the chance is, I have to go for it. Jin watched her for a long moment before asking, what will you do if you don't win? Marcia stood, her posture defiant despite her words. I've already lost the shop to pay off the debt. I don't know what will happen to me. He pressed further. Let me ask one more thing. Why are you asking me to do this? She held up a finger. First, you're well informed about both golems and ships. And second, you could see through my ship's characteristics at a glance. She offered a wry smile, but most of all, it's my instinct. You don't look like a bad person, so I think I can believe in you. If the worst were to happen, then it would just be me losing the bet I made. Jin took a sip of his drink. I guess you're making a mistake placing a bet like that. This is too sweet. Rieko nodded beside him in agreement. Rieko then spoke with unwavering confidence. This competition will depend mostly on Father's ability, so why don't we just make a golem that can also control the ship? We will surely win. Jin flushed, flustered by her bold declaration. I don't really think that's the case, and if I lose after a boast like that, it'd be so embarrassing. Marcia just looked on, puzzled by their exchange. Pushing his chair back, Jin stood with newfound resolve. Well, let's put our wager on our own skill. He placed his hands firmly on the table. If we do that, I'm sure our probability of winning will rise. A grin spread across Marcia's face. Well then, let's go. We have to register as fast as possible, right? Their hurried journey took them to an imposing, modern-looking building that served as the registration hall. Catching her breath, Marcia looked relieved. It was a really close call. As they neared the entrance, a smooth, condescending voice cut through the air. Oh, if it isn't Marcia, did you find a magic craftsman? Marcia stiffened, groaning in annoyance. A man with long, dark hair and a smug grin stepped out to block their path. Valentino-sama, Marcia exclaimed before confirming, yes, I've found one. Valentino draped an arm over her shoulder, his smile turning predatory. Well, you still don't have to worry about anything. I was thinking I wouldn't be able to fight your ship, so become my shipwright. No, my wife. Marcia shoved him off, disgusted. There you go saying something like that again. Don't you already have 2 wives? He simply brushed a stray hair from his face. HMPH. A good man can have as many wives as he wants. That's how this world works. As Valentino leaned in again, Jin quickly interjected, Hey, Marcia, we're in a hurry, right? The reminder cut through the tension, and Marcia seized the opportunity. She ducked away from Valentino's grasp. Ah, yeah, excuse me, but I have to register. Seeing that she was indeed heading for the registration desk, Valentino relented with a dismissive wave. I guess that's true, you may go. Once they were a safe distance away, Marcia let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Whoa, thanks for helping. Jin watched the nobleman's retreating back. Was that person a noble, someone related to the landlord? Marcia nodded, her expression grim. How did you know? He's Valentino-sama, the aide of the landlord. Rieko whispered to Jin, he totally looks like the bossy noble type that won't do anything decent. Marcia overheard, looking surprised. Do you guys have grudges against nobles or something? At the counter, Marcia announced their intentions. We want to register for the golem ship racing. She gestured to her companions. I, Marcia, will be the shipwright and the controller. The golem will be made by this magicraftsman, Jin. The clerk looked at Jin. Jin-san, do you have a magicraftsman license, or an introduction letter from the guild? When Jin admitted he had neither, the clerk asked for an example of his work. Before Jin could answer, Rieko slammed her hands on the counter. Then, I will be his work. Jin quickly placed a finger to his lips, silencing Rieko. Ah no, it's just that I left them at the inn, he lied smoothly. The clerk considered this for a moment. It's okay, we will just have you take a small test for it then. Jin's eyes widened in surprise. A test. The clerk placed 2 rough blocks of metal on the counter. Please make something with these materials. Jin let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ah, a test like that. I totally thought it would be a written test about magicraftsman common sense. The clerk gestured towards a nearby door. Please proceed to this room. As Jin started to walk away, Rieko's worried voice called out, Fa, Oni-sama. He glanced back over his shoulder with a reassuring smile. It's okay, I'll finish it up quickly. From a nearby corridor, Valentino caught the clerk's eye and gave a subtle, knowing nod. Inside the small room, the clerk placed one of the metal blocks on a workbench. Well then, please use this to make something. Jin picked up the material, weighing it in his hand. I get it, blue copper. He pondered his options. What should I make? A mug, a candlestick? His eyes then fell upon a rack displaying several swimsuits. What are those? The clerk explained. Ah, those are swimsuits used for the swimming competition last year. We're holding a design competition for this year's. A spark of inspiration hit Jin. All right, I've decided. The clerk gestured to the workbench. Please create it on this table. Placing the blue copper on the table, Jin began the forming process. The metal immediately began to shift and contort under his will, but as he worked, he felt a strange resistance. Looking down, he saw it, a complex magic circle etched into the underside of the table, glowing faintly as it tried to interfere with his magic. When the door to the testing room opened, Marcia and Rieko looked up expectantly. Jin, how was it? Jin emerged looking thoughtful. Ah. He gave a non-committal answer. I guess I passed. Marcia, seeing the clerk holding a small, covered object, grew impatient. I guess, just what did you make? Wait. Jin's calm, confident smile was met with looks of utter confusion from Marcia and simmering suspicion from Valentino, who had reappeared nearby. The clerk unveiled the creation. It was a perfect, miniature copper figurine of Marcia striking a pose in a sleek one-piece swimsuit. What the heck is this? She shrieked, her face turning crimson. Is this me? A figurine? Hey, explain it. As Marcia grabbed Jin by the collar, he tried to explain. I wasn't sure what to make, but I couldn't have made one naked, right? From the side, Rieko piped up, please make mine too. Marcia rounded on him. What the heck are you doing? And what is this swimsuit? It's basically underwear. Jin pointed to the figurine. There were last year's swimsuits, but it's troublesome to make frills with copper. I didn't want to waste time, so I made a simpler swimsuit. Ignoring Marcia's fury, Jin turned to the clerk. So, how is it? The official, eyes closed in admiration, delivered his verdict. Your speed and precision, both were really exceptional. The clerk gave a formal bow. I'll accept Jin-san as a magicraftsman and approve your participation in the 10th golem ship racing. Rieko beamed with pride while Jin maintained a cool smile. Jin clapped his hands together, ready to move on. All right, let's have a planning meeting right away. Marcia, however, was not finished. Wait, I haven't forgiven you for the swimwear. Valentino cornered the clerk as the trio departed. What's the meaning of this? You made him use that table, didn't you? The clerk nervously presented a scorched, cracked parchment. Yes, he used the table, but the tool to interfere with the magic activation which is placed under the table, it had its gem and circuit completely burnt out. Valentino stared in disbelief at the ruined device. Just who is that guy? He quickly composed himself, looking away towards the evening sky. No, it must have been a malfunction of the tool, there's no mistake. A cruel smirk returned to his face. Well, whatever, I still have another plan, just you wait, Marcia. Valentino turned back to the clerk. So, may I have that doll? The clerk shook his head firmly. You can't, I have to bring this to the chief as proof of Jin-san's participation. The chief, a burly man named Petraki, examined the copper figurine with a critical eye. How is it, chief? The clerk asked. Petraki grunted in approval. The one who made this has great skill. It seems like it will get exciting this year. He held the figurine up, a new idea forming. And I guess we will go with this design for the uniform for the female swimming competition. With a beaming smile that lit up the evening, Marcia hoisted a heavy wooden mug. All right, in celebration of the birth of Team MJR. Kanpai. Jin furrowed his brow, confused by the toast. What is MJR? Taking a long gulp from her mug, Marcia explained, they say we ought to have a team name to participate. It's just our initials, Marcia, Jin, and Reincarnation. Cutting through the celebratory mood, Jin set his jaw. Let's put that aside for now. What's our plan for the competition? I don't even know the rules. Unperturbed, Marcia gestured to a scroll on the table. Worry not. I took the brochure with me. As Jin scanned the document, his confusion grew. The rules are so vague. There's no limitation on boat size or weight. Marcia leaned forward, pointing out a key detail. True, but there are special awards for design and idea. Jin tapped the paper thoughtfully. We should have no problem in terms of speed, so we need to consider if we can win those awards. Ryako's hands clattered on the table as she leaned in with absolute faith. If it's Oni-sama, we will surely get all of the rewards. Marcia chuckled. You two are greedier than you look. Of course we're aiming to win this since we're already in, Jin affirmed, then paused as a new question surfaced. By the way, why is the controller limited to females only? Marcia just shrugged. Beats me. The next day, under a gray sky, they stood by the docks, the air thick with the smell of salt and old wood. All right, what should we do about the golem? Marcia mused, staring out at the water. Jin's voice was firm, pulling her back to the task at hand. Don't forget the boat, too. She turned, confused. We already have a boat, don't we? Jin didn't even look at her, his gaze fixed on their vessel. It's not good enough. He gestured towards the simple wooden craft tied to the dock. If we want to be the fastest, we have to consider the balance of the golem and the boat. Their compatibility as is will be terrible. Jin held up 4 fingers, his expression grim. We only have 4 days left. We have to finish the base design as fast as possible, then run tests and make modifications after that. Marcia's face fell, but if we have to remake the boat. Jin cut her off, his tone leaving no room for argument. Of course, we will use your boat as the base. If not, we won't make it in time. Do you have a plan? Marcia asked, still uncertain. Jin held out a piece of paper. It's still a vague one. Firstly, I want you to get the materials needed to create the golem. Taking the list, Marcia's determination returned. I get it. Leave it to me. While Marcia headed to the market, Jin and Reincarnation went to the shore to survey the course, the vast expanse of the sea stretching out before them. Sitting on the sand, Jin pointed to a jagged outcrop in the distance. The prelims course will be going to that rock and returning to the shore. I believe we have to prioritize speed, but the main problem is how to reduce the time lost on that U-turn. It might be the deciding point of the race. He picked up a stick and began scratching a design in the wet sand. A screw propeller is probably the best answer, but making one would require a detailed adjustment we don't have time for. Reincarnation suddenly lifted a large, metallic object from her pack. Why don't we just use the Magi jet engine? Jin recoiled in surprise. You brought it? No, it would be hard to control that. Then what's left is only the rowing option, Jin sighed, closing his eyes in thought. His concentration was broken by a series of loud splashes from the water. What's that? A stunning figure erupted from the waves, a golem crafted in the image of a mermaid with an armored torso, elegant fins, and a powerful fishtail. Both Jin and Reincarnation stared, speechless at its intricate design. On the shore, a blond young man issued a command to the golem. Lorelei, durability test with sudden rise has ended. Proceed to the turning test while paying attention to how much burden is placed on each part. The golem responded with a crisp understood. The stranger's eyes then fell upon them, a slight, knowing smile playing on his lips. You aren't going to have Miss Doll swim over there, are you? Jin and Reincarnation flinched, caught off guard. So she's an automata after all, he said, his smile widening. I'm glad my eyes weren't wrong. I wasn't really sure, so I decided to ask. Jin stammered, why did you? The blond man gestured openly. Well, I have to say she's well built. As a Magi engineer myself, I can't stand still without confirming it. Magi engineer? Jin repeated, unfamiliar with the term. That's how we call Magi craftsmen around here, the man explained. My name is Reinhardt, a Magi craftsman from Schaller country. Jin placed a hand on Ryaiko's shoulder. I'm Jin and this is Ryaiko. As Ryaiko gave a slight bow, Reinhardt smiled warmly. Nice to meet you, Jin Dono and Lady Ryaiko. Reinhardt's gaze lingered on Ryaiko. I've never seen an automata as perfect as her. Ryaiko puffed out her chest with pride. Of course, Fa Oni-sama is the one who made me after all. Reinhardt's jaw dropped. Made. You're the one who made her? Reinhardt pressed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I only thought that you owned an artifact. Jin waved his hands dismissively. Well, technically speaking, I only repaired her. Jin quickly changed the subject, gesturing to the sea. But Reinhardt, you're amazing yourself. It's my first time seeing a golem made using a magical beast skin. Reinhardt lit up, grabbing Jin's shoulders in shared excitement. That's right, you understand. It took me a long time to adjust the materials and the output of the Magi crystals. The two engineers were instantly lost in their own world, excitedly trading technical details about the complexities of replicating animal movement and balancing a golem's center of gravity. Ryaiko stood between them, a silent, unimpressed observer as their technical babble washed over her, her expression growing more and more vacant. After what felt like an eternity, their fervent discussion culminated in a firm, enthusiastic handshake, a pact of mutual respect between craftsmen. It was fun talking with you, Jin, Reinhardt beamed. That goes for me too, Reinhardt, Jin replied, equally energized. Ryaiko glanced up at them from her seated position on the sand, her patience finally wearing thin. Ah, have you finished? Jin chuckled, rubbing his chin. Well, in truth, I can still talk more though. Me too, Reinhardt agreed with a sigh, but it seems like Lorelei has been waiting for the next order. He gestured to the gentle ripples on the water's surface where his golem waited patiently. As Lorelei's head broke the surface, he continued, we don't have that much time until the golem boat competition. I have to finish it quickly. You're participating after all, huh? A look of mutual respect and rivalry passed between them. I'm looking forward to it, Reinhardt called out as Jin and Ryaiko turned to leave. Jin simply replied, yeah. Back at the workshop, Jin found Marcia waiting. Jin, sorry it took me longer than I. He was cut off as Marcia grabbed him, her face a mask of frustration. Hear me out, she yelled. Jin flinched back. What happened? She gestured helplessly to a small cart bearing only 3 dull ingots. There are no materials in the shop. She slumped to the floor, defeated. There's no Magi plate, no Magi crystals, not even any Magi stones. It seems like someone bought all the materials right after we registered. I've been looking around the shops, but I could only buy bronze. Jin frowned. That's strange. When I took a look around yesterday, there was still. He stroked his chin, pondering the situation. It's true that there might be a high demand since the golem boat competition is near, but... His expression suddenly cleared. It's all right. We can manage if we have bronze. I have some materials with me after all. Marcia's eyes lit up with renewed hope. For real. And thanks to Marcia accepting to go out shopping, I succeeded in making the plan, Jin declared, pumping a fist. We will start making the golem and the boat right away. Marcia beamed, her earlier frustration forgotten. Yeah. Jin began the smelting process. With a loud crackle, dark, rocky impurities began to erupt from the surface of the glowing ingot. Whoa, something is coming out, Marcia gasped. There are many foreign substances inside a raw metal, Jin explained calmly as he worked. I just took those out. He turned to Ryaiko, presenting the purified ingot. Ryaiko, use this bronze to make the outer layer of the golem. Use Marcia's appearance as reference while making it. Ryaiko nodded. I got it. As a magical aura enveloped Ryaiko's hands, Marcia stared in shock. Wait, Ryaiko can use magic too? Jin gave a simple nod. Yeah, she's my sister after all. You two siblings sure are awesome, Marcia said, watching Ryaiko expertly transform the metal. Jin watched her work with a faint smile. I have to agree, she's a capable little sister. In a remarkably short time, the work was done. As Jin made the final adjustments, he announced, all right, we're done. Marcia stared at the finished product, a sleek humanoid form. Wait, isn't this a humanoid type? Didn't you hear me say to make it with Marcia as reference? Jin asked. Marcia sputtered, I heard, but you won't make it have oars as hands or something like that. It's true that there are many ways to control the ship, Jin conceded, gesturing to a rack of paddles, like making a golem with oars as hands or making a golem that has fins. But the humanoid type also has its own advantages, he added. As Marcia pondered this, he spoke again. Instead of thinking about that, please think of a name for her. Marcia's eyes widened in excitement. Name, is it okay for me to be the one to think of the name? Jin nodded. Marcia is the master after all. She struck a pose, pointing forward decisively. Then how about Aro, as in going straight to the finish line? Jin smiled, okay. Jin placed a hand on the golem's head. Aro, activate. A light flared to life within its optical sensor. With a soft clank, the golem's joints settled and it stood fully alert. Whoa, Marcia exclaimed, taking a step back in awe. Aro turned its head towards Marcia and let out a stream of incomprehensible symbols. Marcia stared, baffled. What? Golem's language. Jin winced. My bad, I was in a rush so I forgot to install the language program. He then guided Marcia's hand to Aro's, casting a spell. I also want to install the knowledge about boats. Trans info. Jin grinned. Now we can make her help us make the boat too. Marcia's eyes went wide with understanding. Could it be? This is what you meant when you said about the advantages of humanoid types. This is just one of those advantages, Jin confirmed. Ryaiko. On cue, Ryaiko appeared, effortlessly carrying a massive paddle wheel. It's completed. Well, just watch, Jin said to Marcia, a confident smirk on his face. I'm about to show you something that can be done because it's a humanoid type. He gestured towards the complex assembly of pedals and gears being fitted to the paddle wheel. I will show you. A movement that can only be done by a humanoid creature. With the combined efforts of Jin, Ryaiko, and Aro, the modifications were completed with astonishing speed. The final product, a sleek catamaran with a large paddle wheel at the stern, floated by the dock. It's finished, Jin announced proudly. Marcia bounced on her feet, vibrating with excitement. So, what is it? How does this thing work? Jin's answer was simple, by using legs. He pointed to the intricate system inside the cockpit. It uses pedals to rotate the water wheel, and the rotation will be used as the power to move forward. Marcia crouched down, peering at the strange contraption. Are you sure this will work? Jin just smiled. It's easier to see for yourself. He turned to the cockpit where Ryaiko was already seated and ready. Ryaiko, she responded instantly. Yes. Here I go, Ryaiko shouted, her feet blurring as she stomped on the pedals. Jin barely had time to yell, just go slow. The boat shot forward like an arrow, leaving a massive wake that exploded into the air with a roar. The resulting spray completely drenched Marcia and Aro, who could only stare in stunned silence at the rapidly shrinking boat, the faint sound of Jin's screams echoing across the water. Wiping a drop of water from her chin, Marcia's shock transformed into a grin of pure confidence. She looked at Aro. We got this. As the sun bled across the horizon, its last rays shimmered like scattered jewels upon the gentle waves, painting the evening in hues of orange and deep violet. From the workshop doorway, Jin watched Marcia and the golem Aro step onto the dock. How was it? He called out, his curiosity peaked after their first real sea trial. He saw them approaching, their forms silhouetted against the deepening twilight. They've come back, he murmured to Ryaiko, who stood silently beside him. Marcia gave a confident thumbs up, her face alight with enthusiasm. This Cygnus is a masterpiece, fast, stable, and surprisingly easy to handle. Jin nodded, gesturing towards the ship's helm. It was designed for straight-line speed, which explains its stability. That same quality makes fine adjustments tricky though. I'll see what I can tweak, but the core system will have to remain. Marcia's expression turned serious, her hand touching her chin thoughtfully. I need to ask. Are you certain Aro's specifications are correct? Jin considered her question. I believe she's performing at peak capacity for the materials we have. The issue is. Leaning over the railing, Marcia looked from the powerful golem to the small girl beside her. It just seems odd that she can't outpace Ryaiko, who's just a child. Marcia's eyes widened slightly in dawning comprehension. An automata, she breathed, the pieces clicking into place. Jin had expected a more dramatic reaction. I thought you'd be more surprised. Ryaiko puffed out her chest, a brilliant sparkle in her eyes as she made her declaration. He's my father. Marcia simply blinked. Well, I don't know what to be surprised about. What's so amazing about it? As the trio headed away from the docks, Jin's voice carried on the evening air. We'll start the adjustments tomorrow, so get some rest. From the shadows of a nearby building, a pair of cloaked figures watched them depart, their presence unnoticed. Night fell completely, blanketing the port town in silence as palm fronds rustled in the sea breeze against the dark facade of the inn. Exhausted from the day's excitement, Marcia was lost in a deep, untroubled sleep, sprawled across her bed. In another room, all was still save for the quiet vigil of one. Rieko sat watch, her gaze filled with a gentle reverence for her sleeping creator. Suddenly her head snapped up, her eyes narrowing. A faint, rhythmic stepping echoed from down the hall. Her senses pinpointed the source instantly. It's from the direction of Marcia's room. Peeking out from the doorway, Rieko's sharp eyes scanned the darkened corridor. She held her breath, her mind calculating. There's two of them. Two shadowy men were crouched outside Marcia's room, one meticulously working on the lock while the other stood guard, the faint glint of a dagger in his hand catching the dim light. Rieko's voice, calm and cold, cut through the silence. "Did you mistake your room?" The lockpicker looked up, startled. His partner sneered, seeing only a child. "Silence her right away," the leader grunted. "Yeah." With a flicker of movement too fast for the eye to follow, Rieko closed the distance. "Father is resting," she stated flatly. "You should keep it down." A sharp crack echoed as her fist connected with the first man's jaw, followed instantly by a second, heavier impact that sent the dagger-wielding thug crumpling to the floor. The hallway fell silent once more, the two intruders unconscious at her feet. Rieko pondered the situation, her gaze drifting towards a nearby window and the sound of the waves. "Now, what should I do with them?" See. On the moonlit beach, Rieko patted the last mound of sand into place. Below her, two heads stuck out of the shore, their owners groaning. A freshly made sign stood between them, its message a simple, humiliating confession. "We tried to assault a woman in her sleep." As she turned to leave, a flicker of orange on the horizon caught her eye. "Is that a fire?" she wondered, her brow furrowing. "That direction, could it be?" The three of them dashed from the inn, the smell of smoke now thick in the air. "I'm sorry," Rieko apologized. "I thought it would be bad to intrude on your rest." Marcia, her face a mask of fury and panic, rounded on her. "What are you talking about? You should have woken us." "Cygnus will be burnt," Marcia cried, her fear palpable. Jin remained unnervingly calm. "No, it should be safe. And why do you say that?" she demanded. Jin simply pointed towards the water, where a cluster of boats, their own included, bobbed safely away from the blazing docks. Jin explained calmly, "Aro is an independent-type golem. She would evacuate the boat immediately if she sensed danger." Marcia let out a long, shuddering sigh of relief. "You should have said that earlier." A frantic figure suddenly burst through the crowd. "Reinhardt?" Jin exclaimed, startled. Reinhardt gasped for breath, his face pale with urgency. "It's still too early for you to feel relieved." "Things have turned badly," Reinhardt panted, gesturing back toward the inferno. "We've been gathering people to help with the fire extinguishing, but it seems like the fire will spread throughout the docks if this goes on." As if summoned by his words, the sea itself erupted. A monstrous, serpentine creature with a maw of needle-like teeth rose from the depths, its slick, scaled body towering over the docks. "A death sea serpent has appeared," someone screamed. The group stared in horror. "It's a monster that usually only appears offshore," Reinhardt explained, his voice tight with disbelief. Out on the water, a lone, armored figure on a pillar of water held the beast's attention. "Right now, Lorelei should be holding its attention, but it won't last long. She's not made for fighting." Reinhardt's eyes hardened with resolve as he brandished a magic tool. "I'm thinking of luring it to the nearby wharf to defeat it with my magic." Understanding dawned on Jin's face. "I got it," he declared, as magical energy began to coalesce at his feet. A gleaming spear of solidified magic formed in Jin's hands. "Rieko, use Cygnus as your foothold. Aro, help Lorelei," he glanced at Marcia. "You're okay with that, right?" "Of course I am. Go beat it," she yelled back. Rieko's eyes shone with determination. "Understood." Without a moment's hesitation, Rieko launched herself from the pier, a graceful, deadly arc aimed directly at the swan-shaped boat waiting in the water. She landed perfectly on the Cygnus's deck. Reinhardt shouted his commands across the water. "Lorelei, rise to the surface. Aro, take the wheel, encircle it while carefully observing the water's surface." From the water and the boat, two distinct, non-human voices replied in unison, "Yes." As Lorelei shot upwards, drawing the sea serpent's massive head out of the water, Rieko used the momentum of the boat to leap high into the air, spear held ready to strike. Rieko descended like a meteor, plunging the magical spear deep into the serpent's skull. The beast recoiled, stunned. Before it could recover, she was on it again, a relentless flurry of blows against its massive head. Seeing the monster reeling, Jin gave the final command. Now, on the pier, Reinhardt aimed his focus, chanting Flame Lance. From the deck of the Cygnus, Rieko mirrored the incantation, channeling her own energy into the attack. Two searing beams of magical fire erupted simultaneously, converging on the sea serpent in a cataclysmic explosion that lit up the night sky and shook the very foundations of the pier. When the blinding light faded, only the charred, smoldering stump of the monster's neck remained, sizzling as it slowly began to sink beneath the waves. Peering over the edge of the wharf into the churning, smoky water, the group held its breath. "Did we defeat it?" Marcia whispered, her voice trembling. A clear voice called from the water. "Creator Sama, I have confirmed that the Death Sea Serpent has stopped moving." Reinhardt turned to the others, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "It seems like we've defeated it." A roar of celebration erupted from the gathered townsfolk. Ryuko looked up at her creator, her expression expectant. "Father," Jin smiled warmly. "Ryuko Aro, thanks for the great job." Beaming with pride, Ryuko bowed her head. "Thank you very much." Jin's gaze swept over the harbor. "However, it seems like there are some boats that have been damaged." Marcia's resolve hardened instantly. "I got it. Aro and I will go and save them." Reinhardt nodded in agreement. "I will tell Lorelei to help too. Then Jin and I can help in repairing the golems and boats." "Are you okay with that?" Jin gave a firm nod. "Yeah, of course." Jin then turned to his daughter. "Ryuko, go and extinguish the remaining fires at the docks." With a determined clench of her fist, she replied, "I got it." The harbormaster roused from his bed, rubbed his tired eyes and grumbled, "Geesh, we can't even have a good sleep." He barked at a subordinate, "Hey, go and wake every shipwright and magicraftsman there is in Patrak." "That's a harsh job," the man muttered but complied. "I got it." Through the long hours of the night, the entire port became a hive of activity. Ryuko single-handedly doused the last of the flames while Marcia and Aro towed damaged vessels to shore. Jin and Reinhardt, surrounded by other craftsmen, worked tirelessly on repairs. As the first hints of dawn touched the sky, the exhausted group finally sat down. "I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired," Marcia groaned, slumping over. Reinhardt chuckled weakly. "That was one hellish night." Jin smiled, watching the horizon brighten. "Well, I guess it's not a bad experience. The boats and docks are as good as new now. Moreover," he added, his voice filled with awe, "the sunrise is so beautiful." A soft voice called out from behind them, "Raine, so you're here." Reinhardt turned, his tired face breaking into a smile. "Ooh, Elsa, yeah, I'm admiring the sunrise with my friends. How about you join us?" The girl Elsa stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the vibrant colors painting the sky. "HNN, it's so beautiful," she whispered, a faint blush on her cheeks. Jin watched her, a curious expression on his face. Elsa suddenly took Reinhardt's arm, gently but firmly pulling him away. "Let's go back. Everyone is worried." As she led him off, she cast a quick, unreadable glance back at Jin. "See you later, Jin." As they departed, Jin let out a massive yawn. "Well then, let's go back and sleep too." Marcia opened her mouth to object, "But it's okay," he said, waving a dismissive hand. He turned and began walking away. "There are many things we should talk about, but we should rest first." His expression suddenly hardened and he slammed a fist against a wooden post. "No matter what other people are planning, we will definitely not yield." Elsewhere in a lavish room, a man named Valentino seethed with rage. "Damn it, they can't even start a proper fire, and we ended up almost destroying other participants' boats too." A woman holding a glass of wine listened calmly. "But wouldn't it be better if the number of participants just went down?" Valentino paced, his hand on his chin. "We sent some thugs just in case. Somehow they were buried in the sand, and it's strange. To think that a Death Sea Serpent came at a time like that. Well, whatever." His face twisted into a malicious grin, his eyes gleaming with manic determination. "I will just destroy them in the competition, no matter what I have to do so." Later that day, Marcia stood awkwardly, tugging at a piece of unfamiliar, form-fitting fabric. "Hey, are you sure this is the one for the competition?" Jin averted his eyes, trying to stifle a laugh. "You bet." The harbormaster roared with laughter. "How's that? The swimsuit for the swimsuit competition this year. We will use this design for the next 10 years. Mortified, Marcia crossed her arms over her body, her face burning red. "Somehow, I'm sorry, I feel like yielding because of this swimsuit already." Beneath the swaying fronds of a palm tree, the tournament grounds baked under a brilliant sun. Jin surveyed the scene, his eyes wide. "So this is the stage," he murmured, taken aback by the sheer density of the crowd, even for a preliminary round. Marcia pointed towards a line of colorful awnings. "This place is used for events all year long." Ryuko, her bunny ears twitching, added, "And there are so many stalls here." Jin's attention was caught by a booth where a man was slapping a bag of coins onto the counter, shouting bets. "Gambling," he noted grimly. It seemed more than just racing glory was on the line today. Reinhardt approached, a familiar blonde girl at his side. The crowd favorite seems to be Earl Valentino, he commented before gesturing to his companion. Things were so hectic the other day, I couldn't introduce her. This is my little sister, Elsa. Before Jin could react, the girl slid past her brother, stopping directly in front of him. Elsa stared intently for a moment, then bowed her head, her voice soft but clear. For saving Reina, thank you. She straightened up, a faint blush on her cheeks. My name is Elsa Randall, it's nice to meet you. Jin, caught off guard, managed a smile. I'm Jin Naido, and these are Marcia and Reiko, a pleasure. Marcia's eyes fell on the swimsuit visible beneath Elsa's open jacket. Anyway, with those clothes, you're going to be in the race too? Elsa nodded once, her expression firm. Yes, I will. A competitive glint appeared in Marcia's eyes. The color of our swimsuits is different, so I guess we'll meet at the finals. Don't lose before then. Elsa's reply was quiet but confident. It's okay. A haughty voice cut in. Look at you talking big. Me and Lorelei are the strongest. A tall, imposing woman with Earl Valentino's crest smirked down at them. Nay, she declared, crossing her arms. From behind her, Earl Valentino himself emerged, lounging in the hand of his massive, armored golem. The winner will be us, Team Glory of Ilias, he announced with a smug grin, led by none other than me, Valentino. With a final, mocking laugh, he turned away. I just hope you don't get disqualified right away in the preliminaries, Marcia. Jin watched him go, bewildered. What did he even come here for? A voice boomed across the stadium. All right, the 10th Golem boat race is about to start. An energetic commentator stood on a platform, microphone in hand. We have a record 35 groups participating, and joining me today are the Patrak Mayor and the legendary magicraftsman Bernard San. The commentator continued, gesturing to the technology around them. The kingdom of Ilias possesses many kinds of artifacts. The loudspeaker I'm using now is one, and we're also permitted to use the magic eye and magic screen for broadcast. Reiko looked up at the floating camera drone. Could you make it? Jin considered it. Those seem really convenient. I guess I could, but it's not like I have any TV shows to film. On the magic screen, a lineup of contestants appeared, and I believe everyone's intrigued by this, the commentator announced. The swimsuit design has changed. Participants are grouped by color. The mayor leaned into his mic. Look, participant number 35 over there. The mayor held up a small, exquisitely detailed figurine of Marcia in her swimsuit. She looks identical to this, right? Marcia, watching from the waiting area, recoiled in shock. Why are you bringing that here? Bernard raised a jeweler's monocle to his eye, examining the figurine with professional curiosity. To think that something this precise was made using copper. His gaze shifted to the live feed of Marcia's boat on the screen, and participant number 35's golem is made to look just like the controller. Moreover, that boat has a very interesting shape. He adjusted his monocle, a smile of appreciation on his face. Water wheels are typically used to harness the energy of flowing water, but to reverse that principle, using the wheel itself as a source of propulsion. Her team might just be able to take this competition. Hearing the praise from the legendary magicraftsman, Marcia felt a surge of confidence. She clenched her fist, a determined smile replacing her earlier embarrassment. All right. The commentator turned back to his guest. Bernard San, is there any other team that has caught your eye? For starters, of course, participant number 1, Earl Valentino's team, Bernard replied as the screen showed the Earl's massive golem. It's a simple design with a giant body and 2 big oars, but it will be incredibly strong. Next would be number 3, the mermaid golem Lorelei. Its design is perfect for moving in water, making it formidable in the corners. Number 27's winged golem is also interesting to look at, Bernard continued, and the 4-handed golem from number 28 is a novel idea as well. Bernard concluded his analysis, his voice carrying across the stands. However, in the end, even with the perfect boat and golem, you won't be able to win without the skill to control them. We don't know who will come out on top. He raised his voice. We wish for everyone's great performance. The stadium erupted in a deafening roar. All right, let's decide the first group right away. The commentator cheered, reaching into a large box. He pulled out a smooth, dark blue ball. The first one is. The participants with the navy blue swimsuit, Marcia groaned, wiping sweat from her brow. The first race. I was hoping to watch the others first. But her hesitation vanished in an instant. Spinning to face the nearest magic eye, she struck a pose and pointed a defiant finger. I will overtake everyone after the turning point. So you'd better do your best to run from me before that. Down below, Jin buried his face in his hands while Reiko simply stared, baffled by the vulgar display. The commentator seized the moment. WO, a war declaration from participant Marcia, and her declaration has sent the spectators into a frenzy of excitement. Her rivals in the navy blue group reacted with a mix of scorn, annoyance, and nervous sweat. The boats of the first group lined up at the starting gate, the water churning with anticipation. The commentator observed, "We can see that all the participants have a serious look on their faces." One of the racers, a girl with her hair in twin buns, turned toward Marcia's boat. Marcia-san," she called out, her expression earnest. "Thank you for the other day." Marcia looked confused. The girl smiled gratefully. "My golem was caught in the fire at the dock. It's thanks to you and the others that we were able to participate at all." Her expression hardened with competitive fire. "But a match is a match, I won't lose." Marcia's face split into a wide, eager grin as she gave a thumbs up. "Yeah, I won't lose either." The countdown began, echoing across the stadium. The faces of the crowd, the commentators, and the racers themselves flashed by, a montage of tension and excitement. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a colossal splash, the race was on. All of the participants have started at the same time, the commentator yelled over the roar. But the one with the biggest starting dashes, participant number 14, her golem, a brute of pure power, dug its massive paddle into the water, launching her boat forward in a shower of spray. Number 14 scoffed from her lead position. "This will be an easy win. Number 35 and number 28 aren't much after all. No matter what strange boat they use or even if their golem has 4 arms, in the end all that matters is speed. Power is what you need," she roared, accelerating even more. From the stands, Jin watched calmly. "What she says is not wrong. Speed is a crucial factor. However, if someone tries to forcibly turn the ship at that speed, they will be thrown completely off balance and that will make them vulnerable." Just as he predicted, as number 14 entered the turn, another boat shot past her on the inside track. Of course, they will be overtaken. Right here, participant number 28 has overtaken them from the inside course. Number 14's eyes widened in disbelief. Her momentary loss of control was all it took. One after another, the other participants began to stream past her unstable boat. Jin explained to a curious Ryaiko, "That's why, using only power is not enough. You have to take the boat itself and its stability into account. The controller has to be able to take countermeasures when a high wave is coming at them." Gritting her teeth in fury, number 14 struggled to regain control. "Damn it, you don't you dare look down on me. I'll overtake you all in the straight." A voice, cool and confident, came from a boat pulling alongside her. "Overtake?" Marcia smirked from behind the helm. "You don't have the time to do it anymore." With a sharp sound, Marcia's boat carved a clean, powerful line through the water. She locked eyes with her golem, Aro. "We can overtake them at long last. Aro, let's go." Aro's own eyes glowed in response. "Yes." Marcia stomped on the pedals. Deep within the boat's hull, the water wheels began to swirl with impossible speed, churning the water into a frenzy. The boat erupted from the pack, leaving a massive wake behind it. In the stands, Jin and Reinhardt could only stare, their jaws agape. WHAATT. A slow smile spread across Reinhardt's face. "Jin, how splendid. I thought they showed the full capability of the boat when we fought against the Death Sea Serpent, but this." And now, participant number 35, Marcia, has made an explosive dash. The commentator screamed into the microphone. She blew past the other racers, leaving them in her wake. A feeling of pure, unadulterated joy washed over her, a wide grin plastered on her face. The world opened up. It was an incredible sensation, as if she could see and feel everything around her at once. Her hands gripped the controls, feeling the thrum of the engine. "Ah, I guess I really like this." The wind hit her face and streamed through her hair. With this speed, she could leave everything behind. Overcome with emotion, she twisted around and screamed at the top of her lungs, "I love all you guys." In a final, thunderous explosion of water, her boat shot across the finish line. The magic eye drone hovered as Marcia leaned over the side of her boat, catching her breath. "Ha, it was a breeze," she declared with a triumphant grin. She had done it just as she'd promised. She overtook everyone after the turning point. Looking into the camera, she beamed. "With me, Aro, and Cygnus, Team MJR is moving on to the finals." Jin cringed in second-hand embarrassment, while her future rivals watched with newfound intensity. Her face filled the magic screen above the roaring crowd, her finger pointed to the sky. "We will take the top place." In a private viewing box, Earl Valentino's face twisted into a snarl. He slammed his fist onto the table. I won't let that happen, no matter what I have to do." With this, the preliminaries end. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium. and we have our 7 finalists who will be joining us tomorrow. Please turn your attention to the magic screen. On the massive screen, the images of the 7 qualifying racers materialized, waving to the roaring crowd. Among them, Marcia and Elsa stood, their eyes already locked on the prize. Who will claim victory? Look forward to the finals tomorrow. Elsa turned to Marcia, a fierce grin on her face. I won, T lose. Marcia's expression hardened with equal resolve. Yeah. Turning to the other finalists, Marcia raised a fist. Everyone, let us fight fair and square. A chorus of agreement and excited shouts echoed her sentiment. Later, in the quiet hallway of their hotel, Jean pinched the bridge of his nose. Geez, you really put on a show back there. Marcia, bowing repeatedly, was a flurry of motion. I am sorry, really. Slumped in a chair in their room, Marcia finally explained herself. If I didn't do something like that, I'd be leaving a path for me to escape. Jean looked puzzled. Escape? She elaborated, her voice low. I have the best golem and the best boat. I said all that so I wouldn't run away if I failed to control them properly. As she confessed her deepest fear, her hands began to tremble. She gripped her right wrist with her left hand, trying to still the tremor that betrayed her anxiety. Clutching her hands to her chest, she forced the words out, her face a mask of pained determination. I said those words to hold my weak self down in place. Somehow, I feel like even someone as weak as myself can properly fight. Just as Jean was about to speak, Reiko stepped between them, her expression firm. Marcia-san, you don't have to worry, we will surely win tomorrow. With a dramatic flourish, Reiko gestured towards the workshop, because Aro is a golem made by Father, and Cygnus is a boat that has been modified by Father. A genuine laugh escaped Marcia, the tension finally breaking. She leaned back, a wide smile spreading across her face. Geez, Reiko, I guess you're right. Jean watched, a faint smile on his own lips. Reiko's voice took on a serious tone, narrating over an image of the silent, waiting golem. You're the only one who is on the field. The one who can give suitable orders to Aro, the one who can control Cygnus, is you. Her gaze was intense, her small face filled with conviction. And the one who perfectly controlled the best golem and boat and grabbed victory in today's preliminaries. Reiko's final word landed with surprising weight, leaving Marcia momentarily stunned. Was you. Marcia broke into a grin, ruffling her own hair. Reiko, you're so bad at complimenting people. Jean chuckled beside them. I will teach her properly next time. Reiko pouted. No, I wasn't really complimenting. I get it, Marcia laughed, reaching over to vigorously rub Reiko's head, much to the smaller girl's stoic annoyance. I'll answer your expectations and win this. That evening they arrived before an opulent building with ornate columns and arched doorways. Marcia hesitated. Hey, are you sure this is the place? If I remember correctly, this is a place for nobles. Jean, holding a formal letter, nodded confidently. I think we're at the right place. He recalled Reinhardt's earlier words, an enthusiastic invitation to dinner. Jean unfolded the letter, a bead of sweat on his temple as he explained. To tell you the truth, he said he'd already made a reservation and handed me this. Marcia paled, muttering, you're so weak to pressure. Just then the grand doors opened, revealing a beaming Reinhardt with Elsa at his side. Jin, thanks for coming, now let us go in. The sight of their rivals was too much for Marcia. Reinhardt and Elsa-san. She whispered in horror, immediately turning to flee. I am going back. Jean and Reiko lunged, grabbing her before she could escape. Seated at a lavishly set table, Marcia was visibly tense. Hey Jin, she hissed, looking for an escape route. Jean, sweating, tried to placate her. Just calm down. Reinhardt raised his glass with a charming smile, to celebrate us passing the preliminaries. Cheers. As their glasses clinked, he noticed Marcia's stiff posture. Well, that's all good, but is there something? Marcia leaned forward, her voice a nervous whisper. Reinhardt-sama, could you perhaps be a noble? He laughed brightly, not at all offended. I guess so. Well, I am the 4th son, though. He waved a dismissive hand, his expression kind. But you don't have to really pay attention to it. I am a person from the Schaller Kingdom, after all, so please just act like usual. Marcia could only stammer, is that so? Jean, sensing the conversation had stalled, jumped in. So, what are we going to talk about, the boats, or the golems? At this, Reinhardt's eyes lit up with passion. I'd like to talk about both of them. Let us start right away. But before he could launch into his enthusiastic speech, a quiet, pointed glance from Elsa stopped him cold. He faltered, so I'd like to say. Setting his glass down with a soft click, Reinhardt's demeanor shifted entirely. I have another matter to discuss. Jean's brow furrowed. It isn't about those The air grew heavy as Reinhardt met their gaze. It's about the fire the other day. The statement hung in the air and both Jean and Marcia stiffened, their casual mood evaporating instantly. His eyes, reflecting the flickering flame of a nearby lantern, were deadly serious. The fire, it seems to have been ignited at your dock, and from there it spread to the other docks. Marcia shot to her feet, her voice sharp with disbelief. That can be true, we didn't leave any combustible objects at the dock. Reinhardt simply replied, I believe so. Jean's eyes narrowed, processing the implication. So that means there really was someone who started the fire, and the culprit targeted Marcia, Jean concluded grimly. Marcia recoiled. Me, but why? Jean stroked his chin and thought, I don't know, or more like. Jean looked directly at Reinhardt. You called us here to ask directly whether we have someone in mind or not, right? Reinhardt confirmed with a nod. At the question, Marcia began ticking off possibilities on her fingers. Is it the bar S or the ins, or is it because of the material shop S tab? Also their S father S debt. Jean stared aghast. You have too many in mind. She poked at a piece of terrine on her plate with a fork. From all of that, I believe my father's debt is the biggest. No, Jean countered, his expression thoughtful. If it's about the debt, then it's hard to believe they started a fire at your dock. After all, it would be more profitable to sell your boat. Ryuko suddenly spoke up. Now that I think about it, that night there were some people who tried to kidnap Marcia-san. Reinhardt's hand went to his chin, his mind racing. Which means, there's a probability that the culprit was targeting both Lady Marcia herself and her boat. Most probably their objective might have been to prevent her from entering the race. A grim silence settled over the table. Well, whatever their reason is, it's best to stay alert, Marcia said, her voice tight. Elsa added, a worried frown on her face. Unlike the preliminaries, the final S-course will be announced right before it starts. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about it. Later, strolling through the gardens under the moonlight, Jean finally asked the question that had been bothering him. Hey, Reinhardt, why are you treating us so well? Reinhardt stopped, adjusting his collar. Looking like this, I am a diplomat. I don't want something to happen between Elias and Schaller. A case has happened right before my eyes, so at the very least I will find out the truth behind it. He turned, his gaze softening as he thought of his sister. Moreover, if this case really has something to do with the race, Elsa will be put in danger. Do you think I can really overlook that? Jean looked down, chastened. Is that so? Well, I guess that makes sense. I am sorry for saying something strange. Reinhardt offered a small, wry smile. It's not like I favor you guys or anything, however. He turned fully to Jean, a genuine warmth in his eyes. It would be a lie if I were to say I didn't think of favoring you guys at all. After all, we Ray Magicraftsman buddies, right? Reinhardt's smile widened. It's really enjoyable talking to you. Please come to Schaller when you have the time. Jean could only look on, surprised by the sincere invitation. Under the vast, starry sky, they came to an understanding. Let us fight to our fullest in the finals so we don't have any regrets. Jean agreed with a simple, determined yeah. The next day the roar of the crowd was deafening. The 10th Golem boat race, the finals have started, the announcer screamed into her microphone, and the one who has the biggest starting dash is participant number 1, Litzy from Glory of Elias. Litzy shot forward, a smirk on her face as her powerful golem propelled her boat far ahead of the pack. But behind her a strange scene was unfolding. The announcer noted with confusion while the other participants are at a stalemate condition. Are they being wary of each other? They aren't putting on much speed. From her cockpit, Marcia's eyes narrowed in fury. Damn it, these guys, she growled, watching as the other boats deliberately slowed, forming a moving wall. Are they throwing the match? They ray just blocking us. Elsa, caught in the same trap, gritted her teeth and called out to her golem, Lorelei. Her mermaid-like machine attempted to swerve, but 2 other boats immediately moved to cut off her escape route. From the stands, Jean's knuckles were white. This is bad. Ryuko, her analytical gaze fixed on the race, agreed. Yes, they are being marked really closely. However, with ROS acceleration, won't it be easy to pass them? Ryuko asked. Jean shook his head. Sure, it would be easy if we were against only one boat. He explained the tactical nightmare. A catamaran's wide body couldn't squeeze between 2 boats, and any attempt to go around the side would be instantly blocked by the coordinated pack. On the water, the trap was sprung. 4 boats weaved in a perfect, suffocating pattern, shuffling positions to block every possible lane for both Marcia and Elsa. I can only think of the fact that they have thrown the competition from the very beginning, Jean surmised, his voice grim. Ryuko added, there must be. some condition that makes the participants have no other choice than to do this. Marcia's voice, raw with fury, cut across the water. Damn it, are you guys really okay with this? Didn't we all agree to fight fair and square? The targeted racers exchanged nervous glances, their resolve wavering under a shared threat. From a luxurious viewing box, a man named Valentino swirled a glass of wine, a smug look on his face. There's no shame in being cautious. By Valentino-sama, one of the racers muttered. Valentino sighed theatrically. Well, the race has become really boring because of it though. He took a slow sip, a cruel smile playing on his lips. And, it really feels great to have everything go as you planned. His eyes glinted with a possessive fire as he stared down at the track. Marcia, I will surely make you mine, damn it. A surge of pure rage coursed through Marcia. Don't joke with me, she roared. Her mind flashed to the faces of the other competitors, the ones who had fought so hard and been eliminated in the preliminaries. Everyone had joined this race for their own reasons, their own dreams. Her hands tightened on the controls, knuckles white. I don't know who you are, but don't you dare. Her body tensed, every muscle coiled with righteous fury. Don't you dare hinder us who want to fight seriously. Don't you dare do something dirty like this. With a wild look in her eyes, she screamed her command. Aro, go back, her golem responded instantly. Yes. The Cygnus suddenly reversed, its engines churning the water. The blocking racers were stunned. She's going back, one cried, she's steering to the left. Does she intend to change her lane? Another realized, moving to intercept. I won't let that happen. But it was too late. With a glacial calm in her eyes, Marcia expertly threaded the needle, her boat slipping through the momentary gap her bizarre maneuver had created, leaving the blockade in her wake. A wave of confusion and awe swept through the crowd. What's that? What just happened? The maneuver was audacious. She hadn't just slowed down, she defeigned a full retreat, creating a gap. As two boats were lured in to close it, she unleashed Ro's full power, accelerating from the inside course and blasting past them. It's a rough play by making use of Ro's instantaneous power. Jean observed, his heart pounding. In her cockpit, Marcia grinned. However, this is the best plan I can come up with. Her eyes blazed with the thrill of the gamble. This was what it meant to make full use of the best golem and boat. In the stands, Jean let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, a proud smile on his face. He reached over and patted Rieko's head. Right, Rieko? She nodded, relieved. Yes. Suddenly, Rieko's eyes went wide with alarm. She grabbed Jean's arm. Father, there are multiple magic reactions from the sea. Jean's relief vanished. What? Rieko's face was pale, and they were going to Marcia's place at high speed. This reaction. Her voice dropped to a horrified whisper as she identified the monstrous shapes rising from the depths. A sea serpent. Swarm. A swarm of sea serpents? Jin's voice was tight with alarm. Beside him, Rieko's expression remained placid as she delivered the grim confirmation. Yes. There must be 30 of them, she continued, her gaze distant as if seeing them through a scryer's lens. And they're heading directly for Marcia and the others. Jin's jaw clenched. Damn it, 30 of them, why now of all times? Should we call for the tournament to be cancelled? Rieko asked, her head tilted in thought. Jin shook his head, a grim look on his face. No, even if the participants turn back now, the serpents will catch them. He turned to her, his eyes searching hers. Rieko, can you beat them? Her response was instantaneous, without a flicker of doubt. Yes, no problem. Despite her confidence, a wrinkle of concern touched her brow. I am worried about their positioning, however. Her finger traced an invisible line across the air, mimicking the race path around Io Island. Given the distance, I'm not certain I can get there in time. A spark of an idea lit Jin's eyes, or, if I can ride Cygnus, I might just make it. He leaped to his feet with sudden energy. Let's go to the dock. Immediately. At the dock, Jin gestured toward a long, cylindrical device that looked suspiciously like a rocket. You brought that thing for me, didn't you? I'm going to attach it to a spare boat, Jin declared, already assessing the hull. The main problem is stability and strength, but for now we'll have to make it work with Cygnus's spare parts. As they settled into the modified vessel, Jin glanced at Rieko. All right, we just have to do this. I hope it doesn't blow up. He gripped the controls, his expression serious. I won't be enough to control this on my own. Rieko gave a curt nod, her hand closing around the rudder. Understood. You should be able to manage the helm with one hand. I'll control the output, Jin confirmed, holding up the device's trigger. With this, we won't have to worry about running out of magic power. Ryuko observed their setup, a thoughtful look on her face. This is rather the opposite of a golem boat race, isn't it? Jin braced himself, his voice cutting through the air. Meiji jet engine. Launch. A torrent of energy erupted from the engine, blasting the boat forward with explosive force. The makeshift speedboat tore across the waves, leaving a churning white wake in its path. "It's too fast," Jin yelled over the roar, his face pale as the boat slammed against the water. "The uneven waves are making the boat fly. This is dangerous." He fought with the controls, shouting to his companion Ryuko, "Are we going in the right direction?" She pointed ahead, her voice steady. "Yes, I'm sensing their magic." Plus, she added, her eyes fixed on the horizon, "Io Island is visible. If we keep this course, we'll engage them soon." As if summoned by her words, the grotesque forms of the sea serpents broke the surface of the water ahead. Finally Jin breathed, a grim satisfaction in his voice. They've arrived. Beside him, Ryuko's hand was already alight with coalescing magic. With a wry greetings, she unleashed the spell. A sphere of pure energy shot across the water and detonated amidst the serpent swarm with a deafening boom. She didn't pause, weaving another sigil in the air and launching a second, then a third blast, each one finding its mark on the thrashing beasts. "Shoot the water," Jin commanded, "explode it to provoke them. Draw their attention here away from Io Island." Their small boat became the epicenter of a maelstrom, a deliberate and desperate gambit to intercept the monsters. His eyes narrowed with fierce resolve. "We have to do this before Marcia and the others arrive. Crush everything." One of the massive serpents, agitated by the blasts, suddenly arched its back and plunged beneath the waves with a tremendous splash. Ryuko's eyes widened slightly as she tracked the disturbance. "It dived underwater," she reported, her gaze fixed on the swirling water where it had vanished. Jin didn't hesitate. "Can you go after it, head underwater?" Her reply was as swift and certain as ever. "That won't be a problem." Then Jin grunted, turning to rummage through his satchel for something. He opened his palm, revealing a handful of small, dark crystals. "Magic stones. First, we have to deal with the fact that it'll be a lot of trouble if they go too deep." His hands began to glow as he channeled his energy. "The plan is to restrain them by pouring more magic into these stones than they can handle." With a sharp motion, he cast the overcharged stones into the sea. They sank into the depths, leaving trails of light like malevolent falling stars. Deep below, the stones erupted in a series of concussive blasts, catching the submerged serpent by surprise. As the beasts were forced to the surface, Ryuko's face lit up. "They came out," she exclaimed. Jin shook his head. "That was just a distraction." A grin touched his lips. "Here comes my favorite part." He thrust his hand forward, a sphere of sonic energy forming at his palm. Acoustic detection. A high-frequency vibration pulsed through the water, agonizing the serpents. They thrashed and roared, trying to leap from the sea to escape the unbearable sound. "It worked," Jin cheered. Taking her cue, Ryuko gathered a massive amount of power, compressing it between her hands. Now, magical explosion. She hurled the volatile sphere of energy toward the clustered, disoriented monsters. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, but in his focus, Jin had overlooked one critical detail: the wave. The boat pitched violently forward, launching an unprepared Ryuko into the air. "Ah!" she cried, tumbling into the churning water. "Geez, it can't be helped," he muttered, turning the boat. "Hold on, I'm coming," he shouted towards her distant, flailing hand. But before he could reach her, a surviving serpent lunged from the depths. "Ryuko!" Jin screamed as the monster's jaws closed around her. "Ugh," she grunted, finding her back band snagged on the creature's massive teeth. "I can't get out." "Father, run away," she yelled, preparing to rip the beast apart from the inside, but Jin's face was a mask of cold fury. Ignoring her plea, he raised his hand, his eye glowing as he began a complex calculation. Magic power transformation, focal length calculation. A blindingly thin beam of pure light shot from his finger, striking the sea serpent with pinpoint accuracy. The beam bored straight through the monster's thick hide, causing a catastrophic internal explosion. Freed from its grip, Ryuko tumbled back towards the water. Silence fell upon the sea, broken only by the hiss of steam from the dissolving monster's remains. Jin sat alone in the boat, breathing heavily. Suddenly she surfaced right beside the hull. "I'm sorry, Father," Jin started. Are you okay?" A relieved smile broke across his face as he reached down to her. "Really?" "Yes," she beamed, "all thanks to you, Father." As he helped her into the boat, their hands clasped. "Actually," he mused, "you probably could have handled that without my help." No, no, not at all, she insisted quickly. Once she was safely aboard, Ryuko surveyed the floating debris. Is that all of them for now? I'll scan for magical powers. A moment later, her expression shifted. Jin noticed immediately. Are there still more? No, she said, her brow furrowed. I'm getting a new reaction from Io Island. It's a golem. Jin's eyes widened. The race already reached that far. No, it's not them, she clarified. It's probably underwater and it's not a player's golem, Ryuko explained. For a golem to be underwater is highly suspicious. Jin processed the information, his mind racing. What the hell is going on? He looked towards the island, the situation growing more dire by the second. The players are about to reach Io Island. This isn't looking good. Will you go take a look, Ryuko? That's fine, but... She began, clutching the front of her dress with a worried expression, leaving father all alone. He offered a tired but reassuring smile. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm just a little bit tired, so I'll take a detour and return. She clenched her fist in determination. Understood, then. In one fluid motion, she tore away her maid outfit, revealing a practical swimsuit underneath. I'll reach there in a minute. As she dove into the water with a splash, his voice followed her. If it seems to interfere, destroy it, and don't forget to pick up its core. Leave it to me, her voice echoed back. Watching her disappear beneath the waves, Jin's expression turned grim. If this is all connected, it's possible the sea serpent attack was also planned. Even if they're after Marcia, what is their purpose? Meanwhile, Ryuko sliced through the water with incredible speed, her eyes scanning the depths. It didn't take long. There it is, she thought, spotting two hulking, armored figures on the seabed. Her eyes followed their trajectory, locking onto a familiar swan-shaped vessel cutting through the water above. The ship that the golems are aiming for. After all, their purpose is the destruction of Cygnus. Deep beneath the churning racecourse, two hulking figures patrolled the murky blue, their movements silent and menacing. One of the submerged golems surged forward, a living torpedo carving a powerful wake as it propelled an unseen vessel on the surface. With the cold, silent precision of the deep, Ryuko struck. Metal groaned and shattered as she dismantled the automaton piece by piece. I got the control core, Ryuko noted, clutching the glowing cube as the headless chassis of her foe drifted lifelessly behind her. Let us collect the wreckage, just in case. Gazing up at the distant silhouette of Marcia's boat, she offered a quiet encouragement to the waves. Well then, please do your best. Yes, Arrow suddenly affirmed with a strange certainty. Marcia leaned forward from the controls, puzzled. What's wrong, Arrow? The golem replied. Ryuko Wanasama just cheered me on. Marcia squinted toward the horizon, a thoughtful frown on her face. At such a distance. No, I guess it's not that weird. Perhaps Jin is also cheering for us out loud by now. Her concern shifted back to her partner. Leaning over the golem's housing, she asked, Arrow, are your feet okay? There's no problem with them, but... Marcia's expression hardened as she recalled Jin's warning about the strain on the boat's mechanics. So it's either the belt or the water wheel, huh? Marcia, you should only use full power at key points, Jin had cautioned her back at the workshop. Why? She protested. The ship might not be able to take it, not the hull itself, but the water wheel might break. When I took it on a test drive with Ryuko, I tried to strengthen it, but the joints for the paddle might not handle Arrow's maximum output for long. We had so few rare materials, I had to prioritize the hull and Arrow's parts. You can replace the belt easily, but be careful with the water wheel. Her face in the memory showed dawning comprehension. Okay, I get it. Back in the race, Marcia grit her teeth. It can be helped. Even with Jin's materials, we could only afford bronze, and I never expected the final race to be this long. Her gaze sharpened with resolve. It was vexing to be overtaken by Urza in the reefs, but after we round Io Island, it's just a long straightaway. To think they were closing the gap this quickly. Letzi seethed, glaring at her own golem with contempt. That arrogant bastard, the best golem my ass, this thing is useless. All that buttering up for nothing, she fumed before shaking her head to clear it. Well, whatever, I have my pride as a sailor. I'll cover the difference in golem power with my own ability. Her eyes blazed with renewed fire as she slammed the controls forward. We were going to maximum speed. She came out from the shadow of Io Island at high speed. The commentator's voice boomed. Rich just picked up even more speed. Aboard her own vessel, Elsa's calm demeanor fractured with urgency. Lorelei, keep going. We can let her close the gap we just made. A flicker of regret crossed her face as she pushed her siren golem harder. I am sorry for pushing you, she murmured. Not at all, the siren replied, its voice unwavering as it dug its oars deeper. Understood, Master Elsa. Elsa's resolve hardened as she remembered her creator's ambition. This is what he wants, after all, she nodded to herself, you ray right. Elsa has also picked up more speed, the announcer shouted, but Rich 1T let her close the gap. Watching the two rivals battle, a fierce grin spread across Marcia's face. Looks like they ray both going for the kill, now we have no choice. But to go for it if we want to win, Marcia roared, pushing her own golem to its limit. Marcia also makes her move, the commentator bellowed. It looks like the battle for victory will be decided between these three teams. The course opened up before them. The rest is just a long straight from Io Island to the venue. It's a pure battle of speed. In the stands, two figures watched the monitors, one calm and collected, the other sweating with anticipation over who would cross the finish line first. Jin leaned forward, his knuckles white as he stared at the screen, whispering a prayer to the wind. Marcia, don't lose. As if hearing him, Marcia let out a raw-throated cry of effort, pushing herself and her golem beyond their limits. Goo. The sound of two engines screaming past her snapped Letzi out of her focus. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes widening in disbelief as both Marcia and Elsa surged ahead. She could only watch their wakes recede into the distance, the initial shock giving way to a bitter, sinking feeling of utter defeat. Her gaze fell upon her golem. The machine's metal frame groaned and shuddered, pushed far beyond its breaking point. Its metallic fingers, locked around the oar, began to tremble violently from the strain. With a gentle touch that spoke of acceptance, Letzi placed her hand over her golem's, stilling the machine's desperate struggle. Their momentum bled away, leaving them adrift in the open water as the race thundered on without them. The race was now a duel. Marcia and Elsa were locked in a dead heat, their boats carving parallel lines through the churning sea. Spray whipped across Marcia's face, but her eyes were fixed on the finish line, burning with the singular will to win. Beneath her, Arrow churned the water with relentless power, every piston firing in a perfect, furious rhythm. Side by side, the two racers were mirror images of concentration and grit, each refusing to yield a single inch to the other. A sickening crack echoed over the roar of the water. Marcia's head whipped around to see the water wheel explode into a shower of wooden splinters. Oh, no. But Arrow refused to quit. With a defiant roar, the golem dug its feet into the mangled mechanism, forcing it to turn through sheer force. Not yet. The boat lurched forward, miraculously still in the race. I can still keep going, Marcia screamed. On the other boat, Elsa watched in astonishment. Lorelei, they got us, Master Elsa. But their own vessel was faltering. Lorelei's movements grew sluggish, her mermaid tail shimmering with the heat of overexertion. It's overwork. The siren admitted, I can only move at low speeds now. Elsa's face fell, I see. Elsa gently eased back on the controls. Thank you. Let us just move slowly towards the goal. We'll fix you later. The commentator's voice crackled over the water. Elsa just slowed down. Marcia heard the words, her eyes wide. So they ray already. A complicated mix of triumph and melancholy washed over her. At the last minute, after such a heated race, so much fun, she closed her eyes for a moment, but everyone has one thing they can forgive, so this is it. The announcer's voice reached a fever pitch as her boat sliced through the finish line. They overtook the first and third teams. Team 35, Marcia, has reached the goal. Team MJR is the winner, a moving victory. Marcia, how are you feeling? A commentator asked, shoving a microphone in her face. Dripping and exhausted, she just stared blankly. The commentator recoiled slightly from her icy glare. What's with that grumpy face? Ignoring him, Marcia snatched the microphone from his hand. Wait, he yelped as she turned away, her eyes scanning the crowd. Oi, you ray here right, she called out. Her gaze locked onto a figure high in the stands and she broadcast her accusation to the entire venue. You've been meddling with me this entire tournament. Fucking bastard. Her voice rang with cold conviction. I have no proof right now, but I will never forgive you. A confused murmur went through the crowd, but Marcia's promise hung in the air. You'll definitely pay for it. High above, Valentino clicked his tongue in annoyance. Geez. I wonder what that girl is talking about. Right, Valentino? A smooth voice cut in beside him. He stiffened, turning to face the noblewoman, Marquis Dominique de Firenziano. Valentino nervously adjusted his collar. Even a marquis comes to a place like this, I see. Dominique smiled serenely. It's one of the biggest events in the country. I had to see it for myself. Besides. Her smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, accusatory glare. If my subordinate were cheating, of course I have to come. Don't you think so? Before Valentino could respond, a pile of shattered golem parts was unceremoniously dumped onto the pier below. We have the evidence, you know. Dripping with seawater, Reiko vaulted onto the dock, holding a familiar glowing cube. Reiko, Marcia gasped. Reiko offered a slight nod. Congratulations on the victory, Marcia-san. So you were there, Marcia stated. Have this freshly taken golem core as a present, Reiko said, holding it out. They were hiding in the rocky area of Io Island. A sly, knowing smile played on Reiko's lips. Now I wonder who made them and what they were doing there. I can wait to find out. Dominique's voice was laced with ice as she turned back to the stunned man. Well, that's how it is. Valentino could only stammer wah. She held up a distinctively marked fragment of armor. You're familiar with this thing, right, Valentino? He flinched back, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? It's useless to feign ignorance, Count Valentino. Jin's voice cut in as he and Reinhardt stepped forward. We'll know immediately after using read magic on it. Valentino's face contorted with rage. You bastards. Reinhardt's eyes were cold steel. Since Elsa was involved, this is no longer someone else's problem. You will confess everything, former Count Valentino. I'll have you confess everything. Former Count Valentino. Reinhardt's voice sliced through the tense air. Valentino, a silent silhouette against the window, offered no reply. Elsewhere, Burnin held up the salvaged golem control core, a faint magical light pulsing from his hand. This is, for which one I wonder, he murmured, beginning to read the data stored within. A disembodied mechanical voice suddenly blared through the stadium's speakers, broadcasting the golem's final directives. Obstruct all boats except boat No. 1. Destroy boat No. 35. A roar of confusion and anger erupted from the crowd. What was that? What does that mean? The voice delivered its final, damning piece of information. Those commands were issued by Count Valentino. Marcia's eyes went wide with disbelief. Valentino. She whispered, the name catching in her throat before her shock curdled into pure, unadulterated rage. That bastard. Another charge was laid bare for all to hear. I heard you also threaten the players which abstained in the first half of the course. The faces of the other competitors in the stands hardened, their silent anger a testament to the truth of the accusation. Marquis Damanish's expression was like carved ice. I am tired of hearing excuses, she stated, her voice carrying an authority that cut through the surrounding noise. Excuses? Valentino chuckled, a dark, malicious grin spreading across his face as he twisted the ring on his finger. Of course, Iv never had such intentions. With a deafening crack, a massive golem fist smashed through the stadium wall. To hell with this stupid tournament, Valentino sneered, turning his back on the chaos he had just unleashed. This country can go under too. A golem, Jin cried out, recognizing the design instantly. It's the same type as the boat drivers. Valentino's grin widened into a cackle as his ring flared with power. There's more. As if summoned from the earth and sea itself, an army of golems materialized. They stomped through the stands, scattering spectators, while others rose impossibly from the water, their metallic forms sleek and menacing. What? Marquis Damanish gasped, her composure finally cracking. Valentino threw his head back and roared with laughter. Did you perhaps forget that this venue was built using my Hudson family's golems? Come, let the chaos begin. Sheer panic erupted. The stadium, once a place of celebration, became a scene of terror as spectators scrambled to escape the very constructs that had built their arena. What have you done, Valentino? The Marquis bellowed. The disgraced Count offered a cold glance over his shoulder as a golem lifted him away. It's those who didn't give me the power I wanted that are at fault, he declared. Farewell, Elia's kingdom. That bastard, instead of owning up to his crimes, he ran away. Jin seethed. For now we leave him to the guards. Reinhardt countered, already moving. We still need to evacuate the people. She unleashed a blast of energy, vaporizing a golem's arm just before it could crush a terrified spectator, as Jin fired a precise laser from his own gauntlet. Inspired, the other racers sprang into action. Let us use our golems to shield everyone. One of them shouted, and their diverse machines formed a protective barrier, intercepting the rampaging Hudson units. The entire venue descended into a battlefield, the air thick with smoke and the shriek of grinding metal as the impromptu defenders clashed with Valentino's mechanical army. Hey, what's wrong with you? Litzy had yelled, her voice strained as her golem's rowing faltered during the race. Its metallic hands smoked, joints seizing under the immense strain of the competition. She reached out, her voice softening with encouragement. Get a hold of yourself, we raid just a few rows away from the goal. Her small hand rested over its massive, metallic one, a silent plea for it to find one last burst of strength. Instead, the golem lurched to its feet, its towering form startling her. Yuwa. What do you do if the boat flipped over? Its synthesized voice crackled, a stark warning. Before she could process its words, the golem launched itself from the boat, sacrificing its own weight to give her a chance. The resulting splash nearly capsized the tiny vessel, leaving her stunned and alone. Ehhhh. With a final, decisive chop, Reincarnation shattered the head of the last active golem. Good job, Jin acknowledged. That was the last one. She turned to him, her expression grim. However, that completely caught me off guard. I am sorry for failing to notice their presence. Reinhardt waved a hand dismissively. It's impossible to detect any magic coming from inactive golems anyway. Jin could only nod in agreement. Yeah. The Marquis surveyed the crumbling balconies and shattered stands. Even though Reinhardt warned me beforehand, my apologies. She let out a heavy sigh. Besides, this was a mistake on our part. To think that the same golems used in the construction of the venue were still here, it was an unthinkable oversight. Reinhardt turned to the shipwright. However, I still can't figure out why he would go to such lengths just to take first place. Miss Marcia, do you have any clue? Marcia looked away, shaking her head. I don't. Jin recounted an earlier conversation. There was this one time where he asked her to either become his wife or his shipwright. She said she couldn't trust him because he was being so suspicious. The weight of it all crashed down on Marcia, tears welling in her eyes. If all of this was because I refused him, is this all my fault? There's no way that's the reason, Jin said firmly. To go to such an extent isn't normal. No one would do something like this without some greater, malicious intent. I am sure he had something big planned. Her eyes widened as a single thought cut through her grief. It's the boat. Why you? Marcia stammered as a new figure appeared. It was Litzy, stretching her exhausted arms. Geez, humans aren't supposed to use iron ores for real. My shoulders and arms are cramped. The Marquis fixed her with a stern gaze. Player number 1, you have quite the nerve to come back here. I thought you had escaped with Valentino. There's no way in hell I'd ever go with that bastard, Litzy retorted. Besides, it'd be meaningless if I don't finish the race. A relieved smile touched Marcia's lips. Rich. Litzy then pointed a thumb toward the docks. So, what's up with the Cygnus? I don't know the exact details, Litzy admitted, furrowing her brow, but I do remember he was awfully concerned with either the boat or the dock. Whether to get that back or burn it down. Maybe he was hiding something. What do you mean by that? Jin asked. Litzy threw her hands up. Beats me. If I knew, I would called it by its name. All he said was burn it. The word struck Marcia like a physical blow. So it was him who burned the dock, she snarled. Litzy just gave a nervous shrug. Who knows? Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully, but putting the dock aside, there's not enough room to hide something inside Cygnus. The top of the hull is completely covered. Hold on a second, Arrow, Marcia's golem interjected, and I was keeping watch the entire time. Perhaps he hid it before Marcia teamed up with you, Jin, Reinhardt theorized. Jin shook his head, but I would noticed if there was something weird. I checked the whole vessel properly. Reinhardt gazed out at the water, a new thought taking shape. Then, what if it was something that would be normally found in a dock or a boat, something that wouldn't seem unusual? The word sparked a memory and Jin's eyes widened. I think. There was something in the dashboard that was preserved from the old boat, he recalled. It was a rope and a small case. He produced the ornate box he found, this knife case. It was so beautifully decorated I thought it must be important, so I left it there. Marcia stared in confusion. Wasn't that something you made, Jin? The knife is super pretty too, so I just assumed it was yours, Marcia said, unsheathing the blade and showing it to the others. Elsa leaned in for a closer look. Let me see. Elsa's breath hitched. Ray, the gem in the middle of this dagger, there's no doubt about it, it's Elrodite. While she examined the blade, Reinhardt took the case, his fingers finding a hidden seam. Let me see the box too. This is a hidden compartment. He slid open the false bottom, revealing a rolled parchment. As he unfurled it, his face grew grim. An Elrodite trading contract, and the contractor is Valentino de Hudson. The Marquis's face was a mask of shame and fury. Now you've gone and done it, Valentino, bringing one dishonor after another upon the kingdom of Ilias. Instantly all eyes fell on Litzy, who flinched under their collective gaze. Why are you all looking at me like that? She yelped, waving her hands frantically. I didn't know, I swear. I honestly had no idea about this, you hear me? Jin, utterly lost, finally broke the tension. So, what this erudite you Ray talking about? All I wanted was just to win the tournament, you know, Litzy wailed on the verge of tears. Marcia shot her an annoyed look. We heard you already. The Marquis composed herself and began to explain. Erudite is a rare gem that can amplify magical power. It was discovered about a century ago, but its distribution is severely limited due to its rarity. The price depends on its size, but even a small stone 1T fall below 10 million tor. Jin's jaw dropped. That's 10 times more than the tournament's first prize. The Marquis's tone became grave. Its distribution is also state-regulated. Smuggling it is a felony that warrants the death penalty. Litzy looked as if she was about to faint. In any case, Valentino must be arrested, the Marquis declared, her voice firm. It would be best if the guards can capture him swiftly. As if on cue, 2 royal guards came sprinting down the hall. Ziano-sama, what's wrong? The lead guard dropped to one knee. My apologies, but we've lost track of Count Hud. I mean Valentino, the Marquis's expression soured with disappointment. I see, dismissed. She turned back to the others, offering a slight bow of her head. Regardless, it is our duty to search for him. Jin, Reinhardt, thank you for your cooperation. I must report this to the king and have Valentino placed on the wanted list, Damanish stated. Reinhardt stepped forward. Then allow me to accompany you. This is also my duty as a diplomat of the Sharo Kingdom. Reinhardt then turned to the others with a calm smile. Jin, Marcia, you can leave this matter in our hands. His gaze settled on Jin, and Jin, I'll be returning to Sharo in half a month. Would you like to come with me? The unexpected offer left Jin speechless. Could you give me some time to think about it? Jin asked after a moment. Reinhardt nodded agreeably. Yeah, of course. And so the chaos that had gripped Patrok finally subsided. Sometime later, the prize money arrived, heavy sacks of gold that promised a new beginning. After everything that happened, we finally got our winning prize of 1 million tors. Marcia cheered, throwing her arms up in triumph. Jin let a handful of coins run through his fingers, a grin spreading across his face. It feels pretty amazing to hold this much gold. Marcia was practically bouncing. It's crazy, absolutely amazing. Then reality set in. Marcia's expression sobered. Well, I'll be off to pay my debts though. About half of this will go to lodging materials, dock rent, and my dad's debt. Jin's sweat dropped. Well, no need to be so pessimistic. Leaning against a railing overlooking the sea, Jin offered a reassuring smile. With this, you can at least keep the store running, right? Isn't that great? Marcia closed her eyes, a serene smile gracing her lips. For the first time in a long time, she felt a sense of peace. Yeah, it feels just like a dream. She turned to him, her eyes bright with a new proposition. Hey, Jin, would you like to run a boat shop with me? It's super profitable, you know. And you Ray the Magi craftsman who built the winning boat. I am sure your name will be known too, she added softly. But Jin was staring into the distance, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing he was distracted, she gave him a playful shove. Just kidding, he stumbled, startled. Whoa. Geez, she huffed, you Ray going to Reinhardt's and Elsa's country in 10 days, right? Then stop looking so gloomy. Jin managed a weak smile. Why yeah. They Ray aristocrats after all, Marcia warned, poking him in the chest. Who knows what trouble you'll get into if you Ray not careful. Jin sighed. Well, I'll be careful. They Ray both good people though. The same goes for you, Marcia, Jin countered gently. Stay away from debts and bad guys, you hear? She grinned, her confidence restored. I know already. She gave him a final jaunty wave. Oh. Well then, he replied, returning the gesture. Their hands crossed in a quick parting high five, a silent promise to see each other again. Then they turned, walking their separate ways down the pier, Jin and Reinhardt toward a new kingdom, Marcia and Ero toward rebuilding their dream. Shall we head home one last time before we leave for Sharo? Jin asked his automaton companion. Reinhardt's response was bright and immediate. Yes. Meanwhile, deep within a forest far from the city, a lone figure seethed under the pale moonlight. Valentino stared at the smoking wreckage of his most expensive golem. Shit, I paid a fortune for this thing and it broke that easily. The name Everelio has been disgraced. A voice slithered from the shadows. Are you perhaps Count Valentino de Hudson? Valentino's head snapped up. So you finally showed up, huh? The hooded figure stepped closer. I see, so it was those commoners. Leave it to me, I've got it. A slow, cruel smile twisted Valentino's lips. Cuckoo, my how convenient this is good. Behind him, a new golem, larger and far more menacing than the last, rose to its full height. A manic fire of pure vengeance burned in Valentino's eyes. I will let them have a taste of my new power, he shrieked into the unforgiving night. With his fist clenched in determination, Jin made a sudden, thunderous declaration to the entire workshop. I want to make an airplane. The announcement hung in the air, met with stunned silence. Ryuko and the assembled golems exchanged bewildered glances. So it's not a boat, she murmured, the expected project suddenly replaced by something far more ambitious. Ryuko's gaze was sharp and direct. Well, you should make it then. Caught off guard by her straightforwardness, Jin stammered, a nervous finger tapping at a bowl of snacks. Ah, well yeah, but... His hesitation was rooted in a promise. He recalled the cheerful wave of Reinhardt's aide whose parting words echoed in his mind. A meeting was scheduled in a week, with a pickup arranged for 10 days' time. Jin glanced back, the weight of the deadline settling on his shoulders. Considering how much free time we have, he admitted, it'd be a difficult task. Strolling through the fields of their island farm, he took a deep breath of the familiar air. But it sure does feel nice to be back, he mused, watching the golems work. Ryuko smiled beside him, adding, and it's great that we don't have to worry about food for a while thanks to the farm. As he savored a piece of dried fruit, a more pressing concern surfaced. I wish I knew where this island actually was, he confessed, his eyes scanning the horizon. I also want to make some defensive equipment since we have all sorts of things to protect here. Ryuko's expression turned serious. I've been wanting a weapon. To demonstrate her point, she summoned a roiling ball of fire into her palm, its intensity difficult to control. There's a limit to how much I can adjust my power, and there are situations where magic can't be used. Her eyes narrowed with foresight. Besides, I think we'll find ourselves in unexpected situations during a long trip. We could face anything, monsters or even nobles. Jin turned away, his back to her as he considered her words. The logic was undeniable. All right, he conceded, his voice firm. Certainly. It's better to be safe than sorry, right? A renewed energy surged through him. He pumped his fist, a grin spreading across his face. Well then, let's go make some stuff. Ryuko nodded, her resolve matching his. Understood. In the workshop, Jin laid out his first priority. First, let's make some weapons and armor in preparation for the trip. His hand hovered over his first prototype, a revolver that pulsed with a soft, magical glow. Though. He picked up the firearm, his brow furrowed with concern. As much as I want to use the gun, it's a bit too lethal. People in this world probably don't know much about them. He sighed, realizing its potential to cause chaos. Doesn't that mean I can't even use this as a threat? Ryuko raised a finger, offering a solution. What about the staff that Vina-san had? Jin's mind flashed to the memory of the buzzing, electric weapon, the paralyzing staff, He also recalled the barrier generator he'd created, picturing it deflecting an attack. Its output and portability weren't that great, he assessed, but overall it's not that bad. His thoughts drifted to the dangers of the open sea, the grotesque image of a death sea serpent flashing in his mind. Things like that aside, I don't want to use a water blade or laser near people. His hands hovered over a glowing magic circle, raw mana coalescing between his palms. If I have to make something with those things in mind, then something like this, I guess. In a remarkably short time, he had produced an entire arsenal. He presented the collection, a set of mana-powered transceivers, rings of protection and elemental attack magic, a sleek stun baton, and finally a magnificent katana forged specifically for Ryuko. He gave the baton a quick swing. It's for self-defense. More portable than the paralyzing cane, and its output is adjustable. To demonstrate, one of the golem maids erected a shimmering barrier with a guard ring, effortlessly repelling Ryuko's powerful flame lance. Next, Jin channeled magic through an attack ring, forming a crackling orb of energy in his hand. This will allow me to use attack magic, just like everyone else. And now for the highlight. With a fluid, powerful motion, Ryuko drew the new katana, cleaving a massive block of adamantite cleanly in two. The blade, named Tauka, was a masterpiece. The other golems watched in awe, murmuring their approval, as expected of father's masterpieces. The demonstration sparked a wave of excitement. The golems raised their hands eagerly, chanting for their own weapons. Jin laughed, holding up a stun baton. I'll share it with everyone properly. After distributing the new equipment, Jin took a well-deserved break, letting out a sigh of relief as he sipped a refreshing drink. Ryuko, clutching her new katana, beamed. I had a lot of fun, you know. Jin managed a tired smile. I always end up getting overly excited whenever I start making things, but if you're happy, well, that's fine then. If you're that tired, you could put making the plane on hold for a while, Ryuko suggested. But at the mere mention of the project, Jin's posture snapped straight, his fatigue vanishing in an instant. I will make the plane. With a confident smirk, he turned toward the massive workshop doors. Well, I'll make what I want to make. Ryuko followed dutifully, carrying a box of supplies. As he worked, Jin explained the design, his vision taking shape. We'll be using the Magijet engine for the thrusters. The main wings will be tapered with no sweepback angle. He gestured to the intricate frame taking form on the workshop floor, and we'll use the same technology that we used on the glider Golem. I don't think there'll be a problem with its integrity, since we're going to be using adamantite and mithril. Pointing to the cockpit design, he added, and as a safety measure, I've installed an escape mechanism along with some parachutes. Ryuko tilted her head. Parachute? He quickly illustrated with a small golem doll. It's used if you have to get off the plane whilst it's mid-air. Ryuko considered this, then pointed to the Magijet pack on her own back. Then why don't we just use the Magijet engine? Jin's eyes widened, a jolt of inspiration striking him. Her simple logic was flawless. Brilliant, I approve, thank you very much. After a flurry of activity, he stood back, hands on his hips, admiring his creation. The sleek white aircraft rested in the center of the workshop, its canopy open like a beckoning maw. All right, he breathed, it's finally complete. Ryuko stood beside him, pointing to a heap of exhausted golems collapsed on the floor. Everyone else can't keep up with your pace, though. Jin scratched his head sheepishly. I was so excited that I even made a hangar. Sorry about that. Gazing up at the massive craft, Ryuko voiced her doubts. However, will this huge thing actually be able to fly? Jin looked from her to the plane. We'll find out whether it can fly or not after we test it. Her eyes widened in alarm. Does that mean there's a chance that it might fall? Her protective instincts flared. But if something happens to you, in that case, allow me, let me go in your stead. Just as she volunteered, a shadowy figure landed dramatically behind them. Suddenly, 3 armored figures burst onto the scene in a flurry of acrobatic poses, their entrance far too flashy for a simple workshop. As Jin and Ryuko stared in utter confusion, one of the figures, flanked by the image of a great eagle, struck a heroic pose and bellowed, "Sky 1." The other 2 followed suit, one posing with the spirit of a fox, the other a dolphin. Land 1, Marine 1. The trio came together in a final synchronized pose, their visors gleaming. We are the Golem Rangers. Ryuko could only manage a bewildered ha, as Jin explained, well, I was thinking of making a defense force for Horai Island. She pointed an accusatory finger at him, her tone flat and demanding. Please explain yourself, dear father. Jin flinched at the formal address. Wincing and covering his ears as the Rangers continued their noisy posturing, he confessed, I had the heroes I remembered from the past in my head whilst I was making them, and they just turned out like that. The lead Ranger, Sky 1, stepped forward. It is all right, Master. You can leave the testing of Eagle Sky to me. Ryuko deadpan, did he just name the plane as he pleased? Jin ignored her, simply telling the golem, be careful. As the plane, now dubbed the Albatross, was rolled onto the runway, Sky 1 placed a dramatic hand on his comrade's shoulder. Sky 2, if I don't come back, I'll leave the rest to you. Jin cut through the melodrama, just use the escape device. Inside the cockpit, the Ranger's gloved hand moved with purpose, flipping a series of switches on the control panel with satisfying clicks. Outside, the control surfaces on the wings twitched and flexed, the flaps adjusting for takeoff. The Magijet engine whined to life, the sound escalating to a roar. The Albatross surged forward, its wheeled legs eating up the runway as it accelerated toward the sky. They watched from the ground as the aircraft lifted gracefully into the air, its sleek form cutting a path through the clouds above the island. Jin and Ryuko erupted in joyous celebration, their faces alight with triumph. "It flew," he shouted, his voice filled with pure, unadulterated pride. Later, with the data from the flight, Jin studied a newly charted map. He placed a small marker on a tiny dot in a vast ocean. I see, so this is where Horai Island is located. Sky 1 pointed to the landmass on the map. This is still a rough draft, but if you keep going west, you can find a continent. Topographically, this peninsula should be the Ilias Kingdom. He then indicated a region to the north, and I think you'll find the Egrian Kingdom there. Jin's eyes lit up. Egrian is where Blueland is located, right? His voice grew quiet, his gaze distant as he processed the information. Kinda village, huh? As he walked down the corridor, lost in thought, Rieko's voice called out from behind him, "Dear father." He turned to find her holding up a small, metallic object, dangling it from her fingers. This. He looked from the object to her face, confused by her sudden approach. "What's wrong, Rieko?" She presented the key to the albatross with a triumphant smile. "I borrowed it." Jin blinked. "The key to the plane. Sky One should've." Before he could finish, she made her proposal, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Shall we go fly around together?" Soon, the albatross was once again soaring through the heavens, leaving brilliant white contrails against the deep blue sky. They banked over their home, the familiar landscape of Horai Island shrinking below them as they climbed higher. From the cockpit, Rieko gasped in amazement, her face pressed against the canopy. To think that Horai Island could look so small from up here. Airplanes are amazing. Leaning closer, she made a hopeful suggestion. "Dear father, why don't we try visiting Kaina village for once?" As the plane leveled out over the endless ocean, Jin considered her words. "I think things should have calmed down there by now. I guess so." He gazed forward, his expression resolute. "But right now, I have the promise I made with Reinhardt, and I've already made up my mind that I'm going." His gaze swept over the shimmering water below. "I don't know much about this world yet, so I want to go back there after I've learned all sorts of things, so that I don't have to run away again, no matter what happens." Rieko's expression softened. "My apologies for my unnecessary concern." Jin offered a reassuring smile. "No, it's fine, thank you." He looked out at the clouds, a sense of wonder in his voice. "However, I never expected to see the day where I'm flying a plane that I built myself." The albatross flew on, a silver speck against the vast sky. "I'm still alive because Rieko brought me to this world," he reflected, "and I can keep on living thanks to my master's powers." Clasping his hands over the controls, he fell into deep contemplation, the hum of the engine a backdrop to his thoughts. "So I need to find out what should be done." Sensing the weight of his thoughts, Rieko simply smiled, her presence a silent, unwavering promise of support. "Definitely, yes." He turned to her, his eyes bright with purpose as their plane flew toward the setting sun. "So, you'll come with me, right, Rieko?" Her answer was immediate and absolute. "Of course." Back in the hangar, Jin gave his final instructions. "Well then, I'll leave the mapping to you, Sky One." The ranger saluted. "Understood." Jin then turned to Rieko, who was carefully inspecting the gleaming blade of her katana. "Rieko, are you ready?" She glanced over her shoulder, her expression confident, and a small backpack already slung over her uniform. "Anytime." Jin looked at her small pack in surprise. "Oh, you managed to pack your luggage that small?" With a cheerful "yeah," Rieko gestured to two colossal, bulging sacks that dwarfed her completely. "Since we're going on a long trip, I divided them for carrying around and for keeping them in the carriage." Jin stared, dumbfounded. "It won't fit in the carriage." Yeah, let's leave that here, okay." Elsewhere, a world away, two of Reinhardt's retainers were having their own conversation about departures. You have to go first because of your work, Reine?" one asked, concerned. The other pressed his hands together apologetically. "Yeah, I'll leave Jin and Rieko in your care." "We're supposed to meet at the town square, right?" Jin confirmed, glancing towards Rieko, who affirmed his words. "Correct, that should be what was discussed." The distinct clatter of hooves on cobblestone drew his gaze down the road, where two carriages were approaching. "Oh, that should be them." A young woman's voice called out, apologizing for the delay. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Jin-san." Elsa greeted them with a warm smile from the carriage door. "Good morning. Now, how about we get inside?" As a maid held the door open, Jin gestured for Elsa to precede him. "Thanks," he said to the maid, adding, "after you." The maid's expression remained severe, her eyes sharp and scrutinizing as she watched him. A prickling sensation crawled up Jin's neck and he glanced back, unsettled. "Am I being watched?" With everyone aboard, the two carriages rumbled out of the city, beginning their long journey across the open plains. Once they were settled, Elsa offered a polite apology. "My apologies that Raine couldn't come. He suddenly had to return earlier because of work." Jin waved it off with an understanding smile. "It's okay, being a diplomat is demanding after all." The mood shifted as Jin's expression grew somber. "Has Valentino been caught?" he asked quietly. Elsa's face fell. "Not yet, it seems." "Smuggling Elrodite is indeed a felony," Elsa explained, her gaze distant. "So the Ilias kingdom must be desperately searching for him too." As the rugged landscape rolled past the window, she sighed. "I hope he gets caught soon, though." Jin stared out at the distant mountains, murmuring in agreement. "Indeed." As the carriage continued its rhythmic jostling, Jin unfolded a map. By the way, Shoro is quite a ways away, right? Elsa pointed to the route. We'll be crossing two countries, Eglia and Shelro, after leaving Ilias. Rieko, ever practical, began to suggest we could get there instantly if we were to travel by airplane before Jin clamped a hand over her mouth with a sharp thud. He grimaced, realizing the long journey ahead. So it's either you walk or ride by horse, huh? What's wrong, dear father? Rieko cried, shaking him by the shoulders. You look pale. A wave of nausea washed over Jin as he groaned. Rieko, stay, stay. Elsa leaned forward, her brow furrowed with concern. Jin-san, are you perhaps feeling sick? It's quite common if you're not used to riding in carriages, she said gently, placing a hand near his stomach. I'll try to help ease your nausea. Taking his hand, Elsa closed her eyes and invoked a healing spell. A warm, brilliant light enveloped them, instantly soothing the turmoil in his stomach. Jin blinked slowly, the world swimming back into focus as the queasiness faded. Oh. Elsa watched him with a gentle expression. How do you feel? She asked softly. A wide grin spread across Jin's face. Yeah, I don't feel sick anymore. Relieved, Rieko threw her arms around him in a hug and Elsa smiled. That's a relief. With his stomach settled, Jin's engineering mind took over. When I first saw this carriage, I noticed it had some suspension, so I thought it would be okay, but I guess it wasn't equipped with any sort of dampener. Elsa looked at him, completely baffled. Dampener, he gestured with his hands, trying to illustrate the concept. It's a device that absorbs the vibrations. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. There are gas-type and oil-type ones, but I'm not sure which would suit this carriage. Number before that, I guess it'd make a difference if you used rubber tires. As Jin continued his technical analysis, a soft giggle escaped Elsa's lips. Phew. Rieko's head snapped around, her face a mask of fury. Just now, you dare laugh at dear father? She snarled, her hand flying to her katana. Jin yelped, grabbing her arm. Oi, don't pull it out. My apologies, Elsa said, a light blush on her cheeks. It's just that your face looks a lot like my brother Reincarnation when he's talking. I found it amusing. I had thought you'd be more of a strict person. Her smile was warm and genuine. I just thought it would be fun to talk with both of you. I wanted to learn more about you. Jin relaxed at her sincerity. Ah, that's fine then. Seizing the opportunity, Rieko held up a small photo. Then first let's talk about the ranking of things my dear father has made. Her sentence was cut short as a violent lurch threw them all sideways with a chorus of shouts. Jin steadied himself after the jarring bump. That was pretty rough. He muttered, then looked down to find Elsa had landed squarely in his lap. Elsa-san, are you okay? The carriage door was flung open with a crash, revealing a frantic mien. My lady, are you all right? Her eyes widened at the compromising scene, her expression shifting from panic to murderous rage. I'll rip your thing off, she seethed. Jin froze. What did she just say? Why, you've got it all wrong, mean. Elsa stammered, scrambling to explain. I just lost my balance when the carriage shook suddenly. And then Jin-san caught me, she finished, glancing at him for support. Jin could only manage a series of frantic, wide-eyed nods. Means I twitched, is that so? That's fine. Wait, no, that's not okay. I'll let this slide for now. Jin shuddered internally. How terrifying. Once they had all disembarked, Min pulled Elsa aside, her voice a low, urgent whisper. My lady, if I may speak, as I suspected, letting that man ride in the same carriage with you is, well. Elsa cut her off firmly. Jin-san is Rainea's guest. You mustn't be rude to him. Min gestured back towards the carriage. However, there was that incident earlier. Having an unknown commoner around. I mean, it could be an issue concerning your safety, Min pressed, her face etched with worry. Savage, you say? Elsa retorted, her patience wearing thin. There were some disturbances, but the race itself. Min wouldn't relent. If I knew it was going to be such a savage event, I never would have let you participate. What would you do if something had happened to you? I'm saying this because I'm worried. With a cold finality that cut through Min's pleas, Elsa looked her nanny in the eye. Min, as of lately, you're annoying. Before Min could respond, Elsa turned and dashed away into the trees. Why, my lady? Min cried out, reaching after her in vain. Min's hand fell to her side, her expression a mixture of shock and hurt as she watched her lady disappear. Jin peered at the source of the trouble. Ah, it got stuck in a ditch. The elderly butler sighed. It probably won't get dislodged even if all the men were to push it. Jin simply smiled. No problem. Rieko, if you could kindly. With a crisp understood, Rieko braced herself and with a mighty grunt lifted the entire carriage clear of the ground, leaving the butler gaping. Nuoo. The butler and Min stared, utterly speechless, as Rieko effortlessly set the heavy carriage back down on solid ground. From a distance, Elsa watched the incredible feat, her own argument momentarily forgotten. With the carriage freed, Jin clapped his hands together. Well then, let's get moving. The others, still stunned, could only stammer their agreement. Their journey resumed, and by dusk, they arrived at a small, quiet village nestled against the mountains. Jin stepped out of the carriage, stretching his arms high above his head with a massive yawn. We somehow managed to get here before dark. Sitting in a carriage for that long is exhausting. A sudden, intense feeling of being watched made him flinch. He turned to see Min, standing by the other carriage, fixing him with an icy glare. Leaning towards Elsa, he whispered, "Say, did I do something to make her hate me?" Elsa sighed wearily. "Don't worry about her. Min doesn't want me to talk to other people." "While I understand that she's concerned about me," Elsa continued, her gaze troubled, "she's being more persistent these days." Rieko, ever pragmatic, chimed in with her eyes closed. "Well, that's to be expected, isn't it, for a personal maid like her, I mean." "Min isn't just any maid," Elsa clarified. "She's been my nanny." Jin's eyes widened slightly. "Your nanny? You mean she filled the role of your mother?" Staring out at the darkening mountains, Elsa's voice became distant. "I do have a mother, but she's not my real mother. It seems my real mother passed away right after she gave birth to me, and I didn't know that until I was 17. Jin was taken aback by the sudden, heavy confession. "I'm sorry," he offered quietly. Elsa shook her head. "It's fine. My mother treats me just like she treats my older brothers. Min has always been by my side, but she's being fussy about everything lately." Elsa vented, her frustration clear. "Do this, don't do that, it's wearing me out." Rieko looked at her with a knowing, almost sad expression. "Isn't it nice to have someone who actually cares about you? It's quite a blessing." Jin nodded in agreement with Rieko. "That's quite a thing to complain about," he mused. Elsa turned to him, confused. "Eh?" Jin's expression was somber as he made his confession. "I didn't have a mother or father," he stated plainly. "I grew up in an orphanage." Elsa's eyes widened slightly, the revelation catching her completely off guard. "Jin-san," she breathed, his name hanging in the air between them. Looking at the troubled young noblewoman, Jin offered a piece of gentle counsel. "I'm sure there's a reason she's acting like that. Why don't you try talking to her about it?" Elsa's gaze fell, her eyes shadowed with regret. "But she whispered, the words catching in her throat. "I already said some things to her." His own advice seemed to fade as his attention was snagged by something high in the twilight sky. He murmured, his eyes tracking the distant object. Two simple diamond-shaped figures danced against the clouds. Kites. Nearby, a woman's voice cut through the evening air, chiding a pair of boys. "Hey, stop flying your kites, can't you see that it's dark already?" As Elsa watched the scene, the elderly butler, Udberg, stepped closer. "It seems that kite flying is quite popular in the village of Moft," he explained. "Apparently, the wind that blows from the mountain is perfect for it." The butler then turned to Jin, offering a slight bow. "Pardon me for the late introduction, Jin Dono. I am Udberg." Jin met his gaze directly. "Do you need something from me?" Udberg's expression turned serious. "I have something I'd like to discuss with you." He gestured toward their carriage. "It seems the metal fittings on the wheel were damaged when we got stuck earlier. I heard that you happen to be a Magi engineer, so I'd like to ask for your help." "All right, I'll help," Jin agreed with a simple nod. Elsa, however, looked distressed. "In that case, I'll do it then. Jin-san is a guest after all." Jin waved off her concern, his mind already racing with ideas. "It's fine, I'll do it. I wanted to add a few things to it anyway." Rieko looked on with worry. "Dear father, please don't overdo it." As Jin bustled about, Udberg stroked his mustache thoughtfully. "He's quite the peculiar person, is he not?" Elsa, a faint blush on her cheeks, could only agree. Peculiar. Later, the evening meal was served, the table set with polished silver and flickering candlelight. Across the table, Min watched her lady with a heavy, worried heart, the tension palpable. Elsa set her fork down with a soft clatter, pushing her chair back. Thank you for the meal," she mumbled, avoiding eye contact. My lady," Min began, but it was too late. As Elsa departed, Jin took a bite of a bread roll. "Elsa-san is pretty awkward, isn't she?" he observed. Beside him, Rieko nodded gravely. "Indeed." A heavy door slammed shut down the hall, leaving Min staring at the empty space, her words left unspoken. Udberg sighed, offering an explanation for the tense dinner. "You see, she used to be quite the tomboy. She acts like this when she's been confined in the mansion for too long." Min's voice was tight with conviction. "That's why I think it's too early for her to go outside." After all, there are too many dangerous things out there. Her gaze drifted, lost in anxious thought. This time, whilst we're escorting you to Sharo, the thought of something happening to my lady. Jin calmly interjected, his voice cutting through her worries. I don't think Elsa-san is as frail as you think she is. During the race, she tried her best to win. Turning to the butler, Jin made a request. Udberg-san, could we spare a bit of time in the morning before we leave? Udberg considered it. If it's about fixing the carriage, then you can take the whole day. A bright smile spread across Jin's face as he raised a finger, revealing his true plan. I was thinking of flying kites together with everyone. It's been quite some time since I've last flown one, you see. Udberg stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Fumu, kites you say, certainly. The butler glanced over at Min, who remained silent, her head bowed as she cleared the dishes, her expression unreadable. Under the vast, star-dusted night sky, Jin's voice was filled with quiet confidence. I'll make one that flies well. Udberg's voice replied from the doorway, I'll be looking forward to that. As he gathered his materials, a memory surfaced. In the past, a teacher in the orphanage taught me how to make a kite that flies well. Rieko watched him work with a pair of scissors. Are you not going to use magic? She asked. Jin shook his head. Well, not for the finishing touches. He held up a piece of the frame, his expression serious. The last thing my master was aiming for was technology that anyone could make without distinction. Rieko clarified, you mean something that even ordinary people could make, right? His fingers moved with practiced ease, tying a knot with precision. What has been taught by someone has to be passed on to someone else. The connection between people is that it gives birth to something new. He paused, looking at the collection of tools and half-finished parts on his workbench. But there are times when things get so complicated, so tangled that I don't understand it anymore. Rieko tilted her head, her expression earnest. Dear father, how should I put it? Do you like being a busybody? Jin chuckled, no, that's not what I meant. He looked out at the moonlit trees. I just don't like troublesome things is all. Rieko seemed to understand, I see. Dawn broke, casting a pale light over the quiet village sheds. Against the morning sky, two kites soared, one bearing the symbol for dragon, the other for bond. It flies well, right? Jin asked with a proud smile. Beside him, Elsa stared up in wonder. It's flying. Min, however, looked on with a skeptical frown. Min, look, Elsa exclaimed, her face alight with joy. The maid sighed, unimpressed, all for a children's toy. Elsa turned, holding out the string with a brilliant smile. You should try it too, Min. The maid hesitated, but with gentle insistence, Elsa placed the string into Min's hand. Suddenly a gust of wind caught the kite, sending it into a wild spin. Ah, Elsa cried out as the string was ripped from her grasp. In a flash, Min lunged forward, her usual composure gone, her arm outstretched to catch the escaping line. Her fingers closed around the thin string in a desperate grab. Min, Elsa cried out, a mix of shock and relief on her face as the maid held the line tight, her expression one of fierce determination. But her momentum was too great. With a comical crash, Min tumbled head over heels onto the dusty ground. Elsa rushed to her side, extending a hand with a gentle, teasing smile. Geez, this isn't like you. Min pushed herself up, brushing dirt from her apron, a faint blush of embarrassment on her cheeks as she tried to regain her stern demeanor. As she handed the kite back, her voice was soft. Certainly, in the past, it wasn't uncommon to see you covered in mud. Elsa's smile widened. Then I'd often stain your apron with mud, right? Elsa's expression sobered, her voice filled with remorse. I'm sorry for saying that you're annoying. Min shook her head. No, even if it makes you think of me as an annoyance, even if it makes you hate me. She took both of Elsa's hands in her own, her gaze unwavering and full of fierce affection. As long as you're safe and sound, that's all that matters to me. Elsa could only manage a quiet yeah. High above, the two kites danced together in the wind, a silent testament to the mended bond below. Back on the road, Elsa looked around the carriage in surprise. Somehow, I feel like it's shaking less. Jin pointed to a newly installed spring mechanism on the axle. Actually, I tried to install some dampeners. I'm glad they're working just fine. Elsa turned to him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you, Jin-san, the kite flying was so much fun. He smiled back warmly. You can just call me Jin. She beamed. Then I'll call you Jin-kun. You can call me Elsa too, she offered. You don't need to add a san. Jin's smile widened. Then I'll call you that from now on. As their two carriages rumbled down the forest path, a new, comfortable familiarity settled between them. But from the dense undergrowth of the woods, hidden eyes watched their progress. the rustle of leaves masking a silent, looming threat. The sudden lurch and halt of the carriage roused Jin from his thoughts. The carriage stopped. What's going on? Rieko's ribbon-like ears flapped with agitation as she held up her hands. Dearest father, it seems we've been surrounded by a group of people. I count about 10 of them. Jin's gaze remained weary as he peered outside, seeing the rough-looking figures emerging from the woods. Any ideas as to who they are? He asked, though Rieko's next words confirmed his suspicion. Bandits, perhaps. The answer came with the sharp F-whoosh of an arrow narrowly missing the driver's head. Bandits? The man screamed. Inside, Jin sighed, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. Geez, give me a break already. One of the brigands, a man with a cruel sneer, stepped forward. Who gives a crap? He snarled. Just hand over your stuff already. Udberg, the butler, stepped out of the carriage, his expression thunderous. Did you swines ambush this carriage knowing that it belongs to the daughter of a viscount of the Sharo Empire? Ignoring the warning, a bandit lunged forward, his sword raised high. Prepare to meet your maker, old man. From the carriage window, their voices cried out in alarm. Udberg-san, Jin yelled while Elsa gasped, watch out, as another assailant crept up behind the butler, a wicked grin on his face. But before the blade could fall, the attacker's sword clattered uselessly to the ground. A look of pure shock crossed his face as he stared down at Udberg's fist, which had buried itself in his gut with a sickening thud. The man crumpled to the ground without another sound. Udberg cracked his knuckles, a grim set to his jaw as he faced the remaining bandits. Dust swirled around his feet as he raised a fist. Who's next? As Udberg dispatched several more men with practiced ease, Jin turned to his companions. Udberg-san is pretty strong, he murmured before opening a small box. Elsa, put this on. He then glanced at his daughter. Rieko, help him. As a hooded figure charged at them, Jin quickly explained, it's a guard ring. If you put this on and say barrier. Just as the words left his lips, a shimmering wall of force erupted into existence, deflecting the bandit's sword with a deafening boom. The attacker stared in disbelief, his arms trembling from the impact. Why, he stammered, pushing with all his might, the blade go through. With a flick of his wrist, Jin drew his own blade, the steel ringing as it effortlessly parried the bandit's clumsy, off-balance strike. The moment their swords met, arcs of lightning crackled from Jin's blade, engulfing the bandit. The man convulsed violently, a strangled cry escaping his lips before he collapsed. Sheathing his weapon, Jin turned to the astonished Elsa with a casual smile, gesturing toward the twitching form on the ground. Well, that's how it is. With her father's command echoing in her ears, Rieko became a blur, her small feet tapping against the ground with impossible speed as she closed the distance on the remaining thugs. The bandits' eyes widened in terror. What the? A brat, one of them yelled, unable to comprehend the girl's blinding velocity. How is she that fast? Rieko's expression was a mask of cold focus. Her hand closed around the hilt of her katana, her thumb pushing the guard just enough to break the seal of the scabbard. In a single, fluid motion, she drew the blade, unleashing a silver arc of light that seemed to cut through the very air around her opponents. The bandits could only stare dumbly as the heads of their axes and swords fell away, severed as if they were made of clay. Her blade still humming, Rieko's voice was a low, chilling promise. Next, out of your meat and bones, I'll make scraps. That was all it took. The remaining men broke and ran, screaming in terror. Oh oi, you bastards, their cloaked leader shouted. Don't run away, we've still got our trump card. Udberg stepped forward, flanked by Jin and Rieko, his fighting stance unwavering. So, what's this trump card you're talking about? The cloaked man sneered. If you want to see it that badly, then I'll gladly show you. He raised a glowing orb in exchange for my life force. Summon. A wave of magical energy pulsed outwards and Jin's eyes widened. A magical reaction. The light coalesced, forming the towering, armored figure of a golem. It loomed over them, its metallic joints humming with power. A golem, Udberg exclaimed. Rieko's sharp eyes caught movement in the woods. Dear father, there's one more from behind. Jin didn't even turn, I'll leave that one to you. A flash of recognition hit Jin as he stared at the construct's design. That's the same model as Gon and Jin, then that means. This guy is involved in the golem attack from before. As Rieko dashed towards the second golem, Jin called out a crucial instruction. Don't break the control core. With a determined nod, she replied, understood. The bandit leader cackled maniacally. Don't break it, you say? Have you finally lost your mind after seeing my golems? He pointed a trembling finger. Golem, kill him. As the constructs lumbered forward, Jin raised his hand, the ring on his finger glowing with concentrated energy. Beside him, Ryuko stood poised, her focus absolute. A brilliant beam of light shot from Jin's ring, piercing straight through the first golem's chest. Simultaneously, Ryuko's katana flashed, carving a deep, disabling gash through the second. The bandit leader's jaw hung open. Wah! In one blow, the adamantite-armored golems, and both of them, before he could process it, Udberg's fist connected with his face in a solid POW. You'll follow right after them, the butler grunted, shaking his hand as the man collapsed. Ah, I have several questions for him. Shortly after, the entire band of brigands sat slumped and securely bound, a gloomy aura hanging over their defeated forms. Ryuko sighed with a strange sense of finality. I'm already getting used to this. Jin, however, looked less than pleased. I don't want to get used to this, though. Examining the salvaged control core, Jin frowned in concentration. Just as I expected, there's only so much information that you can extract from a control core, just like with Gon and Jen. He turned the small cube over in his hand, his eyes catching a faint inscription. The only thing written here is that it was a prototype Model 11. A test model of sorts for production? Wait, don't tell me it's... Elsa clasped her hands together, her eyes shining. Just as expected, Jin-kun and Ryuko are super strong. Jin looked away, embarrassed. Well, unlike Ryuko, I'm not really, but Ryuko puffed out her chest with pride. My dearest father is #1. After turning the bandits over to the guards in a nearby town, they traveled for a few more days, finally arriving at Borgia, the capital of the Ilias kingdom. A young man rushed out to meet them, his arms open wide. Elsa, Jin, I'm so glad that you were able to arrive safely. Reinhardt beamed, ruffling Elsa's hair affectionately, much to her subtle annoyance. When a messenger from the town of Linnet told me what happened, I got worried, but I'm glad that no one got hurt. His expression shifted, his eyes gleaming with a familiar, intense curiosity. Besides, there are several things that have piqued my interest, like the springy things under the carriage or Miss Ryuko's sword. Reinhardt's face flushed with embarrassment as he bowed his head. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Marquis Firenziano. A woman with an aristocratic and commanding presence stepped forward, her gaze sharp. Reinhardt Dono, could you save the conversations for later? The Marquis turned her attention to Jin. Jin Dono, thank you for your assistance back in Potrock. He offered a polite smile in return. It's my pleasure. Her expression hardened slightly. I'm sorry to ask you about this right now, but I would like to hear about the bandits. Jin looked at her, a bit perplexed. What do you mean by that? The Marquis's voice was low and serious. There's a possibility that Valentino is involved in this case. Both Jin and Ryuko gasped at the name, Valentino. With a soft clink, Reinhardt set his ornate teacup down on its saucer. I see, golems, you say. His brow furrowed with concern, his gaze distant. The number of golem raids has been increasing throughout Ilias, and for an incident to occur so close to the capital, Borgia. Jin presented the salvaged control core. When I examined it, I couldn't identify the creator, but I did find a single inscription, Prototype Model 11. The Marquise's expression hardened. A prototype, you say? Reinhardt's eyes narrowed, the pieces clicking into place with grim certainty. They're using bandits to field test a battle-type golem, just as I feared their main purpose is. War, the word hung in the air, and a cold sweat trickled down Jin's temple as the grave implication sank in. The Marquis added grimly, a dark memory surfacing. The last time our soldiers saw Valentino, he was commanding a similar model of golem. Leaning over the long table, she brought the conversation to a sharp focus. In any case, we must discover where these golems are coming from. We also need to strengthen our defenses. Her gaze then settled on Jin, sharp and direct. Jin Dono, I have a proposal. Would you like to become an official Magi craftsman for the Kingdom of Ilias? Jin blinked, taken aback by the sudden offer. The Marquis smiled faintly. Of course, there's no need for an immediate answer. You can decide after your visit to Sharo. She pressed her advantage, her voice smooth as silk. We could even grant you a court rank should you decide to serve the Ilias kingdom, and since you like boats, I could also propose making Potrock your personal territory. Elsa turned to him, her eyes wide with anticipation. Jin-kun, so what do you think? Jin remained silent for a long moment, weighing the generous offer. Suddenly he broke into a wide, disarming grin, scratching the back of his head. I refuse, he announced cheerfully. Actually, I'm not in the mood for boats at the moment. The Marquis stared, her composure cracking. Not in the mood, she stammered, unable to process his flippant dismissal. His attention then drifted to a nearby decorative basket. That flower, is it some kind of tuber plant? He asked, changing the subject entirely. Why yeah, she replied, caught off guard, it's the devil's spud, the Itapapa's flower. Jin leaned closer, his hand hovering over the tubers as he whispered a single word, analyze. His eyes shot open in disbelief, a jolt running through him. There's no doubt about it, this is a potato. He spun around, his voice filled with an urgency that baffled his hosts. Where can I buy these? The Marquise blinked. There's plenty of them in the market. Reiko, let's go buy some, he commanded, already moving toward his automa. Understood, she replied instantly. The Marquise watched, perplexed. Do you like that flower that much? Jin held up one of the tubers, a serious expression on his face. No, he clarified, I'm going to eat them. Reiko simply tilted her head. The spuds, that is. He beamed with confidence, waving off their unspoken concerns. It'll be fine, just wait a bit, I'll make something delicious from these. Reinhardt shot to his feet, alarmed. Jin, you should forget about it, some of them are poisonous, you know. Ignoring the warning entirely, Jin just smiled and announced, I'm borrowing the kitchen, leaving them all momentarily speechless with matching expressions of disbelief. A short while later, a woven basket overflowing with golden, crispy slices sat on the table, the warm, savory aroma filling the room. Jin held up a single, perfect chip, admiring his handiwork. Yup, they turned out nicely, he declared with satisfaction. They're the best when fried. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, his cheeks puffing out as he chewed. Delicious. Reiko, holding a chip in each hand, crunched along with him. Reinhardt could only stare in horror. Wait, you're actually eating it. Hesitantly, Reinhardt picked one up and took a tentative bite. A loud crunch echoed in the quiet room. A slow smile spread across Reinhardt's face as he licked a stray grain of salt from his finger. Oh Tilda, this is pretty delicious. It also has a great crispy texture. Jin grinned, I know, right? Jin gestured to the raw tubers on a nearby platter. The Itapapa itself isn't poisonous. Only the sprouted parts in the area around them are. As long as you remove those, they'll be safe to eat. Even the Marquise took a piece, her expression one of pleasant surprise as she chewed thoughtfully. I see. I learned something new today. With the mood lightened, Jin turned back to the Marquise, his expression now serious. Fire Ziano-san, thank you for the offer, but I have no intentions to work under anyone right now. I don't want to use my knowledge and abilities just for a single country, he explained earnestly. Instead, I want to use them for those in need. I'm not that familiar with national relations or international affairs, and I don't want to have a simplistic way of thinking that can easily be biased. For the meantime, I want to explore and see the world, and to learn more about this world. Reinhardt nodded slowly. Now I see why you also refused my offer too. Jin met his gaze. Yeah, I think it'll be a good experience. He then produced a piece of paper, neatly inscribed with diagrams and text. This is the recipe for the Itapapa chips. I'm sure there will be more ways to process it once people learn that it's not poisonous. Please feel free to use it. He held the recipe out to her, his gaze intense. If you just keep carelessly exerting your power, I'm sure that you'll eventually lose your hold on that power, or at least that's how I see it. The Marquise's expression tightened, her eyes closing for a moment. Certainly, she said, her voice clipped. Remembering the incident in Patrak has made me impatient. Her fingers closed around the parchment, taking it from his hand. Thank you, this will be passed on to the people. But don't forget, she continued, her voice sharp as glass, there are things that you can't protect or goals that you can't achieve without power. Having a goal without any means to achieve it is nothing more than a daydream. She turned away from him, her back rigid. I sincerely hope that your ideals that you've envisioned are not something hollow. Jin could only manage a quiet yeah. Looking over her shoulder at the others, she confirmed, Reinhardt Dono, Elsa-san, you're planning to leave Borgia tomorrow, right? That's right, he replied. Thank you for your assistance. I pray for your safe trip. With that, she swept from the room, the door shutting firmly behind her with a definitive thud. In the sudden silence, Reinhardt offered a reassuring smile. Well, each person has their own way of obtaining and using their power. Jin, I think there's nothing wrong with your way of thinking. Jin folded his arms, his gaze distant as he mulled over the Marquise's words. Power, huh? A short while later, a hand reached for another chip, only to find the basket nearly empty. Oh, the Itapapa chips are almost gone. Reinhardt's eyes then caught the glint of metal on Elsa's hand. Elsa, what's the deal with that ring? Munching on a chip, she answered simply, I got it from Jin-kun. His eyes widened. from Jin. A sly grin spread across Reinhardt's face as he put a hand to his mouth. "Oh, tilde Jin, I see now, so everything you said earlier was just a pretense, and you're actually planning to settle down in Sharo." Jin just looked baffled. Where did that come from? "It's the same here, isn't it?" Reinhardt exclaimed, pointing at the ring. "A ring on the left finger is proof of an engagement or marriage." Both Jin and Elsa froze, their faces a mask of pure shock. "Is that the case?" they yelled in unison. "It just so happens that it only fit on my ring finger," Elsa stammered, flustered. "Besides, this ring is just a magic tool." Reinhardt waved her off. "Say no more, Elsa. I will make sure to help persuade your father and mother. I'm not planning to settle down anywhere." Jin protested, then turned to Elsa. "That's right, I will adjust the ring so it can fit your other fingers." To his surprise, she clutched her hand. No, but okay, fine." Late that night, under a sky of bruised clouds, two figures met in the shadowed wilderness. "I see, so those commoners are going to cross the border," a voice rasped from the darkness. "That's right, here's the prototype Model 20, make good use of it." The subordinate stared at the new machine, a sense of awe in his voice. "I can tell that this guy is pretty different from the golems I've had before. I'm sure I can pull it off with this." Albus. A cruel, eager smirk twisted his lips, his eyes glinting with malice in the dark. "Now I can finally get my revenge. I can't wait." The valley walls narrowed, the path ahead choked by a recent landslide. Jin surveyed the impassable wall of rock and dirt. "A landslide, huh? The carriage won't be able to cross like this." Beside him, Rieko's gaze was fixed on the obstacle. "Dearest father," she said, her voice calm and resolute, "please stand back." The battlefield was a maelstrom of screeching metal and explosive energy. Reinhardt's black and gold Schwarzritter swung its massive axe, cleaving through an enemy golem, while Rieko, a blur of motion, danced between two others, her blade flashing with magenta light as she carved them apart. With a proud, sweeping gesture, Reinhardt presented his prized creation. "He's my prized golem, not bad, isn't he?" Jin's eyes widened in admiration at the imposing machine. "Oh, way to go, Schwarzritter." A voice dripping with contempt cut through the air. "As expected. It's gonna be impossible with that old model." He barked a single command, "Albus." A sleek white golem shot forward, its fist connecting with Schwarzritter in a deafening boom of metal striking metal, sending the black golem staggering back. Reinhardt and Jin stared in horror, their faces pale with shock. "Wah!" Reinhardt gasped, his voice trembling. Schwarzritter's arm was obliterated with just a single blow. From the shadows emerged the pilot of the white golem, his back to them as he savored the moment. "Oh, how long have I waited?" he mused, his voice a low, triumphant purr for this moment. As the man turned, recognition and fury flashed across Jin's face. Standing beside the pristine white golem was the arrogant, smirking face of their pursuer, Valentino. Valentino's smirk twisted into a sneer of contempt. "That's Valentino-sama to you," he spat, his eyes burning with aristocratic disdain, "you filthy commoner." Reinhardt stepped forward, his expression cold and hard. "Count Valentino." "No, Valentino," he corrected sharply. "How about you stop running away already?" He gestured toward the desolate canyon around them. "You're wanted internationally. This isn't something you can keep running away from. If there's any sense of nobility left in you, turn yourself in with good grace." Valentino's gaze shifted, locking onto Jin with venomous intent. "I just want to crush those who get in my way," he snarled, pointing a finger directly at the Magi craftsman. "Like that commoner over there." Jin flinched, startled to be singled out. Valentino's face contorted with rage, his composure shattering. "Piss off, Reinhardt," he growled, his voice a low threat. The realization hit Reinhardt with the force of a physical blow. "To think that you were aiming after Jin all this time," he roared, his protective instincts flaring. "I'm not gonna let you." At their master's furious commands, the two golems charged. Albus, Schwarzritter, they met in the center of the canyon with a deafening clash of armor, locked in a brutal stalemate. As the golems fought, Rieko's brow furrowed in confusion, her ears twitching slightly. "I sensed the same thing before, but I didn't register it until I saw the golem," she murmured, perplexed. "I'm pretty sure that there's nothing wrong with my detection magic." Jin's head snapped toward her, his own senses on high alert. "Rieko, something's not right." His warning was punctuated by a piercing scream from behind them. Jin whipped around, his eyes wide with alarm. His worst fears were realized as he saw a squad of enemy golems descending upon their carriage, where the butler, Mine, and Elsa were huddled together in terror. Without a second's hesitation, Jin broke into a sprint. "Let's evacuate the carriage first." Rieko was right beside him, her expression grim. "Understood." Elsa clutched her hand where her defensive artifact glowed faintly. She watched the approaching golems with dread. The guard ring won't be able to keep protecting me forever. The barrier will end up breaking if it keeps taking heavy blows. Jin yelled over his shoulder, Reinhardt, buy me some time. Reinhardt didn't hesitate, his face a mask of determination as he faced Valentino. We'll hold this guy off. Gotcha. With a roar, Reinhardt unleashed a blinding flash attack, engulfing Albus in a torrent of magical energy that exploded against its white armor. Valentino laughed, a manic, dismissive sound. There's no way something like that would work on Albus. It's completely covered in mithril-coated adamantite armor. Moreover, it has a magical disruption ability thanks to its Elridrite. He threw his head back and bellowed, show 'em, Albus, overwrite. A massive, invisible wave of power erupted from Albus, distorting the very air and washing over the entire canyon in an instant. The wave struck Reincarnation like a physical blow. A jolt like lightning shot through her systems. She gasped, her body seizing up before she staggered and collapsed to one knee. Gritting her teeth, she struggled against the unseen force, her joints creaking in protest. My movements have been restrained. Valentino watched with a smug, knowing grin, casually resting his chin on his hand. Oh, to think you can still move. The guard's golems were completely immobilized, though. He gave a condescending nod towards Reinhardt. I commend your abilities as a magi craftsman. However, at his unspoken command, Albus brought its massive fist down, slamming Reincarnation into the ground with brutal force. From the carriage, Elsa screamed, Reincarnation-chan. Valentino's face was a mask of ecstatic madness. The one who'll end up on top is me. Jin stared at him, his voice dangerously calm. Ha, why do you like destruction so much? Hurting people, using the power you got from someone else. Jin's eyes narrowed, burning with cold fury. Using that power of yours for such selfish desires. Do you think you'll actually accomplish something? His voice rose, filled with righteous anger. I won't give in. Even if you try to take me down by force, I will not yield to someone like you who hurts people with power that doesn't even belong to them. He thrust his hand forward, the alchemy ring on his finger glowing with immense power. With this power, which I've heartily inherited, I will never yield. A beam of pure energy shot from the ring, striking Albus's chest. Valentino merely scoffed. I told you, something like that won't work on my golem. Albus, destroy him. The white golem charged, its fist meeting the shimmering barrier. Jin threw up just in time. Straining against the blow, Jin shouted to the fallen automaton, Reincarnation, I'll leave the carriage to you. He met her gaze, his own filled with unwavering conviction. No matter how many times you get crushed, I'll definitely fix you up. No matter what happens, I definitely will. Valentino's grin was wide and cruel. My overwrite directly interrupts a golem's and an automata's command signals. With his hands spread wide in a gesture of absolute confidence, Jin's voice rang out, I wonder about that. After all, Reincarnation is the best masterpiece I've ever made. As if fueled by his words, Reincarnation pushed herself up from the crater, dust and pebbles falling from her frame. She stood tall, her eyes blazing with renewed purpose. A brilliant, fierce smile lit up her face. Okay, she cried, her voice filled with adoration as she launched herself forward like a cannonball. After all, my dearest father is the best. With a deafening screech of metal, her fist connected squarely with Albus's faceplate, the impact echoing through the canyon. Valentino's jaw dropped. Impossible, it can't be, he shrieked, ordering his stunned golem Albus. What are you doing? Hurry up and crush that thing. But in that moment of distraction, Jin had closed the distance, his hand tapping against the golem's damaged head. Energy swirled around Jin's fingertips as he focused his will. Inspection completed. Information acquired. Erase the existing order and, right in, a glint of light flashed across the golem's central sensor. As the light faded, the massive golem shuddered and went still, its head drooping slightly. Jin stepped back, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew. Valentino stared, his face a mixture of confusion and rage. Albus, what are you doing? Why did you stop attacking? Jin looked at him, his expression unreadable. It's no use. He won't listen to your commands anymore. As the now docile golem stood silently, Jin elaborated. Because I erased all commands in his control core and wrote a new one, he won't recognize you as his master anymore. Valentino could only stammer, what did you say? Jin explained calmly, I intentionally used laser to break through the mithril plating and the magical disruption to input my commands directly. It's different from overwrite, which is invoked from a long distance. Valentino could only whisper, impossible. Reincarnation appeared at Jin's side, beaming with pride. There's no way you could do that in such a short time. Of course he could, she declared happily. After all, my dearest father is the world's only Magicraft Meister. The title struck Valentino like a physical blow. Meister, there's no way, he stammered, his face ashen. Such a title exists. His denial curdled into a desperate, raving madness. Cut, damn it, I can still do this. He began hammering his fists against the golem's leg. Shit, they gave me this faulty piece of crap, all because I'm the third son. Those bastards, always making a fool of me. I can do it too. I won't lose to my brothers or my family, just me, and only me alone. Provoked by the frantic blows, the golem's optical sensor flared with a menacing red light. A low groan emanated from its core, and Valentino froze, a gasp of terror caught in his throat. With a great groaning of stressed metal, the massive automaton began to topple, its own weight becoming its undoing. Valentino was thrown to the ground, pinned beneath the collapsing machine. His hand fell limp beside him, dust puffing up from the impact. Damn it, he wheezed, his eyes wide with the shock of his utter defeat. My own power. Jin cautiously approached the wreckage. Is he dead? Ryuko, already kneeling by the defeated count, shook her head. No, he's still alive. It looks like the golem wasn't able to support its own weight. The group gathered around, examining the fallen machine. His joints and such were probably worn out from the fight with Schwarzritter and the guards, Jin observed. Ryuko added, and he doesn't seem to be made with care. Reinhardt nodded in agreement. I don't think he was properly maintained either. Jin turned his attention to his own automaton, his voice laced with concern. Ryuko, are you okay? She gave him a bright, reassuring smile. I am. There aren't any abnormalities in my ectodermis muscles nor skeleton. He gently poked her cheek, a fond apology in the gesture. I'm sorry for pushing you too hard. Ryuko simply winked. Don't be, because I'm glad. Jin looked puzzled. Oh, why's that? Her smile softened, her cheeks flushing with happiness. Because my dearest father believed in me. Jin returned her smile, his voice warm. Why, of course, I've always believed in you. Ryuko's happiness was radiant, indeed. Reinhardt watched them, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To think you'd strengthen the Elrodrite's magical disruption, I'd never considered such a method. Miss Ryuko was really able to move splendidly. Jin began to offer a technical explanation. That's because, compared to Schwarzritter, Ryuko was much fur. He was cut off by Elsa, her eyes sparkling with a romantic notion. I think it's because of the intense love you poured into her. Ryuko's face immediately turned beet red. Reinhardt clenched his fist in frustration. Love, and here I thought I had poured lots of love into making Schwarzritter. Jin sighed, defeated. Yeah, sure, he thought to himself, now I can't say that the disruption was probably weaker because there was a considerable distance from the source. Changing the subject, Jin gestured to the rockslide that had started the whole encounter. Well, for the meantime, can you get rid of the fallen rocks, Ryuko? She saluted crisply, with pleasure. A few days later, after handing a bound Valentino over to the authorities of the Ilias Kingdom, the party's carriage set out for their original destination, Egger's mighty fortress city, Blueland. As they rode in comfort, Reinhardt glanced at Jin. Blueland. It's been a while, Jin mused, looking out the window. Reinhardt leaned forward. Come to think of it, you said you've been here before, right? Their carriage passed through a massive gate into the city proper. Yeah, though I've never been inside the wall, Jin confirmed. Reinhardt nodded knowingly. I see. Inside the wall is an aristocratic town. It's quite different from the outside. Ryuko's expression was tinged with concern. I wonder how Vina-san is doing. Jin shared her sentiment. Well, I hope she's doing well. As the towering inner wall loomed before them, Reinhardt asked, Do you have an acquaintance here? Jin nodded. Yeah, there's this magic craftsman girl you see. Reinhardt's eyes lit up with recognition. Now that you mention it, there's this friend of mine which is going to be troublesome from now on who said he's hired a new magi craftsman. Jin's curiosity was piqued. A friend, you say? What kind of person is he? Reinhardt smiled. He's a kind person with a soft demeanor who's quite fond of new things. He's known as Count Kuzuma. Within the stately grounds of Earl Kuzuma's mansion, Louis greeted his guest with a broad, welcoming smile. Reinhardt, thanks for coming, he boomed. Reinhardt, his expression more reserved, nodded. Louis, it's been a while. He glanced around, a thoughtful look in his eyes. How was Elias? Louis inquired. Fruitful, Reinhardt replied. I was blessed with a wonderful meeting, in fact, at Elias. I met some of your acquaintances. Louis looked puzzled. Acquaintances. Just then a figure stepped into view, a familiar deadpan expression on his face. A small, rabbit-eared girl stood just behind him. You are Jin Nidu, a voice exclaimed. Louis's eyes widened in recognition before a grin split his face. He clapped a hand firmly on Jin's shoulder, startling the young man. I see, Louis declared, his voice filled with sudden energy. A wonderful meeting indeed. Without another word, Louis began forcefully guiding the bewildered Jin toward the mansion. Please come with me, just come, he insisted, ignoring Jin's protests and the confused look on Rieka's face. He burst into a workshop to reveal a scene of utter despair. A young woman was slumped over a desk, surrounded by schematics and tools, while several children looked on with concern. Vina, Louis announced, his voice echoing in the tense room. Rejoice, help is. The girl Vina lifted her head, her face a mess of tears and frustration. Sorry, Lord Kuzuma, she sobbed, her voice cracking. It's impossible for me. I can't make any golems. Louis rushed to her side, attempting to offer comfort. Hang in there. It's okay. We'll make it somehow. But Vina's despair was absolute. Even if you say that, I have to finish the golem in 10 days. Even Professor Hampton said it was beyond me. As Vina lamented, Jin picked up one of her design sheets, his eyes scanning the complex diagrams. Ooh, you've made quite a variety of items, he murmured, intrigued. Vina, distracted from her tears, snapped, It's my professor. How many times do I have to say it for you to understand? And who is that anyway? Her eyes finally focused on the newcomer holding her blueprints. Her breath hitched and a wave of disbelief washed over her face. Huh. Jin offered a small, casual wave. Yo, long time no see. The sight of him, so calm and unexpectedly present, broke through her despair. A fresh wave of tears, this time of shock and relief, streamed down her face as she choked out his name. Jin. In the next instant, she launched herself at him, pummeling his chest with her small fists. You idiot, she cried, half furious, half relieved. I was worried about you. Don't go away without saying a word. Jin winced, raising his hands defensively. Sorry, Rieka meanwhile muttered to herself, that's just skinship. The other children quickly swarmed him, their voices a chorus of questions and relief. What were you doing? Geez, one of them demanded. Jin, surrounded, could only manage a vague reply. Quite a lot. As he spoke, a blonde girl quietly emerged from behind him. Vina's eyes narrowed. Hooray you? Jin, holding up a small object, began to explain. We made a boat and a golem at Elia's and then caught a wanted fugitive. Vina puffed out her chest, a competitive glint in her eye as she faced the newcomer. Nice to meet you. I'm Vina, the commoner, she announced with a strained, challenging smile. The blonde girl, unfazed, gave a slight formal bow. I'm the eldest daughter of Earl Randall from Schraller Country, Elsa Randall. A silent challenge passed between them. Elsa, with a smug little smirk, subtly flashed a ring on her finger, a clear sign of her connection to Jin, which only served to irritate Vina further. Jin stepped between them, trying to diffuse the tension. Vina, enough about me, he said gently, his expression turning serious. What about you? You seem troubled. Caught off guard, Vina's combative posture deflated, replaced by a flustered blush. About that. Soon they were all seated around a large table, cups of tea steaming before them. Jin looked across at Vina, getting straight to the point, producing a golem. Louis leaned forward, explaining the situation. Our Goria Kingdom's third prince, His Majesty Prince Ernest, really likes golems and automata. His birthday is in 10 days and he's holding a golem party. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He invited magi craftsmen and golem makers from every country, and in my place, Vina was invited too. Another young man at the table chimed in cheerfully. It seems he really liked the refrigerator and lighter he was presented with the other day. He said he wanted to see a golem from that same magi craftsman. Louis then turned his attention to Reinhardt, holding up an invitation. By the way, Reinhardt's invitation also came here. Your Schwarzritter is an international star after all. Reinhardt's face fell, but Schwarzritter is broken at the moment. Louis stared, dumbfounded. What? Leaning forward with a pleading expression, Louis laid out his proposal. We will provide the materials here, so can you make us a golem? Also, of course, you'll have to fix Schwarzritter, and you'll be handsomely rewarded for the golems. Reinhardt considered the offer, a confident smile returning to his face. I have no choice but to participate. I'll take your word for it and fix the Schwarzritter, he declared, then looked pointedly at Jin. Jin will also participate, right? Jin took a sip from his cup, his expression unreadable. But I won't. The casual refusal hung in the air, stunning everyone. Reinhardt's smile vanished, replaced by disbelief, while Rieka gasped, Father. Elsa and Vina shot to their feet in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Huuuh, they screamed, the sound rattling the teacups. They immediately descended upon him. Did you eat something bad? Vina demanded, shaking him. Jin, do you have a stomachache? Are you drunk? Is your head okay? Elsa added, equally frantic. Jin, looking weary, simply replied, I'm fine. He calmly turned his gaze to Vina, his voice steady. Vina, are you okay with this, I mean? Jin then directed his question to the room at large. You said it yourself, you'll craft in my place. Is it okay? Earl Kuzuma as well. What was your plan if I hadn't come here? Are you going to find a replacement, or perhaps you'll ask Reinhardt to stand in? His mind flashed back to his time in Pot Rock, to the fierce shipwright he'd met. Marcia was desperately trying to seize every opportunity. She was doing everything she could to take back everything she lost. His voice grew firm with conviction. Her eyes were filled with determination. That's why I thought I'd gladly fight together with her. I'm sure she was aiming for first place even if she hadn't teamed up with me. Jin gestured towards the cluttered workshop. I'm not saying Vina isn't giving it everything she's got. Looking at your workshop, I can tell you've done a lot of prototyping and gone through a lot of trouble. He held up his hand, clenching it into a fist. But if I were to make it, wouldn't all of Vina's proof of hardship be for nothing? His words struck a chord. Vina lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze as she processed the painful truth in his question. Wouldn't it be like it never happened? Reinhardt spoke up, his tone serious. Jin, I understand your feelings, but that's not how it works with the aristocracy, especially when it comes to golems. It's very different. He elaborated, painting a picture of global politics. At the moment, all countries are focusing on the development of golems. They attract attention for everything from solving simple manpower shortages to forming the foundation of military armies. To say that the power balance between countries is now determined by its golems and the power of its magic craftsmen is not an exaggeration. Jin's eyes widened slightly as the pieces began to click into place. The ship race at Elia's as well. What I'm talking about is. Reinhardt nodded. Therefore, magi craftsmen who make golems are valuable. There must be someone to evaluate the technical skills at the prince's party, too. The memory of the race became clearer. If it was really just a ship race, was it necessary for the ship to be powered by golems? Warming to his subject, Reinhardt began to gesture as if steering a vessel. Sailing a ship with a golem means technique is necessary, designs unsuitable for the winds or waves, obstacles. How fast can you navigate such a complex course? Jin listened intently, Rieka by his side. Control and being able to execute complex commands with high accuracy is also important, Reinhardt continued. Also, by having the operator on board, they were observing how responsive the golems were to frequent order updates. Reinhardt looked at Louis, who wore a grim expression. This time is also the same. The prince's intention is to compare Agulria's golems to those of other countries. We can't take this situation lightly, whether it's against our country or another. Isn't that right, Louis? Reinhardt sighed. As Schraller's representative, I can't let myself be laughed at by another country. Simply saying my golem is broken and I can't bring it is something I cannot do. Jin slumped in his chair. Aristocracy is a pain. Louis managed a weak smile. Thank you for the sympathy. Having heard them out, Jin finally relented, but with a condition. I won't make the whole thing. I'll only help Vina. At this, Vina's face lit up with pure joy while Louis breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, I'm grateful. A dangerous glint appeared in Jin's eyes as he cracked his knuckles. Well then, Vina, let's start the study session. Vina froze, a look of comical horror on her face as sweat beaded on her brow. Now, Jin's grin was unwavering, of course. And so, Jin and Vina's grueling training began. It was an extreme regimen of theory, practical application, and even physical conditioning with the help of the butler and Rieka, continuing relentlessly until the day before the party. And then the time came. Vina stood in the workshop, a newfound calm about her. It's strange, she mused, looking at her hands, to think a few days ago I couldn't make a golem, and now. A brilliant light of confidence shone in her eyes. She clenched her fists, a determined smile on her face. I feel like I can build anything. Louis wrung his hands nervously. We have the materials, but can we really make it in time? Vina, however, was undeterred, striking a confident pose. Don't worry, maybe we can make it in time. Jin chuckled from the side. Maybe is. With a determined cry of here I go, Vina threw her hands up, pouring all of her focus and magic into the raw materials before her. Energy swirled as the components began to lift and twist, forming into the intricate skeleton of a golem while Louis and Reinhardt watched in awe. As she worked, her mind drifted back to the dark days after Jin had left. I was worried, she thought, because Jin wasn't here. She remembered sitting alone in her workshop, the weight of her own inadequacy crushing her, because most of my creations were actually made by Jin. The questions had haunted her. From now on, what can I actually make alone? What can I do? She had stared into the empty space of her workshop, her greatest ambition feeling like a foolish dream. I said I wanted to be the best magi craftsman in all of Blueland, but can I really create things for the people? But she had refused to surrender to that despair. I really don't want to think that I can't create anything, she had told herself, clutching a small component. Because I can, right? The image of her mentor's face had given her strength. If I really can't, then I can't proudly say that I'm Jin Nidu's disciple. With that thought solidifying her resolve, she pushed all her doubts aside. So watch me, I'll show everyone that I can do it on my own. With a final surge of energy, the golem's frame locked into place. It was complete. It's done, Vina gasped, her strength giving out. She swayed and collapsed backward, utterly spent, only to be caught by a concerned Louis. He held her limp form, calling her name in alarm. Jin approached calmly. She exhausted her magic, he explained simply. Looking down at his sleeping apprentice, a rare, gentle smile touched his lips. You've done well, Vina. He reached out and softly patted her head, a quiet gesture of pride and approval. Reinhardt examined the finished golem frame, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This is a well-made golem, Jin. Jin stood beside him, looking pleased. Yeah, it is. He glanced at the bare frame and then at the workshop's exterior. Yeah, he added with a wry grin, she forgot to make the exterior armor. Later, tucked into a bed, Vina began to stir, her brow furrowed in a sleepy haze. Her eyes fluttered open to see a familiar face looking down at her. Jin, she mumbled. He smiled. You woke up. Suddenly memory returned in a rush. She shot up in bed, her exhaustion forgotten. Ah, what about the golem? Jin held up a hand to calm her. Don't worry, it's done. Vina's eyes went wide with horror. Crap, Jin chuckled at her panic. You're still green. You forgot to make the exterior armor. He gave her a playful two-fingered salute. Your magic was depleted, so I made it for you. It's a bonus. Vina puffed out her cheeks, a blush of annoyance on her face. Once again, you helped me. Jin just shrugged. Most of it was made by you, so there's no problem. Hopping out of bed, Vina's determination returned. Of course. If I don't improve, then I can't become a magi craftsman. Jin watched her, pleased. I'm glad you've been polishing your skills. She looked around the room at the tools and books that represented her journey. That's what I got from you, the knowledge and techniques, also the memories. I won't forget it. She turned back to him, her eyes shining with earnest resolve. But I still have a long way to go, so please guide me more. Her plea was met with a bright, warm smile that reached his eyes. Jin-sensei, she added. He beamed. Yeah. With their understanding renewed, Vina put her hands on her hips, eager to see the final product. Now let's see the finished golem. Jin gestured toward the door. It's really good. But when Vina laid eyes on it, her jaw dropped. The golem was sleek, powerful, and unmistakably feminine, modeled exactly after her own form. Arg, she shrieked, pointing a trembling finger. What is this? It doesn't match the blueprint. Also, why me? Louis and Reinhardt, looking slightly embarrassed, tried to explain. Well, I heard stories that Jin made a golem in Elias with the operator as the model. Louis began. Reinhardt added, there are stories about the golem that looks like its creator. Jin, sweating under Vina's furious, trembling glare, offered a weak defense. I thought it would be more popular at the event like this. Elsa and Rieka watched the scene unfold with matching deadpan expressions. From the roof of the workshop, Vina's enraged cry echoed through the air. Perverts, Elsa chimed in with her own disgusted accusation. Rieka could only look at her father and sigh. Yes, father. The grand hall of the royal castle buzzed with the chatter of nobles beneath glittering chandeliers. Wow, there are a lot of people here, Jin murmured, taking in the spectacle. Elsa glanced at him with a knowing smile. Is this your first time at a pre-party celebration? She asked. It's my first time in a castle, period, he admitted. Jin's gaze shifted to Reinhardt and Ilias, who navigated the crowd with an effortless grace. Those two look comfortable, he observed. Elsa nodded. On the other hand, both Rainea and Kuzuma-sama are very sociable. Stark contrast, Bina was a bundle of nerves, fidgeting and wringing her hands. We went to all the trouble of making you those gorgeous clothes, too, Jin teased gently. Stop making fun of me, she cried out, her voice tight with panic. Everyone around me is an aristocrat. If I make a single wrong step, I'll die. Rihanna, with deadpan seriousness, offered her own brand of comfort. It's okay. I can finish off everyone in about a minute. Bina could only stare back, horrified. Finish what? Jin shifted his weight, feeling out of place. By the way, is it okay for me to be here too? You made the exterior armor, so of course it's okay, Bina assured him, though her attention was suddenly caught by a familiar figure across the room. There are a lot of magi craftsmen here, so you should at least greet them. That person is. The man in question, a portly gentleman with a magnificent mustache and a wide-brimmed hat, turned at the sound of her voice. Professor Hampton, Bina gasped in recognition. She hurried through the throng of guests to his side. It's been a while, Professor Claudia Hampton, I'm Vina. I was your student for about 2 years. The professor's eyes crinkled as he placed her. Ooh, it's you. Long time no see. Why are you in a place like this? Beaming with pride, Bina announced, actually I made a golem for this party. His expression immediately soured. You made a golem, he scoffed, his eyes narrowing. It's not good to lie. Bina stammered, her smile faltering. The professor pressed on, his tone condescending. I don't think your ability is sufficient for making a golem. Rather, he continued dismissively, I don't remember teaching you how to make a golem. Bina gestured vaguely, trying to explain. About that, someone instructed me on how to make one. His gaze hardened with suspicion, his words striking her like a physical blow. Are you sure he didn't make most of it for you? He shook his head with theatrical disappointment. Lying about your own ability is. A sharp, clear voice cut through his lecture. I agree. Professor Hampton turned, surprised to see the young noblewoman who had stepped between them. You are, Bina looked up, equally startled, Elsa-sama. Elsa's gaze was unwavering, but Vina is different. She worked hard to get that ability. I watched her do that closely, she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. Vina made the golem without a doubt. She fixed the professor with an icy stare. You who didn't see her, don't judge the current Vina's ability as you like. If you really are a teacher, then shouldn't you believe in your student's potential? Having delivered her final word, Elsa turned to a stunned Bina. Let's go, Vina. Bina, still reeling from the unexpected defense, could only whisper Elsa-sama. As they walked away, Jin looked at Bina with a new understanding. You have another teacher, right? Her confirmation was emphatic, echoing against the facade of the grand estate where they would be staying. Yes. At the entrance, a smiling maid welcomed them. Everyone, did you enjoy the eve of the party? For those staying the night, please use this building. Another attendant added, if there's anything you need for tomorrow's preparations, don't hesitate to ask. We have a massage service, a beautician, and also a hot spring. The offer hung in the air for a beat before the girls erupted. Beautician, Rihanna murmured. Massage, Elsa gasped. Hot spring, Bina shrieked with delight. That's the royal castle for you. Let's go, Bina declared, already leading the charge. Elsa grabbed a hesitant Rihanna by the arm. Rieko, come too. Number I, Rihanna began, looking to her father, but Jin just waved her on. It's okay. You can go. Stepping into the vast, steaming bath, Bina threw her arms wide in amazement. This hot spring is huge. Are all the aristocrats like this? As she ladled warm water over her shoulders, Elsa replied, no, I don't have this. Rihanna, however, crossed her arms with a distinct lack of impressiveness. Mine is even bigger. Bina's curiosity was piqued. By the way, where do Rieko and Jin live? You only said you came here via warp gate. At the mention of the term, Rihanna clapped a hand over her mouth. Oops, my tongue slipped. Elsa looked completely lost. Warp gate, what's that? A smug grin spread across Bina's face. Who, could it be Elsa-sama doesn't know? Flustered, Elsa shot back it. It's just we haven't talked about that, even though you've been with them for quite a while. Elsa's shoulders slumped in defeat. Jin seems very secretive, she admitted quietly. He never talks about where he's from or his background. Bina's expression softened in understanding. Yeah, I feel you. He always dodges the question, Elsa continued, her voice a whisper against the steam. Also the story is hazy. I heard he lived in solitude. Solitude. I heard he lived in a nursing home, Elsa added. That was the last straw for Bina. Her head whipped around to face Rihanna. Who? Hey, Rieko, about Jin. Before she could finish the question, Rihanna plunged beneath the water with a splash. What are you doing? Bina cried. Rihanna resurfaced, sputtering through a mouthful of water, nodding. Donned Asgb. Seeing her desperation, the others relented. Okay, we get it, we won't ask. After a moment of silence, Bina turned to Elsa. Speaking of which, why did you help me back there? I thought Elsa-sama was avoiding me or hated me or something, Bina confessed quietly. Elsa gazed out over the water. It's as I said back there. I don't think your past self should dictate who you are right now. Her voice grew softer as she opened up. I have a different mother than my brothers. For the longest time, I didn't know that and I was depressed by it. A faint memory surfaced in her mind's eye, the faces of her family. But Rainea took me out and my current mother is nice to me. I have Mintz and Udberg too. and then I changed. A fond smile touched her lips. I participated in the boat race at Pot Rock. I competed with all my heart with Marcia. It was fun and I enjoyed it. Her hands traced idle patterns in the water. Even though Jin is a mysterious man, he knew a lot of things I didn't. He did a lot of interesting things, and he saved me. She looked over at Bina, her eyes full of empathy. I'm sure Vina has also endured a lot of hardships, when I thought I could meet Jin. A warm, genuine smile bloomed on Elsa's face. I couldn't help myself. Bina stared, momentarily speechless. What a pretty girl, she thought, before whispering with heartfelt sincerity, thank you. Bina let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, I thought you guys were certainly going to use Jin. From the side, Rihanna nodded solemnly. I thought so too. Elsa's jaw dropped. Mean. Elsa exclaimed, utterly bewildered. But you were troubling Kuzuma-sama's place. Bina looked away, a faint blush on her cheeks. Jin and I had a painful experience with the aristocrats, she mumbled. Oh, so. A deep blush crept up Bina's neck as she struggled for words, averting her gaze. That's because he's different. Elsa's eyes lit up with a sudden, incorrect realization. I thought Vina was definitely into Jin. Yes, I like him, Bina admitted quickly, holding up her hands, but he's like a father to me. Rihanna tilted her head, her expression a mask of pure confusion. You like your father? Geez, it's definitely different, so rest easy. Bina insisted, exasperated. Suddenly Bina threw her head back and laughed, splashing water everywhere. This is stupid, keeping each other on their toes like this. The others couldn't help but join in, their shared laughter echoing in the steamy air. Really. As their laughter subsided, Elsa turned to Bina with a sincere look. Vina, would you like to be my friend? Bina's face lit up. Of course, you can drop the formalities from now on. Elsa smiled back. Then please just call me Elsa too. Refreshed and with a new bond forged, the girls returned to the common room. We're back, Bina announced with a cheerful wave. Jin looked up from his conversation. Oh, welcome back. Reinhardt observed them with a knowing smile. You two look refreshed. Elsa and Bina exchanged a happy glance and replied in unison, yeah. Ilias nodded in agreement. Seems like you two got along well. Bina, however, eyed the glasses on the table with suspicion. You guys look like you've been drinking. Reinhardt gestured to the empty glasses on the table. These two are worrying about the participants in tomorrow's event, he explained, and we were just talking about that. Elsa tilted her head, her expression serious. But if it's just a normal party, then there's no need to compete for first place, right? No, Ilias clarified, his gaze steady. Apparently, the participants will present their golems and the best one is given a prize. After that, there is a possibility the golem is made into Prince Ernest's escort. Bina's smile was pure confidence. If we're talking about performance alone, I think Rot is far better than the other golems. The same goes for Schwarzritter. The towering golem added, but what happens if a golem from outside the country becomes the escort? Are you planning on winning first place? From a Golria other than me, there's the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Magic, Ilias continued. Earl Garana and the majority of Blue Lens aristocrats are also participating. Jin's eyes widened. Garana too. What I'm curious about is Chancellor Galilee, Ilias mused. She hired a magi craftsman named Sterina from Celoria just for this. A special envoy from Celoria named Dominique also came. Sterina Gamma, she's one of the best magi craftsmen in the Celoria region. Jin absorbed the information, his expression grim. I get the picture. Ilias brought a hand to his chin, his expression shrewd. It seems like Celoria wants to show their power to the world. Joining hands with the Chancellor also makes them look on good terms. It will be a clear demonstration to the people. The maid murmured and Ryuko, standing beside her, nodded in solemn agreement. Ryuko's attention suddenly shifted from the political discussion. Can I have a moment?" she asked, turning to Jin. He looked up from his observation of the maids. "I've been wondering for a while now. What is it, Ryuko?" Without another word, Ryuko approached the nearest maid. "Please excuse me," she said, her hand darting out to grip the hem of the woman's skirt. The maid blinked in confusion. What are you?" With a sharp tug, Ryuko flipped the fabric upwards, the sudden, shocking motion causing everyone at the table to freeze. "Naya!" the maid shrieked, flustered as she was exposed. "Hey, let go!" As Jin stared, bewildered by Ryuko's actions, his eyes caught the glint of dark metal. Strapped to the maid's thigh was a concealed knife. The maid scrambled to pull her skirt down with an indignant grunt as Bina quickly slapped a hand over Ilias's eyes. Bina gasped. A knife. a concealed weapon. Rieko wasn't finished. She pointed a finger at the other two maids standing guard. Also, those two are carrying them as well. The accused women stiffened, their professional calm shattered. The lead maid narrowed her eyes, a bead of sweat on her temple. How did you know? Our acting should have been perfect. Your body cores are too well trained for simple servants, Rieko stated calmly. Also, you were looking this way a lot. Also, she continued, her gaze unwavering, while faint, there's a sound of metal rubbing against the cloth. Normal people wouldn't be able to hear it. But my sensory organs can't be fooled. You've seen through us, the lead maid hissed, her cover completely blown, in that case. Layla Kate, she barked, the youngest looked hesitant. Are we really doing it? Of course, the middle one affirmed. Yes, the leader commanded. In a flash, they tore away the bulk of their uniforms, revealing sleek combat attire beneath. Sometimes a villager, other times a maid, but we are the royal secret maids. The youngest maid burst into tears, her dramatic pose faltering. I knew I'd slipped up, the one in the middle sighed in exasperation, but we've lost our cover. If we fall back now, our name will be tarnished. Our mission is to eliminate anyone suspicious and protect the kingdom, the leader declared, blushing furiously, but you're the ones looking suspicious. I see you're surveilling while pretending to be maids, Jin summarized, trying to process the scene. Reinhardt leaned forward. Why the swimsuit? The question made the maid squirm. Yeah, that's it. Reinhardt's expression hardened slightly. Why decide to spy on the guests? The middle maid held her ground, looking away with a strained expression. We cannot say. Yes, because there's a party that will use this event as a way to target the prince's life, that's why we cannot say, Layla blurted out. Her partner whipped around in horror. Layla. The prince's life? Ilyas exclaimed, his voice sharp. Is that true? Layla gasped, slapping a hand over her mouth as she realized her catastrophic blunder. Layla, you clumsy stupid, her partner seethed. Layla just looked panicked. Did I say something? Seeing that reaction, so it's true, Ilyas deduced, his brow furrowed. Then why don't you simply cancel the party? The leader shook her head, her composure returning. It's all just a what if. We can't declare that to the public. We've got security in place, she continued, her voice firm. And I don't think there's 1 chance in 1,000 that the prince's life will be in danger. But if there is someone targeting the prince's life, she concluded, her gaze fixed on the image of the young royal, we have to find out who. So that's why you're watching us, Jin said, understanding dawning. But it's a waste of your time. Even if it were us, we wouldn't spill our plans here. Most likely the would-be escort golem is what will be used to target the prince, Reinhardt surmised. The lead maid nodded grimly. Yes, seems like that's what would most likely happen. Reinhardt turned to Ilyas, his gaze firm. Louis, I've decided what I'll do. Ilyas listened intently. I see. I want either Rot or Schwarzritter to be the prince's escort if possible. At least that way we can eliminate one of the possibilities, Jin murmured, a small smile playing on his lips. Bina nodded, understanding the strategy. I see. Royal secret maids, Jin began, thank you for explaining the situation to us. The leader sighed. No, it's because I'm clumsy. Her partner glared at the youngest. Wear your outfit. Later, seeing Jin staring into the distance with a hand on his chin, Rieko approached him. Father, what is it? The conversation earlier. I'm still thinking about it, he admitted, targeting the prince's life and using the golems. Rieko, let me tinker with your body a bit, he requested. She blinked but nodded. Okay, he added, I'll do the same for Rot and Schwarzritter after that. But what are you planning to do? Rieko asked. Jin's expression was resolute as he looked out the window. I don't want to make the same mistake again. The next day, the grand party venue buzzed with anticipation, its colonnaded facade gleaming under the morning sun. An announcer's voice boomed across the hall. Today, we celebrate Agulria Kingdom's king, His Highness Harold Ruin Hodakres II, and his third son, His Highness Prince Ernest Lurum Andrew. Royal knights raised their swords in a gleaming salute. First is the Golem party's opening statement from His Highness. In the meantime, our host is the resident Golem lover and Golem fighter, Bernard, the energetic announcer shouted. His older co-host, a Magi craftsman also named Bernard, looked on wearily. The king stepped forward, his voice warm and regal. Everyone, thank you for gathering here today for my child Ernest. I'm honored that everyone here today has given their best in making the golems, he said, his gaze sweeping over the impressive mechanical figures. Ernest and I will be looking forward to it. He gestured broadly from the royal dais to the assembled craftsmen and their creations. I sincerely hope that everyone here can show their power to the fullest. Now, without further ado, the king's voice rang out, his words echoing over the tense and excited faces of the participants. Let the golem party begin. With a flourish, the announcer's voice boomed across the grand hall. Now let's begin the golem party, he gestured to a stern-looking man. Let's start with this person, a Golria Kingdom's Chancellor, Lord Galilee. The man gave a curt nod. I'm the Chancellor. The announcer then turned to the main stage. And our first entry is the golem cells. Its maker is the Magi craftsman from Celoria, Lady Sterana Gamma. The golem cells was a masterpiece of faceted crystal, catching the light in a dazzling display that drew gasps from the crowd. A golem made from crystal, the king murmured, impressed. Beside him, young Prince Ernest was beaming. That beauty is a work of art, it's beautiful. From the sidelines, Reinhardt watched with a grudging respect. That's Gamma for you, Celoria's third-best Magi craftsman. Jin's gaze was analytical, and she's also a beauty. Is that so? A cold sweat broke out on Vina's brow as she stared at the crystal in marvel. What? I'm competing with that, she stammered. Jin, however, remained calm, simply acknowledging the skill on display. It's indeed awesome. The announcer's voice elaborated on the golem's intricate design. She used transformation magic to move it, a technique that avoids interference with each part. It would be impossible without a complex magic formula. The genie, however, remained unperturbed, a confident smile playing on her lips as she spoke to Jin. But well, if the prince realizes Rot's worth, I'm sure we'll win. Not wanting to lose momentum, the announcer urged the procession forward. Now let's get the train rolling. Next is, one by one, makers and their golems took the stage. While some left a lasting impression, most faded into a parade of uninspired designs. Agoria's military preference was obvious. A glut of hulking, oversized golems designed for brute force rather than finesse. For a country that so often used golems in its armies, this was the predictable and frankly dull result. Now the announcer called. Next is the Secretary of the Western District S. Chancellor, Earl Kuzuma. His Magi craftsman is the famous lighter and refrigerator maker Lady Vina. With a cheerful pose, the golem Rot presented herself, eliciting a gasp of surprise from Professor Bernard, even as the crowd murmured in confusion. A maid golem, huh? It seems like there's nothing special about it. Then a wave of realization swept the audience as they looked from the golem to her maker. That, someone shouted, the golem and its maker are like two peas in a pod. The announcer leaned toward the professor, a knowing grin on his face. Mr. Bernard, could it be? Adjusting his monocle, the old man's eyes glinted with recognition. Yes, you're probably right. The image in their minds was clear. The maker of the golem who had won the Pot Rock Shipwright competition. It's very similar to what Sir Jin Nidu made. The announcer's words hit Jin like a physical blow. I got found out, he thought, a cold sweat breaking on his brow. The announcer turned to the young craftsman. Vina, is he your acquaintance? Startled by the sudden attention, she stammered, oh yes. A warm, proud smile spread across Vina's face. He's my teacher. He taught me the importance of making things and how to make a golem. In fact, Rot's exterior armor is made by him. I see, so you're his pupil, the announcer declared to the entire hall, much to Jin's visible dismay. Okay then, shall we continue showcasing Rot's appeal? Vina's expression hardened with focus. Yes, Rot, please demonstrate. The golem mirrored her maker's determination, clenching a fist. Yes, I understand. In a blur of motion, Rot exploded into a series of fluid, powerful strikes, kicks and blocks executed with breathtaking precision. The king watched, captivated. Ooh, she has nice moves. Beside him, the prince's eyes shone. She moves beautifully. Her movement's tempo is amazing, the announcer shouted into his microphone. There are very few golems who can move like that. Bernard stroked his chin, nodding in agreement. No wonder, she's Sir Jin's pupil. From the sidelines, one of the other contestants smirked. That kid's good, her companion agreed with a quiet smile. She is. Vina blushed furiously, overwhelmed by the praise and putting her hands to her cheeks. So this is what sophisticated means, she mumbled to herself, her heart pounding. It's the perfect fit for the prince, the first woman observed, its size and power. Her companion finished the thought indeed. Suddenly, a nearby control crystal flared with an ominous, unnatural light, pulsing with malevolent energy. Just as the announcer was about to introduce the next contestant, Rot froze. Her head snapped towards the prince, her expression twisting into something dark and predatory. Rot! Vina cried out, but it was too late. The golem lunged, metallic claws outstretched, straight for the startled young royal. But her target wasn't the prince. In a flash of steel, Rot's arm shot up, intercepting the massive fist of an Imperial Guard golem that had been sneaking up on the boy. The impact sent shudders through the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Rot pivoted, driving her own reinforced fist straight through the attacker's armored torso with a sickening crunch of metal. King rushed to his son's side. "Ernest, are you okay?" "I'm okay," the prince replied, still in shock. "Rot protected me." Before the words were even out, another guard golem swung its sword from behind, only for Rot to spin and sever its arm at the elbow. "What's the meaning of this?" the king demanded. "Why are the golems of the Imperial Guard attacking us?" From across the hall, a courtier's voice rang out in alarm. "Your Highness, it's bad. One by one the golems are." He turned to see what the man was pointing at, and his blood ran cold. An entire phalanx of golems, their optical sensors glowing with malevolent energy, was advancing on them. Panic erupted as the rogue machines turned on the crowd, their creators screaming in terror as their own creations bore down on them. A silver flash cut through the chaos, cleaving a golem's head clean in two. Schwarzritter, Reinhardt yelled, leaping into the fray. "Use the new equipment." The massive energy spear scythed through the air, carving through armor and machinery as if it were paper, leaving a trail of shattered golems in its wake. Jin raised a hand, a thin beam of concentrated energy erupting from his fingertip. Laser, the beam lanced through 3 rogue golems at once. He glanced at Elsa. "Please treat the injured." As she rushed off, Reinhardt grunted, "I never thought they'd really do it here." Jin's expression was grim. "Keep your guard up," it was true. Elridrite magic interference. Reinhardt muttered, deflecting a blow. "I was saved by your countermeasure." Jin fired another laser blast, his face strained. "There's no time and I can only take care of 3 people. "No, it's enough," Jin realized, seeing a figure step forward with purpose. Her determined footsteps echoed on the stone floor. "Miss Ryoko can move." She surveyed the chaotic battlefield, a sea of rogue golems swarming the guests. "There's a lot. It would take too much time to fight them," she assessed calmly, "and if I use my magic I could hit the surrounding people." A flicker of annoyance crossed her face. "I left my sword in the check room." Her eyes then fell upon a massive spear lying next to a wrecked golem, its creators weeping over their shattered investment. "My masterpiece, my savings spent on the golem." She strode over to them, effortlessly hefting the enormous weapon from the ground. "I'll be borrowing this." The creators could only stare, dumbfounded. Magic flared around the weapon's head as she channeled her power into it. "Enhance," she declared, leveling the spear at the approaching horde. "Now, bring it, it'll be over in a swing." With a mighty heave, she swung the spear in a devastating arc, connecting with the front line of golems and sending them flying like scattered toys. In Father's homeworld, she announced to the chaos, "This is what they called a home run." Watching a golem soar through the air with its head caved in, Jin deadpanned, "No. It'd be a dead ball, rather." The announcer stared speechless. "Ooh, this is..." Professor Bernard finished the thought, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. Déjà vu. The scene of utter devastation, shattered armor and twisted limbs, was eerily familiar, just like at Pot Rock, the announcer whispered. With the immediate threat neutralized, Jin rushed to his friends. "Vina, Louis, are you okay?" Louis nodded, catching his breath. "Yeah, how about you?" "I see," Jin said, taking in the scene where his companions were already tending to the chaos. Reinhardt and Elsa are helping Layla with the evacuation and treating the injured. "His Highness and Lord Ernest over here are okay, too," Louis confirmed, gesturing to the royals. "That's good to hear." He paused, his expression still troubled. "But..." Jin followed his gaze, a sense of dread dawning. "Rot is..." They turned, looking past the guards and guests, toward the center of the hall where a small crowd had gathered. There, cradled in Prince Ernest's arms, was the battered form of Rot. Her limbs were broken, her armor cracked and scorched from the fierce battle. "She was fighting while protecting us," Vina murmured, her voice thick with emotion. "We pushed her over her limit." Jin agreed grimly, "Yeah." The young prince looked up, his eyes welling with tears. "Vina, can you fix Rot? She protected me until the end." His voice broke as he recalled the battle. "I've never seen a golem this heroic. Rot wasn't just fighting. She was smiling to comfort me." Vina's face fell, her own exhaustion setting in. "I'm sorry. Fixing her right now is..." Before she could finish, Jin cut in with a broad, confident grin. "We'll do it." "Why, Jin," she gasped. Jin knelt before the prince, his voice gentle but firm. "If that's how Lord Ernest feels about Rot, then it is my duty to oblige." "Because everyone has something they cherish," he explained, his gaze soft. "Even golems and magic tools can shine. That's why. Rot was made by Vina for you." He looked the prince square in the eye. "Can you cherish her too?" The boy clutched the broken golem tighter, nodding fiercely. yes. The prince turned his pleading gaze back to her creator. Vina, please. Vina took a deep, steadying breath, her hesitation melting away into pure resolve as she clenched her small fists. Her voice rang with newfound confidence. Leave it to me, I'll do my best. Jin smiled. Don't worry, I'll help too. The genie appearing beside them nodded in agreement, of course. Without another word, they knelt beside the fallen golem, their hands glowing with magical energy as they began the delicate work of mending broken circuits and fractured armor. As the minutes passed and Rot's form began to knit itself back together, the prince's face lit up with pure joy, while the king watched in stunned amazement. A soft light emanated from her core, and with a gentle hum, Rot's eyes blinked open, shining and clear once more. You fixed it, the prince cheered. Vina wiped her brow, exhausted but triumphant, as Rot stood beside her, fully restored. It's done. The prince beamed at her. Thank you, Vina. Blushing, she waved a hand dismissively. Don't mind it, it's something I made anyway. Okay, Vina, let's go, Jin said, turning to leave. She looked at him, confused. Where? A sly smile touched his lips. Isn't it obvious? He gestured toward the wreckage littering the hall. To fix all the golems here, only those that can be fixed, of course. Vina's jaw dropped. Huh. Instantly they were swarmed by the other creators, their faces streaked with tears of desperation and hope. Vina, please fix it. Fix my golem. Overwhelmed, she could only stammer, okay, I get it. Watching the scene unfold, the contestant who had praised Vina earlier turned to her companion. Those guys are awesome, right, Dominique? Can I help too? Dominique's eyes gleamed with interest. Yeah, really, enough to make me want them. Leaning against a newly repaired golem, Vina threw a triumphant fist in the air, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I did it, she announced to the hall. I fixed them, all that can be fixed. Jin offered a simple, appreciative nod. Good work, you've done well. Jin's mind, however, was already elsewhere. He brought a fist to his chin, his gaze turning inward, but there was no sign of Elredrite in any of the golems. I was certain it would be planted in them. Does this mean they're using a different method than before? With his arms crossed, he scanned the grand hall, his eyes narrowed in thought. Or could the one responsible still be around? Unseen by the crowd below, a small bird-like golem perched silently on a high window ledge, its form a stark silhouette against the glass. A clear voice cut through his thoughts. Jin Nidu. He turned to see Starina approaching, her own masked golem standing faithfully behind her. She offered a gracious smile. Thank you for helping me fix cells. That one was particularly tough. You have my gratitude. Jin smiled back, a little embarrassed by the praise. Don't mention it. Starina leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with admiration. By the way, you're so awesome, fixing all those golems at such a rate. You're not your average magi craftsman, are you? Flustered, Jin could only stammer, no, that's. Her attention was suddenly pulled away. Dominique, she said, turning to a blonde woman who had just arrived. Indeed, I want them to go to Celeroa. Starina's face fell with concern. Have you found Eloiso? Dominique shook her head, a mask of disappointment on her face. No luck. They probably ran away somewhere. They can't fly for long, so I thought they would still be around here, but... Jin interjected, trying to place the name. Are Eloiso those bird-shaped golems? Around this big? Dominique's expression brightened slightly. Yes, I made them to be the prince's pets, but well. Her voice trailed off as she gestured towards a memory of the delighted prince with a different creation. It seems like the maid golem your pupil made won the contest. Dominique's gaze shifted, a sly look in her eyes as she focused on Ryaiko. But that's only because you didn't participate. If that little maid had joined, I think you'd definitely have won. Ryaiko simply stated the facts. No, Ryaiko is an automata, moreover. Ryaiko is mine, Jin finished, his tone firm and unwavering as Starina let out a soft ooh. I have no intention of giving her to anyone. A slow, knowing smile spread across Dominique's face, her eyes glinting with an unreadable emotion. I see. She turned her gaze back to Jin, her expression now one of polite request. Can you lend me Ryaiko to help search for Eloiso? It is impossible if they're on top of the roof, in case they're in places I can't reach. Jin glanced over to where Ryaiko was effortlessly holding a massive stone column in place. Ryaiko, do you have a moment? He called out, feigning ignorance of her feat. Yes, she replied, not straining in the slightest. He leaned in slightly. Can you go help Dominique search for her lost birds? Ryaiko's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. But before she could object, Jin gave a slight, almost imperceptible smile and tapped his own ear. Her eyes locked onto his, and in an instant the hesitation vanished, replaced by silent comprehension. With a single fluid motion, Rieko set the massive pillar perfectly into place. I understand. Dominique clasped her hands together in delight. Really? Thank you, you saved me. Beside her, Starina could only stare, whispering what incredible power. Rieko turned to Jin with a cheerful wave. I'll be going, I'll come back as soon as we find them. Jin smiled back, okay. High above the palace grounds, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the ornate brickwork of the rooftops. Dominique led the way through a secluded outer corridor, her long dress flowing behind her as Rieko followed a few paces back, her expression unreadable. As they rounded a corner, Rieko scanned the empty sky. There's no sign of them anywhere. Just as she spoke, 3 mechanical birds swooped down from above the roofline. Of course, because I ordered them to move around to lure you in, Dominique declared, spinning around with a triumphant laugh as her avian golems descended to flank her. Rieko's eyes narrowed, her pleasant demeanor gone. What is the meaning of this? Dominique's smile was a venomous slash across her face. Good grief. You know how to counteract Elridrite magic interference, yes. She scoffed, thinking of the previous failed attack. That stupid Valentino did some unnecessary things. If only he hadn't done that, it would have been more fun. Rieko's breath hitched at the name. Valentino, you are. Dominique's smirk widened as she gave a mocking bow. I am Dominique, a special envoy magi craftsman from Celeroa. With a flick of her wrist, Dominique unleashed her power. The bird golems shot forward, their metallic wings glinting as they swirled around Rieko, trapping her in a vortex of motion and magic. Oh no, Rieko cried out, realizing her opponent was one of the unifiers. And now? Dominique's eyes gleamed with cruel victory. Your next master. A wave of energy washed over Rieko, and she slumped forward, her body trembling as the foreign magic took hold. A wild, ecstatic laugh escaped Dominique's lips. Haha, I did it. She threw her arms wide, reveling in her victory as Rieko fell to her knees, seemingly subdued. She's mine, she shrieked, her voice echoing across the empty rooftop. Dominique wrapped her arms around the now limp Rieko from behind, her voice a poisonous whisper. Now, Rieko, let's destroy this country together. Let's restore the world to the way it used to be. From below, Rieko's voice emerged, flat and devoid of emotion. Yes, Lady Dominique. Starina smiled as she saw the dude return from the corridor. Dominique, welcome back. Did you find Eloiso? With a brilliant, cheerful smile, Dominique gestured to the automaton beside her, whose face was hidden in shadow. Yes, that's because Rieko helped me. Dominique beamed at Jin. Thank you, Jin, he smiled back though his eyes were fixed on his automaton. Good job, Rieko, he said, receiving no response. Dominique's smile turned sly. By the way, Jin, about Rieko, she said she doesn't want to go back to your place, so I'll be taking her home with me. The friendly atmosphere shattered. Huh? Wah, no way. Jin and the others stared in disbelief. Dominique's voice rose to a shout, her face contorted with possessive glee. Rieko said she didn't want to hear anything from you again. She's mine now. Jin staggered back, his mind reeling. What did you say? Why would she? I'll tell you so you can die in peace. Dominique snarled, her facade of civility completely gone. Your countermeasures against Elridrite aren't perfect. Starina gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Dominique, why would you do something like that? Dominique pointed accusingly, a manic grin on her face. Seems like your high-powered shield can't withstand the resonance of 4 Elridrites. Now Rieko is my puppet. Louis's eyes blazed with sudden, furious recognition. Unifiers, you're a member of that group of madmen. Dominique looked taken aback by his outburst. Huh, why are you so excited? Why, I'm one of the unifiers. A murmur of fear went through the assembled nobles. Unifiers. That fearsome group of madmen who want to reunite the world that was divided into smaller countries after the Great Magic War. They're willing to use violence to achieve their goal. An official pointed a trembling finger. What is the meaning of this? Are you saying that the recent golem attacks on every country are also the work of the unifiers? Dominique rolled her eyes. I mean, yeah, but why are you all acting like idiots? She pulled the silent Rieko closer, a greedy light in her eyes. Well, whatever. After I kill you all and take Rieko home with me, I'll definitely become one of the executives. As she cackled about her future, I can have all the money and power. A calm, unimpressed voice cut through her tirade. So boring. Dominique froze, her victory speech dying in her throat. What? She stammered, turning to face Jin's cold, disappointed stare. Say, you're a magi craftsman too, aren't you? Jin gestured to one of the small bird golems that had landed on his shoulder. You can use that power of yours to make people happy. I think those birds can do more than just evil. But you've misused them, Jin stated, his voice level but firm, with your own hands. Dominique's face, half hidden in shadow, twisted into a snarl. Trivial? You think their purpose is trivial, she spat. What's the point of making things for others? Those idiots just make tools for fun, living without any purpose. What's the point of that? Her voice rose to fever pitch, painting a bitter picture of her past. Those born with talent, those born into wealth and luxury, those who have great teachers and friends. The memory of her own creations, desperately crafted and then callously rejected, flashed before her eyes, shattered and discarded. Even after I clawed my way up, after I crafted again and again until I finally became Celeroa's special envoy. They still wouldn't let me sit at their table. Don't make me laugh. There are people desperately trying to survive, yet all these countries do is try to outwit each other, she seethed. Her gaze swept over the memory of the Grand Hall. This party is a perfect example, organizing a reception this big for one little kid with everyone trying to take advantage of it. Celeroa Agulria Klein, all I'm saying is we're trying to get rid of those borders. The image of the national crests fractured in her mind. We are the unifiers. Jin watched her, his expression softening with a hint of pity. Dominique, I'm sure you've been through a lot. Without a place to vent your anger at the irrationality you faced, you deny everything around you. But his eyes hardened, his words cutting through her rage. That cannot be the reason you hurt people. You're stepping on the feelings of your fellow Magi craftsmen. You're making the very golems meant to protect people hurt them. He pressed on. Can you really be happy with that? Dominique clutched her head, a raw scream tearing from her throat. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Her sanity fraying, Dominique whirled on the silent automaton beside her. Ryaiko, kill him. Kill that eyesore of a Magi craftsman. Jin Nidu. The air grew heavy. Ryaiko slowly lifted her head, her eyes, usually hidden by her bangs, now visible and burning with a cold fire. Huh, she uttered, her voice dangerously low. Dominique flinched back. I didn't hear you very well. Who is killing who? Dominique stammered, pointing a trembling finger. Ryaiko, Kai. Ryaiko's smile was anything but pleasant. That eyesore of a Magi craftsman, right? Before Dominique could finish, Ryaiko lunged, her expression a terrifying mask of fury. No, 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 Dominique shrieked. Ouch, ouch, I'll die, Dominique wailed as Ryaiko twisted her into an agonizing position. As you wish, as Lady Dominique ordered, the automaton declared with mock obedience. A calm voice cut through the chaos. You can stop now, Jin said, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. In moments Dominique was bound. Kneeling on the floor with her similarly trussed bird golems, Dominique stared in disbelief. Why, Ryaiko should have obeyed my command. Ryaiko puffed out her cheeks, clearly insulted. She would never do that anyway, Jin stated simply. I'm angry, Ryaiko muttered. Dominique looked up confused. Huh, Jin's expression was serious. Your conversation with Ryaiko, we heard everything. He rustled in his pocket and produced a small, rectangular device. Through this, Dominique's eyes widened in horror. What is that? Huuh, a manicam, Jin explained, a basic magic communication device. In order to be able to talk with Ryaiko anywhere, we're both carrying them. He gestured to Ryaiko, who held up her own device, a small receiver visible in her ear. Dominique's face fell, the full weight of her failure crashing down, but the Elrodrite interference. How did you? There shouldn't be any magic shield that can prevent resonance magic. I used the Manicam's magic transmission for that too, Jin's voice explained over a simplified diagram. I just directed the magic waveform somewhere else. Also, Jin continued, looking down at the dejected woman when the golems were attacking everybody. They didn't touch you. I thought it was strange. I've been suspecting you from the start. Dominique could only sigh. I'm still green. A fellow artisan from Celeroa stepped forward, her expression pained. Dominique, your worries, if you had talked to me about them. Aren't we fellow Magi craftsmen from the same country? Dominique's eyes narrowed. Don't bunch me together with you. The memory was stark, a silhouette of her kneeling before the country's number 3 Magi craftsman, Gamma. Me, a Magi craftsman who rose to become the country's special envoy. And you, there's no way we're the same. Your glittering and sparkling, crystal-clear golem, she spat, the image of Gamma's masterpiece flashing in her mind, and my golem, who can't fly for even a second without Elrodrite. Her voice softened, filled with a deep, aching sorrow. Even if it's a lie, even if it's not high in the sky. I just wanted them to fly. She looked up at the sky reflected in the high windows of the palace. My wish, where did it go? Starina, the official representative, bowed her head formally. About Dominique. As a representative of Celeroa, I'm deeply sorry. The elder statesman raised a hand. Raise your head. It's not Celeroa's fault, it's the unifiers. I don't want to turn this into a war between our countries. Starina's gaze was conflicted, I'm sure. Someone took advantage of her weakness, but I'm not defending her. Vina looked down, her expression somber. I understand her a little. I think there was a time when I was desperate and frustrated with my own inadequacies. But that doesn't mean we can forgive her, Louis countered, his face grim. This is something that needs to be punished. That's right, an older noble bellowed. The only adequate punishment for trying to overthrow a country is death. Vina shot him a sharp look. Can you please be quiet? The man recoiled. Oh, yes. Clasping her hands, Vina confessed, I was desperately making magic tools just so my brother and sister could eat, because I lacked power and didn't have enough teaching. But if Jin hadn't come, if someone else had appeared and offered me that power, I think I would have turned out like her too. I'm sure this isn't just Dominique's problem, it's something bigger. Her hand gestured over an imaginary board. There are more magi craftsmen like us out there, being taken advantage of. The king nodded slowly. I think what Lady Vina said is true. The same goes for taking control of golems using Elrodrite. Louis grimaced. The idea of what evil people can do with that kind of power frightens me. But that doesn't justify the individual's wrongdoings, the noble insisted. Severe punishment is a must. The king turned to him. Louis, all I'm saying is that this problem is far bigger than an issue of individual responsibility. Jin's voice cut through the debate, clear and simple. Either way, hurting people is bad, no matter who they are. An array of weapons, both magical and mundane, filled the frame. That applies to those who use magic as well as those who don't. They both have the ability to hurt other people. He gently stroked Rieko's head. Dominique definitely has to atone for her sins, but I don't want her to hate people. The others looked on, moved by his sentiment. You have to make her walk the straight and narrow path, Louis murmured, even if it takes time. Jin suddenly changed the subject. Yes, which is why I'm going home. The announcement landed like a bomb. HUHH, you're going home, Elsa and the king cried out in unison. The full moon hung high in the starry night sky. I want to go home and do maintenance on Rieko, he explained, gesturing to the automaton beside him. I can't do it with the facilities here. Besides, I haven't checked on her since the battle with Valentino. Somehow we managed it this time, Jin added, but we might encounter the unifiers again. Elsa and the king exchanged a worried glance. That's true. But isn't your house far away? The king asked. Going back to Elia's at this hour is. There's a warp gate near my former house, so it's okay, Vina announced cheerfully, holding up a teacup. The word sent a shockwave through the room. Warp gate. Elsa immediately rounded on him. Jin, what did she mean by warp gate? Vina saw his panicked expression. Haven't you talked about it yet? Jin could only stammer and no. Elsa's eyes lit up. Rainier, I want to go to Jin's house. The king grinned. I know, let's go there together. Jin panicked. Wait. I want to go too, Vina chimed in. Louis looked intrigued. I'm curious about a facility better than the royal palace. Jin was backed into a corner. Defeated, Jin sighed. Oh, okay, you can all tag along. A cheer went up from the group. Beside him, Rieko observed quietly, Father does not handle pressure well. The memory was still fresh. A ferocious wood bear looming over Hannah in Kaina village, an encounter I had decisively ended. What followed that rescue led us here, to the quiet warmth of the village bathhouse. Splashing playfully in the steaming water, Hannah kicked a leg high into the air. Take that, big sis is so strong. A faint smile touched my lips as I regarded my own hands, water trickling between my fingers. This body was made by Mother and Father rebuilt it. Moreover, it's the strongest body in the entire world. I rose from the water, my voice ringing with unshakable conviction. It's because Father and Mother are the strongest in the whole world. That's why I'm also number one. Hannah could only stare, her expression a perfect picture of astonishment at my declaration. Hannah's awe shifted to admiration for her own family, but Big Bro is indeed awesome. He made the pump, the cart, and the stove. Her eyes sparkled. He really is number one in the whole world, I think. My face lit up, thrilled by her words. That's right, Father is number one in the whole world. Does Hannah think so too? Hannah's serene smile was all the confirmation I needed. Yes. Hannah leaned closer, her voice dropping to a confidential whisper. Oh, did you know that when Big Bro is making things, you'll get ignored even if you try to talk to him? He even forgets to eat or sleep. My brow furrowed with concern. That's bad for his health and body. Under the bright moon, I leaned in, hungry for more. Can you tell me other things about Father? A knowing smile spread across Hannah's face. Of course, for one. Later at the Golem party venue, Hannah's words echoed in my mind. What I heard from Hannah that time, about father's weak point. My gaze drifted to where he stood, effortlessly charming a group of elegant women, and the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. My cheeks puffed out in a frustrated blush. Father's weakness is for beauty. Beneath a flawless azure sky, the island revealed itself, a paradise of towering green mountains and turquoise sea. But it was the inhabitants that stole their breath. Golems of every conceivable shape and size patrolled the shores. The travelers could only stare, their mouths agape. "What is this place?" the red-haired woman gasped, her voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. Crimson Golem made with fiery hair suddenly cried out, her voice echoing with metallic glee, "Father's guests are here." 5 colored maids assemble. A flurry of activity erupted as automata of all designs swarmed them, a chaotic but cheerful welcoming party. They offered to carry bags, serve drinks, and even provide aerial tour of the island. Amidst the joyful cacophony, Jin simply smiled and gestured forward. "Let's go to the mansion." The path led them to a grand, traditional-style estate, its clean lines and tiled roofs a stark contrast to the wild, untamed nature of the island. Inside, a low table was already laden with refreshments. The group settled onto cushions on the tatami floor, the golem maids attending to them with silent efficiency as they began to eat. Jin took a sip from his cup, a wave of pure bliss washing over his face as he let out a contented sigh. His companions, however, were not so at ease. Reinhardt eyed his own cup with deep suspicion, while Elsa simply looked on, bewildered by his strange caution. Ryuko, however, beamed with shared delight. "Right," she chirped, her agreement absolute. The others exchanged uneasy glances. "We are not relaxing at all," Bina muttered, her eyes scanning the unfamiliar architecture. "This is a strange building." Jin's blissful expression faltered, replaced by a sheepish grin. "I'm sorry, there's nothing on this island," he began, misinterpreting their tension. No, there's a lot," Bina interjected, her curiosity overriding her unease as a maid golem scurried past with luggage. "What are those golems? Do they all move of their own volition?" Jin gestured towards the window where various automata could be seen tilling fields. "I leave it to them to develop the island when I'm not around, cultivating fields, planting fruits and vegetables, searching for materials. After that, they can do whatever they want. It makes it less lonely when they have freedom of movement," he explained. "They feel like villagers to some extent." Elsa looked at him, her expression softening. "Are there any other people here besides you, Jin?" He met her gaze. "Yeah, none." Reinhardt leaned forward. "Jin's master was here on this island too, right? What about now?" With a gentle, almost wistful wave of his hand, Jin smiled. "She passed away long ago." Reinhardt's head bowed, his voice low with respect. "I see, I'm sorry to hear that." Bina's eyes lit up with a thought. I want to meet Jin's master," she declared a moment too late. "The one who made the warp gate. Surely she's a famous person," Reinhardt mused. "What was her name?" Jin searched his memory for a moment. What was it again?" "I think it's Adriana," Balabror's sigh. Bina's cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by a playful scolding. "Adriana, stop messing around," Reinhardt added with a strained smile. "It's not good to fake your master's name." Reinhardt offered a possible explanation, a gentle smile on his face. "Well, she dwelled alone on this island. Maybe no one knows her real name." Jin's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "What do you mean?" he asked, completely missing the source of their disbelief. Reinhardt's expression was grave. It's because Adriana Tzai is a fairy tale magi craftsman." He began to recount the legend, his voice taking on the cadence of a storyteller. "It's said that 1,000 years ago there lived a legendary magi craftsman. She used that power to bestow wisdom upon the people. She taught them how to prevent sickness and re-fertilize the land," he continued, the images of her deeds seeming to materialize in the air. "How to make tools to illuminate the dark, and gave them the power to protect others. She traveled around and met all kinds of people, helping them wherever she went. Her magic was tremendous, everyone thanked her. Wherever she went, she was surrounded by people, but in that crowd were not only good people. Among them, there were those who wanted to use her power for themselves. Also, there were those who became her disciples and used magic for war. The magic that was supposed to be for helping people became a weapon to take other people's lives. Adriana despaired to see such a reality. With that, she suddenly disappeared somewhere. After that, no one ever saw her again. It was such a sad story." Reinhardt concluded, his gaze steady. "To us magi craftsmen and magic users, the story is a sort of warning." Elsa nodded, a soft smile on her face. "I've heard that story a lot since I was little." Jin turned to Ryuko, who was vibrating with indignation. Now, Ryuko," he said gently. My mother is not a fairy tale, she burst out, her small voice filled with fierce conviction. She's really. Jin's smile was warm and reassuring. After 1,000 years, Master was not forgotten. Isn't that awesome? Ryuko paused, considering his words before nodding. Yes. Clapping his hands to change the subject, Jin addressed the entire table. Say, everyone, how about looking around the island? A chorus of agreement rose up. Ooh, of course, that's why we came. Okay, before that I want you to promise me something, Jin said, his expression turning serious. Never talk about this island to anyone. His voice dropped, carrying a chilling finality. If you break that promise, we'll never meet again. I'll be another fairy tale just like Adriana. Their tour began on the backs of strange, mechanical steeds, galloping through lush forests with the wind in their hair. Next, they found themselves at a riverbank, where Bina playfully chased after scuttling crabs, her laughter echoing over the water. They paused in an orchard to sample strange, delicious fruits called pelsica, their sweetness a taste of the island's hidden bounty. After their walk, Jin led them to a large, modern-looking building. He gestured for them to enter, a proud smile on his face as his friends stared up at the structure in renewed astonishment. The interior was a breathtaking, multi-storied library, with shelves stretching up farther than the eye could see, all bathed in a soft, ethereal light. They watched mesmerized as small automated carts zipped along rails, retrieving and re-shelving ancient-looking tomes with impossible speed and precision. Their next stop was a workshop, a place of controlled chaos where half-finished golems stood in various states of assembly. The group looked on with fascination as golem engineers worked on other golems, a self-perpetuating factory of incredible technological advancement. Jin then led them to a platform that began to descend with a heavy shudder, plunging them deep into the earth. What in the world is this? Someone whispered into the rattling darkness. The elevator opened onto a massive cavernous space teeming with golems. This is a rare metal mine, Jin announced calmly while Bina clutched her head, convinced the ceiling was about to collapse. Adamantite, mithril, there are other metals too. He pointed towards a colossal excavation golem hauling a conveyor belt of glittering rock. That golem works 24/7. He then directed their attention to the far side of the cavern, and that is a mountain of rare metal materials collected over 1,000 years. Louis picked up a multifaceted crystal, his voice trembling slightly. These aren't just ores, but there are also magic crystals. Reinhardt stared at the hoard, dumbfounded. What is this amount? All of these are adamantite and mithril. Reinhardt's mind raced. If these were to be sold at the market, the economy would collapse. Louis chuckled, a manic edge to his voice. Do you think Jin might be able to easily buy a country or two? The sheer scale of it all was overwhelming. The super technology from before the Great Magic War, the documents in the library, the resources in the mine. If any of it were leaked, the world would surely fall into confusion. It was a treasure box that could never be opened. Reinhardt turned to Louis, his face pale with shock. I can't believe this, Louis. The fairy tale is true. Louis simply grinned, a spark of adventure in his eyes. Isn't this fun, Reinhardt? As they watched a mining golem dump its payload, Jin pointed casually. Danger, do not approach. Bina hugged herself tightly. I feel like we've entered a dragon's lair. That night under a full moon, Bina and Elsa soaked in a vast, natural hot spring. Bina sighed, utterly spent. My jaw is sore from gasping in all day. I'm tired. Elsa sank deeper into the warm water. These hot springs, they're way bigger than the ones at the castle. I don't know what's going on anymore. Elsewhere, Louis swirled a glass of red wine. At the end of the day, I don't understand anything new about Jin, he confessed to Reinhardt. What's his purpose, his reason? Reinhardt stared out at the moonlit sky, his expression thoughtful. I'm sure. Jin is like Adriana, it makes more sense to me. Leaning against the railing, he elaborated. He's a good man. He helps those who are in danger and he shares his knowledge. He has a code and he trusts people. His gaze drifted to where Jin and Ryuko stood in a distant room, and if we betray him, that courtesy will be returned to us. Probably. No one would ever step foot on this island ever again. At the very least, I don't want our tale to end the same way Adriana's did. He shouldn't be alone and lonely. In the quiet of his lab, Jin made careful adjustments to a device, murmuring, assigning the magic wave pattern to counter Eldredite. He paused, looking around the silent, cavernous room. It's so quiet. This isn't bad from time to time. He glanced at Ryuko resting on a nearby slab, but I couldn't stand it forever. Maybe. I've already grown accustomed to the noise, just a little. What do you think, Ryuko? Her eyes fluttered open, her voice a soft whisper. Yes, I feel lonely, just a tiny bit. Her words hung in the air, a quiet admission of a shared feeling, a longing for connection that even this island paradise couldn't completely fulfill, especially when that time comes. The next morning, Bina and Elsa greeted him with bright smiles. "Morning, Jin," he returned the greeting. "Did you sleep well?" Bina beamed. "Yes, the bed was really comfy. The smell of tatami was also pleasant. I quite enjoyed it." Elsa blushed, her hands clasped together. "Staying here forever doesn't sound bad," she mused before remembering her duties. But I have to go to Showero, so forever is impossible." Jin offered a compromise. But I have something I want to make, so a few days is possible." Bina's eyes narrowed into a sly, cat-like expression. "Jin, you idiot, what are you making?" He gestured towards a pair of automata standing nearby. "Automata to command the island's golems when I'm not here. Do you want to see? Although there's a few things they can't do if I'm away." Rieko's eyes sparkled with possibilities. "That's true. If there was someone like that, we could make so much progress," she said to Jin, who smiled in agreement. Louis stepped forward, bringing them back to reality. "Jin, there'll be awards for the golem party in a week. Can you return to the capital by then?" Jin nodded. "Yeah, I'll be there." The conversation shifted to the prince's golem, rot, but Louis's expression remained troubled. "There's nothing to worry about that, but there's something that worries me." His gaze found Jin's, his tone suddenly serious. "Jin, actually I have something to say. Do you have time?" Jin met his serious look with a calm one of his own, leaning against a wall. "Yeah." As they walked along the beach, the waves lapping at the shore, Louis spoke. "This island is wonderful, surrounded by beautiful landscape, abundant resources. Politics and money, power too, are far from here. You can immerse yourself in research." He stopped walking. "Also, I want to ask you something." He turned to face Jin, his voice sharp and unexpected. "Do you like Vina?" Jin recoiled as if struck. "Huh?" Flustered, Jin stammered, "And no, that's, well, as a friend. Wait, why are we talking about Vina?" Louis looked away, his gaze fixed on the distant trees. "Vina would be happier here." He elaborated, his voice heavy with the burden of his position. "The incident at the party is something I can relate to. I serve the country. I might have to use magi craftsmen for war. I thought Vina would be better off if she were far from me." He finally met Jin's eyes, his own filled with a vulnerable sincerity. "I like Vina. I like her very much. That's my feeling for her." Jin's expression softened into a gentle, knowing smile. Then a chuckle escaped Jin's lips, quickly building into full-throated laughter. Don't laugh," Louis protested, his face flushing with embarrassment. "This is not a laughing matter." Wiping a tear from his eye, Jin apologized. "No, I'm sorry, I thought you were going to negotiate about the island." Louis sighed. "Well, I don't want to lose a friend. Also, Vina would hate it if I did that." He shook his head. "I don't think you're cut out to be a politician." Jin's laughter subsided and his expression became serious once more. He put a hand on his chin, his eyes sharp. "Louis, listen to what I have to say." With a sudden, decisive motion, Jin gave him a firm thumbs up. "Tell Vina." Louis could only stare back, his mouth hanging open in stunned silence. With an encouraging thumbs up, Jin insisted, "You should tell Vina." Louis, however, could only stammer in flustered disbelief. "It's fine," Jin waved off Louis's protests. "Feel free to tell her, I'll help too," but Louis insisted it wasn't so simple. Just then a calm voice cut in. "I overheard what's happening," Reinhardt announced, stepping forward with a hand to his chest. "Allow me to aid you." The following day, within the research facility's conference room, Jin formally began the proceedings. "I hereby start the meeting regarding Louis's plan to get Vina to fall for him," he announced, peering over steepled fingers. "Does anyone here want to say something?" Reinhardt was the first to offer a suggestion. "The sea here is quite beautiful. Perhaps Louis can bring Vina there to see the sunset?" A nearby golem immediately dismissed the idea. "That sounds so cliché." Another golem then proposed an alternative with far more enthusiasm. "How about a sightseeing trip on a plane? A barrel roll and an Immelman turn will definitely make her fall." Louis looked utterly unconvinced. "Should we even consider whatever golems say?" Jin, polishing his glasses, offered a placating, "Hey, it's the thought that counts." From the side, a new voice interjected, "May I have your attention?" An elderly man holding a thick tome revealed, "Actually, there's a local superstition on this island." Louis leaned forward, his interest piqued. "At the foot of Aorai Mountain stands a tall tree," the old man explained, his voice weaving the tale. "It's said that when the moon and the tree align, any couple who expresses their love there will be together forever." Louis's eyes lit up with hope at the romantic notion, while Jin remained impassive, contemplating the idea. With a chuckle, the old man stroked his mustache. Of course not, it's but a lie, young nobleman. He then introduced himself as Master Jin's grandfather, a claim that earned a sharp stop lying from Jin himself. As Louis reeled from the conflicting information, Reinhardt calmly posited him, "I do wonder, is he the new automata?" The old man bowed gracefully. "I'm the automata in charge of managing and controlling the island. My name is Raukun, pleased to meet you." He then clarified, "This appearance is but a mere vessel. Indeed, my real body is a very large magical brain." Raukun's suggestion hung in the air, a stroll around Aorai Island and its nature to make her open up her heart. Louis considered the simple, yet profound idea. "Lord Louis," Raukun proposed with a knowing smile, "how about this idea as a date?" Before Louis could fully process it, Raukun gestured to a map. "By the way, there's a date course around here." Louis could only marvel at the automaton's preparedness. That was quick. "I think the timing of the confession is best left for after you finish strolling around," Raukun advised. He then turned to Reinhardt. "Lord Reinhardt, can you make the ring?" Without hesitation, Reinhardt replied, "Leave it to me." Jin's eyes widened in sudden realization. Elsa's birthday. It happens to be the same day as the award ceremony. "So I'll be left idling," Jin mused, but Reinhardt quickly gave him a task. "Then how about you make a birthday present for Elsa for me?" Jin considered it. "Well, I can make it, but isn't it better for you to make it yourself?" Reinhardt's expression turned somber. "I want to tell you the truth, but I can't." Jin was left puzzled by his friend's mysterious refusal. "Explain to me later what you have in mind, okay?" Jin requested, finally agreeing. Yeah." On the day of the date, Vina sighed wistfully. "I asked the others to go on a picnic, but everyone said they had urgent business." She mused that it was likely due to the award ceremony and Elsa's birthday. Hidden in the nearby bushes, Rieko, clad in camouflage, whispered into her comms, "Come in, HQ. Everything is going according to plan." Back at the command center, Jin asked Raukun, "What are you planning?" The automaton simply replied, a little surprise, "Proceed as planned." "Please enjoy the video recorded from the magic eye Rieko is wearing," Raukun's voice announced. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light erupted before Louis and Vina. As it faded, they saw Luna tumbling out of the sky, landing hard on the ground. "El Luna," Vina cried out. "Hey, are you okay?" Vina asked, rushing to the fallen golem's side. Clutching her knees, Luna winced. "Goo, I hurt my knees. Actually, we were practicing for a performance at the banquet." Vina could only stare at the bizarre scene, wondering what kind of performance involved falling from the sky. Vina hesitated, her brow furrowed in thought. "I want to help, but Jin's golems are not mine. Their competence is." Stepping forward decisively, Louis offered a solution. "Please ride this horse. You should go to Jin's place and have it repaired quickly." The golems looked up at him, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Is that okay, doing that for us golems?" "Yeah, we're fine with only one horse," Louis replied with a gentle smile. "You should go there as soon as possible." With tears in her eyes, Luna bowed deeply. "Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting your date." The word sent a jolt through both Vina and Louis, who instantly became flustered. After a moment of flustered silence, Louis turned to Vina, who had turned to walk away. He extended a hand towards her. "Let's ride, together, shall we, Vina?" With a blush still dusting their cheeks, Louis helped Vina onto the mechanical horse, settling in behind her and taking the reins. "Am I too heavy?" Vina asked timidly. From his position behind her, Louis quickly reassured her, "Number not at all." Rieko's voice came through the comms at headquarters. "HQ, come in." They're successfully riding together. Raukun, watching the monitor with the others, gave the order. "In that case, please continue." As they rode through the forest, their path was suddenly filled with a flurry of birds, secretly flushed from the bushes by a hidden golem. A moment later, a strange, buzzing sound startled Vina, causing her to instinctively cling to Louis for safety. They shared a brief, charged glance before continuing their journey, their single silhouette riding across a field as the sun began to set. Back at headquarters, Jin munched on popcorn as he watched the screen. "By the way, Louis is really diligent, don't you think?" he commented. Reinhardt simply agreed, "Yeah." Reinhardt elaborated, a thoughtful look on his face. "There are few aristocrats as noble as him. He comes off as pretty stiff, though." As night fell, they finally arrived at the great tree. "Geez, what's with this island?" Louis sighed, bewildered by the day's events. Vina laughed beside him. "Totally Tilda, I didn't expect the golems would surprise us like that." "Those might be Raukun's doing." "Probably," Louis guessed. Vina agreed, adding, "Isn't he more cunning than humans?" Back at HQ, Raukun's sly grin confirmed their suspicions. It was all according to plan. Vina turned to Louis, her expression softening into a warm smile. "But Today was fun, she said, her voice bright with genuine happiness. Louis, caught in the moment, could only agree. Yeah. She gazed out at the moonlit scenery. It would be nice if I could enjoy this atmosphere forever. I guess it would be, Louis murmured in agreement, his gaze soft. Looking out over the shimmering water, Louis spoke again. I'm sure, if you stayed here, you could enjoy this atmosphere every day. Vina turned back to him, her smile radiant, because what I enjoyed today was us two being together. Louis was momentarily speechless, then a small smile touched his lips. Me too. She shook her head gently. That might not be true. Louis looked at her, confused. Why is that? It was fun because Vina was here, Louis confessed, his voice earnest. If I'm together with you, I'm sure I'll feel the same wherever we are. He turned away slightly, gathering his courage before the words finally came out. I like you. Vina's hands flew to her chest, her eyes wide with disbelief and welling with tears. But I'm just a commoner, she stammered. Moreover, I'm just a magi craftsman hired by you. Louis's gaze was unwavering. No problem. And I reek of poverty and I'm stingy, she continued, her voice trembling, and I don't know how to use words properly. Louis simply smiled. I can teach you the proper etiquette. He opened a small box, revealing a shimmering ring nestled within. So that's why I want you to take this. Vina covered her mouth, tears finally streaming down her face. If we go through this life together, he said with quiet conviction, there's no problem we can't solve. Through her tears, a joyful smile broke free. Ever since the day I was saved by Earl Garana, I too have always liked Lord Louis, she cried, throwing her arms around him. From her hiding spot, Reincarnation watched the scene unfold, her mission nearing its conclusion. Beneath the branches of the ancient tree, under a sky dusted with stars, they sealed their confession with a kiss. Reincarnation gave a crisp salute to her hidden camera. Mission complete, she declared as the other golems celebrated their success behind her. So your made-up superstition became reality, Jin remarked to Raukan with a smile. The old automaton shook his head. No, that's not it. A legend is something everybody here creates. Whether it's fiction or reality, if no one spins the tale, it'll never come to be, Raukan's voice explained. Leaving your legacy behind and those who continue to do that. From those who see to those who tell to those who hear, all of them are part of the legend. That's why a legend becomes a legend. Jin nodded in understanding. That's true. So let's make today's story a legend, Raukan proposed, looking out at the night sky. We'll make our new fairy tale. Jin's voice was firm. Yes, my lord. Later at the Grand Colosseum in Agoria, the award ceremony for Vina was held. As it happened, it was for Jin too. Vina is of course because Rot got first place at the party. The announcer's voice would have declared, as for me, because I lead the containment of the mayhem, I was given the honorary Magi Craftsman title. The title was given by a human, Jin mused then, the master who was called Magi Craftmeister, who gave them the title. He looked down at his new insignia, the mystery still weighing on him. I still know nothing about she who became a fairy tale. At the reception that followed, Vina raised her glass. Vina, Jin, congratulations, and happy birthday to you too, Elsa. With a cheerful cheers, their glasses clinked together in celebration. Why were you keeping silent about your birthday? Vina asked. If Lord Reinhardt hadn't said anything, we'd have ignored it. Elsa looked down, a little embarrassed. That's because it was the same day as the award ceremony. It'd be troubling for everyone. Good things are better when you share them, Vina declared, holding out a wrapped gift. Here. Vina proudly presented her creation. It's Vina's special small popcorn machine. With this, you can eat popcorn whenever and wherever you feel like it. Elsa's eyes sparkled. Awesome. Well, but it can only make 10 popcorns at a time, Vina admitted sheepishly. Elsa smiled brightly. I'll eat slowly. Louis then stepped forward with his gift. From me, it's a new carriage for her to use, suitable for long-term use. Jin stared, aghast at the scale of the present. Suddenly the scale got bigger. It'll be hard to top that, Jin muttered, sweating nervously. Elsa turned to him with a hopeful smile. Jin, did you prepare something? I don't know if you'll like it, Jin said, opening a small box. Inside, a magnificent brooch glittered. A brooch, Elsa gasped. Jin blushed, explaining, I used 8 kinds of magic crystal to make that. The design was given by Reinhardt. Elsa's eyes shone with excitement. Can I wear it, she asked. Yes, of course, Jin stammered. Carefully, she took the crystalline brooch and pinned it to the front of her dress. With the brooch sparkling on her chest, she smiled radiantly. What do you think? It suits you, Vina exclaimed. Louis agreed with a smile. Yes, you look so mature. I'm so happy, thank you, Elsa beamed. Jin, relieved, replied, I'm glad you like it. The others all shared in the happy moment. Amid the celebration, Jin's thoughts drifted to his friend. Reinhardt, I can't give it to you right now. Later, Reinhardt found his sister alone. Elsa, do you have a moment? He held out a long, cloth-wrapped object. Here, Elsa's eyes widened. Is this a birthday gift? Unwrapping the cloth revealed a finely crafted dagger in its sheath. You were always interested in this, right? Reinhardt asked. Yes, I always wanted one like Mother Carrie's, Elsa confirmed, her voice filled with awe. Jin made this? Reinhardt smiled gently. I asked Jin to make it. His smile faded, replaced by a somber gravity. But I want you to remember this. What a noblewoman carrying a sword means. Means? Elsa questioned, looking up at him. This dagger is never meant to hurt anyone, he stated plainly. It's meant to be used in case of emergency, to protect oneself and to protect one's dignity, he continued, his gaze intense. Live without shame as the master of that dagger, Elsa. Elsa closed her eyes, taking in the weight of his words. Yes, thank you very much, big brother Reinhardt. As their time on the island came to an end, Vina looked to Jin. Ah, it's time for farewell. Jin smiled back reassuringly. Let's meet again soon. As they prepared to depart, Reinhardt mentioned something that caught Jin's attention. Also, Jin, on the way to Schaller, I remember there's some kind of warp gate-like machine at the old ruins. Jin's head snapped toward him. Warp gate, old ruins. I thought it might have some connection with Adriana, Reinhardt suggested. Do you want to stop by? Jin's face lit up with renewed purpose. Yeah, I want to go there. My lady, are you okay? Main's voice was a soft murmur, her brow furrowed with concern as she looked down at Elsa, who lay listlessly in bed. A weak was the only reply. A damp towel did little to cool the fever on her brow. Elsa's gaze drifted, unfocused, towards a memory of the distant ruins. I wanted to go too. She whispered, the words a wisp of regret. Say, is it okay to leave Elsa behind? Jin asked, his unease plain on his face. Reinhardt, arms crossed, sighed with a hint of resignation. It can be helped. Elsa's chronic illness takes time to get better. Chronic illness? Jin echoed, the term catching him off guard. Reinhardt met his gaze, his expression serious. It's a rare one. It's called magic hyperplasia. Reinhardt elaborated with a simplified analogy. Normally, a person's magic capacity is fixed. You can only recover as much as you use. But in Elsa's case, her body absorbs magic far exceeding that limit, pushing her into an overloaded state. His expression turned grim as he finished the explanation. That excess magic eats away at the body, hence magic hyperplasia. A cold knot of dread tightened in Jin's stomach. What about her life? He pressed, his voice strained. It's not life-threatening, so don't worry, Rieka reassured him. It's no problem if she releases the magic regularly. But with the recent events, she's become a bit lazy about managing her condition. Reinhardt gestured back towards the camp where Min and Udberg stood watch. Also, your golems are standing by too, so there's nothing to worry about. Rieka held up a small communication device, her expression certain. If anything were to happen, they'll immediately contact us. Jin frowned, lost in thought. If I knew about this, then I would added a function to maintain a constant level of magic to the brooch, he mumbled. Reinhardt's eyes widened. Huh, you can make that? Probably, Jin replied, his gaze distant. Reinhardt stared at the ancient, weathered stone surrounding them. If you made that, it'd be like an ancient relic. It's the same lost technology as these ruins. He swept a hand towards the desolation. 300 years ago, so much was lost in the Great Magic War, lives, technology, knowledge. A voice cut through the solemn air. No, that is not true. The group turned, startled, to see a man in a wide-brimmed hat. The research has progressed day and night. The man, Lukal, gestured with fervent energy. These ruins were made around 300 years ago to fight the demons. They were made using technology far more advanced than what we have today. His companion, a younger man with a gentle demeanor, tried to rein him in. No, Lukal, it's too sudden. These people will get confused. The young man bowed his head slightly. I am so sorry to jump in so suddenly. Jin, recovering from the surprise, asked the obvious question. Who might you be? I am Roland, a magi craftsman. We were surveying these ruins. He gestured to the man in the hat. He is the ruins researcher, Lukal, and, he added, indicating the quiet girl beside him, my sister, Alina. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, his analytical gaze piercing the introduction. Sister, but she is an automaton and you are. Roland recoiled as if struck, his voice cracking in disbelief. Hua, how did you know? Reinhardt slung an arm around Jin's shoulders, grinning broadly as he pointed to a medal on Jin's chest. Oi, he es a Gulria s honorary Magi craftsman. See, that s an honorary Magi craftsman medal. Understanding dawned on Roland's face, his arms spreading wide in realization. Ooh, so that s why you know it so well. As a Magi craftsman, of course, that s why you came here. Lukal, now calmer, explained his initial abruptness while examining a piece of debris. There are a lot of grave robbers who come too, which is why I called out just in case. Roland's professional enthusiasm returned. If you would like, may I explain about these ruins? At Jin's nod, he began. These Qin ruins were built as an institution just before they became a place of refuge during the Great Magic War. There's a rumor that there was a warp gate here in the past, but the device hasn't been located. Lukal pointed to the crumbling walls. You can see the scars of wars and severe deterioration in many places here, and there are places where they originally used to store weapons and magic tools. He held up a gleaming fragment he picked from the floor. We can also confirm that there's debris of rare metals, such as mithril and adamantite. Debris, that means it was destroyed, Rieka wondered aloud. Jin's brow furrowed in thought. Adamantite and mithril don't easily deteriorate, they were indeed broken. We can see they deployed a lot of golems and automata to resist the demons, Roland added, piecing together the evidence. Jin picked up a small, articulated piece from the ground. This design, it looks like they used forming to stretch mithril and used it as artificial muscle. Roland's eyes lit up. That's an honorary craftsman for you. The people of the past had a far better understanding of technology than us, Roland said, his voice filled with reverence. Especially weapons and arms to fight against the demons, golems, and also automata. Because of the demons' rampage, people with magic power are decreasing, and because of the scars of the Great War, the technology is declining. But, he declared, his voice rising, what they left behind is not all lost. His hands gestured emphatically, his eyes burning with conviction. Therefore, I think if we search for it, maybe someday we'll get back the old days' glory and prosperity. Yeah, Jin exclaimed, pointing in admiration. I admire your passion. Lukal gave a hearty thumbs up. Roland, you're also a ruins nerd. Roland covered his mouth, flushing. So, sorry, I got carried away. Jin waved a hand dismissively. No, I feel you. He sighed, his shoulders slumping. But, I am a bit embarrassed because the research is still going nowhere. He gestured towards a massive wall at the far end of the chamber. It looks like there's something over there. They stood before an absurdly large bulkhead, its surface etched with strange, interlocking patterns. You said door, but this looks more like a bulkhead, Jin observed, craning his neck. Reinhardt nodded in agreement. I think it would make a good entrance for refugees. I thought so too. This place is obviously made to be sturdier than the rest, Roland explained grimly. Seems like magic is not effective against it. The research is on hold because of it. Roland and Lukal bowed their heads in unison, their expressions desperate. I am sorry to be rude, but if it's okay, I want you, honorary magic craftsman, to lend us your help. Please. Jin shifted uncomfortably. The thing is, we just stopped here on the way. Well, if it's just a little, it's okay, Reinhardt interjected, a thoughtful hand on his chin. Jin turned to him, surprised. Reinhardt, is it really okay? Reinhardt's gaze was firm. Elsa was looking forward to this. We'll give her a lot of stories as souvenirs. If anything, this is cultural property, so it seems valuable and worth checking out. He grinned, a blush creeping up his neck. And honestly, my curiosity is tingling. Jin laughed, the tension breaking. Yeah, I get it. Roland beamed, his spirits lifted. Well then, time is of the essence. As the men knelt to scrutinize the patterns on the door and the slabs on the floor, a silent tension brewed elsewhere. Rieka and Alina stood apart, their gazes locking for a moment before they both turned away. The animosity between the two automata was palpable. After a final, cold stare, they turned their backs on one another, walking in opposite directions. Night fell and the cool air of the evening settled over their camp. Elsa, wrapped in a blanket, emerged from her tent and slowly made her way to the warmth of the fire, sinking onto a folding bench where Mayne soon joined her. Roland's eyes were wide with wonder as he took in the array of golems standing guard. Woo, there were so many golems, awesome. The big ones must be really strong, and the girls' molds are cute, Roland mused, only to be met with a series of sharp punches to his stomach from Alina. Ah, he grunted, Jin watched, wincing in sympathy. You're getting beat up pretty bad. Roland clutched his stomach, bewildered. Why am I getting beat up for praising other golems and automata? He whined, as Alina switched from punching to kicking his shins. Rieka's voice was sharp and cold, cutting through the commotion. Alina, stop it. Isn't Roland your master? Rieka began to lecture, you should respect, but Alina cut her off with a single, contemptuous word, noisy. Rieko, her face a mask of disbelief, confronted the smaller automaton. How could you say such a thing? She demanded, her voice trembling with indignation. It's just so rude, Rieko sputtered, her eyes wide with shock. Roland quickly stepped behind Alina, placing a hand on her shoulder. Alina, please, he pleaded, don't meddle in my relationship with this guy. Alina, however, remained perfectly still, her expression unreadable. Hitting and abusing your master. Rieko's lecture was cut short by Alina's cold, dismissive tone. My master is mother, she stated flatly, not Roland. And why should I take orders from you? Rieko's jaw dropped in utter shock. In response, Alina simply pulled down her lower eyelid and stuck out her tongue in a childish taunt. Bleh. The situation devolved instantly. Rieko, calm down, please, I shouted, grabbing my automaton before she could lunge. Roland, meanwhile, was desperately trying to restrain his own. Alina, you too, stop that, please. From the campfire, Reinhardt watched with a weary smile, taking a sip from his mug. That's the uniqueness of automata, he mused. Beside him, Elsa, wrapped in a blanket, giggled. They're so childish. Maine leaned in close to her lady, whispering conspiratorially. But it reminds me of you, my lady, when you were very young. Elsa's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, I was like that. A gentle, knowing smile graced Maine's lips. Every child is, at one point, she said softly, but to the parents raising them. Somehow, they just look cute doing it. A wave of warmth washed over Elsa. Overwhelmed by the affection in her attendant's words, she leaned forward and rested her head gently in Maine's lap. I see, Maione, she murmured, a faint blush on her cheeks, that's how you thought about me. Maine's expression shifted to concern as Elsa's body went limp. My lady, your condition isn't stable, it's about time you rested. She called her name again, more urgently, but received no response. My lady. A wave of panic swept through the camp. Elsa, what happened? Reinhardt cried out, rushing to her side. Maine looked up, her face pale with worry. Has her condition worsened? Rieko, use healing magic, I commanded instantly. Rieko readied herself. Okay, but a sharp, commanding voice cut through the air. Don't. Alina stood with her arms crossed, her face a grim mask. Rieko bristled at the interruption. Stupid. Before she could protest further, Alina elaborated, pointing an accusatory finger. That's magic hyperplasia. Don't you dare imbue her with more magic. Stupid. I stepped forward, trying to keep Rieko back. How can you tell it's magic hyperplasia just by looking? I asked, my own knowledge falling short. Alina's gaze was unwavering. It was a common disease with sorcerers long ago. She tilted her head, a hint of condescension in her voice. Yes, how can you not know despite being a magic craftsman? Roland stared, dumbfounded. Really? Alina met his gaze, her expression serious. That's why I know how to heal it. Kneeling beside the unconscious Elsa, Alina began her explanation. In short, we have to let the magic within her flow to another place. She placed a hand over Elsa's chest. Operation Ether Converter, converting inherent magic into mana, forming a magic conduction path. A sphere of light began to form in her other hand. Magic reflux conversion. Commence. The light intensified, swirling around her hand as she drew the excess energy from Elsa's body. Magic absorption, she intoned, her focus absolute as particles of light danced in the air. The brilliant glow faded from Alina's hand as she completed the procedure. There, it's done. Beside her, Elsa's eyes fluttered open and she sat up with a soft groan. Lady Elsa, Maine cried, her voice thick with relief. Alina held up a single, fading mote of light on her fingertip. This time the ether was thick, she warned. It's easy to be overwhelmed, be careful. Elsa offered a weak but genuine smile. Thank you, Alina. The automaton turned away, her expression unreadable. It's nothing. I'm just returning the favor for surveying the ruins. Roland slid up behind her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders with a cheerful grin. Geez, she's not honest, he chuckled. Alina simply huffed and looked away. The pieces clicked into place for me. I see, you used your own ether converter, I exclaimed, a new respect for the small automaton dawning. Thank you. Rieko looked down, a bead of sweat on her brow. Yes, she stammered, with this. We have to help survey the ruins with all our might. Her gaze remained fixed on the ground, a troubled look in her eyes. "But why?" she whispered to herself. "I." She glanced up, her eyes meeting Elena's from across the firelight in a silent, charged moment. A strange premonition prickled at the back of Rieko's mind. That girl's eyes, I have a strange feeling. The next day, under the shadow of the mountain, we returned to the great sealed door of the ruins. We stood before the towering edifice, its surface covered in interlocking serpentine patterns. As I thought, it won't open," Roland said, pushing against it futilely. I studied the design. "But a door this big must have some kind of mechanism." "It's so big that if we try to break it, the whole building will collapse," Reinhardt added, running a hand over the cool stone. "On top of that, it feels like it's deflecting any interference from magic." My mind raced, connecting the dots. Magic ether, mana, magic hyperplasia. A spark of insight flared. "Oh," I snapped my fingers, "I think I got it." The others turned to me, surprised. "Huh, really?" "Do you have a map of the ruins?" I asked the explorer. He nodded. "Yeah," he said, unfurling a worn parchment that detailed the complex's layout. I pointed to the interconnected chambers. "As I thought, it's too big for me to understand completely, but these ruins themselves are a big ether converter." Roland stroked his chin. "Maybe, they're meant to move a big device." "A big device? Is it this door?" he asked, gesturing to the gate. I shook my head, my eyes tracing the flow of the architecture. "No, it's something else, this structure, it's a wide space." I addressed the whole group, my theory solidifying. Maybe the old rumors were true. This place was a large-scale warp gate for transporting people and objects, but now its function has deteriorated and the excess magic is flowing into this door, sealing it shut. My gaze fell upon the two automatons. "So what'll happen to this door?" Rieko asked. I smiled. "It's the same as Elsa yesterday. The magic amount is just off the charts. I want you two to do it." Elena looked up, surprised. "Huh?" I pumped my fist for emphasis. "You got it. Both of you use your ether converters with all your strength at the same time and empty the door's magic. Then both the barrier and the magic will dissipate." Elena clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Are you stupid? It'll be impossible for that normal automata." Rieko's pride flared instantly. "Huh, it'll be fine because I'm the strongest automata." Provoked, Elena puffed out her chest, a manic grin spreading across her face. "The best automata in the world is me." Rieko met her competitive fire. "Then I'll be asking for your assistance." "You don't say," Elena retorted. Rieko raised her hands toward the gate. "Well then, let's go, Elena. 1-2. In perfect sync, the two rivals unleashed a torrent of power, their hands outstretched as they shouted in unison, "OPEN." A blinding ring of light erupted from the center of the door. As it faded, Rieko pumped a fist in victory. "We opened it." Elena, beside her, simply stated the fact. "It opened." "That went well," Roland cheered. Reinhardt stared in disbelief. The whole ruin's magic, it was emptied." I just smiled. "Yeah." I watched Elena, who was trying to hide a pout. "Elena, so there are other high-performance automata besides Rieko, could it be?" My mind flashed back to her words. By mother, she means. The implications were staggering. A small, smug smile played on Elena's lips as if she knew exactly what I was thinking. I decided it was best not to voice my suspicions. "I can't tell," I said aloud, turning instead to pat a beaming Rieko on the head. "Hech." Elena just huffed, turning away. Hey, the door is open. Let's go inside," the explorer urged, already moving forward. Roland followed close behind. "Yeah, Lukal, that's not fair." But Reinhardt, who had peered past the threshold, froze. His face paled. "Wah." Beyond the gate lay a scene of carnage. The floor was littered with the shattered, dismembered bodies of countless golems. "What is this?" the explorer whispered, his excitement evaporating into dread. "The golems are." The grand hall was a tomb of metal and stone. Hulking pillars meant to stand for eternity were shattered like pottery. Among the debris lay the twisted, dismembered bodies of countless automata, their metallic limbs scattered across the tiled floor. "What in the world happened here?" Jin murmured, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and horror. Reinhardt ran a hand over the fractured surface of a pillar, his brow furrowed. "This isn't the work of time or simple decay," he concluded, a grim certainty in his voice. "There was a battle here, a massive one." Jin peered closer at the exposed innards of the column. "They're reinforced," he observed, pointing to the metal bars within the concrete. "But this isn't just simple rebar." His fingers brushed against the metal, a faint magical aura tingling at his skin. "It's copper, coated in mithril." A realization dawned on him. These pillars weren't just for support. They were conduits for immense magical power. He held up a small, gleaming fragment, his mind racing. If this was for structural reinforcement, iron would have been far stronger, and if it was to channel magic to a warp gate, there are much more efficient designs. Beside him, Alina suddenly pointed towards the far end of the hall. Hey, look at that. At the back of the ravaged chamber, a previously unnoticed feature was revealed by the destruction, a perfectly carved staircase, descending into absolute darkness. A greedy, excited glint appeared in Lukal's eyes. A hidden room, he whispered, the thrill of discovery washing over him. As they took a step towards the stairs, a weak, scraping voice echoed from the debris, "Do, ent." From the wreckage, a figure staggered to its feet. It was a maid-type automaton, heavily damaged but miraculously functional. One eye flickered with a dim light as she raised a trembling hand. "You must not go," she pleaded, her voice a strained whisper of static. A relic from 300 years ago, Alina noted with cold curiosity. The maid reached out, her movements slow and desperate as she tried to block their path. To the undurger, before she could finish her warning, a silver flash sliced through the air. Her outstretched hand was severed at the wrist, clattering uselessly to the floor as the party stared in frozen shock. Alina stood where the flash had originated, her expression one of pure contempt. "Stupid doll," she spat, her leg lashing out in a vicious kick. "Don't get in the way." The automaton crashed into a far wall with enough force to crack the stone, yet somehow she remained standing. Alina turned her back on the scene, her voice sharp. "Let's go." Jin could only stammer hey. He stepped in front of her, his voice tight with disbelief. "Didn't you go a little overboard?" Alina's gaze didn't waver. She was going to touch Roland, she stated flatly. Her eyes flickered towards the broken maid, who now cradled the stump of her arm. And besides, Alina added with a chilling lack of emotion, she was in the way. Reinhardt turned to Lukal, his tone laced with professional disbelief. "Mr. Lukal, if you're surveying these ruins, isn't a functioning automaton an incredibly valuable find?" Lukal let out a dismissive, almost unhinged chuckle. "I don't care either way," he sneered, his eyes fixated on the dark staircase. "There are plenty of them lying around in pieces anyway." With that, he and Alina started towards the descent, their curiosity overriding all else. "I'm more interested in what's down there." Jin, however, looked back at the slumped figure of the maid. "You guys go on ahead," he said, his decision made. "I'm more concerned about that automaton." Without breaking his stride, Lukal waved a hand over his shoulder. "Yeah, do whatever you want," he called back, his voice already distant as he disappeared into the gloom. Roland lingered for a moment, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Jin, Lukal is just overexcited. He's been acting strange ever since we opened that main door." He then gestured vaguely after Alina. "And Alina, she just wanted to protect me. She meant no harm, that's just how she is." Jin's frown deepened. "Is that so?" he muttered, unconvinced. Roland gave a final, reassuring nod. "I'll watch over Lukal. If anything happens, I'll come right back. I'll leave it to you here." He then hurried down the stairs after the others. Jin turned his full attention to the damaged maid, her head bowed in silent defeat. "It seems like she was trying to tell us something important," he said softly. "Let's fix her and hear her out." With a determined look, Rieko began to carefully remove the automaton's tattered dress, her small hands surprisingly gentle. "Huge," she muttered, assessing the frame. While the others gathered the severed limbs, Jin carefully detached the automaton's head, peering inside at the intricate control core within. Holding the severed arm in place, he channeled his magic. A soft light enveloped the join, and the delicate inner workings began to knit themselves back together. A soft whirring sound filled the air as the word "rebooting" flashed in the automaton's restored eye. Her optics snapped open and she sat bolt upright with a gasp. "I told you," she shrieked, her voice filled with panic. "You can't go to the basement." She stared at her perfectly reattached arm, flexing her fingers in disbelief. My arm." Reinhardt smiled, adjusting his collar. "I took the liberty of mending your clothes. It was a simple fix." The maid bowed deeply. "Oh my, thank you very much," she exclaimed, her demeanor shifting entirely. "Unfortunately, as an automaton, I have nothing with which to repay your kindness, unless—" She began to pull at her collar. "If it's come to this, I might have to repay you with my body." Rieko lunged forward, shouting, "We don't need you to do that." The automaton fidgeted, a blush on her synthetic cheeks. "But I want to serve my new master." Jin and Rieko froze. "Master?" A beatific smile spread across her face. "It's engraved in my control core, by Master Jin Nidu." Jin's jaw dropped. "Oh." He slapped a hand to his forehead, groaning. "I must have accidentally written my name when I was fixing her." "How could I?" The newly repaired maid beamed. "I'll be looking forward to working with you for a long time." Rieko puffed out her cheeks, muttering, "Even though we already have a lot of maids." The new automaton now named and clapped her hands happily. "And your name will be in." Jin shook his head to clear it, suddenly remembering. "Oh, by the way, and you were saying something earlier about not going to the basement." The color drained from Anne's face. "The basement? Did someone go there already?" she cried. "There's something down there, something we sealed away 300 years ago." Deep below, Lukal, Elena, and Roland stared up at the source of the ruin's power, a colossal, dormant machine bristling with crystalline energy nodes. Annihilation magic weapon. Lukal breathed in reverence. "Gigas." His gaze locked onto a glowing sphere at the weapon's heart. "The Gigas' core," he hissed, his voice trembling with avarice. "The magic tool I've searched for all this time." Beside him, Elena watched his manic expression with a faint, unreadable smile. Lukal reached out and seized the orb, his face contorted in a triumphant grin. "With this, it's mine." The moment his gloves touched the surface, the core flared to life. Razor-sharp metallic tendrils erupted from its sides, instantly wrapping around his hands and arms. Upstairs, the entire chamber began to tremble violently. "An earthquake," Jin yelled, struggling to keep his balance. Anne's face was grim. "It seems we were too late." Reinhardt steadied himself against a wall. "You said Gigas. What is that?" Anne's voice was heavy with dread. "It was a weapon of mass destruction used during the Great Magic War." As she spoke, a vision of a colossal stone hand forming from the earth flashed through their minds. "An ever-growing, rampaging giant," she explained, "that uses the soil and rocks as a medium to absorb the surrounding ether." Suddenly, Elena and Roland burst from the stairwell, their faces pale with terror. "Jin, Roland, we need to get out of here fast," Elena screamed. Roland added breathlessly, "He's wrapped in rocks." The floor behind them exploded upwards. A monstrous golem, formed of stone and shattered pillars, clawed its way out of the chasm, its sheer size blotting out the light from the stairwell. What is that?" Jin stammered, and grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "Let's run, master." Rieko shoved an aside, drawing her katana. "That's my role," she declared, and simply smiled sweetly. "The early bird gets the worm." Roland threw his hands up in exasperation. "What are you two talking about in a situation like this?" The party scrambled across the hall, the stone titan taking thunderous steps behind them, shaking the very foundations of the ruin. They reached the massive entrance doors, straining to push them shut. "Quick, close the door," Elena yelled, but the ancient mechanism wouldn't budge. This door is very old." It was too late. A fist the size of a boulder smashed through the stone wall beside them. "It's coming," Jin roared, "duck." But Rieko held her ground, fury in her eyes. He's nothing but size." A sphere of intense heat formed in her hands. "Flame buster," Jin cried out. "Rieko, wait, that's..." A torrent of fire erupted from her palms, engulfing the golem's head. As the smoke cleared, Jin grabbed her shoulder. "Hey, what would you do if there was a lot of flammable gas in here?" Rieko's ears drooped, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Oh, I'm sorry." Roland's panicked voice cut through the moment. "Also, Lukal's inside that thing." Jin's eyes widened in horror. "If we don't help him fast." The golem, coated in molten slag, stood motionless for a second before screamed a warning. "No, it's not over. Gigas is still moving." Cracks appeared in the hardened shell as the creature began to absorb the very stone and steel from the floor around it, its form swelling and regenerating before their eyes. "He'll continue regenerating," and cried. Deep within the stone behemoth, Lukal was being absorbed, the core fused to his chest. "It will not stop," Anne's voice echoed grimly, "until the person taken by the core dies." The Gigas stood fully reformed, now larger and more menacing than before, its crystalline joints glowing with stolen energy as it towered over them. "What kind of defective weapon is that?" Jin yelled in disbelief. From within the monster's head, a single, malevolent eye glowed, fixing on them. "It's just the worst." A pair of automata darted around the colossal golem, their attacks little more than annoyances. One unleashed a torrent of slicing wind while the other tore at the ground, but the giant merely swatted their spells aside with contemptuous ease. In a desperate gambit, a samurai-class golem lunged forward, its blade aimed true. The katana plunged into the giant's head with a dull thud, and stuck there uselessly. The behemoth didn't even flinch as it flung the smaller golem away like a gnat, sending it crashing to the floor. The battered samurai golem staggered back toward Jin, its posture one of utter defeat. "Commander, we can't breach its defenses," it reported as another of their number lay crumpled on the polished floor. As one of the maid golems slumped, its mana reserves utterly depleted, Ryuko stepped forward, her hands clasped with fierce resolve. "Father, let me go." With a sharp nod, Jin gave his consent. "Buy us some time," he called after her as she sprinted into the fray without a moment's hesitation. Reinhard watched her go, his arms crossed grimly. "We're at a complete standstill," he observed. Jin could only agree, while the exhausted golem panted, struggling to recover even a sliver of its magical power. The Gigas was a creature of immense power, but it was slow. Its ponderous swings were easy enough for the nimble Ryuko to evade. However, Jin murmured, with Lukal trapped inside, "We can't risk using any of our high-powered attacks." Worse still, any minor damage they inflicted was instantly undone. Wisps of energy coiled around the giant's wounds as it drew upon the unnaturally dense ether in the chamber, healing itself before their eyes. Jin's gaze swept across the room. "Now that I think about it, this entire facility, the magic-consuming door, the steel-framed pillars, they must have been designed to prevent its regeneration." Alina finished his thought with a cheerful, almost chilling smile, but it wasn't effective. "Then how was it sealed 3 centuries ago?" Jin asked the ancient automaton. Her answer was simple and horrifying. "We just waited until there was no one left for it to consume." Jin's face hardened, his voice tight with disgust. "Using human beings as ether converters, that's just monstrous." Alina met his outrage with a cool, level gaze. "Is that so? I would call it effective." She stated it as a simple fact, adding, "It's difficult to survive a battle against demons anyway." Jin could only stare, aghast at her cold calculus. As Ryuko desperately dodged another crushing blow, Alina continued her dispassionate lecture. "Do you think they could mass-produce expensive magic converters back then? The risk of mounting them on worn-out war machines was too high. But with a human medium, all you need is a mana driver and a magic substrate. In that age, human lives were cheap." A small, cynical smile touched Alina's lips. "A weapon designed to destroy demons is now attacking the very humans it was meant to protect," she mused, her voice laced with a dark amusement. How utterly ridiculous. The Gigas' single, baleful eye stared out, a machine operating without knowledge of its own genesis. Why, Jin wondered aloud, why was it even made? His mind raced, piecing together the fragments. Magic converter, mana driver, accumulation stones, power release and amplification, magic consumption and absorption efficiency from 300 years ago. The pieces clicked into place, forming a startling hypothesis. He looked up, his eyes wide with dawning comprehension. Could it be that the Gigas is based on a device for treating magic hyperplasia? Alina's expression was one of pure shock. "What makes you say that?" Alina asked, her composure finally cracking. Jin shook his head, admitting, "I have no proof, it's just a theory." "But think about it," he elaborated, gesturing toward the lumbering giant. "If it were purely a weapon of annihilation, its output should be higher, its movements far quicker. If it used magic for its attacks, its firepower would be devastating." Alina's eyes softened with understanding. "I was wondering about its purpose too, and now I think I see." Jin pressed his point, a quiet confidence in his voice. "I believe the reason its regenerative ability is so powerful is because its design prioritizes keeping the person inside alive for as long as possible." At least, he added with a determined glint in his eye, "if you assume the Magi craftsman who built it was anything like me. That's what I want to believe." He sighed, his shoulders slumping slightly. "Of course, that doesn't excuse creating a weapon like this." Alina's gaze became distant, her focus turning inward. "Wait. There's a point where the mana flow is concentrated, if you were to use dig magic there." Jin's head snapped up, the final piece falling into place. The chest, he realized with a jolt, that's where Lukal is. A determined grin spread across his face as he slammed a fist into his open palm. "All right, let's do it." Roland looked over at Alina, his expression clouded with a sorrow she understood all too well. She looked down, her own gaze filled with a quiet melancholy. Roland turned to Jin. "We're going to check on Urza." Jin nodded, understanding. "Thank you for everything." As they walked away, Alina questioned him with a look. "It's too dangerous for us to remain," Roland explained quietly. "Besides, no matter who wins this fight, we've already accomplished our goal." "So what's the plan?" Reinhard asked, turning to Jin. "Should we try using dig magic like Miss Alina suggested?" Jin held up a hand, his expression serious. "No. That's no good," he explained, imagining a drill striking blindly. "The chaotic flow of magic around the core makes it impossible to pinpoint Lukal's exact location. If we misjudge the depth, we could hit him." He lowered his gaze, considering the other major flaw. And even if we succeeded in boring a hole without a follow-up plan, its regeneration would seal it up in an instant. His eyes drifted to the stoic, black-armored golem, which is why I need to remodel Schwarzritter's spear. Reinhard blinked. Remodel. Yes, Jin declared, a spark of manic genius in his eyes. I don't know if I can pull it off in time, but I'm building an excavator. An excavator? Reinhard echoed, baffled. Jin prompted him, remember that golem we used for mining adamantium on Aurai Island. The shape will be different, of course, but I'm creating a magical tool designed to bore through solid matter. Reinhard remained skeptical. I understand the principle, but how can you do that with just a single spear? Jin glanced toward the wreckage of the ancient automata littering the chamber. I'm reluctant to use them, but if it's materials you're worried about, we have plenty, even if they are 300 years old. Reinhard's doubt vanished, replaced by fierce determination. All right, let's do it. Schwarzritter, give your spear to Jin. At the same time, Jin turned to his own automaton. And gather all the parts you can from the broken golems. As the team scrambled to assemble the new weapon, Jin called out across the battlefield. Ryaiko, I'm sorry, but you'll have to hold out a little longer. From the heart of the battle, her voice rang out, clear and steady. Okay. Ryaiko issued a sharp command to her samurai golem. Rand, target its leg, cripple it, the golem acknowledged with a curt Roger, and launched itself forward. Rand hurled a pair of kunai that embedded themselves in the Gigas's knee joint, then followed up instantly, driving its humming vibration sword into the same spot and shouting, explode. With a deafening crack, a huge chunk of armor plating blew off the Gigas's leg, sending the behemoth stumbling to one knee. Now pin it down, Ryaiko commanded her other maids, who unleashed a volley of binding spells. Just as the giant was ensnared, Anne returned, her arms laden with ancient metal. I'm back, she announced. Thanks, Jin said, already grabbing the parts. As he worked, Jin explained his findings. My analysis is complete. The Gigas can absorb raw magical power from the ether, but it can't absorb a formed magical spell itself. He held up the massive screw-like drill bit he'd fashioned. So I need to create a hole that won't get repaired, something with a barrier function. It has to be large enough for Ryaiko to get inside and reach the core. And if I calibrate the output to match Ryaiko's power, he thought, a grim smile on his face, then this will work. He hefted the completed weapon, a monstrous hybrid of spear and excavator drill. Ryaiko, it's ready. At his signal, Schwarzritter hurled the massive weapon across the room. It spun end over end until Ryaiko snatched it effortlessly from the air. Hold the lever and turn the crank with all your power, Jin yelled. Bracing the colossal drill spear, Ryaiko gripped the crank and began to turn. The device whirred to life, its massive screw bit spinning with terrifying speed. With a powerful war cry, she drove the spinning tip into the chest of the kneeling Gigas. Metal screamed and stone shattered as the drill bit began to chew its way through the ancient armor. Across the room, Jin and Ryaiko shared a triumphant, predatory grin. Time for a counterattack. With a deep sigh, Marcia slumped onto the bench in the women's changing room, the exhaustion of the boat competition finally catching up to her. Ah, the tournament is finally over, she groaned. Ryaka, still buzzing with energy, beamed down at her. Marcia, congratulations on winning. Marcia's relief soured, her brow furrowing in thought as she propped her chin on her hand. But I still don't get it, she murmured, the image of an enraged Valentino flashing in her mind. Why would that guy try to blow up the tournament? Ryaka wagged a triumphant finger, cutting through Marcia's concerns. But first place is first place. Father always says that's what matters most. Marcia turned away slightly, a flush of embarrassment on her cheeks. It would have been okay if you had taken first place, Ryaka. Marcia gestured dismissively. You see, winning a tournament that feels unfair isn't any fun. She then leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Imagine if someone had tampered with the boat Jin made for you. Ryaka's face went pale with horror. Who did that? Just a what-if, Marcia quickly clarified. The hypothetical danger was completely lost on Ryaka, whose expression melted into one of pure adoration. But winning first place in that tournament with a boat father built, and with Aro. As expected of father, she sighed dreamily, a blissful smile on her face. Marcia stared, realizing her point had been missed entirely. Are you even listening? A shared determination solidified between them as they stood before the changing room exit. Let's ask him, Marcia declared. Yeah, Ryaka agreed, her focus now sharp. Marcia grabbed her friend's attention, her voice rising with passion to cut through Ryaka's daze. As I was saying that if it ends like this, then Jin wouldn't enjoy it. Ryaka flinched, startled back to the present. And no way. Still in their swimsuits, they stepped out into the bustling venue. But where's Jin? Marcia wondered aloud, scanning the area. Ryaka, hopping with purpose, focused her senses. If we follow the magic trail, he should be around here. Her search was cut short as they spotted a familiar face. Oh, isn't that Urza? Urza stood at the edge of a massive crowd, explaining her purpose. I want to make an offer to Jin for the next tournament, but getting to him was impossible. Jin was completely engulfed by a mob of admirers, their voices a chaotic chorus of demands. Jin, please build a golem for my boat, sign an exclusive contract with me. A shadow fell over Marcia's face, a dangerously sweet smile playing on her lips. Ooh, looks like he's having fun. She glanced at her friend. Right, Ryaka? Ryaka's expression was equally grim, her eyes narrowed to slits. Yeah, she growled, a fist clenching at her side.